So let's go. Amy Victoria's ALPHALETE push legging in very haul review. Granny.
One last time because my dick is dead, everybody.
Welcome back to another video, and as you can probably tell by the title of this video, this is going to be a very thorough, very honest, very in-depth review of ALPHALETE's brand new pump collection and the entire drop that is happening on June 28, 12 PM CST, 6 PM UK time. Code AMY will save you 10% off your order. It helps me out massively. It helps to further my relationship with the brand. It lets them know that you guys enjoy these reviews and that you find them helpful, and basically helps me to keep working with them. So if you do like anything from the drop and you decide you want to get it and you want to support me, you can do so by shopping with my code. And like I said, it will get you 10% off. With that being said, I do also run monthly giveaways for people who do use my code. The details for that will be in the description below, but all you need to do is send me a screenshot. Having said that, it's really important to me to make sure that I'm giving back to you guys regardless of whether you are in a position to support me financially or not. Let's be real, support comes in all shapes and sizes, all forms. It doesn't have to always be that you are going out and buying something, and considering I speak a lot about not over consuming and not always buying shit, it's important to me to make sure that I'm giving back to people who maybe aren't in the financial position to be able to support me through buying things and using codes, but also perhaps actually just taking heed of my advice when it comes to overconsumption. But all you need to do is leave a comment below letting me know which colour you are most excited for or which item you are most excited for in this drop, and I will pick 2 of you at the middle of next week. Yeah, the only reason that I'm able to keep pumping out these reviews and I've been able to do it for so long is purely because of your guys' support. I'm so grateful. So if you do use my code, please message me on Instagram so that I can personally thank you. I always make sure that I get back to any question, any code uses, any messages, full stop. I always reply to every single person on Instagram. Please, if you do shop with my code, also send me it on Instagram just so that I can personally thank you. But I also love nosying at what you guys pick up. I love seeing if we're similar or if we're polar opposite in taste, because we're all so different, and I feel like that's the beauty of activewear. I'm going to put my measurements on the screen here so that you guys have them for reference, so that when I'm talking about sizing and stuff through the video, if you've got similar measurements to me, you might be able to steal my sizing, something like that, or even if it's just a helpful reference point. I know that it's really hard when they drop a new line, like a brand new line. I've spoken about this pretty much since I started working with them, and I used to have the time and the facilities and the space to also be able to try and do videos before launch, but obviously that's not always possible, and especially with me living at home right now, I don't have the space to have like multiple people in a room with me. We don't have rooms that big in my house. It can be really hard to see these items, first of all, on different skin tones, because ALPHALETE do lack diversity massively when it comes to skin tones, ethnicities, when it comes to their like athlete and affiliate roster, especially when it comes to who's actually posting like in-depth try-on hauls, and also with sizing. So I do want to signpost ALPHALETE have a full try-on video on their channel, and they have someone who has a much deeper skin tone than me trying on tenacity pieces, and for pump they have someone who is a size large and also tall. So hopefully that will help you guys who maybe need a bit of a different sizing reference, or you want to see what different colours look like on different skin tones. Obviously it goes without saying that's something I believe that they still do need to work on, but I'm going to signpost that and link it below. There's just 2 things that I want to disclaim really quickly, which is first of all just clearing up some confusion, because I think there has been some on Instagram. I've been posting little bits of pump, little mini reviews, little mini notes on some of the pieces, and because of those new roles that got announced in January and me having one that has something more to do with design, I think wires have been crossed, or not even crossed. I would assume the same thing, but quite a lot of people have been asking me like, well, why didn't you say, oh, are you not able to change these things? I wasn't involved in the creation of pump at all. First time actually trying these, like working out in them and having a pair to properly test out, was a week ago. So I wasn't involved in like the manufacturing process, the design process, the tweaking process. Wasn't involved with these pieces, any of them. Wasn't involved with any of the last drops creation. Wasn't involved with the February drops creation, because obviously they create things a lot more in advance. Yesterday I did actually receive my first box of samples that I've had since I've had this new role, so hopefully going forward there will be involvement, but I honestly don't think you're going to see that reflected until mainly going into 2020 26. I just wanted to clear that up really quickly because I also appreciate it's probably really annoying to hear someone just critiquing shit non-stop, and you might be sat there thinking, well, isn't this literally your job? Like, aren't you meant to be involved in this? No, I'm not involved in everything. There's actually a lot I haven't been involved in. It's not my company, so even the bits I am involved in, I can give feedback, I can give my input, I can give my opinion, but ultimately it's never going to be me making the final say, and that's totally fine because it's not my company and they need to take multiple opinions into consideration. But I just wanted to clear that up. Second disclaimer, which I always give, is obviously we have a rack full of clothes in this video. This is not normal. Owning this amount of shit is not normal. I would not suggest you buy this much stuff every drop. It is not normal. The only reason I get so many pieces is because I work with the brand and it's my job to review these pieces. So if I don't have them, I can't give you guys size advice, I can't test them out for you, I can't give my honest feedback on them for you guys, so it wouldn't be very helpful. That's why I started to be able to help people with actual honest feedback on sizing, fit, quality, colours, everything like that. You do not need to consume on this level, nor would I suggest that you do. Someone who owns a lot of activewear, I can promise you, you are probably always going to have your 5 to 10 favourite colours, favourite pieces that you cycle through, and you might buy new things, but how many times have we bought new things drop to drop to drop when brands are always dropping things because they're very launch based, they're very launch heavy, and in 2 months time you realise some of it's still got tags on, and some of the stuff that you were dying for 6 months ago you've actually not touched in 3 months. And remember, if it's not a hard yes, it's a hard no. If you are on the fence about things, I would always personally skip on it, or you can always wait for a sale period. Yeah, please never feel pressured to shop or feel like you need to consume on this level because it's not normal. I'm going to go through the colour palette and colour comparisons first, but I'm just letting you guys know here, if you want to see any of the colour comparisons, colour wheel measurements, side by sides, like pictures of like pump versus contour, pump versus define, Google Drive for that will be linked below. I'm going to slot them in if and where they make sense throughout the video, for example with the measurement, but to be honest I want the video, I feel like it makes more sense to focus it more how things actually look on body, because measurements can be helpful, but also stretch and stuff, it impacts rise, so things might measure the same but they might look differently. I want to focus more on how things actually fit and look in this video, but if you want to see any of the measurements, any of the colour comparisons, colour wheels, anything like that, not having to screenshot it from the video basically,
What do they use it for?
those will be linked in the Google Drive below. So I'm going to go through the Tenacity colour palette first, because you've actually got 2 different colour palettes for this launch, and the only colour that comes in both is ultraviolet. Other than that, they are 2 separate palettes. So for the Tenacity palette you have black, which I didn't actually get any of the Tenacity pieces in black because there were so many colours between Tenacity and pump stuff that I wanted to make sure I got something of everything. This is ultraviolet, this is her in Tenacity. Just to show you side by side now, this is her in pump. So they do look slightly different, but they do match up pretty well in my opinion. The only difference is with the seamless. It never looks as flat. Now this seamless shade isn't exactly marl, but obviously Tenacity is a brushed fabric, so I feel like the colours just transfer a little bit denser. And then with the seamless, this is it up close. It does have a slight marl to it. It's pretty flat. It's just that all seamless in my opinion, if you look at it for too long, it's all got a slight marl to it, but it's not a marled colour. Colour is definitely one of the most unique in the drop, and this is honestly probably one of my favourite colours that ALPHALETE have ever done. I don't want to say blurple because it's not blue at all, but I feel like when you put it next to electric purple, for example, it makes it look a little bit more blue tone, but then when you put it next to blues, you're like, oh shit, that's purple. But I feel like ALPHALETE, when it comes to purples, they really lack having pretty purple. A lot of their purples, for example, acai berry, which I'll go on to with the seamless, very similar to Nebula, and they're very like barny looking purples, which for me personally, it's just not my favourite sort of shade. They don't have any real proper purples other than really electric purple. Obviously they had Twilight, but that's significantly darker. And out of the actual colours, this is definitely my favourite colour in this drop. And from the feedback I've seen from you guys so far, it's a lot of your guys as well. So I think this colour is going to do incredibly well. She looks stunning with a lot of different colours. Even though she's a little bit on the brighter side, she's definitely easy to pair, especially honestly with a lot of the colours in this drop, but also with a lot of previous colours as well. You definitely don't need to be going out and buying a whole new matching set. But if you are in the market for a more unique colour in the drop, ultraviolet would be top for me. Next up, whilst we're on the topic of more unique colours, this is neon coral. This is how it looks. It's even a little bit more saturated in person, but because this is neon, you can see when I put this next to me, it actually completely changes the lighting of the shot, so it's really hard to get it to show accurately, but this is perfectly described. It's a neon coral shade. It's like the coral highlighter shade. Now, in comparison to Heat from Tenacity last year, that's a lot more saturated and a lot brighter. This is still definitely a bright. It's definitely, I would say it's the peachy equivalent to Aurora if you really liked that colour. And again, it's only coming in Tenacity. A lot of people are really sad that this isn't coming in Pump. I think this would have done incredibly well in Seamless because again, ALPHALETE just don't have many coral colours. They're really lacking in corals. Purple's sort of similar to ultraviolet, and they're really lacking like aqua-y blues, like lighter blues, brighter, more saturated blues, but on the lighter scale of things, or like mint sort of shades. They really lack in those, so I hope that we see those coming up. But it is nice to see them doing actual different colours, because when I went to do colour comparisons for this, I was like, nothing that similar. And again, it's Tenacity, so it's completely flat. There's no mal to it whatsoever. Then we have a neutral, it is called Silver. So when I got this out, I was expecting it to be like Silver Sky. It's not. This sort of sits between Silver Sky and Undercloud. It actually really reminds me of an old colour that ALPHALETE had. I think it was called Shark Grey. I think this is pretty much one-to-one with that. So it's not as light as Silver Sky, light grey shade, but it's nice to see that with this colour palette, they've tried to balance colours and brights with neutrals a little more, which I feel like I've been lacking in doing, and also giving nice neutrals. You are in the market for a light grey shade, stunning, and again, it's Tenacity, so it's completely flat. There's no mal to it whatsoever. And then finally, you have Cerulean. Cerulean, I don't know how you say that. Again, this is really bright. You can see that when I hold it up to me, it completely changes the tone of the camera. I would say how it's picking up here is very accurate to how it looks in person. Kind of reminds me of Rapids Blue, but the Alpha Lux version. So if you had that bra, that's what this reminds me of. Not Rapids Blue Amplify, but the Rapids Blue Alpha Lux bra. Beautiful aqua toned blue, basically, and it's definitely on the brighter side. Typically, I feel like ALPHALETE's audience tend to prefer seamless, so it's kind of sad when like the really unique colours aren't coming in that, other than your ultraviolet. I'm not even a particularly bright colour person, but I would really like to see this sort of shade done. Seamless, and again, it's one of those colour palettes that they're really lacking in those sort of aqua blue shades, but yeah, this is Cerulean. Moving on, we've then got the Seamless colour palette, so obviously, like I've already explained, ultraviolet and black are coming in both Tenacity and Seamless, but other than that, they are separate colour palettes. First up, we've got Emerald. Don't mind the drawing, it will make sense when we get further into the video. Emerald has dropped before. This looks pretty much identical. It looks a little bit different, but it's hard for me to say it actually is, because ultimately I've worn Emerald multiple times and I've washed it, and with bright, they do leak. That's something that I want to make really clear. You need to be really, really, really careful in terms of where you dry it. So you don't want to dry it anything. If you're air drying it, don't dry it near any lights. Don't put it in the wash with lights, which I know might seem obvious, but it does bleed on the bright colours. So make sure you're washing them separately and drying them separately. Otherwise, your lights will get completely mashed up in the washing machine. The thing that I did notice is I don't know if it's because of like fabric differences and stuff, but when this is on body, it looks like it has much more of a marl to it as well, which I don't notice with the original Emerald. In terms of comparing this to Grove, if you weren't around for Emerald, this is way less dual toned. So Grove is much more of a dual toned green. In my opinion, it's a little bit of a prettier green. I actually prefer it to Emerald. Emerald was super popular when it dropped, so it makes sense that they've brought it back, what I would describe as fuck off green. Like, it's a bright mid-tone sort of green. Alice Blue, this has obviously launched before a very long time ago, and then it came back in February for the birthday sale drop in Revive, and it's pretty much identical. Again, hard to say because my Revive looks a little bit lighter and a bit more washed out compared to this, but I have washed it, so it's really hard to say. But it's basically just a royal blue shade. It does have a slight bit of marl if you look close enough, but it's not a colour where I would look at it and say that's a straight up marl. So royal blue. ALPHALETE have a lot of these sort of shades of blues, and I know that they do well and people enjoy them, but I wish they would sort of tap into more of those sort of aqua shades and lighter blues that we don't really have any of. Then we've got Acai Berry, which looks really similar to Purple Noir on here, but it's actually not. This is closest to Nebula, so if you liked Nebula from the sort of split logo drop, but you maybe didn't love the split logo, this is a really good option because they are pretty much identical. There's a slight difference. They're honestly pretty much identical. It's a bright sort of grey. I would describe this as more of a barn barney purple, whereas obviously with ultraviolet it's more of like a periwinkle sort of purple shade. This one's more of like your typical grape barney purple shade, and it looks really, really, really stunning on a lot of skin tones, and this is how it looks up close. We then have white, which doesn't have colour comparisons because it is just white, but I wanted to highlight pump comes in white, both in bras, jackets and shorts. People that wanted a white seamless short, your prayers have been answered, but just to clarify, this is white. It's straight up white. It's not ivory, it's not off-white, it's just bright paper white. You can see it matches my white tips of my nails. Then we have two brownie neutral shades for pump, which I'm really excited about because I love a neutral tone. I think it would be nice, and I know that no one would want an all neutrals drop. These two neutrals, Sahara, which I keep calling Sandcastle, it's not called Sandcastle, and Espresso, I'll show you in a second. I feel like they only in this drop really pair with each other. They don't look amazing with any of the other colours. I feel like because of that they might not do as well because they're not pairable, if that makes sense. I feel like when it comes to neutrals, they're not always given a fair shot because they're put in a drop that doesn't really make sense. Like, it's nice from a point of view that you've given people options. Nicer to put the neutrals in a drop with something where things are a bit more pairable. Still colour maybe, but maybe different tones and different hues so that things can pair well together and people can make outfits easier. These two stick out like a sore thumb in this drop, and it's nothing against the colour. They're just really hard to pair within the drop. So this is Sahara, and I thought I would love this as much as I love my linen, my Grand Central, but this one's actually quite a bit warmer than linen and Grand Central. So if you, for example, found that hazelnut was a little bit too yellow, a little bit too warm toned on you, I think you might have the same issue with Sahara. And I loved hazelnut at first, but then linen came out and Grand Central came out, and I'll be honest, I've not worn it since because I realised creamy nude looked a lot better on me. This one has more of like that orangey yellow undertone to it, if that makes sense. In terms of like marl or anything, this one is honestly completely flat. It doesn't really look like it has any feathering to it whatsoever, but this is definitely a warmer nude shade. It's not my favourite. I wish we'd have got Grand Central instead. And then finally we have Espresso, which I feel like I want to highlight. If you are looking on the website pictures are really, really not accurate for this colour. Based off the website pictures, I thought it was going to be like mocha. It's not. It's significantly darker and richer. Nowhere near as warm as, for example, your rich browns and your Manhattans. Really, really, really like this brown in my opinion. I feel like this is the dark brown I've wanted every other dark brown that they've done to be. I really, really like this shade. I think it's stunning in terms of marl and heathering. There isn't really any on it whatsoever, but I feel like this straddles between being cool and warm perfectly. Like, it's not too warm, it's not too cool, it's just a really nice deep brown shade, and I have no notes. It looks like it might be the same as chocolate, but like I said, it's not. It's actually a little bit lighter, a little bit richer and a little bit warmer by comparison. It's like chocolate and Brawl or Cashmere in Tenacity, because that's a little bit warmer, had a baby in my opinion. This is the best dark brown that they've done in my opinion, and I love it. Again, I just wish that they'd given these neutrals more of a fair shot. Like I said, this only really goes with Sahara out of this drop, and Sahara only really goes with this out of this drop. Kind of like this together, other than Emerald, because obviously you can do that and you can be giving Tree. They're a little bit difficult to pair. And here I'm going to pop in my lookbook because it's stand on business around here. When I say you don't need to buy a matching set, you really, really don't. So I'm going to show you these new colours paired with some of my favourite old colours so that you can see maybe what you've already got in your wardrobe, or if you've got a similar colour from another brand, what you might want to pair it with, so you don't feel like on launch day, shit, I need a whole new set. If you don't, let's pause, go through the activewear wardrobe and see what we can pair it with, okay? Starting off with Neon Coral, I absolutely love this with Neptune. It might be one of my favourite colour combos ever. With Aurora, I just think this is giving candy and I absolutely love it. And then I put it with Heat. I really like this together. I feel like I should wear colour more because I feel like it makes my skin pop. Then Ultraviolet, I also really like that with Heat. I also really like it with Aurora. I feel like this launch and last launch pair quite well together. And then I also put it with Tea Rose for more of like a toned down look. Moving on to Acai Berry, again with Tea Rose to tone it down a little bit more with it being brighter. I actually don't love it with Purple Noir, so in case you were curious, I don't love this. Then with Grove, I think this is really, really pretty. Moving on, we've got Espresso with Grove. I always love brown and green together. I just think it's giving tree and it looks fantastic. Then with Berry, it's giving cherry. I really like dark browns with dark pinks and purples. And then with Grand Central for like a full neutral look. Then obviously we've got Sahara with Grand Central. Not the exact same, but they do go okay together. Then with Brawl, and then I also put it with Rose from the last drop drop, and I think this is a really cute way of getting colour in with it. Let's get into pump. There is going to be so much groundwork to cover because I want to make sure I give you guys everything I possibly can in this video, so timestamps will be below if you want to skip around. First thing I'm going to do is actually try these on for you with annotations on the short and legging, because it's so hard to get all the textures to show up properly, and also off body you don't really get a good grasp of where the textures are or how they sit or how they work. So I'm going to insert those clips now for both the shorts and the leggings. Okay, so details wise it's easier to do the doodles. So you've got that 3-tier amplify waistband. It does sit lower. The rise measured off body, for reference I'm wearing a size medium right now, and the rise on this measured off body is 8 inches, but on a size small it's 7.5. So it's around an inch to an inch and a half lower than Revive or Contour in terms of your actual like off body measurement. On body I would say these fit slightly lower than Revive and much lower than Contour, and they also don't have as much vertical stretch when it comes to being able to pull them up. This feels very Gucci mama. This section here is shorter, so what that means is you basically do get the bottom of the waistband ends here where this line is, and I am actually getting a little bit more lower stomach compression here. So this is where it ends. Hopefully this comes out in the wash, by the way, because if not, you're welcome. The things we do for science. I'm really in my Bill Nye Science Guy era. Lower compression, medium compression, high compression to really and shape you like that. And it's the Amplify waistband, not the Revive one, so it has a decent amount of stretch this way, and it's not as hard to get on as Revive in terms of the waistband. Legs a different story, but waistband has a decent amount of stretch, but I would say the compression on it is definitely similar to Contour for me. Even in a medium, as you can see, I don't have any gapping on it whatsoever. Then you actually have a different fabric in the front, and I'm going to pop a macro lens on of how normal Amplify fabric is versus this, so hopefully you can see. It's very similar in terms of the texture to the crotch region of Lazuli Label Scrunch Scum, or if you have Define, it's not the same in terms of the sort of tightness and density, but it is the same in terms of it has that sort of waffle almost texture and feel. It's not smooth like normal Amplify is. This is a rougher fabric. It's less slick. It's going to be less pill prone in the front here as a direct result of that, and it's a little bit tighter and a little bit thicker and a little bit snugger. It's definitely not got as much stretch. Same fabric blend, but the wash on it and the finish on it is very different in the front panel, and also basically from here onwards that is where this fabric is. So from where this line ends here, all the sort of waffle feeling fabric, not as smooth or silky as standard Amplify. That has its drawbacks and its pros, but it will make this region and the leg a lot more durable and a lot less pill prone. And then you have the A logo, which this is getting removed for future drop. No, it's controversial. A lot of people don't like it. I think from the third drop of pump onwards, this is getting removed. Something to note is it's also kind of in its own little box, which honestly makes it stand out even more, which I really don't love. I don't love this personally. It's not my favourite thing in the world, but I usually hate a sticker logo because they're not durable and they come off. For once, W for the lack of durability in the logo, because it means it probably will come off. Be aware of the fact you will be left with that kind of box even if the logo is not there anymore. So now we're turning to the side, and here I've outlined the mesh panel for you guys. So on normal Amplify, the mesh panel is more straight here at the front, curves more this way, whereas with pump it actually curves towards the front. It doesn't contour the glutes well at all in my opinion because of that. It kind of cuts them off in a really strange way in my opinion actually, which I don't love. I don't mind this around the front. I actually like this shaping around the front, but I wish this had been brought out to give a bit more glute curve, because I don't know, tell me if I'm wrong, but I just feel like this looks slightly off from the side. It does mean that from this angle and from the front you do sort of see that mesh panel a little bit more than you do your standard Amplify. And also this mesh panel, they say it's the same as normal Amplify, but in my experience this is actually thicker, and it actually shows sweat weirdly a lot more than the normal Amplify mesh panel did. Just it's thicker, and in my opinion it's going to be a bit more durable as well. It's really hard to sort of poke your nail through this one. It is thicker and it doesn't have as much stretch either to it. That comes down to, you can see here, it comes down to a similar point as Amplify, sort of below knee height. So Then we're moving around to the back. So this fabric here is not the same as this. This fabric here is your standard Amplify fabric. It does have stretch, but I would say on most colours, and I'll get into that later in the video, definitely more reminiscent of the Berry, Blade, Rain, December drop of Amplify, where it was a bit stiff and a bit sturdier. It has stretch to it, but it's not quite as stretchy in most of the colours, especially the more vibrant colours, as standard Amplify fabric is, which can cause issues in itself, which again I'll get onto, but I'm just trying to go over details. But this fabric here, different texture to this. Now I understand that, because if you put this here, it would completely pancake your glutes and it wouldn't work at all. But this is going to be a lot less pill proof, I say, than the front, which is ironic because I feel like we mostly get pilling on the bum from sitting on the floor in the gym, so there is that to consider. But it's not as fluffy feeling on most of the colours as contour is, so for most colours you shouldn't get as much pilling, but this is going to be a lot less pill prone than the butt portion. This is that smooth Amplify fabric, again with the macro lens. This is that textured, new, thicker, waffle, rougher texture, smoother texture on the glute, because you need that. Again, like I said, if you put this here, it would just completely pancake you and it wouldn't work. Then you come down into the glute contour, which sort of sits under here. So on the leggings, this sits a lot better than me. I'll show you the shorts in a second. It's basically meant to curve around the side. I've drawn exactly where it sits. Now this is going to massively depend on your anatomy. If you have longer glutes, if you have shorter glutes, where this is going to hit you. I would say I just have normal glutes, and this is how the leggings hit on me. So they actually hit me in a really good spot, and I don't find that it's actually cutting off my glutes much. It hits me in a good spot, but this is basically denser, thicker fabric to give a little bit of a lift to this thinner, stretchier fabric in the glute. Then have a what they are calling transitional panel here. This is where it's not quite as tight, so it transitions from this thicker, snugger fabric into a slightly less snug fabric to then go into the leg. Given reasonings for this, but I have seen with Bailey, for example, and people who just have much more size on their legs, it seems to be creating a weird bulge here as a result, because it has this sort of, it's not loose, but it's looser than it is here. On me, I personally don't have a problem with it, and I don't really actually even notice it much, but it is there. And then the rest of the leg, all the way down the back to the bottom, these are a 25-inch inseam. Ankle, just for reference, I do find that these do hit slightly shorter than standard Amplify, just because it is a thicker fabric that doesn't have quite as much stretch or give through the leg, but that fabric runs all the way down the back of the leg from this point onwards, and it's all the way around the front. Okay, now let's get into the scrunch. The scrunch is a four-way defined, basically, looking scrunch. That's the only way I can describe it. People say that these scrunches are basically non-scrunches, but in my opinion they are more visible because they are chunkier and they are wider. There are some details just to get into. So you've obviously got the tapering at the top here, hopefully you can see with the pen. You've got that thicker scrunch in the middle, and then you've actually got a little bit of a lift on the inner glue under here. So the scrunch basically runs slightly under the inner portion of the glute to give you a tiny little bit of a lift. I don't think it does anything crazy. If anything, I just think it can make the gusset region look quite strange from the back. Personally, I don't really think it's doing that much. What they say it's there for, they say it's an hourglass scrunch and it's meant to lift from the inner glue. I don't find it doing much other than just making things look a little bit strange back here side on, but those are all the details for the leggings. So these are the pump shorts. These are a 5-inch inseam. I don't know if you guys can tell, even though those are a medium, I'll show you a size small in the leggings further on in the haul, but I do actually find the shorts sit a little bit lower on me. Leggings do, in my experience with this drop. Details wise, again, I can be a little bit quicker here. You've got that 3-tier waistband. It's just sitting a little bit lower. On the shorts, for me, it doesn't measure any differently. It just sits lower. I don't know why. And I have a longer torso. This is where it hits me. I would say these are going to be mid to high rise for most people. You've got the logo again. The mesh panel is the exact same on the shorts as it is on the leggings. So again, I just don't love how this looks. I really like it from this angle and I like it from the front, but I just wish it curved more here. Obviously it's exaggerated because I've drawn the white lines, but this to me looks off. You will also find with this waistband, it dips a little in the middle around the front, and it also dips a little in the middle around the back. Then again, you've got this fabric here. Now there are definitely differences between colours. In my experience, an emerald runs snug, so I don't know if you can tell, but this does not have as much stretch in this region, which therefore makes the sort of effectiveness of this push-up not as great, purely because your glutes are kind of being a little bit compressed by this fabric, and it also makes it really hard to situate the scrunch properly. And on those tighter colours, you feel scrunch when you squat, just to let you know. But then if you come to the side here, then you've got the glute compression here. I don't know if you can tell, but I feel like personally with the shorts, because I sort of have to go like this to get the scrunch to sort of sit right up my bum, I find that the compression actually sits a little high on me. Again, it's going to depend on your glute length and how you're built, but on me this cuts me off in the same way that Define Impact cuts me off. Leggings, the pocket, I don't know what it is, they measure the same, but the pocket on the leggings just sits a little bit better for me. But again, you've got that thicker, denser fabric here to give you that little push up which runs all the way around, and you can tell from the back as well, it's sort of sitting on my bum cheek. And then you've got a little bit of that transition fabric here, but to be honest, not really transition on the shorts, because then it just goes into the bottom band, and this bottom band is like normal Amplify in terms of the thickness. It's not as thick as Contour, which is a shame in my opinion, because I feel like this adds to the flimsiness with it being a little bit of a thinner band, because they do roll in my experience, and Contour does too, but I just feel like with the stiffness and rigidity of this fabric, these would have rolled a lot less if this bottom band was just a little bit thicker. I think this could have been the same as Contour. And then again from the back, you've got that hourglass scrunch, so it sort of goes down here and it sort of shapes around here. Hopefully you guys can see, to give you that like inner glute lift, which again I honestly don't really feel does much. I think it just makes it quite uncomfortable. But hopefully you guys can see that this scrunch is not stretchy. It doesn't have stretch like ALPHALETE scrunches usually do. It's really stiff and really rigid, so when you squat it doesn't move with you that well, and you are going to feel it, especially in those tighter woven colours. It's more visible in my opinion than the Amplify scrunch. I wish they'd just done the normal Amplify scrunch on this. The Revive scrunch, which you'll see in this video, I think actually sits best on me. I don't really get how people say this is a non-scrunch scrunch. It looks like a scrunch, it quacks like a scrunch, it's a fucking scrunch. And like I said, it's just really hard to get it situated on these tighter colours. On the lighter colours it's a little bit easier, but on the tighter ones really difficult. It's situated right, and because you have to do a lot of tugging, then end up with, in my opinion, a really visible gusset from the back, so that's something to be aware of as well. I did see that Catherine measured hers and hers are 4.5. All of mine are 5 inches, so the 5-inch inseam remains for me. But I do find that these, even though they look like they're not doing it much on body, I do find that these actually measure a little bit longer at the front than they do the back. I think just because of all these textures, they're hiking at the back quite a lot. I actually find these do fit me more like a 4-inch down the back. I definitely don't get as much length out of these as I do with Contour, because they're not as stretchy and they're a lot tighter on the leg around here in certain colours. In the white and the espresso and the ultraviolet, I don't find that fabric to fit as tight, but on these the compression is definitely compression in, and I just don't get as much length out of them as a result, and I can really feel it in certain colours. But these are the shorts, and those are the details. Also with Pump, all of the tags are on the inside like this, so it's like Contour. There's no tags floating around anywhere. It's all printed in like Contour was on the last drop, which I love. So yeah, those are the details of both the short and the legging. The legging 25-inch inseam, just to reiterate, the short 5-inch inseam. Some people are getting them in 4.5. I've seen some people getting 5.5. Mine are all 5, but I will say, like I said, they do fit more a shorter inseam because of the density and thickness of the fabric on Pump. You do lose a little bit of length because of that, and you really can't stretch them down your legs quite as much. I'm just going to give you guys a quick show of how the details look off body so that you guys can see. So obviously you've got the waistband in the front, you've got the sticker logo here, and it is of that little square, which obviously I will have spoken to you guys about. This is how they look from the back off body, so you can see with any glute compression, whether it's Lazuli, Define, Gymshark, whatever brand you've got, they have these sort of pockets because it's obviously got a little bit more room here as opposed to the leg, which is obviously denser and tighter to give you that sort of compressed and lifted look. But I just think it's a much easier way to show you guys the details on body, because off body you really can't see all those different textures and what's really going on with them. In terms of any differences between the short and legging, fine for whatever reason. I don't know why, I don't know how. They measure the same, there's no issue with that. I'm getting less rise from the shorts than I am from the legging. They are definitely both, regardless, mid to high rise. It will just depend on your torso. Similar to me, it's going to hit you about mid rise, and if you are on the shorter side, it might actually be more of a high rise on you. And then obviously the only other real difference between the shorts and the leggings is because the leggings are longer, you have more of that transitional panel on the leggings than you do with the shorts. So if you are worried about that sort of bulging from where it goes tight to being a little bit looser in terms of it making any fat that you store on the back of your legs or anything like that bulge out a little bit more, you might get on better with the shorts because it has slither of that transitional piece like a tiny little bit before it just goes into the bottom band of the shorts, and that rolls up quite a lot with wear anyway. Fabric. The fabric blend of these is the same seamless fabric blend as all seamless from ALPHALETE. It's all got the same fabric on it, and I'm going to pop it here. However, it's different. It's not the same. So like I've gone over with the details, the front of the short and the legging, and for the legging, the majority of the back of the legging, like the glute compression onwards, you've got that rougher fabric. This is not like Amplify. If you ever had the R6 leggings, that more waffly feel fabric like that, I would say it has a little bit more stretch to it and a little bit more give to it than that, but it's most comparable to that fabric in terms of ALPHALETE seamless. Nothing like Contour, it's nothing like Amplify. That's more silky, more brushed, more smooth. The front of the shorts and leggings and the back of the leggings, like the majority of the leg of the leggings, same fabric, but it's got a different wash on it, so it's got more of a waffle texture. It's more rough. I'll pop it here and here so that you guys can see the difference. It's not the same texture. You're gonna know you don't get as much stretch through the front, so if you're worried about rise being able to be too stretchy and it's got too much vertical stretch, you're not going to get that with pump because you can't. It's going to be a lot less pill prone. Barbells brushing against the knees, a lot less pill prone. One thing to note, if you are in a warmer climate, it's a lot warmer than Amplify and Contour. Despite Contour having that fluffy feel, this fabric is definitely a lot warmer. It's denser, so I would maybe stay away from the leggings if that's something that concerns you or worries you, because it is thicker, but it's going to be a lot more durable through the front portion and through the leg as a result of that. And it's overall going to be a lot more sturdy. Now, with that being said, in terms of the fabric on the glute, that's actually totally different to the front. It's not the same fabric. I watched ALPHALETE's video where they labelled the legging. I found it really confusing because the fabric on the leg labelled it as the same on the glute, and I get it's the same fabric blend, but the texture is completely different. That is your typical Amplify smooth fabric, and there are differences between colours, which I'm going to go on to in a second. So with it being that, it's not going to be as pill-proof as the front of the legging. It's not going to be as sturdy as the front of the legging, which it needs, because if you put that fabric on the glute, it's going to completely compress it. None of mine have pilled yet, but I am concerned that they may be prone to pilling in that region just because it feels like standard Amplify fabric to me. The under glute compression isn't waffle-like in texture. It's basically just a denser version of the fabric that's on the butt, so I find it does have a smooth texture to it, which I personally really like because it makes glute compression and lift panel not as obvious, because you don't have such a difference in texture. It looks a lot more cohesive in my opinion and a lot less stark because of that. So I'm glad it's not that fabric on the under glute compression, even though yes, it would give more lift. It's a lot more obvious looking, and that's just not personally to my taste, so I'm glad they didn't put that fabric there. Because of that, you're not going to get as much lift as you will maybe with your Define, because that has that fabric all the way around and right under the glute, where it's much more rigid. Don't have that with Pump. It's basically a continuation of the butt fabric, more dense and tighter woven basically to give you that lift effect, and then that transitional piece under that transitions into that sort of waffly feeling texture. Basically it for fabric charts. Same fabric blend, but these do not feel the same. You are in the market for something a bit sturdier feeling than Amplify, worried about pilling with barbells and stuff, this is going to be a better option for you. If you are someone who really values thinness, stretch, softness, that sort of stuff, you might not like Pump so much. much. It will majorly boil down to your personal preference. There are differences between colours, and I've spoken to Catherine about this and she had the exact same experience. So I'm comfortable with hedging bets. I also saw that Bailey said her white was super stretchy as well in comparison. So there are differences between colours. White, espresso for me, and also ultraviolet have a lot more stretch. So the glute compression doesn't feel as snug, but also the glute region doesn't feel as snug. So that butt pouch, the butt pocket, don't feel as snug. So I find in general those colours, especially in the shorts, fit a lot better because you're able to get a lot more of that lift whilst also giving your glutes a space to breathe, and it also helps the scrunch sit a lot better because you're able to get it into your glutes more because the fabric isn't so like taut over your ass cheeks basically. They don't fit bigger, they measure the same, but the fabric on those in my experience is softer, it's stretchier. The other colours, Palace Blue, Acai Berry, Black and Emerald, and also Sahara as well, strangely enough. I don't know why that's a thing for it. I find run a lot tighter, and it's not a small difference in my experience. I really struggle to get the scrunch to sit right in those colours because the fabric over the butt feels a lot thicker and denser. It's nowhere near as stretchy as the other colours in my experience that I've just spoken about. And also the glute contour, especially, you're really going to notice it on the short, a lot snugger. So if you are conscious of, like I said, the sort of banana roll effect where that pocket of fat sort of sits between the bottom band and the bottom of your glute, you get that a lot more in those colours, and you also get a lot more digging in and uncomfortability in the thigh in those colours as well. Having said that, if you are someone who really values like a strong lift and you really want compression through the leg, I would go with those more vibrant colours because those fit significantly tighter. I noticed in the leggings as well, my medium black and my medium Palace Blue fit tighter in terms of the compression. I feel it more than I do in the size small espresso. I also found with the size small espresso, the glute region is clearly a lot more stretchy because the scrunch ends up looking a lot longer than it does on the mediums, and I just think that's because that butt pocket is able to be stretched out more. I'm able to get them to sit a little bit higher as well as a result. Talking about fabric, I just wanted to highlight that because I do find that you get two very different pump experiences between those colours. For the colours that are sort of stretchier and don't have as much compression, I would definitely say to just stay true to size. But for the more vibrant saturated colours, stay true to size if you want that really like tight, snug fit, and that's what you're in the market for, and you're not worried about trying to get the scrunch to sit in your glutes. But if you don't want compression, you're concerned about not being able to get the scrunch to sit right, or you are between sizes, I would highly recommend in those more vibrant colours that you take a size up because otherwise you might have problems with it. Personally, I wouldn't recommend that you size down in pump. I think if you size down, especially given that most of the colours in my experience don't have a ton of stretch, that scrunch is not going to sit right. And even in my true to size, like Emerald, Acai Berry, for example, with the shorts, I really feel the scrunch when I'm squatting because of how like tight it's pulled around my glutes. With that being said, with us talking about squats, let's go over squat tests here.
Hey guys, it's editing me and I've just realised I didn't even intro our new squat test. We've got the fudge test. The design team sent me a package of samples and they put some fudge stickers in there. They weren't intended to be used for this, but I just thought, how can we get our fluffy king incorporated into the reviews? So I've done a fudge sticker test and that's what we're doing. So on the left hand side you've got nude underwear and on the right hand side you have got the sticker test.
So White and Sahara are the worst. White and Sahara are not stand-up proof, and I do find you can actually see in those colours, it gives more define. It looks more obvious in terms of the compression legging because there is a lot of sheerness on the butt compared to the panel underneath, so you can really tell what you've got on in those colours. They're not stand-up proof and they're not squat proof either. If you do not want a sheer short, especially with white, please avoid it. I spoke about this in my last video, and then my most sold colours were rose and canary yellow, which were totally see-through. I know that people will be shocked that they've done white. I know that some people will be like, what? Why would they even release that? Probably still sell out. Guys, there is so much power in your pound, and as long as these light sheer colours continue to sell out, there is no reason for brands to stop releasing them, or at least do something with those lighter colours to make them a tiny bit more squat proof. With pump, with those lighter colours, because you've got more density in the fabric around the front isn't actually horrific, but you can still see nude underwear, but the back is is completely see-through. If you have glute tattoos, I would ignore those two colours because I just don't think they're going to work out for you. In terms of all the other colours, I actually find them all pretty decent. I would wear all of those with a nude thong. The black is really dense in my opinion, especially on the glute region. Like I said, sheerness from the front, it's not something you need to be as concerned with pump because it has that thicker, denser fabric around the front. It's the glute pockets, but I actually find all the other colours perfectly comfortable and palatable. Train legs in with nude underwear. I would do it with all the other colours. Why do it at your own risk? It's very sheer. The only saving grace in not exposing your actual arse crack and anus is that thick ass scrunch, because that's actually pretty dense, so it covers you quite well in that regard, because you probably will need to go commando in the white. Hey, the scrunch has got the ass crack covered. Okay, your booty hole will not be seen in the gym. Avoid those two if sheerness concerns you. Again, I know that some people don't care, and I don't want to bully or tease or bash those people. I don't want to sugarcoat it either. The white in particular is completely see-through on the glute. And also, if you have cellulite and stuff on your glutes that you're conscious of, I would also probably skip on the white and Sahara because you're going to see it a lot more. And if you've got glute tattoos, forget it. I just want to show you guys the difference in texture between the front in terms of a punch-through test for thickness. So this is the front of pump in Sahara, glute pocket of pump in Sahara. So it's not the same texture and it's a lot thinner. We'll do the butt pocket on all colours for you just so that you can see. This is the white punch-through test. This is espresso's punch-through test, is emerald's punch-through test, acai berry punch-through test, ultraviolet punch-through test, and Palace blue punch-through test. And I feel like you can see on these which are the thinner colours as well, and it's definitely, in my experience, white, espresso and ultraviolet. Okay, in terms of camel toe, I actually don't find pump to be too bad. It's no worse than amplify. Generally, I actually find it to be a little bit better just because it has that thicker fabric in the front. It's not as easy for it to mould to you. I do find the camel toe to not be too bad. But on the topic of like the nether regions, like I have just said with the squats and stuff, you do feel the scrunch a lot in those tighter colours. White, espresso and ultraviolet for me, I don't feel the scrunch when I'm moving around. But the other colours, I really feel it, and I feel like I can feel it pulling when I'm squatting. So if you are sensitive in the booty hole, maybe not the bottom for you unless you're going to go for white, espresso or ultraviolet. Whilst we're on the topic of ass cracks and assholes, let's talk about the pump scrunch. And you know, come to terms with it a little better. Okay, so this is how the scrunch looks, and then you have this thicker portion here, 2 bits either side, which basically seems to be what all the brands who have this scrunch do. Define does it as well. But then the difference with ALPHALETE is they continue the scrunch a little bit to sort of inner glute, because this has like no give to it whatsoever. Like if I show you guys, the scrunch is stiff. It doesn't really stretch much or have much movability to it, which means obviously with it being that denser scrunch and that thicker fabric, it has the opportunity to here sort of curve under butt a little bit and give you a little bit of like an inner glute lift. I don't find that it does anything crazy. Like I said, if anything, especially on the leggings, I feel like it just makes things look a little bit weird. It's almost like too much adding of the cheeks at the bottom. I don't know how to explain it. It's a little bit comfortable in the nether region. In terms of how this measures, the smalls are 3-inch sort of glute seam space, and the mediums are 3.5. If you size up, you get more room. If you size down, you get less. In order to like compare that to other ALPHALETE scrunches, it's pretty much the same. As Contour, as Revive, they're all similar. In terms of the length, they all sort of had about 3 to 4 inches depending on the colour, size, whatever. Much thicker. The purpose of this is it's not meant to be a scrunch, it's meant to just separate the glutes, but I feel like so wide it makes separating the glutes actually even harder, and it's meant to be more subtle, but to me it's more obvious. I don't know who started the propaganda that this is more subtle. In my opinion, it is not, and it actually makes it harder to get it to fit right. When I first put these on, I could not get the scrunch to sit in between my glutes whatsoever. With movement, it did go in a little bit better, but it's still very much more noticeable when you you are in the gym and when you are training, if that makes sense. You're going to feel it a little bit more. It is something that with sweat and with movement, it does work its way in there a little bit better, but on those more vibrant colours, it's really, really difficult to get it worked in there. And I don't find that with training, those colours stretch out too much either. But with the lighter colours and the white and stuff, when you put them on, you might be like, whoa, what the fuck? Move around a bit, squat into them, try and pull the fabric from the sides, and it will sit in a little better, but in my opinion, it's still more obvious than, for example, an Amplify scrunch or a Revive scrunch. Just to show you guys for comparison, this is a standard Amplify or Contour or Revive scrunch. They're all the same, and you can see how much stretch the scrunch has to it. Now that obviously has its pros and cons because it can end up being super high up your lower back as a result of that. It can be too stretchy, but there is definitely a middle ground because the pump has very, very, very little stretch to it in comparison. Like, in comparison to Amplify, it's a very, very, very stiff scrunch. So it's stiffer, it's not as in, it's much wider, more noticeable in my opinion, and it doesn't have that sort of ruched look to it. And in my opinion, it's a lot more invasive in terms of feel. It also continues under those inner glute, more this way shaped, whereas Amplify, Revive, etc. it's more this way. Now, in terms of the scrunch travelling up your lower back, because we all know we've spoken about making yourself look like a long batty gal on this channel for a while, I do find that with the espresso leggings, I think because I just find that the fabric on the small espresso leggings so stretchy, and it's stretchier on the shorts as well, but the leggings are definitely worse for it. I do find that it just travels its way up my lower back. Like, I'll show you my espresso small shorts and my espresso small leggings. The scrunch just stretches out so much more on them. It's definitely an anomaly, but it is something I want to mention. If you are conscious of that, I do find the espresso leggings scrunch just really... She's travelling. She's making her way up there, over yonder, to my shoulders. In terms of rolling for the shorts, these do roll, and if you size up, I don't find it makes the rolling any less prominent. I think rolling at this point is more to do with leg shape, because people told me that Define doesn't roll. It rolls on me. I think it's more to do with how your legs are shaped. I'm definitely prone to rolling, but if you were someone who found that Revive didn't roll on you because you found they hit longer, these will roll, because these, despite the fact they're both a 5-inch inseam, there's a lot of length with this because of the stiffness of the fabric. It's stiffer in terms of the leg region in particular, and obviously you've got all that compression, so you lose quite a bit of length, and they do roll. And I will say the rolling experience on those more vibrant colours, your emerald, Alice blue, acai berry, and even Sahara, the rolling experience is quite intense on those colours because it's already so tight on the thigh, so it really bulges out in quite an uncomfortable way when it does roll. Again, I would advise, if you are conscious of that, you might want to try a size up. Not that it's going to stop it rolling, it just might be a lot more comfortable. In terms of sweat, these do show sweat. Not as much in the front because it's like a dense fabric and it's quite hard for the sweat to get through. But I find in a weird way, I think maybe because it's so dense there and the sweat can't get through there, these were showing sweat a lot more than normal Amplify does for me on my glutes and also on the mesh panel. I'll pop in a picture here so that you guys can see. I do find that these are not sweat proof. They do dry quite quickly in my experience. Now, before I go into comparisons, in terms of sizing, like I mentioned, these are your sort of stretchier looking colours, feeling colours, not as much compression under the glute as a result, more room in the glute pocket as a result because you are able to sort of get that effect. And these are the tighter colours, tighter in terms of around the thigh, around the glute compression, tighter in terms of the butt portion as well. I feel like there's two different pieces of sizing advice. For these colours, you stay true to size. I wouldn't size down even though they are stretchier, even if you really like a lift, just because I feel like if you size down, you're going to run into issues, even with the stretchier colours. With the scrunch, it's going to be really hard to situate it properly for yourself. So with those colours, I would stay true to size, and I would only be going down if you are between sizes. The rest of the colours, stay true to size if you want that high compression fit, high compression in the waist, high compression through the leg. You want that more lift, but it is also going to compress.
His father had never abandoned him. Captain Mitchell explained the facts of the accident, showing he had acted to save both children.
Your glutes a little bit as well, because those colours in my experience are thicker in the glute region. Sort of a trade-off because it's thicker in the glute region, which makes it harder for your glutes to sort of be able to pop out and be lifted as much. You're also getting more lift because they're going to fit tighter around the glute compression regardless. So in those colours, if you want that, stay true to size. If you don't want compression, size up. If you're confused or concerned about the glute pockets not having enough room, size up. And if you are between sizes in those colours, I would also size up. It's going to completely depend how you want them to fit, but it does also depend between colours in my experience for this drop. So I just wanted to be as in-depth as possible with that because I don't want to lead anyone astray. Compression for the waist is very similar to contour, so if you're sizing for waist, go with the same size that you did for contour. Just be mindful, the legs on most of the colours are a lot thicker and a lot denser and a lot tighter than contour is. In terms of my own personal sizing preference, small versus medium for the shorts, it does depend on colours like I've gone over, so it makes sizing honestly really annoying to talk about, but I will give you that list here of the like lighter colours, stretchier colours, more comfy colours, and then the tighter colours, the more dense colours. You guys have that list. But in terms of the shorts, small or medium, I can honestly do both. The only thing is, if you are going to size up in pump, you do need to be aware of the fact that you're not going to get as much glute compression. But I can do small or medium. Even in the vibrant colours, that the more saturated colours, can get away with a size small. It's just the scrunch is really, she's tugging on there, okay? She's tugging on there. But I can fit into them to get a lot more lift in them. So there's a bit of a trade-off. It depends what's more important to you. To give you a visual of small versus medium in the leggings, again, I feel like this is really annoying because actually my small espresso was so much softer and stretchier. My medium black or my medium Palace blue, I actually find I get more lift blue and the black despite the fact that they're a size up. So I think it really depends on the colours. But in terms of the leggings, I would say generally, other than espresso, I think I prefer a medium because if I'd have got the blue and the black legging in a small, I don't think I would have been able to get them on. And with the leggings as well, I wouldn't even say that you're trading off on compression because blue and black were actually more compressive under the glute for me than the size small espresso. So that's something to keep in mind. I'm sorry that it feels like the sizing advice is kind of all over the place, but it kind of is all over the place because the difference between colours is kind of all over the place. But basically the bottom line is I can do a small or a medium. I can do a small or a medium in the shorts and I can do a small or medium in the leggings. The small brown had have come in as tight as the medium blue leggings, but obviously in a size small. I don't think I would have been able to get them on. I think that's something worth noting. Whereas the shorts, even in the tighter colours, I can get them on. Be aware if you're going to size down, which I wouldn't advise, to be honest, anyone do, unless you are between and it's on those stretchier colours, you're going to run into issues with the butt pockets and the scrunch. And if you size up and you're someone that loves compression, which means you probably wouldn't size up anyway, you might not get the compression level that you like. I hate not being able to be helpful. When colours fit differently, it stresses me out so much because I'm like, I'm tying myself up in knots in here thinking about sizing. So hopefully that's answered a lot of your questions because we've been talking pump for about an hour now. I wanted to run you guys through some comparisons. So first of all, like, we can't not compare this to other brands. It's ALPHALETE's first glute compression. You guys, if you are in the market for this, you might have also been in the market for things like Define, Gymshark, Lazuli. So I'm going to run you through those really quickly. So first up, obviously, we've got Define. So the difference is here. I'm going to go from the waistband down. ALPHALETE's waistband, and I'm not just saying this because I work with them, in my opinion, it's better quality. The retention on Define's waistband is awful. I've had them for over a year. I've trained in them multiple times. The waistband really stretches out and it dips down a lot. Now this waistband does dip down, but not as much as Define's does. So the waistbands are very different. ALPHALETE's is more compressive and it's also a little bit higher rise. They both measure in a size small, 7.5 inches, but Define's fabric is much tougher than ALPHALETE, so it doesn't have as much stretch to it. So they end up sitting on body, I would say about 1/2 inch to 0.75 inches lower. Define low to mid rise depending on torso. ALPHALETE's pump mid to high rise depending on torso. In terms of that fabric at the front, ALPHALETE have definitely taken something from Define in terms of that rougher texture. It does remind me of it, but ALPHALETE's is softer and it does have more stretch to it. Define's is thicker and denser and a lot tighter. Doesn't really have any give to it whatsoever. Moving down, bottom band, Define's is thicker, and again, they measure the same in terms of the leg opening. I believe it's about 7.5 inches, but Define's has very, very, very little stretch to it. So even in those tighter colours for pump, the leg is still not as tight as Define's. It's much tighter. It's all about the give. They measure similarly. Define is just much stiffer of a fabric. Define's from the side curves, in my opinion, nicer around the glutes because it doesn't go forward, it goes backwards, and it sort of just continues with that glute compression under. There's not a ton of different textures with Define. It's mainly just using that thicker, denser fabric at the front to give you a lift around the back as well and by curving it around. Whereas with ALPHALETE, you've got the mesh panel that sort of curves to the front. Like I said, I wish it curved to the back because I do think it's more flattering. And in terms of that glute compression, again, Define's, you've got that waffle gel-like texture, so to the eye it's more obvious, it looks more stark. It's not as seamless looking, but it is also tighter. It does lift the glutes more. ALPHALETE, you've obviously got those two sort of transitional fabrics, the glute compression and then the little transitional panel underneath, whereas Define, you've just got that straight up compression to lift the glute. ALPHALETE is a smoother texture, so to the eye it doesn't look as obvious. It's not as different in texture, so in my opinion it gives more of a subtle lift, but it also gives more of a subtle lift because it's not as densely woven, it's not as tight, and it's not as lifting. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. For me personally, Define is too much. I know some people love it, and I love it for the people that love it. I'm letting you know, if you are a Define warrior until you die and you love that level of compression, ALPHALETE is not as lifting, more subtle lift, and I much prefer how it looks to the eye in terms of it not being such a different texture, but that will come down to individual preference. It's also worth noting that with the white and the Sahara colour on pump, it is quite obvious that it's a compression legging. Waistband wise, obviously Define's is sewn on, whereas ALPHALETE's is more seamless. I personally do prefer how ALPHALETE's looks because I feel like it's just a cleaner looking finish. And then coming into that scrunch at the back, ALPHALETE's doesn't have like a V-seam in terms of a sewn on seam, whereas Define's does, which I do think might actually help it to sit in the glutes a little bit better with it being that thicker, wider scrunch. I still find that Define's, you can still see it, and I still struggle to get that sort of scrunch. My glute, it's just very, very, very wide and very stiff, whereas ALPHALETE's approach is more sort of tapering through texture, not actually having a specific V-seam on the bottom. In terms of the scrunch itself, they're pretty similar, to be honest. The only difference is ALPHALETE's has a smooth texture either side as a sort of transition, whereas with Define's, it's got same texture either side, it's just thinner. And obviously with ALPHALETE's as well, it's got the hourglass scrunch, so it gives you a little bit of an inner glute lift, or it's meant to at least, whereas Define's just comes straight down and then it fits into the glute compression that goes all the way around. ALPHALETE's actually measures a little bit shorter, so I found that with ALPHALETE's glute seam on a size small, and these were both worn at this point, both trained in, they measured 3 inches, whereas Define's was I think 3.5 to 4, I can't remember. So it is a little bit longer with Define, but Define also has that V-seam, which I feel like hides it better, whereas with ALPHALETE's, because you can pull it up a little bit more and the rise is a little higher, they look very similar in terms of where they hit poking out of the glutes. If anything, Define's does still sit a little lower. And then obviously in terms of that glute fabric, depends on colour. If you are wanting something that's more similar to Define in terms of the stretchiness of that fabric, you will much prefer white, espresso or ultraviolet in my experience. But the other colours are much more different to Define. It's thicker, it's not as stretchy, and it doesn't really allow for as much room for your glutes. The other trade-off to that is it's not as obvious looking because it's not as thin a fabric on those more saturated colours, but it's not as obvious looking, it's a bit more subtle looking. And in terms of the butt pocket space, ALPHALETE's on a size small, you get 5.5 inches from the widest point. So in terms of how much room you've actually got for your glute, 5.5 inches. Define's, I believe, is 6 inches. I will pop it on the screen just to be clear, but in terms of like, if you find that, for example, Define cuts you off in a weird spot, you may also find that with ALPHALETE's because they're very similar in terms of the glute pocket space, so that's something to be aware of as well. If you were to ask me which one I prefer, and I know that people will think I'm biased because I work for them, but I've had Define, I've tried the bikers, I've tried the shorts, I've tried some other bits from them. I genuinely prefer ALPHALETE. I prefer the rise of ALPHALETE, I prefer the waistband on ALPHALETE. Define for me, the shorts chafe me so fucking badly. Like, I've never actually chafed from a gym short before. I burn my inner thigh doing, I think I did a 45-minute cardio session of just walking in Define, and I genuinely burnt the inside of my thigh. So for me, that's too much. It's too tight, it's too stiff, and I also find with that fabric, because it's stiffer and even rougher than pump, when I sweat in it, I think it's because I've got sensitive skin, I get itchy. I get really itchy and I find it uncomfortable. So for me personally, I prefer pump. And I would tell you, if I didn't, I will always be honest with my opinion, but I've never been a Define girly anyway. I think if you're a Define girly through and through, you'll probably still be a Define girly. ALPHALETE is not trying to be Define. If people want Define, they can go and buy Define. It's for people, in my opinion, that want something a little bit more subtle in terms of lift and in terms of that sort of pocket look. Again, barring White and Sahara. Gymshark. So Gymshark have their lift seamless. I will pop them side by side. ALPHALETE blows Gymshark's out of the water. ALPHALETE looks so much better. Gymshark's scrunch is a atrocious. And I never, I do want to hear it because I understand people have complaints, but if you think ALPHALETE scrunches, rises are bad, Gymshark's so much worse. I'm quite long in the torso, okay? So generally things hit lower on me anyway. That fabric on the Gymshark one is so incredibly stretchy. It's so incredibly thin and moldable. You could honestly stretch that up to your eyeballs if you wanted to. It's incredibly, incredibly high-waisted. Gymshark's is super high-waisted. ALPHALETE's is a true mid to high-rise. Gymshark's waistband, very flimsy, not as compressive. The fabric, very flimsy, not as compressive. The scrunch, similar concept, but Gymshark's is actually wider and much longer as well. Contour attempt is done more in line form, whereas ALPHALETE's is done more solidly. Gymshark's hits way further up my glutes than even ALPHALETE's does, and it just doesn't fit me right. So these are much better than the Gymshark lift, in my opinion. I actually really don't like the Gymshark lift at all. All I'm going to say is thank God I realised before I filmed much more. I filmed my lazuli comparison and then realised my transmitter for my mic actually died, so I apologise for the difference in audio, but that's going to take forever to charge back up, so we're just going to have to roll with it. I don't know why I've still got the mic on because the transmitter's not working. So yeah, to summarise, don't love the Gymshark one on me. I think Pump is way better than that. Now onto Lazuli Sculpt. Lazuli Sculpt I have had for years. They're very different in my opinion. So first of all, in terms of rise, Lazuli is high rise. With Pump it's more mid to high. I would say in terms of the compression of the waistband, despite the fact Lazuli isn't 3-tier, I feel like they're similar in compression. So if you were curious on sizing, definitely similar in terms of compression. I would say the fabric around like the front of the leg on Lazuli, where it's obviously not ribbed, it's actually pretty similar to Pump, to be honest. They've both got a kind of text, like the waffle-ish almost texture to it. It's not the exact same. I would say ALPHALETE's is still a little bit softer, but it's similar. And then in terms of the glute contour, obviously from the side, ALPHALETE curves to the front, which I still think is a really strange choice. Lazuli's curves back, so I do think that that's a lot more flattering. And then in terms of that under glute compression, obviously Lazuli's is like super long, ALPHALETE's is only like 2.5 inches worth of a panel. Lazuli's is bikers or leggings, and it's basically ribbed like a huge chunk under the glutes, which obviously does a lot of lifting, and it's very tight in the leg. So I would say Lazuli's does give you more of an intense lift. It also gives you more of an obvious lift. For me personally with Lazuli, I've owned them years and I've not worn them a ton. Not because I hate them, but just because I feel self-conscious in anything lifting that's that obvious. To me, it makes me quite self-conscious. So for me personally, I'm actually not a huge fan of that, and I don't find myself reaching for them much. And moving on to the scrunch, obviously with ALPHALETE you've got that thicker no scrunch, and then with Lazuli you've got, it's much thinner but it's also much longer. Lazuli's scrunch is quite long. I think it's about 5 inches, whereas ALPHALETE's is 3. I do like the fact that they've got a thin scrunch, not a thick scrunch. I just think it's easier to situate in the glutes, and it works on more body types than this thick one does, which just makes it really hard to get it to sit right on everyone in my opinion. So I do actually prefer that about Lazuli. But then in terms of the glute pocket, fabric's quite similar in my opinion. They're both on the thicker side generally, bar those few colours that we've already spoken about. But with Lazuli's you have more space. The pockets are actually a little bit longer and they just bag out a little bit more as well. So you've got more room for your glutes in those sort of butt pockets. It feels so weird discussing butt pockets, but helps to sort of trade off having that slightly thicker fabric in the glute region. However, with Lazuli I did actually find I get excess fabric on the top of my glute, which I don't get with Pump. So Pump fits better in the top glute region. I don't get excess fabric. Me personally, I prefer the subtlety of Pump, but I do think there are things that they could take from Lazuli's, like going back to a normal scrunch, which would improve Pump for me and make it better. Okay, other brand comparisons done. Now let's talk ALPHALETE. So let's compare it to Contour. Obviously Contour has contouring effects, but there's no actual lift to it in terms of the glute region. Contour also doesn't actually have a mesh panel on it. It has different detailing, whereas obviously with Pump you've got that mesh panel. I do think the way that the contouring is done on Contour, ironically, is actually a lot nicer than Pump. Again, I just don't love the fact that it curves to the front from the side. I think it looks a little bit odd, and it doesn't really curve to the natural contours quite as well. So in terms of rise, these measure on a size small, like I said, about 7.5 inches. Contour measures generally 8 to 9 inches depending on the colour, depending on the drop. The difference here is obviously in the fabric. So Contour has that slippy, soft, high stretch, like she's fluffy, she's thin, she's pantyhose like she's stretchy. High to ultra high on most people because you can pull that bitch up. You could cover your tits if you're a small person. Whereas with Pump you've got that stiffer, denser fabric. So yes, it measures low, but it also doesn't have the same vertical stretch. So Pump more mid to high, Contour is more high to ultra high. high. On me it's high, but I know on my short queens it's ultra high. In terms of the bottom band, contour is thicker. That's like 1 inch. One is about 0.75 inches. So it's more in line with the normal amplify band, not the contour band. I wish it had the contour band because first of all, it's going to add a little bit of extra length to it. Second of all, I just really prefer that thicker bottom band. I feel like that coupled with the compression would do even more for the glutes, especially on the short. Obviously, in terms of leggings, you've got a lot more different detailing. You've got the waffle print. There's so much more going on in terms of details on the contour, in my opinion, in terms of to the visual eye, like from a distance, you can see a lot more, whereas pump, it's a lot more plain. And then coming into the back, obviously with pump, you've got the actual glute lift, the actual glute compression. Contour, it's just contouring. Scrunch wise, they're both about 3 inches on a size small, but with contour, it's a lot stretchier, it's a lot thinner, standard normal scrunch. Whereas with pump, you've got that wider, stiffer scrunch, which is in my opinion a lot harder to situate. So they are quite different. I would say in terms of waist compression, I find them really similar. Pump does measure a little bit smaller, but I find that they fit pretty similar. So if you're sizing for your waist, I'd go with the same size that you wear in contour. You're just caring about sizing for your waist. Be aware that through the leg, pump is a lot tighter than contour is. It's a thicker fabric, it's denser, it doesn't have as much stretch to it. And in terms of rolling for the shorts, they both roll just as bad in my experience. In terms of length for the shorts, both are 5-inch inseam, but I do find that with pump, because it's just tighter and the fabric's a lot denser, you don't get as much length out of them, so I do find that they fit a little bit shorter. Moving on, just compare it to normal, standard, good old amplify. I'm going to use the leggings and I'm going to use the berry drop as an example for this because I've been getting a lot of questions how the rise is compared to the berry drop. So it's definitely closest to that. I would say it's a tiny little bit higher. Actually with the espresso leggings, like I said, they're stretchier and I can pull them up a little bit more. I would say out of all the amplify drops, it's closest to that. In terms of comparing it to the emerald drop, much lower than the emerald drops. If you like the emerald drop but you wish it was a little bit lower, like the original one with cotton candy, you will really like this drop because it's actually a little bit lower and it doesn't have as much stretch to it either. So obviously you've still got that 3-tier waistband. Amplify, rise depends on the drop that you bought from, anywhere from mid to ultra high depending on the drop. Pump, it's mid to high, pretty much as standard across the board. Fabric wise, Amplify is obviously that silk, soft, slippery, seamless that everyone has come to know. It's a lot more pill prone through the general leg. Pump, you've got that thicker fabric through a portion of the leg, so it's not going to be as pill prone and it's going to give you a bit more structure. It's obviously got a little bit more texture to it, it's a little bit rougher. Edge panel, obviously that has changed, so on the pump it curves towards the front, on Amplify it's straight from the front and then curves more around the back. I think the standard Amplify one looked better, contoured the glutes better. I don't hate that it curves to the front, I just think pump also, pump needs to go like that, not like that. Instead of this, we want this. And then in terms of obviously the back, Amplify is totally plain, there's no details. This is your most subtle glute enhancing bottom from ALPHALETE. It's incredibly plain. This is basically comparing that base model to like high spec model in terms of glute game. You've got the under glute compression, you've got a totally different scrunch. Amplify, you've got that thin 4-row scrunch, again depending on the drop measures differently. Recently they're about 3 inches, same as pump, but pump is thicker, it's not as stretchy, it's definitely a lot more invasive and you're going to feel it a bit more in my opinion. In terms of the fabric on the bum, obviously Amplify fabric is the same all throughout. Pump has different textures. The pump butt pocket fabric is most comparable to standard Amplify. On those stretchier colours, white, espresso and ultraviolet, it's more like your thin fluffy fabric. On those more vibrant saturated colours, basically the rest of the colours that I've not just mentioned, emerald, acai, palace, Sahara and black, more similar to like berry, blade, rain, those thicker, denser, tougher Amplify fabrics that don't have as much stretch. Both, I believe, have a 25-inch inseam, but pump, in terms of the leggings, does fit shorter just because it's not as stretchy, so you can't stretch it up and down your leg quite as much as you can standard Amplify. And then finally, Revive. I'm going to talk about the leggings and the shorts, but they're kind of interchangeable. So in terms of the shorts, just inseam really quickly, they both are 5 inches, but Revive, they do sit more like a kind of biker length, and I know that Catherine's measures
6, whereas pump, mine measures 5, but it fits more like 4 in my opinion, because of the rigidity of the fabric and all those different textures sort of cling the back up in particular. You lose quite a bit of length. But then in terms of details, very different waistbands. So Revive, you've obviously got that more rigid waistband and it's not as like densely knitted. It doesn't have as much horizontal stretch. Revive is really hard to get on over your glutes because it doesn't have as much stretch and it's also not as tapered, which makes it sound like it's going to be more compressive, but in my opinion it's actually not. It's less compressive. Revive is a more comfortable waistband. Pump is your standard normal amplified 3-tier higher compression. In terms of rise, pump is mid to high, I would say. Revive is also mid to high, but looking at it, it looks more like a true high rise in comparison, especially on the shorts. And then obviously with Revive, you've got a lot more detail going on in the front. You've got the rib detailing front and all the different sort of panels, whereas with Pump, it's much more plain in the front. Fabric-wise, again, they are different. So Revive has standard amplify, but it's a little sturdier, it's a little thicker, performs better in squat tests, and it doesn't pill as much in my experience. Pump, you've got that waffle texture, so it is different to Revive. I would say the glue fabric is close to the glue fabric on Revive. Five, they did do a baby glute contour, like a bit glue lift, a little baby glue, and that's just on the inner portion. So it literally runs like, I would say, just shy of a half of the way under your glutes, and it's only an inner glute lift, which does create wrinkling below, especially in the leggings. That's something to be aware of. Whereas with Pump, it runs the whole way around and it's more compressive in my opinion in terms of that lift. Of the texture for that lift, Revive used the waffle-like texture under the glute, whereas Pump uses a smooth but denser texture under the glute. So there is a textural difference there as well. Moving on to the scrunch, I actually find that the Revive scrunch sits a lot better. Revive had the traditional Amplify 4-row scrunch, and I mean, tell me if you think I'm wrong, but putting them side by side, I feel like Revive scrunch looks a lot better than Pump. And I also feel like low-key, Revive looks more flattering on me. I could be wrong, but I feel like it is, even though technically it shouldn't be because it's less of a lift. I just feel like Revive looks a little bit more flattering on me when I look at these objectively. But those are the differences between Pump and other ALPHALETE bottoms. Okay, so I guess with Pump, that leads me on to the question that I have probably been most asked, which is this contour, amplify or Revive? And my honest answer right now, I have only had this stuff since Monday, and it's Thursday today. I've only had my full package since Monday. I've had a pair of shorts since previous Monday, so 2 weeks. I genuinely don't know. If I'm gonna give you my honest answer, having reviewed my try-on footage, like Revive looks best on me, but I do like Pump. With it being such a new product, it's completely different from ALPHALETE products, especially with the scrunch. I personally feel like I won't know where this ranks for me properly until I've had it for 1 to 2 months, because the biggest test of how good is this, how much do I like this product for me, is how much am I reaching for it. And with Pump, there's no excuse because I have neutrals, I've got colours in it, so there's no excuse of, oh well, I don't really like the colours it came in. There's really going to be no excuse in terms of the Pump colour palette. But honestly, I'm probably going to have to let you guys know my final thoughts in the next ALPHALETE drop, because I've not had this long enough and it's a brand new product, and I've made the mistake before of making a really strong opinion of, I really don't like this at all, or I really actually love this. I don't like to have such a strong reaction straight away anymore. I can say with absolute certainty, much prefer the mesh panel to be changed. I want the logo to be changed and get rid of that sort of weird box looking thing, and I also want the scrunch to be changed as well. Those are like my main things that I want to change about Pump, and then I think I would be preferring it more. But right now I genuinely don't know. I don't hate it. I also am not absolutely obsessed with it, and I'm not going to pretend that I am. 50-50 on it at the moment. I feel like it's gonna take more use and more wear. Please let me know what you guys think. I think Revive looks best on me. I think that's the most flattering, and I feel like a lot of that is because of the scrunch. I do, however, love that ALPHALETE tried to do something different and put their own spin on this and didn't just regurgitate someone else's product, because my issue with Define is I'm not comfortable wearing that. It's way too tight on the thigh. Fabric is super itchy for me, and it's too obvious looking for me. I feel really uncomfortable in it, and I just don't think it looks that good on me. And I really appreciate the fact that the textures are not so different. So it gives a subtle lift. Yes, it's much more subtle in terms of how tight it is, but it's much more subtle to the eyeball as well, and I personally do
appreciate that. So if you are someone who's wanted to dabble in the glute compression, but when you've tried it, it just looks too obvious for you, or you don't love that, then I would say it's worth giving pump a go. If you are, you know, you're die-hard Define, you love everything about Define, Rise, you love the waistband, you love how tight it is, I think you probably might not love pump, but it's not meant to be the same product, because ultimately Define have Impact, so you can always go and buy Define's Impact. It wouldn't make sense for ALPHALETE to basically remake Define's Impact. But yeah, those are the pump bottoms. Please let me know what you guys think, because I'm so intrigued to hear everyone's feedback. I think a compression legging is really hard to get right because everyone's built different. And between the shorts and leggings, the shorts actually cut my glutes off, whereas the leggings don't, even though they measure the same. I just feel like there's a lot of moving parts, and it's really hard to please everyone with a compression bottom because we're all built so different. Okay, now that pump is done, we're going to move on to the Sandy bra. This is a brand new bra for ALPHALETE. Fabric is the exact same fabric blend as all of the seamless pieces, and it's not that waffle texture in terms of the fabric on this that's on the leggings. However, it does have the waffle texture around the back, and it also runs under bust here for a little bit more of like a lift, and like it sort of pushes them this way and up a little bit. It really gives you a lift in this bra. Before I even get into details, you absolutely must size up in this bra. This isn't just my opinion, this is also ALPHALETE have said this themselves. They've gone and measured every single bra, and they've come in an entire size small in every single colour, in every single size. So please size up in this bra. For reference, I'm usually a small in all of ALPHALETE's bra. In this one I'm a medium, and honestly even a medium is still a little tight on my lats. I could probably do a large in this bra. That's how small it runs, but I am happy with a medium. If in doubt, one size up. If you have a really wide back, you might want to size it up 2, because technically sizing it up 2 would actually be getting a size up. That makes sense because it's already running a size small. Onto the details of this bra. So you've got the A logo here, and it is like the leggings and the shorts. I don't know if it's going to show up on camera, where it kind of has like a box texture around it, which makes it stand out even more, which I don't love. I wish it was tonal. I don't really like non-tonal branding anymore. If I could make all ALPHALETE's branding tonal, I would. And have a very deep and sort of wide cut in the front. This is a very booby bra. It's pretty low coverage. I would say it's pretty low coverage. And then you have a scrunch in the middle here, this sort of ruching effect. I wasn't sure on, but I actually do really enjoy. But the labelling is printed in, which is a constant change now for ALPHALETE seamless, which I do much prefer. And then under bust, you can see here it actually curves under bust, so it's not flat, which is super flattering as well. And like I said, you've got that mesh paneling, double layered in the front, comes with padding. I personally take it out because the padding in the seamless bras is crap. Really stiff, it's really rigid, it can peel. It's just not good quality in my opinion. So in the white you can see the padding, just to make you aware, so you would need to put the padding against your skin or wear nipple covers. If you take the padding out, white isn't sheer, as in you can't see through both layers. It's actually pretty thick. There's no branding around the back, it just comes into this, and then here you can actually adjust this bra, so you can either wear it with the strap straight across at the back, or you can unhook them and cross them over so it fits, instead of being more straight over the shoulder, or of a halter neck with a crossback style. And it's also adjustable in terms of the length as well. The max length on a size small is 14 inches for the strap. The max length on a medium is 15 inches. Now I do want to mention that the seams on this bra and the straps in particular are much thicker than ALPHALETE's other bras that they have done. They have a decent amount of bounce to them, but they are thicker, which I do find makes them dig in a little bit more. The adjusters on this bra are awful. They are so stiff, so hard to maneuver. That is one thing that really lets this bra down, because the sizing issue and the adjusters and how bulky it all gets back there, which I'll talk about in a second. I actually really like this bra. It's really flattering from the front. From the front, this is one of ALPHALETE's most flattering bras on me, but the adjusters are so stiff. I was legit fighting for my life trying to move the adjusters. So the adjusters, in my opinion, need quite a lot of work. And I've also noticed that they are tonal, yes. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see. Hopefully you can see the paint has actually already started coming off on my Sahara colour, so do be aware, even though they're tonal, it won't stay that way for long, because I've had that a week and it's already started coming off. And then the other issue that you run into, guys, why is this so bulky? Because these straps are so bulky, if you are someone who is going to need a lot of length, which I am, because especially for me, I prefer to wear this crossed over, which means you need more length anyway to not absolutely kill your trap. This creates creates so much bulk. If you are hip thrusting, if you are benching, you're really going to feel it, and it's honestly quite uncomfortable. Whilst I appreciate that the thicker straps, it feels a little bit more supportive, it's not practical. I think it's making the adjusters run really stiff, and it also just creates so much bulk here that when you're training it's actually quite inconvenient. And if you're putting a top over the bra, you've just got this massive knob on your back which I don't think looks the best. Like, she's moving, but she's taking her time, you know? One of my main gripes, other than the sizing, which, just to reiterate, if you skip past that, these run an entire size small. You need to size up naturally, and I would honestly say if you are wide in the back, like you've got really big lats, you might want to go up 2 sizes, because for me, even in the medium, I'm happy with the medium. It looks good from the front and it's generally quite comfortable. It's still really squeezing my lats at the back, even in a medium. The medium is technically a small, so I would have needed a medium, but because the sizing's wrong, it's actually a large, if that makes sense. You might want to go up 1 sizes, you might want to go up 2, but I would not recommend that you size down in this. Even if you are the narrowest person in the world, you're going to be in pain, okay, if you size down in this. In terms of side boob coverage, I actually find this really decent. In terms of the coverage under bust as well, really decent, doesn't move around much, stays in place really well, and because you've got that curve, it feels a lot more coverage even though it's so narrow here. In terms of support, it's low support. There isn't really much support in this. If you have implants or small boobs, you might be pushing medium just because it is such a tight fit, but for anyone else, it's going to be a low support bra. In terms of trap comfortability, this isn't a comfy all day wear bra because it's got those thicker straps. I do find that after about 2-3 hours, even the medium, I need to take it off. It does dig in, but it's fine to train in, whereas the size small, I was in pain even in the gym. Obviously you can wear the straps either way, but do be aware that if you are gonna wear them straight over, they don't stay in place that well and they do twist. In my opinion, I would recommend that you cross them over at the back. First of all, I think it looks better, but second of all, it keeps things in place a lot better. And I also find that when you cross them over, you get more of the push-up effect. This bra looks best on everyone when it's worn crossed over from front or back, because when you wear it sideways, it kind of fits a little weird here and it starts going really wide, whereas if you wear it around the neck, it gives you a really nice line of coverage. That's the only way I can describe it. In terms of sweat proof, it's not sweat proof, it does show sweat. In terms of pilling, I've not experienced pilling yet, but it is that standard Amplify fabric on the bust, so you do need to be mindful with bags and friction and anything rubbing up against it that it might start bobbling and pilling. Another thing to note is there is also this like random blob of stitching on all the pieces, which I'm assuming is where it's sort of made into one, because otherwise it's completely seamless. In terms of comparing this to that seamless halter, because I feel like it's comparable, because this can be kind of worn halter style, it just crosses at the back, it's got that ruching in the front. I've had a lot of questions about this to that, totally different. This fits so much tighter. This in a size small is 10 inches under bust, and it has not much stretch to it at all, guys. Like, it's really quite stiff, there's not a ton of stretch to it, whereas the size small in this one is 12 inches, so it's 2 inches wider, and it also just has so much more give to it. I could have done an extra small in these, but in these, like I said, I'm a medium, and I could probably even do a large for my lats because they are quite wide around the back. The other halter, it's a true halter, and it has that one adjuster. The straps are a lot thinner. This is the old one, this is the new Sandy bra. They're not obviously the exact same, this is a true halter, but I just feel like style-wise, they're quite similar. Even though this one looks like it gives more coverage here, because this one curves under, I actually find I get more coverage with this, just got more structure to it, and it feels better made. It honestly feels really nice quality. The only issues with it is the adjusters, the bulkiness of the adjusters, but other than that, the quality of it feels really nice, and for such a minimal bra, I do feel a little bit more held in with it. I personally prefer it to the seamless halter. For that reason, I just feel like it shapes me better, whereas in the seamless halter, I feel like my tits are just kind of sitting there. This one is really going to give you a push and a lift, but remember, you must size up at least 1 size because they run an entire size small. If you're only going to do one thing for this video, size up in the Sandy bra if you're going to get it, please. My overall thoughts on the Sandy bra are I actually really like it. I just need them to, I want them to keep this as one of their like standard bras that they do in more colours. I just need them to fix the adjusters, the thickness on the adjusters, and also the sizing. That really needs to be fixed as well, because even in the medium, like I said, it's good here, but it's still quite tight around the back, and it's just, it needs some tweaks. It's not perfect, but I do really like it, and I can tell you now, you will be seeing me wear this a lot for my workouts. I'm also having to keep in mind I did get sent these for free, I didn't pay for them, and I'm not sure how I'd feel about paying for it when it has the issues that it has with the sizing, with the adjusters, with them being so stiff, with it being so bulky. I'm not sure. Okay, moving on, push tanks. I'm doing these quick because they've already dropped before, so there's not too much to go over. Details really quickly. These are basically a seamless cami top. The details that you have here is very narrow straps. These straps sit very narrowly and quite far into the chest. You've got quite a low cut in the front. You have this shaping under bust here, so it's kind of like shapewear in a top, like you can see here where it sort of leaves room for the bosom. And then you also have some contouring around the side, but it's definitely not snatching in terms of the body. It's the tits that are going to be asking, like begging, pleading for their life. I would say it's a long crop. It's a glorified crop top. It's a meet and greet. It's a crop top. With pump, for example, it does meet just about over the top of the waistband, and that's mid-rise on me, so I do find that when I walk it does ride up a little bit. The only change with this is the logo. So the A logo is now on the back and it's stickered on, whereas before it was ALPHALETE. Personally, I don't love this, but this wasn't actually meant to be there. I know that Christian didn't actually want this here, so this was a mistake. It's not meant to be there, so I'm sure that for future drops they will be fixing that. I even suggested to them just making this no branding, because I really don't think it's needed when it's such an everyday piece. Personally, I'm a big details girl, as we've probably gathered by now. I just don't like the fact that you've got this A logo again in the sort of box. I don't know what it is with the A logo. It's like it's in a box, and then if you were to wear an ALPHALETE bottom, it's going to say ALPHALETE. I don't like that it's not consistent, and I would rather it just have no branding. In terms of the straps, they are adjustable and they are easy adjusters. The straps aren't so thick on this, and the adjusters glide like a dream. They're not stiff on this at all, and it's really easy to adjust there. A built-in bra, which also has the shaping built in again. So you've got the shaping on the front of the top, and then you've got the shaping on the built-in bra underneath for like double maximum lift. Fabric wise, it's the same as all seamless fabrics. It's that softer, slippy sort of seamless fabric, and they are single lined, other than where obviously the bra is, where it's thicker. I will say that again, it's similar to pump. The brown feels a lot softer and a lot slicker, whereas the acai berry feels a little bit rougher, not quite as soft. So there are differences between colours in terms of feel, but I don't find it impacts the fit too much. I got this in a small and medium because they just sent me the small, otherwise I would have just asked for medium. I am a medium in the push tank. Reason being is it's very tight over bust. In my opinion, it runs really small over bust, and it runs really small on the built-in bra as well. The bottom band is really tight. Even in the medium, it pudges me a little bit underneath. Even in the small, the waist of this, it's not sculpting or snatching, it's just kind of a body fit. So when you go up a size, it doesn't make a ton of difference. I'll show you guys side by side so you can see. It doesn't go like super loose in the waist in a medium. If anything, I just feel like a lot of ALPHALETE pieces are tight in all the wrong places. Like, I personally would like this to be more snatching in the way, and yeah, give us a little bit of a boob lift if we want one, but it doesn't need to be so tight. Like with a lot of ALPHALETE tops, they're tight in all the wrong places. Head on the side of caution, because I know that some people like compression. With my sizing advice last time, and I said stay true to size. If you're between sizes or a little bit conscious, size up. And then I got a lot of DMs from people who stayed true to size in the push tank because they thought they liked compression. They found actually no, this just runs really tight. I just thought it was me, but it's clearly not. So I would honestly advise you to take a size up in the push tank, unless you are super narrow in the bust, super narrow under bust. That would be my sizing advice. It does show sweat. Like I said, with rolling, it does roll up. With movement, with arm raising, with walking, it does ping up a little bit. It doesn't stay like perfectly in place. Straps stay in place pretty well. I don't find that they twist or roll down. Pretty comfortable as well. I don't find that they dig in too much. The discomfort with this is in the built-in bra because it's too tight, and it's also tight over bust. Your girl is spilling out of the cebolinas in this. In terms of when you go a size up, you get a tiny little bit more length, but it also doesn't really make a difference. So this is basically just a long crop. The only other thing I would mention is the straps do sit really narrowly in. So for me, I find I get a lot of side boob with this, even in a medium. It's not my favourite because of that. The straps are just very narrow. So if you've got a really narrow chest or very narrow build, I think you'll like this. But if you've got got bigger boobs, or your boobs sit out to the side a little bit more, or you're just naturally a bit more broad and you don't want to emphasize that, I don't think you will love this because the narrow straps really emphasize it. If you love your broadness, you will love it because it's going to emphasize it, but if you don't love that, where it does emphasize it, and if your boobs sit more outwards like mine do, you're going to get a lot of side boob in it. In terms of support, low support. This top doesn't give you any support. Despite how tight it is, it's still low support. I tried to run in it and even for me, it was low support. So yeah, that's the push tank. She is a brand favourite. A lot of the athletes love it, a lot of customers love it, but the general sizing advice is it runs small and you generally want to size up in it. For me personally, it's not my favourite. I have other tank tops that I would rather wear that are comfier and that I feel flatter my physique better. This just makes me feel really broad, in all honesty. I don't hate it, but I also don't love it either. So for me personally, it's not a top pick, but a lot of people love the push tank. Okay, moving on to the shape jacket. This is a new seamless jacket and we've got it in a small and a medium. I just want to preface this because as I'm filming this review, I feel like I'm kind of pooping on everything, and I'm not. I just feel like I want to be level-headed about the products and say how I really feel and be as honest as I always am. And I feel like around the pump drop, because it's such a big innovation, not from ALPHALETE because they want us to be as honest as possible, but I just personally feel bad. Like, I feel like there's a little bit of pressure to really love it, and I don't hate the stuff, I don't hate pump, I'm just not sure it's my favourite thing ever yet. And it's also really hard when everyone else loves it because I don't want to feel like a negative Nancy, and I don't want to feel like the one person that's just like, oh, does she fucking like anything, bitch? And yeah, I do apologise if I'm coming across negative because I really don't want to. I just want to be honest, and I can honestly love something. I can honestly also think I'm not sure about things. Shape jacket, let's get into the details. Fabric blend is the same as all the other seamless pieces. I would say this feels like the push tanks, to be honest. But again, I do find that the purple colour, weirdly not the black, and the white even in the jacket, and the Sahara colour, it just feels stiffer. So there are differences between colours even in the jacket, so that's just something to know. Not to the point where you need to say change sizing between colours, but it is a notable difference. Like, this isn't as soft as my black one. Like, my black one feels silkier. Anyway, she's a seamless jacket, she's a full zip, so let's get into the details. You have a collar, you have a full zip which has the lockable zipper, which basically means if you zip it down, tug on it, but you've locked it, it won't zip down further. So it basically locks the zip in place. If you leave it up, then it will, but if you keep it down, it won't. You've got ALPHALETE here, non-tonal branding, and it's just a sticker logo. Again, inconsistent branding between pieces, which I don't personally love. I can at least appreciate that this is tiny. They've not put the big A logo on it. For me personally, logos on jackets should be back of neck. I don't want to see it on the front. I don't want to be a walking advertisement when it comes to a jacket, especially because it's such an out and about piece as well. It's not always a gym piece. I prefer as minimal branding as possible when it comes to my seamless jackets. Then you've got long sleeves, no thumb holes, and then coming into the body, it's actually dipped at the front here, so it sort of tapers down. There's no pockets on it. You have some contour detailing around the side, and then at the back it's just completely plain. There's no branding or anything. It's obviously shorter at the back. You do have this seam that runs all the way down the middle at the back, which I believe is something to do with construction, but my other seamless jackets that I have don't have it, so I don't love that. I just think it makes it look a little bit as clean finish looking, in my opinion. She does fit longer than the Aura Sculpt, and I will compare it in full in a second, but what? Push tank, you know, I just want some true full length options. And I know that they're coming, but I'm being so patient, and I've been asking for years, and it feels like they decided to give us an extra inch, but we're really having to fight for the extra 2, you know? Especially because the Aura Sculpt was a meet and greet length, a long crop length. It would have been nice for the next jacket to have been just a normal long jacket length, but it's what it is. Second gripe is this collar is so stiff, and it's stiff so that when you zip it up, it doesn't strangle you, but if you're moving around, it's not the most comfortable. Also, when you zip this down, the collar just sort of sticks up. You can't get it to look, no, it just looks really clunky. Like, the collar just sort of sticks up, and I don't love how it looks. Same collar that's on the Casio bra, so if you like that, you will like this. this, for me, I don't love it. It's completely stiff, it has no stretch to it. It sits up really funkily when it's unzipped, which is how I would wear it. When it's zipped all the way up, it's quite uncomfortable when you're moving around, it just feels really restrictive. There's no pockets on it, which, to be honest, with seamless jackets, I feel like it's quite hard to put pockets on them, so I'm not actually too mad at that, but in an ideal world, I would prefer a pocket. And obviously the seam down the back and the logo I would personally change as well. I'm going to go over sizing before I compare. This jacket is so tight on the arms. I wore this to training in a size small last week. I had to take it off. I did not want to take it off because I was wearing the sandy brown in a size small, which was too small, and I felt, first of all, like the village whore, but second of all, I was so uncomfortable because everything was bulging out in the wrong places because I was wearing sizes that don't fit. I had this goddamn jacket on that was so really tight across the shoulders and really tight through the arm. So I actually had to take it off because it was hurting here, like in my elbow crease. So like when a jacket is too tight, that's where it hurts, and that's where this was hurting me. Like the arms are just way too tight on this. But then the annoying thing is the waist isn't. Like the arms are probably 10 times tighter than the waist is. Like the compression I get on my arms in this jacket in a size small is insane. And the size small, it does taper to the waist nicer than the sculpt jacket, for example, in my opinion. It's still not actually compressing me, it's just sitting on my body. It's not actually, whereas on my arms, I'm like, gotta move my arms, I feel like I'm gonna cut my blood circulation and die. Not to be dramatic, but I'm not joking, this is seriously tight on the arms. It's quite tight over chest too, but I would say the arms is where I notice it the most. I just feel like I said this with the push tank, ALPHALETE's tops are tight in all the wrong places. Like a BBL jacket, it should snatch in the way. I'm not asking for wrinkly arms with loads of room, but I am asking to not feel like my blood circulation's been cutting off. I think it's asking for too much. Like everything's tight in the wrong places. The Aura jacket, it wasn't super sculpted on the waist or tight on the waist, but it was really tight over bust. Just feel like they're fitting tight in the wrong places for the type of product. Like we want these products to snatch us in the waist, not in the arm. With that being said, I'm going to go over sizing. I got these in a small and a medium. 100% prefer a medium. Now in a medium, is the waist less snug and do I have a bit more excess fabric? Yeah, I cannot wear the size small because it's so uncomfortable on my arms, and I also feel like because it's fitting so tight around the arms and shoulder, the seams look really weird, like it all just looks off. Nothing's sitting quite right up top because of how goddamn tight the arms are. But I personally prefer a medium. If you are someone who does not store any fat in your arms whatsoever, you're a lean bee and you really want a compressive fit, you can probably stay true to size. But most people, I would strongly advise you size up in the jacket, not for the waist but for the arm. Considering even if you go true to size, you're not really going to snatch your waist that much anyway. Going a size up doesn't make a ton of difference in it. It's not like you really snatched in the waist in a small and then you lose it all when you go to a medium. There isn't that much in it in the waist, but in the arms it's so much more comfortable. I would highly recommend that you size up in it. If you live in a warmer climate, you might find that this is too dense for you because it's not super thin, it's actually quite a thick jacket, so that's just something to be aware of. In terms of movement, I do find that with movement and sort of moving my arms around, not rolling around, but you know the drill, I do find the bottom of this does kind of come up and I do have to readjust it, but when I'm walking, because of the way it's tapered, it doesn't actually ping up too much, which I don't mind. In terms of where this sits lengthwise on my body, it sits really nicely with all of ALPHALETE's seamless bottoms. It covers my waist, it definitely goes over the top and then it comes down a little bit, and I do like around the back it is quite short, it just about meets, and I do find with movement I end up with a little bit of skin peeking out, so that's something to be aware of. Now in terms of comparing this to the old Amplify jacket, the old Amplify jacket I've actually got on in an extra small and it's way comfier. Probably comfier than even the medium if I'm going to be real. It was just so much softer, stretchier and nowhere near as tight in the arms, and that's the original Amplify jacket. I believe that's in Thundercloud. Collar is also much nicer on that because it's soft, it's stretchy, it doesn't strangle you. If I'd have had that sort of silkiness and stretchiness to the fabric and that fit but in a long version, that would be the perfect seamless jacket. Like that jacket was really nice, and in terms of how that feels on my skin, branding also is at the back of the neck. In terms of how that feels on my skin and the arms and the tightness and stuff, I do actually prefer that, but I prefer the length of this because obviously I'm not a cropped girly anymore. That one's about 14 inches, this one is about 5 inches longer at about 19 inches. inches, so it is a lot longer than the Amplify jacket. And then in terms of comparing this to the Aura Sculpt, this one, whilst it doesn't snatch the waist because it's not got that bulkiness at the bottom, it does taper the waist better than the Aura Sculpt does. Obviously that one's got pockets, this one doesn't. The Aura Sculpt one is that soft, buttery, brushed fabric. This one is not. It's like a stiffer, seamless in most colours. Obviously some colours are softer, but most colours. This one has more contouring details. Aura was a lot more plain. Branding was tonal on Aura and at the bottom, so you don't really notice it. Branding on this is a lot more noticeable. Collar on Aura was also completely different to the collar on this one. This one's stiff, it goes all the way up, whereas on Aura it's kind of clean finish and it doesn't really have that full-blown collar. It also doesn't zip all the way up. Both have a lockable zipper. Aura has thumb holes, and then finally Aura is not as tight in the arm. Aura was quite tight over the chest compared to the arm on this. Oh, it's very, very, very comfortable. Aura less tight on the arms, but also less like tapered on the waist and a lot more bulky. It's got more structure to it, I would say. This one is thinner, so it's able to sit to the body better, but the arms on this are so much tighter. In terms of sweat, you will see sweat in this jacket. It's not sweat proof, it's a seamless fabric, but it does dry pretty quickly. And in terms of pilling, I honestly feel like this jacket is highly likely not going to pill a ton, just because most of the colourways don't feel quite so soft, so that's a plus to it. In terms of the white, it's completely see-through, so like the pump bottoms, it's completely see-through, to the point where I personally think it looks a little bit silly how see-through it is. I'm just going to show you guys that here, but the white jacket is completely see-through. I've got white on underneath it, and especially with the sandy bra, because you can see the logo through it, and then obviously you've got the logo of the jacket on top, it looks a little bit clunky and a little bit messy in my opinion. Personally, I don't love the jacket, and I'm going to wait until they do a better one so that I have like a solid recommendation for you guys. Both the jackets that they've done have been a miss for me for different reasons. Neither of them are my favourite, just being completely honest. I prefer other zip-up jackets that I have. ALPHALETE are yet to do one that I personally prefer, but I'm sure that they will. The jacket is a miss for me. I just feel like the collar, the arm, it just needs to be tweaked and perfected. Looks good, but in terms of how it feels on, not the most comfortable, and that's something I really appreciate in my active wear or things I'm going to wear day to day, so not my personal favourite. I probably wouldn't recommend. Know me is to know, oh god, we're really clearing the rack and it's music to my eyeballs because I've been filming since 12 and it's 3:15. The baby tees are back, but these are the varsity baby tees, so basically it's the exact same. It's 94 cotton, 6 elastane, literally the exact same. The only difference is you've got new branding on it, and I really like that ALPHALETE are trying out some prints for women. I feel like we always get lumped with unisex stuff. I like stuff like this. I think it's really cute, and I'm a minimal branding girly, but I think this top is really, really cute. So in terms of details, you've just got the standard t-shirt neckline at the front here, comes into like cap sleeves, so it's not like a full short sleeve. It actually has like a little bit of a cap cut to it. It's sort of cut more diagonal rather than being cut straight. Actually really flattering. And then ALPHALETE is stickered on. The only thing is this obviously is stickered on, and I've not had them long enough to know if it's going to peel or crack. I will have to let you know, but obviously with it being such a big logo, if it does, that will be a big problem because it's going to be really obvious looking. In terms of length, meet and greet length, so this meets the top of Amplify, but obviously as soon as you walk, meets the top of Pump. As soon as you walk, this does move around. In terms of sizing for these, I go down a size, and I would say if you got the last drop of baby tees and you got the yellow and the pink, they were quite sheer, weren't they, and they were quite stretchy and thin. These ones, I've only got the black and the emerald green, but they're definitely on the tighter side in my opinion. Not to the point where you don't need to size down, but it's that typical baby tee where it's a little bit thicker and it fits a little bit tighter and it's not got quite as much stretch to it. It still has stretch, it's just not quite as stretchy as those light colours from the last drop, so you don't need to change sizing. I'm just making you aware. The green and the black are both completely fine. I can wear these without a bra. They're not actually see-through for me in the dark colours. Light colours obviously will be. Sweat, these do show sweat, and in terms of like shrinkage and stuff, they don't shrink in the wash, but what will happen is when you wear it through the day, you'll stretch it, you'll tug on it, and it will expand. The next time you wash it, it shrinks back to how it was when you first put it on, if that makes sense. It retains its shape well over time with wash, but through the day it does bag out a little bit, but that's the only shrinkage you experience. It doesn't shrink beyond the size it is when you get it. They do show sweat and they also stink, so if you wear these and sweat in them, you really need to wash it as quick as you can and not just sit in it all day, because you will be honking, okay? Something about this fabric that gets really stinky if you get sweaty. I know that sometimes people like to get 2 days out of a top, for example. You can't do that with this. It will stink once you've sweated in it, no matter the deodorant, so that's something to be aware of. Obviously you can wear these multiple ways, wear it meet meet and greet in its full length. You can crop it, you can also bolero it. I wasn't sure you'd be able to because of how the branding is done, but if you curve it around the ALPHALETE, it actually looks quite cute in my opinion. But I would probably just crop it or wear it long with these ones because it could get a little bit dicey with the branding. But honestly, I love these and I'm really happy to see them doing a different branding. I love minimal branding, I love how minimal the baby tees are, but I was getting bored of them and I just love how this looks. Like I wore this black one with the white shorts to the gym last week with like a snatched ponytail. I felt so hot. I look quite pretty actually. Happy to see them doing prints. Love these. I think they're well priced. It's one of ALPHALETE's best products in my opinion. They last really well. I've not had an issue with any of them and I have no notes. I'm very, very, very happy to have more baby tees and I can't wait to see them expand on the prints that they're doing on them. Cute as fuck. I also feel like this might be based off a request I made because I did send a request like a year ago. So if it is, thank you ALPHALETE. Can you believe it guys? Going through on stretch. I can't believe it myself. Anyway, we're just going to go over tenacity and then we are done and dusted. So very quickly, this fabric is 70 nylon, 30 spandex. I swear, and I've said this, when tenacity started it was 75-25. Now it's 70-30. Regardless, that is the fabric. I will say, I used to describe tenacity as being somewhere between comfort and performance because it used to be a lot less brushed. It was still brushed, but it used to be a lot less brushed and it used to have a lot less sort of give and stretch to it. Recent drops, and especially with this drop, I personally feel like it's a lot more brushed to the point now where I'm like, this is just a slightly denser, slightly tighter version than Aura. Like it doesn't have any slick feeling to it whatsoever. It sort of feels like suede. That's the way I would describe how tenacity feels now, but it feels like by the drop getting more and more and more brushed. So with that being said, it does show sweat and in my experience it takes quite a while to dry. It does pill because it's got that more brushness to it now, so it is pill prone. Another thing to be aware of, especially with bright, is that when you sweat in these and get them wet, the dye does run quite a lot. I've actually had the dye run onto my skin and I've actually sweated in, I can't remember which bra it is, it's one of the bras from the last drop and then washed it and it's like the sweat stain is still in there because it's not sweat, it's water that's made the dye run and now the dye has just gone kind of fucked up and I know that that happened to a couple of you as well. So do be aware if you're interested in bright, you really need to be careful with the sweat situation because something seems to be going on with the sweat and the dye. But yeah, that is tenacity fabric. It's more compressive than Aura, but honestly in terms of hand feel at this point they feel really similar because tenacity is just getting more and more brushed. If you want tenacity fabric in depth, I've done it already, but I'm just going to skip over that because that is basically all you need to know about tenacity fabric and I will leave a more detailed description below where I compare it to other ALPHALETE fabric, other brands fabrics, but yeah, that's the long and short of it. First product, Lena bra. This dropped in the last drop, so again I've literally just reviewed it, so I don't want to harp on it too much, so I hope this doesn't feel like I'm rushing through it. I just don't want to go into that same level of depth again because if you're watching this you probably watched that one. I will give you everything you need to know regardless. So this is the Lena bra. She comes with padding. I always take the padding out. They did send me a medium in this just for reference with the try-on clips by accident. I'm a size small in Lena. I wouldn't recommend sizing up. I would stay true to size. I would only size up if you are between sizes, but generally I would say it fits really true to size. So you've got this sort of, it's almost squared and then it goes into like a sort of heart neckline at the front here, which is really flattering. It is quite low cut and boobyish, but it's really flattering. I find it because of the cut, it gives a nice lift. Have decent side boob coverage and then it curves under bust here. There's no elastic band to keep it in place, but it does stay in place pretty well with movement in my experience. In terms of the branding on this, it's just the little rubber tonal logo and I've worn my yellow Lena bra a lot. I've not actually noticed the logo coming off yet, so it seems to have a decent level of durability at least. And then in terms of the darts, you've got darts at the side here. Now if darts have no haters, I have departed God's green earth because they never line up properly, ever. You take this off and you put it back on, the darts do not line up properly and it just looks bad. It just creates weird clunk, which I don't personally love, so I would like to see darts be gone unless it's a piece where there's no padding in it, so it's sewn. They basically just come apart, so you end up with one line here and then the dart from the inside will be all the way down here and you end up with a weird triangle looking thing on the side of your tip. Into the back, it's not adjustable in terms of the length, so you can't adjust the length of the straps, but you can adjust these here, so you can either wear them pushed out or you can wear them close together. I personally prefer it how it looks when it's pulled together. I find it more flattering on my back, but also when you wear them pushed to the the side, you will get a weird sort of little pouch here, which I just think looks a little bit clunky and I don't love how it looks. And I also find that when you pull the straps to the side, the chest doesn't necessarily fit as well, because it is definitely like a comfier, stretchier bra. So I personally just prefer to keep them in the front. I did say in my last haul I was undecided on how I felt about this because of that design. It looks like it's hiking in the back, but the more I've worn it, I actually really like it and I don't care about it. I've seen pictures of me in it, I've seen me training in it, and I think it looks fine. I still am not obsessed with the fact it looks like it's hiking in the back, but it's not as bad as I thought it would be, and it's not something that's been bothering me, just to give you guys an update on that. That's the Lena bra. So in terms of support, this is a low support bra. It's not going to give you any support whatsoever. You push the straps to the side, it does make it fit a little looser, so that's something to be aware of as well from a support point of view. In terms of pilling, obviously it's tenacity fabric, so it's brushed. You do need to be careful, it can pill. In terms of sweat, like I mentioned, it will show sweat, and with the bright colours it can cause issues with the dye. I don't know what's going on there, so I would just be mindful with that. Obviously we've already gone over sizing, so I'm pretty sure that's it for the Lena bra. I really like this bra. It's probably one of my favourite bras they've done, and if you were wondering between this and the Sandy bra, if you prioritise comfort over anything, go with the Lena bra. It's so comfortable, it's so soft on the skin, and it's not going to be like nipping into you anywhere or anything like that. So I would highly recommend the Lena bra this drop if you prioritise comfort over anything else, and you don't want any, you want something flattering but not something that's going to feel too much or you're going to be wanting to take it off after 2 hours. I can wear this one all day. I really do like the Lena bra a lot, so this is definitely a top pick for me in this launch. Okay, moving on, we've got the dip back legging and the dip back short. I'm going to talk about these interchangeably because it's literally the same thing. One of them is just a short, one of them is a legging. So the shorts are a 5-inch inseam and the leggings are a 26.5-inch inseam, and I've got both of these in a medium. I've tried leggings in a size small and they were fine, they were okay. They were not my favourite thing in the world, but they were okay. But this time they sent me them in a medium, and the shorts I've only tried in a medium because I decided to pick that one out. So in terms of the details, there is no elastic in the top of the waistband on the tenacity pieces on the front. However, around the back there is this sort of elastic in the back, which I find causes me a lot of like digging in. It just makes me pudge in a way that I don't usually on normal tenacity pieces, but I don't find with the dip back that it causes an issue. I also don't think it adds anything to the bottom, so I wish they'd just take it out of the tenacity pieces because it's not really needed. You've then got the A logo, which is just tonal, and at the side I love how small it is. I love that it's tonal. It doesn't bother me at all because of that, because you literally can't see it. And then it comes into a slightly dipped waistband, but the waistband is not compressive on these in my opinion. The fabric is dense, yes, but you're not going to get amplify compression in tenacity in terms of the waist. It's just not got that like structure or ribbing to it. And then you've got a 5-inch inseam around the back. You have got a little bit of a dip. It's not an intense dip. You still get about 7 inches rise. Where this dip hits you is where an amplify, like shorter rise or a pump bottom would hit you. That's where it's going to hit you because it's about 7 inches. It's just taller around the front. These are 9 inches around the front, so they're a lot higher. But the dip isn't exaggerated just to prove to you, like it's not creeping up on your ass crack, because it's literally the same height as a lot of amplifies in even a size small. You have the tenacity hidden scrunch. Now this is about 5.5 inches, which I don't love because the tenacity scrunch on the everyday core is usually about 4, and it's the same for the cross front, and I personally just think that's a lot more flattering on me. I find that this one just sticks up a little bit too much and I don't love how long it is, so I would like to see this shortened. And honestly the dip back exaggerated a little bit more because I feel like it's not super obvious what it's doing. But with that being said, whether it's the leggings or the shorts, because they both have all those details I've just explained, this isn't going to be a panty shower. So if you're worried about squatting, being able to see things, you really don't need to worry about it with the dip back because it's very subtle. And then in terms of the seam down the side, it's a straight seam, not a curved seam, which again I wish they'd done curved seam. I just think it's more flattering in my opinion. And those details are the same on the legging. It's just a 27-inch seam. Measure the same, everything is the same. As I've just spoken about squatting, I'm going to put my tenacity squat test in here. Neon coral, you need nude underwear or go commando because it's completely sheer. It's not even stand-up proof if you wear anything dark. And if you've got thigh tattoos, you need to be careful. You will be able to see things in this, so just be mindful of that. Neon coral is very sheer. Silver and cerulean, however, are completely fine. Are really decently solid, and I'm very happy with the squat proofness of those. Tenacity tends to do better than seamless, but neon coral is still incredibly sheer. In terms of the rise on these, it's actually different between the shorts and the leggings. I like the fact that they measure the same, they're both 9 inches in rise. The leggings sit more mid to high, whereas the shorts sit more high rise. I think shorts must just have more stretch to them and I can pull them up more, but I'll pop them in side by side so you guys can see. They definitely fit higher than the leggings do. The leggings feel like they're being tugged down a little bit more. Glute flatteringness, they're okay. They're not like out of this world crazy. I don't love the side seam being straight, and I wish that the scrunch was a little bit shorter around the back just to shape the glutes a little bit better. I feel like the contouring isn't quite contouring because of the length of that. Honestly, it's a bog standard plain legging. I wouldn't say it's anything to write home about. For me, the dip back range just feels unfinished. I said it in February, I still feel the same. They just feel unfinished and rushed. It feels like they weren't given the same attention as other pieces, if that makes sense. I just feel like there's a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense about them. Like the scrunch is so much longer than the other tenacity pieces. The dip back isn't actually that much of a dip back. The side seam is straight. I don't know, I don't personally love these, but I do really like the neon coral colour. It makes you look so tanned. It's so flattering. In terms of camel toe, I do get a camel toe with these. In terms of sweat, like I said, does show sweat, and also with the brights you need to be leery of sweat because it makes the dye run and then it won't come out in the wash and it goes a bit weird, so be aware of that. In terms of sizing, obviously I got both the short and the legging in a medium. I would give the same sizing for these, given that I have tried a size small in the legging before, as I give for all tenacity, or like a high compression, like a bit more of a held in feel, or a cut and sew fabric. Obviously it's not the same as seamless, but it's dense for a cut and sew fabric. Stay true to size. Between sizes, size up. If you've got really thick thighs, size up, and if you hate compression, also size up. I can do a small or a medium, and honestly there isn't much of a difference in it. The medium is just a little bit more comfortable and easier to get on. These aren't my personal favourite. If I was to go with any tenacity bottom, I'd probably get their everyday core bottoms over these ones. Those are my favourite tenacity bottom that they do. And if you like a cross waist, I just personally don't. Those are really nice as well. I just don't love these. They feel really unfinished and rushed. Okay, final piece. We've got the Lena bodysuit, and I've saved it one of my favourite pieces to last because I feel like in the pump hype, this is going to get so slept on. Please don't sleep on this. I've been having a fight, a fisticuff if you will, domestic, with ALPHALETE bodysuits, because I know that some people love the Allure and the Cole bodysuit. For me personally, both of them made me look like a linebacker. They were so criminally unflattering on me that they deserved jail time. And they kept doing super high neck with like the same neckline, and I loved that they were backless. That neckline was so unflattering on me. I didn't love either of them, and I will be completely real, and I said this in my hauls at the time, so it's not a shock to anyone. I have not worn those bodysuits other than for the tri clips. That's it. If I put on a piece of clothing and it makes me feel worse than I do naked, I'm not wearing it. And that's not me saying I'm going to be the town crier going out naked. I'm just not wearing something that makes me feel worse than I do naked. Why would I do that? I just stay at home, start bottling naked. To be honest, it's really rare that ALPHALETE put out a piece that makes me feel actually bad about myself. Those bodysuits did. So when I saw they were doing another bodysuit, I was like, oh god. And then I tried it on and I was like, do you know what, ALPHALETE? All sins are forgiven. This is obviously the tenacity fabric, which we've already gone over, so I won't bore you to death with that, but these are the details. So the chest is actually quite similar to Lena. If I show you guys neck and neck, the straps are actually pretty similar between this and the Lena, and so is the cut. Like, it's honestly almost identical. There's probably like a slight difference to it, but Lena bra, Lena bodysuit. They have the same necklines. If you like the Lena, you like the bodysuit. Chest area, you've got the side darts, like I said. If darts have no hairs, I am dead. Please take them off. They don't line up properly and I don't like them. Come with padding. You can take the padding out, and it does also have like a built-in support. It's not a shelf bra, but it has a built-in support band, shall we say, under bust, so that your boobs aren't going to slip through the bottom. Not sure how effective that will be, I'll be completely honest, but it is there, and it does come with padding. And Tenacity gets the nice padding, the silky padding, the high quality padding, not the shit stuff that Seamless gets. It has really decent side boob coverage as well, there's not too much out, and then it comes into like, not a dipped waist, but the waistband at the front, it's slightly curved down, it's not completely straight cut. Looks a bit straighter on the hanger, but once it's on body, it does curve a little, and you have a teeny tiny little A logo tonal at the front. Now, personally, I would just get rid of it full stop, but I don't hate it because from a distance you literally can't see it. For me to sit and complain about that would be me being dramatic, because you literally can't see it, no one's going to notice. And then we go into the back. You've got the Lena, so you can actually adjust it the same way that you can with the bra. It's the exact same, so you can pull it out to the side, wear it into the middle, and then it comes into a backless number. So this rise here, rise on the back dip, is actually a little bit bit higher than the dip back leggings, so it's 7.75 instead of 7, and the glute seam is 4.75 inches on the one piece. Glute seam is shorter than the dip back, which I find it's not perfect, but it does sit in the glutes a lot better than the dip back leggings do, for example. And again, because it is a little bit higher to compensate for the shorter scrunch, you do not need to worry about your knickers being on show. They're not going to be on show. You are going to be completely fine. It's not going to be chafing the top of your butt crack. And then mine in a size small is a 5-inch inseam. The one that I have in a medium is a 5.5-inch inseam. So it seems that the inseam's changeable between sizes, but this is a 5-inch inseam. And this leg opening here, it's not super stiff at all, so it doesn't actually dig in, and it's about 8.5 inches, so it's plenty comfortable. It's not too tight at all. If anything, I would say this is one of the most comfortable tenacity pieces in terms of how it fits around the leg. Actually, compared to the first tenacity pieces, I feel like every drop they're getting stretchier and comfier. So this does not dig into the thigh at all, even in true to size. In terms of camel toe, I do get a camel toe with this, but it's not painful, it's just visible. In terms of sweat, I do find that with this being double layered, tenacity is quite a warm fabric, so it is quite warm up top, and when you sweat it does stick to you a little bit more, which can be a bit uncomfortable. But I will probably wear this more for walking around and errands and stuff rather than doing like intense workouts. But if you are going to work out in it, just be aware it's going to get quite warm because tenacity is already a thick fabric. It's double lined all around here, so it might be quite warm for you. But the back is obviously very open and has a lot of ventilation, which does help. Also find for a one piece, I do get a little bit of gaping here, but it's nothing like really bad, which I feel like a lot of the time with a backless one piece, the gaping is really severe. I don't actually find it to be that bad on this, so honestly I really like it. In terms of support with this, it's low support because obviously it's completely backless, and yeah, you have that little line, that little band underneath, but it doesn't really do much. It's a low support one piece. Obviously it's got that 5-inch inseam, whether it's 5-inch or 5.5 like on the medium. This does roll, but it's not to the point where it's going to roll and expose my butt cheeks. I do find I have enough length. If I was to be picky, I would prefer this in a biker length. I just feel like even as it in a biker length would also make it more flattering on the glutes because there would be more fabric to push the glutes up, if that makes sense. I would really like to see them do a one piece in a biker length. In terms of sizing, obviously I got it in a small and a medium because I anticipated I might need to size up, as is sometimes the case with tenacity pieces. I can confidently say you can stay true to size with this, or if you are between sizes, I would size down. It's a lot stretchier and a lot comfier than other tenacity pieces, but it also just does fit a little bit bigger. There's not a ton in it between the small and the medium, but the small is perfectly comfortable. Like, if the straps weren't a little bit snug for me, honestly want to try an extra small to be like extra snatched in it. You can go true to size for like a comfortable fit. It's not too tight. It's not like the Cole bodysuit, which in my opinion was really small. You definitely don't need to size up in this. Stay true to size. If between sizes, I would size down. A couple things to note for me with this are strap length. Obviously it's the same as a leaner, but because it's a one piece, there's a lot more pulling going on. I think because I am long in the torso, I would like a little bit more extra length on the straps, just because it's comfortable, but after a few hours it does dig in a little bit there. Not to the point where I wouldn't buy it, but to the point where I do notice it, so I would want a little bit of extra length there. Then also it's double lined in the front over the chest portion to give a little bit more support. Because of where the waist cuts, again it could just be because I'm longer torso, I feel like lowering that a tiny bit and then having that double layer a little bit lower would maybe give a little bit more lower stomach compression, which from the side could make it a lot more flattering. And then the final thing is the chest. It does fit quite wide, so if you're narrow on the chest or really small chested, you might actually want to size down full stop because it does fit quite wide. And if you wear it pulled to the side, it does make the chest fit a lot wider, just like the leaner bra does. And I find I get gaping even on the small when I wear it pushed to the side, so I prefer it to the middle, and it will tighten up that chest region. But if you are super narrow in the chest or really petite in the chest, I would actually recommend you try a size down because it does fit quite wide there. But if you are someone who's found you always need to size up in tenacity, or you always need to size up in tenacity one pieces, not for this one, honey. She fits a lot more true to size. So yeah, in terms of my thoughts on this, this is by a country mile, like a country mile. This is my favourite one piece that ALPHALETE have done so far. It's so flattering on me. It's really flattering from the front, really flattering from the back. If anything, I would make it a little bit lower at the back back, but then I know it would be a bit more risky for some people, and add more length to the inseam just to make it a bit more of a biker length. But I actually do really like this, and I feel like it's going to get slept on because of the pump height, but in my opinion this is probably one of the pieces I'm most excited about because I just think it's so cute, and the fact we can get it in grey and black for people who maybe not so out there but you might want a cute one piece to wear for walks in summer or Pilates or something like that. I think this is a really nice piece, and it's by far my favourite one piece that ALPHALETE have done to date, so I really do like this piece. I just think the chest needs to be brought in a little bit more length here, and I would love to see it in a biker length as well, just to give the girl a little more length. But other than that, really flattering from the front, really flattering from the back. I actually really like it. Okay guys, that is it for my haul. Hopefully this has been helpful. Hopefully you've had a nice time hanging with me and doing this. It really is. I know I make jokes and I jest about how long these videos take, and I'm filming for hours, and oh my god, I've been filming for hours. Oh my god, my life's hard. Realistically, this is mind-boggling that this is actually a job for me. Like, this is not a real thing. You'll never be able to convince me that it is. Kind of ridiculous. I'm very lucky to do what I do, so thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting. If you were curious on my top picks for this launch, a baby tee is always going to be a top pick. The Lena bodysuit is also actually a top pick, which I was not expecting at all. The Lena bra is also a top pick for me. Sandy bra I also do really like. I'm just struggling with the top pickness of it because of the issues with it, but I do really fucking like that bra. I think it looks really good, and I know that you guys are going to see me in it an awful lot. And I do like pump, but I'm not saying to you guys I prefer it to contour, I prefer it to this, I prefer it to that. I've not had it long enough to say that yet, but I do actually really like how the shorts look on me in those sort of stretchier colours. So for me, espresso, white and ultraviolet. Just be aware if you're going to get white, she's really fucking sheer. I probably wouldn't recommend it for that reason, but I know some people will buy it anyway. But I feel like those colours fit me best and look best on me, and whether you get shorts or leggings will depend if you're a shorts or leggings girl. The only thing I would bear in mind is with the leggings, I feel like butt pocket will sit better on you if you have more like normal length glutes, because the leggings do sit better on me for the butt pocket and the compression. It doesn't cut my glute off as much as the shorts do. And remember what I said about the different colours. I'm not going over it again, just remember what I said about that because that factors into it as well. If you guys have got any questions, leave them down below or message me on Instagram. I will 100% get back to you before the launch. Apologies for this video going up probably later than most people's, but it takes me a long time to edit. I only got my stuff Monday, most people got theirs last week, and I didn't want to rush it. I want to make sure I'm giving you guys my accurate information. I'm not saying other people aren't being accurate with it, but for me, there's no way that I can receive a package on a Monday and have a video up for a Wednesday and give you accurate information and the level of detail I want to give you. It's just not possible. It's not going to happen. So hope you guys have enjoyed the video. Give it a thumbs up, subscribe if you want to and you haven't already, and if you do shop with my codies, enter the giveaway, but also message me on Instagram so that I can say big fat thank you, because it's because of you guys that I get to live out my dream. I'm sitting in my sister's old bedroom chatting shit about active wear for 4 hours. It was a pretty nice job, I'm not gonna lie, and I feel very lucky. So I will see you guys in my next video, and I really hope that this has been helpful. You're mine.
Yeah, you are. The fact that it's just him right now makes no sense. Like, I feel like someone would recognize people from you if you just did this thing. Someone had this experience before. I feel like someone tried it before. Someone had this before. It's too much of a coincidence. It just seems convenient. Maybe it is known that if you use both stones, something different will happen to you. But maybe in all the books, no one figured out. Maybe people lie. Maybe people, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like if you put in there that he would simply think, maybe I just want this one thing to happen. Like, instead of it being super slime, it could be that he goes me and moves on the surface and he feels like,
Yeah, I said it. You know what the fuck is all them cool stuff. You made it so fucking so dumb. Like, it's dead. Star Wars is dead. This is the thing for the gold editions. I just
Good morning, welcome back to another, I nearly said weekly vlog. I'm actually going to be doing a daily vlog today, full day of eating, but we're going to do it vlog style so that it's interesting for my girlies that love the vlogs, but also people who want some meal inspiration, and talk a little bit about my current goals as well. It's going to be a bit more of a fitnessy vlog today. Sort of like episode 1, I don't know if this is going to get more episodes, but if you guys want it, this is episode 1 of sort of a mini cut series, because I'm getting very sweaty. Yeah, if you have been watching my vlogs, then you will know that I started a body recomposition towards the start of this year, 2.5 months, like 8 to 10 to 12 weeks. Shit has just hit the fan. Like, not in like a really bad way, but there's just been a lot of stuff going on. I've not been tracking my food. I have been training, but it's not really been intentional, and I've been slacking on my cardio and slacking on my steps. So when I started my body recomposition, I wanted to do it anyway, but I did have in mind for summer and for holidays and stuff just being a little bit leaner. This is by no means me saying for summer you need to lean out or you need to be leaner. I wanted to lean out in general. Yes, I did want to be a little bit leaner in time for certain things. However, because that's sort of been turned on its head the past 2-ish months, I'm actually embarking on a little bit of a mini cut for the next few weeks, which I'm not doing anything crazy. I will talk about it a lot more in this vlog. It basically just means I am putting myself in a slightly bigger deficit than I was trying to do before in order to see results a little bit quicker. I'm not doing it crazy. I'm not going into like a 50% deficit. I'm not eating like 1,000 calories a day, but I am reducing my intake a little bit. I'm tracking it more consistently, and I'm also increasing my expenditure through cardio, which again I will talk to you about in this video. Other things have taken priority, and that's completely fine. It simply means I need to lock in a little bit more over the next few weeks, and I've actually never done a mini cut before, so I'm really intrigued to see the results. I started it last week, very intrigued to see the results, but this morning we have legs and cardio on the card, so I'm going to go and hit glutes and hamstrings, I'm thinking, and then we're going to finish off with some sprints for cardio. But yeah, let's get to the gym. So I started off this day with Kaz glute bridges instead of hip thrusts, just because it was what I was fancying doing this day. Now, I really want to use this voiceover to basically talk about mini cuts and deficits in general when it comes to weight training. There is a common misconception which I feel like has definitely got better, but I feel like we still need to hammer it home. Guys, you do not need to do low weight, high rep when you are cutting. You can keep your program just the same as normal, because the best piece of advice anyone will ever give you is whatever built your muscle mass the best is going to be what maintains it best. Now, when you get further into a deficit, when you are on a mini cut and things are a little bit more intense, for example, I find with my RDLs, which I'm doing now, that usually I can use this weight as my working set for 2 sets. I only managed to do 1 set, and then I decided to reduce it by 10 kilos because I was feeling weaker, because I am in a much bigger deficit than, well, much bigger is subjective, but I am in a bigger deficit than I was before, and I am noticing a bit of an impact on my strength as a result. But you're going to feel that a lot more in a mini cut than you maybe would in a long-term deficit, just because you are in a bigger energy deficit. Your calories will be a little bit lower, your expenditure will be a little bit higher, so you might feel these things a little more. But the single-handed worst thing you can do to yourself in a deficit, if you are someone who really wants to have that toned physique and focus on maintaining as much of that hard-earned, hard-built muscle as possible, the worst thing you can do is go into the gym and think, I'm in a deficit, I'm going to be weaker, therefore I'm picking up a lighter weight. You very well might not be, and in a lot of cases, especially if you are doing more of a long-term cut, you will notice that you don't really see a huge drop off in your strength, or at least you shouldn't be, for a good month, if not longer. Like, that's how long it can take for you to experience that drop off in strength. But also, it doesn't always happen for everyone. Some people maintain their strength throughout their cut completely fine, but you should always be aiming to maintain your strength, because again, like I said, whatever built your muscle mass best, I can't talk today, is going to be what maintains it best, and there is no other way around that. Now, will it be harder to progressively overload? Yes, but as a bare minimum, not impossible. As a bare minimum, you should be aiming to maintain your strength, pushing for progressive overload where possible, but it might not be, but trying to maintain your strength as much as possible. So here I am doing some dumbbell step-ups, and this is a movement that, because it's newer to me, even though I am in a deficit, I'm finding I can progress on this. I'm moving my way up. I think next week I'm going to be on, I've gone from 25 kilos up to 40. That will be next week's, because this honestly is starting to feel a little easy for me. So I'm just doing my cable step-ups here. This is one of my favourite glute movements at the moment. But when you go on a mini cut, for my mini cut, for example, I'm not training any differently when it comes to my weights. I'm still trying to lift as heavy as I possibly can. I'm not focusing on low weight, high reps for bunny quotations toning. It's literally not a thing. You need to focus on maintaining your muscle mass as best as possible if you want to achieve that tone physique, because you need the muscle mass in order to achieve that look, and you are not going to get that through doing loads of low weight, high rep workouts if that's not how you have built your muscle in the first place. Okay? Now I'm just finishing off with some hamstring curls. I did these seated. I think I've come to realise I do like seated hamstring curls, but this machine in my gym just feels off. I feel like the angle of it is somehow just off to me. But yeah, I am keeping my weight training, just to give you an update for my mini cut. My weight training remaining the same. I'm trying to hit the gym 4 to 5 times a week, 3 lower, 1 upper, and then I think I'm actually, over the next couple of weeks, because I tried it out the day after I filmed this vlog, mixing in a hot Pilates session once a week, because I really, really, really enjoyed it. And there's no reason why I can't do that during my mini cut. So there is nothing that needs to change with your weight training when you go on a mini cut, when you go on a deficit in general. It's the #1 biggest mistake you can make to think that you need to throw your training program on its head and only be doing light weights and tell yourself you're going to be weaker, because your brain's a powerful thing. If you tell yourself you're going to be weaker, you're going to walk in that gym and you're going to be fucking weaker. Okay? Then I finish off with some sprint intervals. So for me, for cardio at the moment, I'm aiming for 100 minutes a week. So here I ticked off about 20 minutes. I won't go under 20 minutes for my cardio sessions, just because I find for my heart rate, under 20 minutes, unless it's sprints, obviously that's different, but for stairs, incline walks, which is my go-to, I would say I'm only going to be doing sprints once a week maximum whilst I'm on this mini cut, just to preserve my recovery and my energy as much as possible, because it is a little bit more intense. Sprints is the exception. I could do 10-15 minutes of this, but if I'm doing this, it needs to be over 20 minutes for me in order to be able to actually get my heart rate up enough. So with the stairs, incline walk, I'm always sort of doing 20 to 40 minutes basically, but aiming for 100 minutes per week. But I wanted to do something a little bit more intense. I am kind of crazy for doing sprints after legs, but it's honestly not as bad as doing stairs after legs, and those were my 2 options in my head, because I knew I didn't want to do an incline walk, and I love doing sprints. I get such a good endorphin boost when I've done these, and cardio will be a really helpful tool for you guys if you are embarking on a mini cut, because it will just help you to drive your expenditure up quite a bit more, if I'm going to be honest, like significantly more than weight training will. It will be really, really, really beneficial for that, and it's also great for your heart health. But yeah, is done. I am so sweaty, but I really need to return this belt, because if I don't return it today, I bought it when I was in London. I don't know what I do know what I was thinking. I was thinking, shit, I need a belt. It's the belt that I didn't end up wearing if you watched that vlog. So I need to go and return that belt, and if I don't do it, I'm not going to do it, and I'm sick of being that person that's just like, oh, it doesn't matter. One thing not getting returned might not matter a ton in the grand scheme of things. You might not be losing out on a chunk of money, but it adds up.
I'm
You keep telling
like,
yourself, oh, it doesn't matter, I'll just leave it,
why is
vintage.
that
Yeah,
a
babe, you're not getting
president
anywhere near what you
who's
bought
come
for
out
it
and
on
said
vintage.
it
Just
is
return it. Return
I'm
it.
like,
Unless it's
I'm like,
something that's
crap,
sold out
crap.
everywhere and you're going to make
You
your
know
money
I can
back.
kick your ass,
Just
dog.
return
You
it,
know I
babes.
can
And I
kick
know
your
some people
ass,
will probably
dog. You
watch
know
this
I
and
can
think,
kick your ass,
duh,
dog. I'm just
obviously.
saying, I
It
can
boils
really kick
down
your ass.
to being a
I'm
sheer
just saying,
lazy
I
cow. So
will
I've
kick
come
your ass.
into town really
I'm
quickly
like,
just to return the belt, and I might get myself an ice latte just because. And I ran out of ice, and ever since I ran out of ice, my dad has refilled the freezer up, so there's no room for ice within the freezer. I don't have to buy one, I could just not have one, but I really want an ice latte. I really like the coffee from Kapow, but I just don't know if I can be bothered to walk. I'm saying all the way over there. It's just not near to where I'm going. My other option is the cup and lid.
you
I
know
do
how
like the coffee that they do there as well, but obviously with me being on Minico at the moment. I'm going to signpost. I won't talk about it all the time in every single vlog, guys, but just because this is like a full day of eating. It's really weird for me with coffee because when I first started drinking it, I could only have caramel vanilla, like it had to be sweetened. Now, like my boyfriend gets sweetened coffees, and to me it tastes like a candle. It tastes like I'm drinking a candle. I can't do it anymore. So I don't really get like flavoured coffee anyway, which obviously does help with calories. But the only exception to that is cup and lids tiramisu latte. But it's got so many calories, and it's just right now, whilst I'm on a mini cut, not worth it. But normally, I would make allowances for that. Really weird. I don't know. Has anyone else done that? You hated coffee. You kind of force yourself to like it by using all these sweeteners, and now you can't stand the sweeteners. My boyfriend will be like, oh, this tastes yummy, or it'll be like flavours I've had before, and I'm like, yeah, that's so nice. And then I start drinking it, and I'm like, it tastes like return the bell and grab a coffee. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like, maybe I will just get a coffee so I can get over here, because I'm not paying for a lot of time for parking. John Lewis car park. I returned the belt, guys. It literally takes 2 minutes, and it's so fucking easy. This is your side. I'll return the returns, and then I went to get my latte. The staff there are just always so nice. And honestly, I don't know if what I'm about to say makes sense, but I feel like Punlid isn't independent because there is multiple of them. So there is a cheap one. Actually, does that make it not independent? I don't know. But it's obviously smaller than your big chains. More independent, more small coffee places. It has a specific taste. I much prefer it. I can't quite put my finger on it, but this ice latte is really nice. Do a lot of cool shit in there. The matches are really good. The white chocolate matcha from there is really good. The tiramisu latte from there is absolutely unreal. Like, it will knock your socks off, and then obviously they do iced like chocolates and all that sort of stuff as well. Let's get out of here. By the way, my parking just cost me £4. I've been here for 25 minutes.
Military, so they can train on how to like kill people in our cities. That's not by saying we have the greatest military in the world. Yes, he did. He literally said that when he was in office, how he respects the men and women in our armed forces. And you know what? Joe Biden didn't have the men and women in our armed forces attack American citizens. That's how great of a president he is, motherfucker. We never had the American people be feared by their own friends and family who are part of the armed forces that we respect. I'm just saying, it's like, literally, this is not normal, assholes. Trump gave you real the alkaline has finally come to an end.
Came home, made my lunch, which is like a Greek. I was just doing it like a classic Greek salad at first, but recently I've really been enjoying adding a little bit of Nando's sauce to it, just for like an extra kick, because more moist, if that makes sense. But yeah, you guys have obviously seen me make that. If you're curious about the chicken, I am a hater of preheated chicken. I like quick meals, but I cannot stand reheated chicken. Like, I will never put chicken in the microwave. I can't meal prep chicken, as in like meal prep it to then just reheat it. I actually do instead, which was actually one of your guys' suggestions probably like a year and a half ago, is to actually basically chop up all your chicken raw, season it at the start of the week, and then recover it. And basically, as the days go on, your chicken actually gets better, and then you just chuck it in the air fryer. Now, obviously, if you don't work from home and you've got to be on the go, you're not going to be able to do that. But if you are a working from home person and you want to save time but still have better chicken, I would highly, highly, highly recommend that you do that. It's honestly been such a game changer for me when it comes to my chicken, and it just gets tastier as the days go on. And I just basically season it with salt and pepper and mixed herbs and make like a Mediterranean herby chicken. It's not like super flavourful, but it's just enough where the chicken doesn't taste like chicken. If you know, you know. So I'm actually currently just getting ready to go and get my steps in. That's another big part of my mini cut, is just making sure I'm staying on top of my activity day to day, on top of my increasing cardio, which I will like fully explain in this video what I'm actually doing and like everything I'm doing. From, obviously we've already spoke about training, but we'll talk about nutrition, cardio and sort of steps and all that good stuff, and I will explain that in this video. But that's what I'm getting ready to go and do now, and I just feel like I need to talk about this because I don't know if anyone else has been watching Love Island. First of all, Love Island UK. Megan last night, that is a masterclass in gaslighting, because she sat there telling Tommy like, no, like, why the fuck would you believe Harry over me, like going in on him in bed. And I'm just like, I get it, but you are lying to it. It was honestly a masterclass in gaslighting, and not to be that person, but I feel like if that was being done the other way around, especially with the swearing and the aggression that it comes with, it would be World War III if that was being done the other way around.
It's like, I'm like, he's
so
still to
that's
this
kind of
day
crazy. Is Love
upset that
Island US, which
Obama
I've
got
not
a
actually been
Nobel
watching.
Prize
I've been
over
watching
him.
it via clips on
He
TikTok
is
to the point where I
still
feel like I have been
over
watching
it.
it, if that makes sense. It's Casa Amar on the American one at the time that I'm filming this, and there's a girl called Vanna on there who's 21. She's clearly had like filler and all that sort of stuff done. Everyone is being so cruel about it online. So you've got the people who are just straight up being nasty and rude, and then you've got the people who think they're making some kind of like really intellectual think piece about it, and it's not bullying because it's a think piece, despite the fact that all the comments under those videos are literally bullying the people. And in the video they are using her as basically a case study about filler and surgery and why it's so bad and blah 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 blah, and just saying basically she looks bad. It baffles me because people did it on the last season of Love Island to people like Harriet. I think Jess got it quite badly as well. But the thing that I don't understand, and I want to make sure I articulate this properly, is, for example, last year you also had Grace. Grace and Harriet, or Grace and Jess, or Grace and Vanna even, have the same amount of work done, okay? Grace gets a lot of work done. She's always coming up on my TikTok For You page. She's always at Dr. Ross. She gets a lot of work done. No problem with it. Love it for her. She is probably one of the people I have seen praised the most in Love Island in recent years for her looks, and she is beautiful. She's stunning. What I find insane is people making these think pieces about people like Vanna, like Harriet, like Jess, which is so cruel, and you are literally just encouraging bullying and basically saying that they look bad to hundreds of thousands of people, and these videos get hundreds of thousands of likes and comments. They claim that it's about young girls getting too much work done, or young girls getting bad work done. It's nothing to do with that, because if it was, you'd be saying the exact same thing about people like Grace and other people that have been on Love Island who get praised so much for how they look. Nothing to do with the surgery, the filler. If it was, you'd be saying it about these people, because these people actually have more work done. It's just, this is how this person looked naturally, and this is how they look with a bit of filler, with a bit of Botox. And actually, if you look at it, it's not that different. They just had a very different starting point. So basically what you're saying is they're just not beautiful to you. That is what you're saying, because if it was about the surgery and the filler, you'd be saying it about everyone, but you're not. You're only saying it about the people it looks bad on. But realistically, if you look at all these people before they got the work done, they don't look that different. That's just their face, and it's incredibly rude. And it's just thinly veiled bullying by making out like it's a think piece about how bad surgery and filler is, which makes no sense, because if it was about that, like I said, you'd be saying it about everyone. I just needed to rant and get that off my chest, but I hope that I have just find these videos to be so hypocritical and annoying. It's just bullying, like that's all it boils down to. Anyway, I'm getting ready to go and get my steps in, like I said, and I'm going to put on another outfit because I did actually get a box, finally, my first. We are in almost July, we are almost 6 months in, but I finally received my first box of samples from ALPHALETE for my new role. So I've been testing some things out, but as part of that, something I've always done is try things from other brands to feed back to ALPHALETE on how I like them, or if it's something I think is a really good product, I'll send them it, send them pictures, send them messages about it, and be like, we need to do something like this. Not rip it off completely, but whether it's the fabric, the fit, the style, always something that I've done. Even though I'm exclusive, people think I don't know about other brands or wear other brands. I absolutely do. Part of it is they want me to basically do that further, and if there's things that they want me to test because they want my opinion on it, because they're thinking of doing something similar or a similar fabric or a similar style, they basically want me to go and test it. So there is actually some Gymshark pieces in that box, so I'm trying those out for my walk today. I think they do probably want me to train in them as well, which I will, but I just want to try it out on a walk first and foremost, and then obviously I will feed back to them. I've been sending videos, I've been sending updates in the gym, I've been writing it all down in the notes on my phone. Like, I'm not joking, this is my Roman empire, and I'm so grateful. It took us a while to get here, and I had to ask really nicely to actually be more involved in this role, because I think I spoke about it in vlogs, but honestly, like, up until, I would honestly say up until the past month, there hasn't really been any involvement, and it was kind of disheartening, to be honest. So I am very happy and very excited to be more involved, because this is what I want to do, like ultimately, like long-term career and stuff. I would love to work in active wear I would love to do something like this. So I really want to make sure like I'm being as on it as possible with it. Like anything they want me to do, I will do it because I want to be as helpful as possible.
Oh yeah, you
I don't know
would.
if I'm going to be able
That's why
to
you
stay
had
in this role next year. They might want to like rotate people through them, but the whole point of this role for me is like progressing with the brand. So I would love to be able to continue to progress or stay in the role but be able to learn more. Like that's what I'm so excited for. And honestly, when that package came, this week was a very weird week for reasons I won't discuss, but it's genuinely
not anymore.
Like I'm so,
not anymore,
so grateful
Donald.
and so excited.
Not
like I got
anymore,
to test
Donald.
fabric
not
yesterday.
Anymore.
Exciting, and this is
No,
exactly
seriously, not
what
anymore,
I've been wanting
motherfucker.
to
Not
do,
anymore.
and to be able
If
to
it
do
means
one is
attacking a
just such a
American
dream come
citizen,
true, and I'm
asshole.
so glad that they've basically put their trust in me for this sort of stuff. So today I'm not trying out ALPHALETE, I'm actually trying out some gym chat stuff. So I do feel like it really does impact my mood when I'm cooped up all day a little bit. Nearly 4 PM now, like I was doing quite a lot of work, so I'm going to take a bit of a work break, go get my steps in. I'm saying work break, I'm actually going to work on my phone because I've got some client messages I need to get back to, but an outdoorsy working session was it? So let's go. I'm just going to put a little bit of this on. I got it for my birthday from my brother, and I actually wanted beach skin. I actually went in Space NK when I was in London, and I was able to smell beach skin after I got this one, and peach skin is way nicer in my opinion. Obviously peachy and fruity, but it has like a pepperiness, spiciness to it, so it's not just like a flat like herbal essences sort of scent. Definitely like it just as much as vanilla skin. So if you want a fruity scent in body mist form, obviously you're not going to get the same strength out of this that you would a perfume, but more interesting fruity smell. I think if you like vanilla skin you'll like this. If you don't like vanilla skin you won't like it because it's got that same sort of like peppery note to it, like a spicy note to it that really gets up your nostrils, that I know some people think vanilla skin smells like curry. You'll have the same issue with this, but I just think this is so, it's just such a nice take on a fruity scent. I feel like Fleur are the only body mists I've tried. Please let me know if you've got other recommendations. No offense, but not Sol de Janeiro. I don't really like any of them. I just feel like they do something a bit different. I don't know how to word it. I just find the scents that they do in body mist way more interesting. So I'm putting this on for my walk. I've been wearing it quite a lot, to be honest. I've only had it since my birthday, which was like 2 weeks ago now. Okay, let's go get these steps in. Okay, I just got back from the gym and I'm going to actually shower, not from the gym, from doing my steps, and I also went to Sainsbury's because I needed more lettuce, onion and some potatoes because I'm going to make a burger bowl for my tea, which is, I've been loving my Greek salads, but it's probably my favourite meal, but I've realised I'm going to be a little bit low on carbs, so I'm going to put some potatoes in there as well, but I'm going to make that after I've showered because I'm not super hungry right now. But to make sure that I hit my protein goal for the day, so put some water in here, my ESN ISO Clear in blueberry iced tea flavour. Brown noise because my dad is cooking burgers. Like I'm showing you anything groundbreaking, so there's no point waiting for him to be finished. So I'm just going to do 1 scoop of that. And then I was using an electric whisk, but if you've been watching my vlogs you'll know I got really overstimulated by it because it wouldn't turn off, and I actually threw it in the bin in a massive straw. I don't have one of those anymore, but ever since I got my espresso cup, it's fine in this if I just shake it, and then you have to, it goes kind of fuzzy, so you need to let it sit, like settle for a couple of minutes. But then it's completely gone. Oh my god, the colour matches the jacket like perfectly. But yeah, you just have to let it sit and then it's pretty perfect. But I much prefer these to like creamy protein drinks. Plus, it is quite warm outside. It was cold earlier and now it's warm. So I want something refreshing. I'm gonna drink this, have a shower, do some work, and then we'll make burger bowls together. I feel so nice and clean. I faked tan last night, but I feel like my tan's looking nice and fresh. I wanted to chat about mini cuts and explain them a little bit more in depth because I did post about it on Instagram and I got a lot of people saying that they feel like they're seeing a lot more creators talk about mini cuts and sort of confused as to what the difference between that and cut is, what's the difference between that and a deficit. Like, I'm going to answer all those questions, but I'm just doing my skincare, which is currently Botox ectopic all around where my perioral dermatitis is, which it's nearly gone. It flared up quite bad again last week. I think I've realised when it's not fully healed, the heat irritates it so badly to the point where nothing works on it. It just flared back up, but it is basically gone now. So that's what I've been using, but that is prescription. Gone through almost 2 bottles of this now. It's the Inculist Exosome Hydro Glow Complex. Now I can't put moisturiser on underneath the Pro Topic or over it for an hour. I just want a little bit of extra moisture in my skin because it has been quite warm today. So basically I'm just taking this and I just put it around the areas that I haven't put the Pro Topic on. So I stay to like the parameters. I do my nose here, eyelids, under eyes, forehead, basically stop there, and then when this has been on for an hour I will put moisturiser over the top of it this evening. But recommended this, and I've again used half a tub of it in the space of about 2 weeks because it's the only cleanser I've been using. This is so nice if you struggle with perioral dermatitis or any sort of skin irritation. I cannot recommend this enough. I know that everyone's skin is different and everything will be different for everyone and different things work for different people, but so non-irritating. And because I've not been able to put so many products on my skin with like loads of moisturisers and stuff, for example not being able to moisturise around my mouth, this doesn't feel stripping at all in the shower. So I'm not coming out of the shower like gasping to put like intense hydration on my skin, if that makes sense. Got this at the weekend and again she's already used a lot of it, but I ran out of the tub and I actually didn't have the tub in stock. I do prefer the tub because it leaves like a really nice glow, but if you're someone who doesn't like the oily feel, this is a really nice lightweight moisturiser that still gives you a really decent level of moisture. Put it on damp skin fresh out the shower and I've been really enjoying it. There's no scent to it, it doesn't smell of anything. Mini cuts. I wanted to talk to you guys about this. So first of all, first and foremost, if you are new to the gym, you're new to dieting, you're new to fat loss, or you have like a significant amount of weight that you want to lose, I would not recommend doing mini cuts because it's not long enough to teach you long-term habits. It's not probably going to get you the sort of results that you're after, and I worry that honestly if you are new to dieting or you're new to doing a fat loss phase or you're new to the gym, this could set you off on a really bad path because it's not extreme, but it is more intense than a deficit that goes on for 4 months, for example. It's more intense because it's done over a short period of time. There are certain things that you just cannot achieve in a certain time frame, so I don't want to say it's like a hack to achieve 4 months worth of goals in 4 to 8 weeks. Not always going to be the case. It's basically just like a little bit of a neaten up, tidy up phase. But please, 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 if you are new, like I really want to make sure I'm giving out like sensible and healthy advice, and I do not want to set any of you off on a bad path with.
And this violence is not hitting everyone equally. From 2005
It sound like there's gunshots outside. It was gunshots, I think it was fireworks, but welcome to Bradford. Is it gunshots? Is it fireworks? I'm not quite sure. Yes, I want to make sure I'm being a good role model for you guys. I don't want to set any of you down a path where you're doing super extreme diets and that's your norm, or you end up with an eating disorder because you've done something too extreme to start with. This is more for people who are more experienced in the gym, who don't have a ton of body fat to lose, who have a shorter time frame to be working towards, and actually it's something that's taken from bodybuilding. That's the background of it. It's a technique that a lot of bodybuilders will use during, for example, their off season to keep them from getting too fluffy. More of like a bro technique than anything else. It's not particularly girly pop. A mini cut, more intense version of a diet done over a short period of time. Now this does not mean, please, please, please listen to me, this does not mean go and eat 500 calories a day, do an hour of cardio every day and 2 hours of weights and you're going to see amazing results in 4 weeks. You're going to make yourself ill, okay? And also the chances are if you are someone that's a good candidate for a mini cut, you have a lot of muscle mass, and muscle mass is something that's taken you a long time to build up, and it's something that's really important to you. Cannot stress enough, the more extreme you go with a diet, the more at risk you are of losing muscle mass, losing strength, and that's not something that we want to do. So whilst a mini cut is a more intense version of a deficit intended to be done over a shorter period of time, it's not an extreme diet by any means. So for example, with a client that comes to me and they want to do a fat loss phase, and let's say they have 6 kilos that they want to lose, we would typically do and we might start them off with a 10% deficit, and we might be looking at 0.25 to 0.5 kg lost per week and see how we go for a few months. Nothing crazy. We might do cardio just for like a cardiovascular health point of view, but nothing crazy in terms of the expenditure, just training, decent step count, and that might take months to get to their end goal. The benefits of doing it that way are obviously you do it over a longer period of time, so you're not having to do more intense training sessions, you're not having to do more intense expenditure. You're not having to eat as little as you are when you go on a mini cut, but obviously you are then in a deficit for a longer period of time. And again, I cannot stress enough, not everyone that wants to do a deficit and wants to lose fat is eligible to do a mini cut, because it's not going to make sense for people who have a significant amount of weight and body fat that they are looking to lose. A mini cut, on the other hand, you might be, for example, looking at, instead of doing a 10% deficit, you might be looking at 15 to 20% from an output point of view to help get you into even further of a deficit. You might increase your cardio, you might increase your step count. The difference between the two is one is less intense and it's done over a longer period of time. It's more sustainable. With a mini cut, I would say anywhere from like 4 to 8, maybe 12 weeks, but I would honestly say 12 weeks is like that's 3 months. That's like a pretty decent, like sustainable-ish diet phase for some people. But now the purpose of this, you're not going to see like 8 kilos lost in that space of time. You're not going to see a mass amount body fat loss. Basically going to see a little bit of a reduction in body fat in your physique in that sort of time frame. You might feel a little bit tighter, but you're not going to get extreme results, even though it's more extreme. If you did that for a longer period of time, you would get more extreme results than this person because you're in a bigger deficit. But that's not the purpose of it. The purpose is basically to get in and out, maintaining a physique over time, and for tidying up after periods and not tracking periods of being off plan for whatever reason. That's basically what they are used for, but they are not going to make sense in every circumstance, and I cannot stress this enough. You cannot always just mini cut your way to the goals that you want to achieve, and especially if you have a lot of body fat that you're wanting to lose, I would really strongly recommend that you go the healthier route where you do it for a longer period of time, but you do it less intensely. You're still going to see amazing progress. So onto my mini cut. I explained it slightly earlier, but basically at the start of this year I started a body recomposition phase, and the past 2 to 3 months, if I had to eyeball it, I've had a lot of things going on and I've not been tracking my food, so I don't know what my intake has been. Especially over the past 1 to 2 months, my cardio definitely hasn't been where I wanted it to be in terms of how much I'm doing. My step count hasn't been where I've wanted it to be, and I've been getting my training sessions in, but I've not really been like locked in with them and focused on progressive overload or anything like that. When I started my body recomp at the start of the year, I did have an idea in mind of where I wanted to be for the summertime, because I did want to be a little bit leaner, not just for summer. I wanted to be a little bit leaner permanently, but I was like, right, this is going to be my end goal. I should have been done with that by now, but because of the past few months, I'm not. Basically, I just did a reflection on where I am compared to where I thought I'd be, and because of the past few months, I'm not where I thought I'd be. So I've decided to try a mini cut, and it's my first ever one. I've never done one before. So before I was doing a 10% deficit, now I'm doing a slightly bigger one. My cardio, on average, I've probably been averaging about 60 minutes a week. I have upped that to 100 minutes a week, and in terms of how that works, I will have explained it earlier in the video, but basically no less than 20 minutes a session, but I split it up however I want across the week as long as I get my 100 minutes in. My step goal is set at 7,500 steps a day because I have a very sedentary job. For me personally, that's a challenging but achievable step goal. And in terms of my nutrition outside of the deficit, making a conscious effort to focus just more on nutritionally dense foods and just making sure I'm really focusing on my micronutrients. That's something I was really slacking on. So I'm really making sure, you know, plenty of salads, plenty of vegetables, plenty of fruit, and just trying to be as smart with my food choices as possible. Because yes, your protein intake is important, of course, and that's something I'm focusing on as well. I'm definitely opting for a high protein diet, but my other main focus is really my micronutrients, because I want to be feeling my best, and I cannot stress enough, so many gym people overlook this and they just focus on macros. Your vitamins, your minerals, all that sort of stuff is equally as important, and it's so important for your overall health. I cannot stress it enough, so please make sure you are focusing on that. It's really important. And in terms of my weight training, obviously I will have explained that a little bit earlier in the video when I was in the gym, but just to reiterate, I'm trying to go to the gym 4 to 5 times a week for weight, and that's basically split 3 lower, 1 upper, and then tomorrow, for example, I'm actually, instead of going to the gym, I'm going and doing a hot Pilates class tomorrow, so that's my 4th workout of the week tomorrow. That's sort of how I've got to this point. I want to be really clear, I'm not doing this as a punishment to myself. It's just an honest reflection, and I was like, shit, I'm actually not where I thought I would be by this point. But also, there is a little bit of curiosity for me. It's a mini cut. I've never done one before, but I have done them with clients. Yeah, I wanted to basically put myself in my client's shoes a little bit, but also a curiosity just from my body's point of view. I want to see what is possible for my body to do in like a much shorter space of time if I just go a little bit harder, because I've not really, but like I said, I've never done this before. But yeah, that is just basically an explanation on what a mini cut is, who is eligible for them, who isn't, information
presentation on my own, just to update you guys on why I'm doing one and what I'm currently doing a little bit different. Anyway, I'm quite hungry, so let's go make burger bowls. Okay, it's time for a sweet treat. By the way, I just have to reiterate, I know I've already said it, but that burger bowl is so fucking good. And adding the potatoes, it's already so filling, I'm not joking. That takes me about 25 minutes to finish eating. I'm Ninja Creamy now. I got one for my birthday. But to be honest, I've used it to make protein coffee ice cream. Other than that, I've been using it for sorbets. I feel like that's just what I'm gravitating towards. I feel like a traitor because I feel like I should be coming up with high protein recipes for you guys. But just, I love a sorbet. Like, I'm really on a sorbet roll at the moment. So I made watermelon and lime yesterday, but it didn't taste of much, I'm not gonna lie. So this time I've done watermelon, raspberries and lime juice. So we've got a little bit of extra flavour. It smells good. I feel like this could be really, really, really good. People keep asking me what setting I put it on, and I'm like, sorbet. But I don't think every single creamy has the sorbet option, but mine does. In here, she's secured. Turn it on. We twist it up to reinstall it. Full, not ice cream. Twist it so it's to sorbet. Okay, it's done its sorbet. Now we have a knife, a butter knife. Is going to be the creamy life I'm coming to. Basically, how it looks on after its first spin. First of all, the colour of this looks incredible, but I don't know if you can tell, certain bits get stuck to the side. So I basically, oh my god, this smells really good. I basically take the knife all the way around the sides, just scrape the sides so that it's like fully locked in. So
that does look good, mommy.
Really good. Oh, I'm just going to put it back on for a respin to get the texture. Correct. Okay guys, she's really fun at the moment. True. Oh, she's still a little bit crummy, you know. I'm going to put a little bit of water in just because it's still, she's still a little crummy. Guys, third attempt. Yes! We succeeded! Look at that. Guys, look at the colour. Look at the fucking colour. No artificial colouring up in this bitch. It's just watermelon, raspberry, lime, and a little bit of water. I did also, by the way, just for full day of eating purposes, transparency, I have eaten a white forest nectarine whilst I was cooking my burger bowl. So yeah, cheers. Oh, look at that, look at the colour. Stunning. That is so good, and it really tastes like a fresh raspberry. You know how like fresh raspberries almost taste a little bit bitter? And like a little bit like leafy, almost. Probably now going to eat this full thing. I'll give my mum and dad some, but I will probably eat the full thing because from a calorie point of view, I mean, it's not why I got an Ninja Creamy, I've wanted one for ages, but this whole tub, it's just made me an entire tub of sorbet out of a small packet of watermelon and a packet of raspberries. So this whole thing, if I had to guess, is probably about 100 to 150 calories. Nothing in the grand scheme of things. Plus, it's full of micronutrients, and because I've made it myself, there's no extras in it. It's just fruit. I'm so proud of this. I'm just about to go upstairs, and then I'll be upstairs for the rest of the evening until I rest my weary head, so my creatine is downstairs, so I'm just going to take it now. But yes, I still take creatine. I've been taking this for years. I take it every single day. I just do a scoop. I do dry scoop it because I don't get the flavoured one. I just get a plain one. Do it, but I would just go like that, and it's fine. I'll also sometimes put it in with my protein just for ease, but obviously I didn't do that today, so I'm taking it before bed. It's not a pre-workout. You don't have to take it as a pre-workout. I did take pre-workout today. I forgot to mention, but I just took the Ghost Pump passion fruit, which I'm actually nearly out of now. I'm not brand loyal with creatine, I get it. Wherever's cheapest or most convenient at the time. I found this in a supplement shop near my gym, so that's why I have that one. I've seen recently that brands are starting to do creatine for women, so just to clarify, creatine is creatine. Creatine is creatine. There is no such thing as creatine for women, and I don't typically love when people say women just need the same stuff as men, because it's not always true, and a lot of research and studies is actually done on men, not women, and we're not the same. There is a meta-analysis, which is basically an analysis of multiple studies where creatine has been used in women, and we see great benefits from it, so I would highly recommend it. It's my top #1 supplement. I love it. I've been taking it for years, and I have no notes on it. It doesn't agree with some people, but I would say those people are in the minority. And another thing is, just from like a hydration point of view, creatine will draw water into your muscles, so just with that being said, obviously you want to make sure staying nice and hydrated. I would definitely up your water intake a little bit when you are taking creatine, but I take it every day. You don't need to load it, you don't need to do anything crazy with it, but yeah, make sure that you stay hydrated. I'd say that's the main thing, because some people do report headaches and stuff, but I genuinely think obviously it's drawing water into your muscles, so you don't have as much general hydration in your body, so it can dehydrate you if you're not staying on top of that. And in terms of bloating, you might get initial bloating. If you have prolonged bloating, it probably just doesn't agree with you. Obviously with it drawing water in, people think, well, it increases water retention, it's going to make you look bloated. Not the case for the vast majority of people, because the water goes into your muscles, it's not floating around your body. If anything, it's going to make you look fuller in your muscles, which most people that go to the gym want. So obviously you've got some slight strength benefits, but there's also a lot of research to suggest it has good cognitive benefits as well. Still not like confirmed, but there's quite a bit of research that does point towards it having cognitive benefits too. So creatine is pretty much the only supplement I take every single day. Obviously I've taken protein today as well, but that's just because I was going to be low on protein without it, because I didn't have as much chicken as I thought I had for my chicken salad at lunch. Just finished the sorbet. I've got a little bit of brain freeze. I don't think my brain's working. It's going to work.
Hey guys, I've just finished watching Love Island. It was a good episode tonight. It was a good episode. I feel like last year when they did the Newcastle and that thing, people that didn't get like, I don't think they did like proper recoupling. They all just came back, didn't they? If they did recouple, maybe they did do a recoupling, but even if you didn't get picked, you got brought back to the game. It was this year they've changed it, and I reckon they were all quite shocked that they got dumped. So I feel like they probably watched that season and were expecting like Ramel. I feel like he was expecting to be able to have his cake and eat it over Leah and Poppy. I feel like I spoke about Megan and Tommy earlier, but it just got even worse tonight, guys. It was a masterclass in gaslighting. I was like, oh my god, what is going on? What is going on? And she went and told the girls, she was like, oh, you said you didn't want to do me anymore and you wanted an apology because I turned my back on him in bed. That is not what he wanted an apology for. And the fact that you think you don't owe any apology is kind of crazy. But tomorrow night's episode looks good. I don't feel like Helena is interested in this new guy at all. I feel like her and Harry are going to get back together. I want Alima to get rid of Ramel, but I don't think she will. I think they'll have an argument and then they'll be fine. I do feel bad for Emily because Connor and Megan are now obviously like totally like on each other. Dijon and Ramel, I think they're playing a massive game. And obviously it is a game show, so it makes sense, but I think they're playing a massive game because the behaviour just doesn't make any sense. Like, they keep, when it comes down to it, they make the safest decision. None of their behaviour lines up with that decision, if that makes sense. So, anyway, Love Island is finished. My water is nearly finished, so I'm closing in on like 4 litres of water today, and I'm going to go to bed because I've got hot Pilates in the morning. So thank you so much for watching. I hope it's been nice spending the day with me. Full day of eating, doing something a little bit different. Obviously it should be a bit shorter, well it will be a bit shorter, quite a lot shorter than weekly vlog as well. So for those of you on a time crunch, maybe a little bit better, but let me know if you've enjoyed this sort of video and if you want to see more, because I can do more. Yeah, thank you for watching. Give it a thumbs up if you haven't already, it massively helps me out. Leave a comment below and subscribe if you want to and you haven't already. already, and I'll see you guys next week for a weekly vlog. The weekly vlogs are coming back. I've not abandoned them. I just started this one too late to have a substantial vlog by Sunday, so I'm starting that tomorrow. And yeah, goodbye.
Who the hell is Gina Grant? No, I'm serious. What the fuck? Who the hell is Gina Grant?
Create a set of Dragon Balls. Now, the issue here is basically that's just underexplained. And because it's underexplained, it makes it difficult to follow. You have to headcanon that the universe existed. There were no Namekian Dragon Balls. The Namekians just didn't have them. Then the multiverse was created. Someone named Zalama appeared. Whether he's related to Namekians or not, we don't know. Zalama appeared and created Super Dragon Balls in universes 6 and 7. Now, these universe numbers might not have been in place at that point, but you get the idea. Universe 6 and 7 were paired universes, and they shared the set of Super Dragon Balls. This would all still be in the time where travel was allowed freely from the deep realm to the outside world. So you can have the Namekians fly out into universes 6 and 7, stumble across Super Dragon Balls, and create their own set of
That's my girl, Amy.
Good morning, welcome back to another week.
But again, without it being explained in the
Vlog. Today is Thursday and I'm actually going to my first ever
origin stories for Dragon Balls. Now, which one do you prefer? Doesn't really matter. I think it's
hot Pilates class. Not only am I going, I'm going on my own. If you watch my vlog where I had my birthday and Beyonce, I was meant to go at the end of that vlog, but my friend cancelled on me, not like in a bad way. She would, like, she's a nurse and she was on a night shift and she just wasn't feeling up to it because it was quite early, so she cancelled, and then I was like, I'm not going on my own line. But because I have social anxiety, I'm just like, oh, it's hard enough going to a class I've never done before, never experienced before. It's so hard for me to do things like that on my own. Like, it's honestly my worst nightmare. I then have to remind myself people feel that way about the gym because I'm so into the gym and I'm so used to going to the gym. Like, guys, don't be stupid. Like, everyone basically feels sort of similar, basically just focusing on what they're doing, not what anyone else is doing. Because when you're anxious, you're not thinking about what other people are doing, you're thinking about shit like, what am I doing? Like, am I doing it right? Am I doing it wrong? So I really wanted to go. I was gutted that I didn't get to go, and I've been thinking about it for like the past 2 weeks, and I was like, I really want to try it before I go away, because I go away a week on Wednesday. That's come around really quick. I'm going to Greece. I booked myself on for a 9:30 class and we're gonna go. Skincare routine at the moment, very boring. I've just got this, my pro topic for my perioral dermatitis, and then I am going to take this afterwards just to spray, because obviously it's like a 30 to 40 minute drive depending on traffic, so I don't want to be sat with like sweat on my skin. I don't think I'm going to film anything in the class because it is a class, and I don't know, I don't love the idea of, for example, it's my first session, the thought of being in the background of someone's like vlog or reel or TikTok. No thank you. I don't want to do that to anyone else, but I am really nervous because I feel like Pilates definitely has a certain look online, and I feel like I'm not super muscular, guys, but I'm scared I'm gonna go in and feel like really muscular, not in a, like a body way, just like in a movability way. I've noticed since I've been incorporating more ab workouts, my core is so weak, and that is actually a reason why I did want to start, because I want to work on that. I didn't realise how weak it had gotten. I feel like I took the abs are made in the kitchen thing way too literally, to the point where I've done core on and off, but I've never done it religiously every single week. When I was at school and I first started going to the gym, that was all I would do. I used to be able to do that with like a 10-15 kilo ball and like pass it to my friend at the top. Oh my god, if you're handing me a ball I won't be able to get up. I know that people don't love these, but I don't love the dip back, but I also don't mind them. I'm actually going to put on the neon coral. Okay, I've got dressed. I did put on the tea rose bra with the neon coral shorts. I think it looks cute. It doesn't go like super perfectly well. I wanted to put the Olivia bra on, but then it's a really bright fit and I'm just so anxious for that. I've had this for ages and I was really excited to use it. I've barely reached for it, I've barely used it, but I do want to get back into my scalp care because I feel like my scalp hasn't been feeling the best recently. And I'm not just saying this because I'm a Beyonce fan, but I really do want to try the Sacred scalp drops. Always sold out. They restocked the other week, but they restocked just before before I basically not found out about them, because I have tried Sacred before, scalp drops from them, and also the hair oil, so I'm waiting for my Olaplex to run out before I get it. I'm really nervous. I always hated stuff like this, like anything, but it is really sad though, because there's so much stuff that I enjoyed growing up, like for example dance lessons. I used to do dancing. I've performed at St George's Hall. I did it for like a year, and then my friend quit, so I quit. And with gymnastics, I loved doing that when I was little. I got like all my badges, and my sister didn't want to go anymore, so I stopped going. And I basically stopped going because I didn't want to go on my own, because I was too like anxious of a child to go somewhere on my own. But there's so many hobbies and so many things that I quit or not started or missed out on because I'm basically getting in my own way with it because of my social anxiety, and I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of it. I can't live my life like this, so I'm forcing myself. The most fun thing in the world. My stomach does hurt a little bit, but it'll be fine. I'm just going to put a little bit of moisturiser on, not too much, because I did learn this hard way when I used to do hot yoga, and I'd put the EOS one on, which is a lot thicker than the matte. Is just a mess because you've got sweat and you've got all the oil coming out from the moisturiser as well. I'm going to laugh if I really hate this, because I've wanted to do Pilates, like I said, for ages, so if I don't enjoy it, this is going to be really awkward. I'm just going to put a light scent on because it will be super hot and sweaty. Using my Fleur Peach Skin. Honestly, I spoke about this in the vlog I filmed yesterday, but it's really getting up there with vanilla skin for me. I'm really enjoying it. It's like a very spicy peach scent. Guys, I'm here. I've been sat in my car just waiting, but it's now 8 minutes to, so it's said to arrive 5 to 10 minutes. I feel like 8 minutes is like the perfect time. I really overthink things like this because I'm like, oh, I don't want to do the full 10 minutes, but I also don't want to do 5. I feel like 8 minutes is like a good start time. It's now no longer 8 minutes, so now it's 6 minutes. I've been panicking, guys. I've just checked again and there's only 3 people booked onto this class, so it's going to be very quiet. I can't decide whether that's better or worse. I don't know, guys. I'm stressed. We're gonna go.
Everybody knows y'all.
Guys, first of all, the girls are not fucking lying. That shit is hard. That is probably harder than any of the weight sessions I've done in the past 2 weeks. Shit is hard for real. She was asking me to like balance my knee on a ball whilst lifting an arm and a leg off the ground. I was like, how am I meant to be able to do that? There were points, don't get me wrong. I can definitely see how people go to Pilates and some people just hate it because it is really hard. Even though I am usually the sort of person where if I'm not good at something straight away, I just don't want to do it full stop. I actually do want to carry on with that because I feel like that's going to be so rewarding and I get better at it. I think I've basically identified I've got really bad balance. Like I find it really difficult to balance, which doesn't shock me at all because I don't do anything to work on my balance. So I would honestly probably want to do once a week. I might actually incorporate that. I really love that. Like I feel so good afterwards. It wasn't awkward at all. There was only 3 of us in there and that included the instructor. I believe she's called Cara and she was so encouraging throughout. Like sometimes when you go to a class, I feel like the way that they teach sometimes is really daunting if they're really pointing out everything you're doing wrong in front of a class, which has happened before when I've gone and done other things. For overcoming my fear, I'm going to treat myself to an ice latte, so I look like a fucking idiot because I've got a hoodie on, neon shorts and slides. But this is your sign. Do not let social anxiety get you. And to be honest, I think if I'm vlogging next week, I don't know if I will be, but if I am, I think I will actually try and get some clips for you because I could have done it in there. Like there was only 3 of us. You guys can see what it's actually like in a class. I don't have mine and I wouldn't be getting anyone in the background, so I could have filmed, but my social anxiety did overcome it. I nearly said, do you mind if I get a couple of clips, but then I was like, no, just let's focus. And to be honest, I'm glad I did because I look like a buffoon doing some of that shit, but that was hard. Let's go get a cafe. Guys, no cup and lid because I realised I look kind of insane. I've got neon shorts on with flip-flops and a big black hoodie and it's not particularly hot outside, so I've instead come to Caf in Farsley, which does just as good. An ice latte. I got a plain one and Twinkle Toes actually lives in Farsley, so I'm going to go and drop him this off. He likes hazelnut in his, so I just feel like this is the perfect colour for an ice latte personally. Back in probably the quickest shower. I've used the Sacred shampoo, but yeah, it's like my hair feels really nice through the ends and it's so nice and soft. The top of my hair just feels, I don't think I've dried it properly, but it just feels like there's still product in it. I do really want to like it, but maybe it's just not meant for my hair type. But my hair smells so good. Anyway, I actually have a little bit of an exciting venture now. I'm going to look at a house for the second time. So I know I promised you guys that I would bring you along the house journey, but the hasn't been a process to follow the past few months because I've looked on Rightmove but I've not actually booked any viewings in. After the whole situation with getting basically gazumped on the house I did like, it just left a bad taste in my mouth. I was a little bit sulky about it, I will admit that, but also it was the fact that it did kind of scare me because like, okay, but if I'd have started spending thousands solicitors fees and stuff, I wouldn't have been able to get that money back. I just think it's so wrong. I restarted this week and I restarted with vengeance. There was houses I found at the weekend, I booked in, I went to go see them for the first time on Tuesday. The second one I have ruled out. They're very different floor plans. The one I'm looking at again is over 3 floors, which I always found it so cool when I was little, seeing people live over 3 floors. I was like, if any of my friends lived in a 3-story house, I was like, you're cool as fuck. I think because I always assumed a 3-story would be so much more money, I never envisioned myself living in one. I have found during my hunt, because I have looked at another 3-floor one, which to be honest I've kicked myself about ever since, which is very similar, but that one's sold now. Notice for the amount of space I need, 3 floors fits my budget a lot better, because if I'm gonna get that sort of square footage but it's over 2 floors, it's like 100k over budget. Really liked the first one. The second one I ruled out just because I work from home and it was all open plan downstairs. It wasn't gonna work, there wouldn't be any way to separate it. Weirdly, again, all the things I thought I would want when I was younger, like I think because I've always lived in an older house with parents who have much older taste, I sort of rebelled against that and I was like, I want open plan everything. And then as I've been looking and as I've lived in open plan obviously the past couple of years, I've come to realise I don't mind, like this one does have open plan living downstairs, but there's also a separate living room, and that's something that for me, it's not the kitchen has to be open plan, it can just be a kitchen, but the separation is really important for me. I've realised, first of all, I work from home. If it's messy everywhere. If it's stinky from cooking, it's stinky everywhere. So yeah, I booked in a second viewing because I just wanted to look at it again before potentially making an offer on it. It's a massive shame the way the house process works in the UK, because it should be exciting and it's actually not. Like, even if I put an offer in and they accepted it, I don't even know if I'd be excited because of what happened last time. Like, can't really get excited until you get the keys, and I feel like that's so long on that everyone says when you get the keys it's really underwhelming. I would say let's go, but I'm not going to bring you with me, because if I don't get the house it's weird because I've showed you someone else's house. I do get the house, it's weird because I've showed you my house. Watch me eat my words and be like, house tour guys. I don't think it's a good idea. I actually think it's a really bad idea from a safety point of view, especially considering I would be living on my own. So we're gonna go and then probably get steps in after. Morning. Happy Friday. We're on Friday today. Oh my god, guys, I woke up this morning, I've got quite a little bit of pain. I'm saying that like it's like a really big feat to go and do, but I do need to go and try and get pictured for ALPHALETE for tomorrow, so it's must, we gotta go. I'm very lucky that I only have to go and take a picture, and that's all I need to do. Oh, actually, to be fair, I need to record like a mini review of the new launch stuff for my stories today, but other than that, the only thing I need to do is edit this week's YouTube video, which obviously involves sitting my ass all day, so that's exciting. But I didn't end up filming anything more yesterday because yesterday I went and looked around the house again, trying to cut a long story short. It's not really that long. Went and looked again, loved it. I was like, do you know what, I like this even more the second time round. But the house, they clearly, it's 7 years old, they've clearly painted too soon, like before a year or before 2 years, because there's a lot of crack paint on the walls and a lot of cracking on the walls, which means they'll probably actually need sanding down and repainting, which is fine, it's not a major job. But 3 door handles that fell off yesterday when we were looking around the house, just from literally like trying to open the door. The carpet on theirs when you went in, and I'm not saying this like it's a huge problem, because I actually really want to get a dog when I move out, so I would hate honestly to move into somewhere where the carpets are absolutely immaculate and then have a dog mess it up. So I was saying to Twinkle yesterday, I was like, it's kind of perfect, because once Mike's done training and stuff and we've done the teething process with things, I will then pay to replace the carpets, and that's completely fine. And because they're already a little bit messy, I would be wanting to replace them anyway, it's not going to bother me so much. So it was kind of bad but good at the same time, if that makes sense. And there was a couple of other things. Anyway, so we left and I got home probably like an hour later, and I shit you not, literally like 45 minutes to an hour later, the phone rang and they were like, oh, so someone's actually put an offer in, so would you like to put an offer forward? And I was like, so weird, because I've looked at it twice this week and both times the woman has said they've had a couple of viewings but they've not really been getting offers on it. Context, by the way, it's not been on the market like a week, it's been on the market for like 2 months, which is why I find it a little bit strange. Is that right? I'll just put my offer in, I'll put in what I am maximum willing to pay for it, which by the way is not a cheeky offer, it's not even 10% below asking, it's still a very good offer in my my opinion, but obviously it's up to the seller. And then he was like, right, okay, and then he rang me back 2 minutes later and he was like, yeah, it's been rejected because it's far too low. In my head I was then like, so what happened to this other offer? But it's too low, so I'm not gonna lie, I was quite frustrated about that yesterday, but ultimately, you know, it's someone's house. If they don't want to accept an offer, they don't have to accept an offer, they're not obliged to accept it. It's just annoying because also I looked at basically the exact same house in October, just further down the road, like it's the same layout, same everything. So I know from seeing that one, they've not done anything in terms of work to the house. They've not in a new kitchen, they've not done anything to the bathrooms. To be honest, they've not even like maintained it that well. So it's like, I don't know, clearly they've been told it's worth X amount, but for context, they've listed this one at £25,000 more than the one I looked at in October. It is what it is, we're back to the drawing board. I was really upset yesterday because I do love that house, but it's just like, it doesn't even sound like they're that open to offers at all, to be honest. Do you know what, it's not meant to be, but yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I was feeling pretty bummed out about that last night, so I didn't actually end up filming anything more. I did put in some overnight curls, giving myself a little bit of volume for today to go take this picture because I didn't want to put heat on it. I've not done overnight curls in quite a few weeks. I feel like there was a phase where I was doing them every single night and I've not done them in a couple of weeks. Oh god, however I've had that at the back of my head, it's clearly been tugging on my scalp. It's a little short. Perfect, first go. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I'm not joking, I've said it before, I'll say it again. These are the best things ever. Like, this literally took, I mean, you guys have seen it, took me like 5 minutes to put it up last night. This is it now and I feel like it looks pretty perfect. So I'm gonna get dressed. I think I'm gonna try to get like a coffee shop picture or something, just to do something a bit different, because I've already, ALPHALETE asked me to do a collab post for the baby piece. I've already done my gym selfies thing. So I'm gonna try and get like something a little bit different. So I think I'm gonna do the jacket and the shorts in the espresso and Sahara, so it's like creamy brown tones, and then I'll have my coffee. Very contrived. I'm literally going to get a coffee just to get this picture. I feel like I'm probably everyone's worst nightmare. Needs must, guys. Needs must. Sorry to start off today's vlog on a slightly sour note, but I thought I would just update you because, and that's what happens, and that is unfortunately the house hunting process. And my dad always says a house is ultimately never worth what you are willing to pay for it, and as much as I really love that house, I also don't want to put myself in a shit position where when it comes to reselling I'm having to sell it at a loss because I've overpaid for it. Bummer. Multiple hours later, we got pictures. I went to M&S to get some food, and then since I got back, my brother's actually turning 50 today. It's his big thing tomorrow, but he came around today, so I was with him, and then I've actually just spent the past an embarrassingly long amount of time doing try-on story stuff. Instagram. I did not realise how long that would take. That's taken me like for filming and then getting everything right and making sure the story's posted in the right order, because why is it so difficult when you've got like stories you're trying to post at the same time? Instagram just started posting them willy-nilly. I was like, oh brilliant, we're going from the Lena bodysuit to the sandy bra to the pump shorts back to the sandy bra. Please stop. But now that they're all uploaded, they've all gone back in the right order. But that's what I've been doing. It's now 4 PM, so I've just made myself a little midday ninja creamy. The way I'm so sore from Pilates yesterday, but it's all in my like shoulders and traps where I'm sore. I thought my stomach would be really sore, but I feel like because I've got period pains, it's sort of all like mashed into one. But I am not joking. Me and this ninja creamy, we're in a love affair, but I've actually been making sorbet. I won't bore you with because I feel like I spoke about it in last week's video. Tropical one, I've done a watermelon one, I've done watermelon and raspberry, but I've been slacking on my protein recipes, so I've actually just made chocolate and banana protein ice cream, totally vegan. I use the Alpro chocolate milk, I use 250ml, so there's not a ton of protein, 12.5 grams of protein with 1 whole chopped banana. I think I honestly could have put more banana in, I would have liked it if it was a bit more banana-y. It's very healthy, proteiny, but without, I feel like because I've not put like a protein powder in, it has a much better texture. Like the texture is actually like genuine, like really creamy ice cream. It's honestly really good. And it doesn't taste super artificial as well, because the chocolate's quite like a nutty chocolate flavour, if that makes sense. But yeah, it's so good. You know you can't say it. So I might see you again today. I also might see you tomorrow because
Yes,
I want to leave this in one sitting, but I might not be able to because I might get brain freeze. So, catch you later. Hello. Crazy right now. Now on Saturday, it's actually quite a bit later in the day because this morning I woke up in sheer panic. I was like, oh, another day, another day, another dollar. And then I was like, Amy, you've not actually edited your YouTube video for this week yet, love, and it needs to go up tomorrow. So I've been doing that pretty much all day and then speedily got ready. It's now 3:15 and I'm actually, the roller is because I'm waiting for my bangs to cool down and I want them to have a little bit of lift, but I'm actually going to my brother's, don't mind the mess by the way, I really need to put that away, but we're in a little bit of a rush, Kev. We're in a little bit of a time crunch. He was 50 yesterday, but it's his 50th birthday party today, so I'm just currently getting ready for that. Currently deciding, first of all, I've got like I love this top. It's from Zara and they've got it in so many different colours, and I am not joking, this top looks like it cost like £80, like it's really expensive looking. It's like a cowl neck, but it's not too tight or anything like that. There's actually a lot of room to it. And then it comes down here like this, and then that's how it looks at the back. It's like a backless moment. And so I'm just making sure I'm nice and moisturised because you don't want to be wandering around looking twisted. I can't decide whether to do capris or jeans. I don't want to do a capri and a sandal. That really makes it quite a bit more dressy, and it's quite casual. Well, I mean, it's not casual because it's his 50th, but it is in the sense of the same. And I'm kind of like, I've spoken about this in so many vlogs recently, but I'm kind of like on a mission to bring back dressing up at the moment. So I feel like I should just wear what I want to wear, regardless of whether it fits. Obviously within reason, like I wouldn't want to show up where I need to be dressed really nice in a tracksuit. My thing is usually I get scared of feeling overdressed, but I'm kind of over that. Like if I look overdressed, I look overdressed. I want to dress up. It's not a crime. I think I'm even going to put some bangles on, guys. We're accessorising today. Yeah, I actually really like the bangles. So I'm thinking, did I wear my capris? And I know that capris is cool, they do work. But I actually really enjoyed wearing these on my birthday the other week. I just don't know if it's giving like
white girl
I'm
goes
going to work
black
outfit.
on me,
I
huh?
really like my makeup.
Okay, girl. Once you go
pretty
black,
good.
you don't want to
And
go
I hate
back
to say
there.
it because I said it was going away
I'm
in
just
the
saying,
video
white
that
girl.
I'm posting
Once you
tomorrow.
go black, you don't want to go
every
back.
time it's a piece of flavour.
Your
I think I'm going to have to really try and get a dermatologist this week because I go away a week on Wednesday, and if they need to give me like antibiotics or something, fine, but I would rather start them before I go away because when it's hot as it is today, I can feel that it's irritating it, and I cannot think of anything worse than being stuck in Greece where it's going to be like 35 to 40 degrees and my mouth just burning. I don't know how to show you the fit. I can't appear to get my camera set up right, but this is it with the capris. I am feeling the capris actually. This is such a funny angle, but I think I'm feeling the capris. I think this is what I'm going to wear. I want more capris. Crazy work, I know.
Wow!
Capris, I'm not sure I'm really...
Wow,
this is a really funny angle to film from. Should I film
like,
all my vlogs? No, probably really not. I won't film all my vlogs from this angle. I'm just really loving capris for like casual wear. I kind of want a pair of denim capris. Who am I? A sheep. That's who I am. In terms of perfume, no, I actually can't take myself seriously with that angle. That's hilarious. I'm going to go with my annoying influencer nail taps. I've like caught influenza when it comes to the nail taps. I really need to stop doing it. Someone actually left a comment about it in one of my vlogs the other week. I need to stop doing it, but I've caught the bug, guys, but I'm wearing a pair because I want a nice strong summery scent. And this is a strong scent if ever there was one. I know that some people hate it and they find it really screechy. Also, some people that smell this are probably thinking, why the hell have you just put like 10 sprays of that on? But it's just so delicious and delectable that I love it so much. Okay, I'm going to take the roller out. Where's my calves?
Yep,
My calves out. Can't be tottering around with dry calves. That's it, and then I'm going to put my little Prada bag on. Ooh, I love it when I like my outfit. I feel like I'm liking a lot of my outfits lately. I've got my bag full little picture.
That's what I'm talking about, Amy. Girl. What's up, white girl? What's up? What's your little cute ass doing, girl? What's up?
I think it goes. I think it looks cute. Let me know what you think. But I'm pretty happy with it, to be honest. And I think it looks better than the jeans. I love my oversized jeans, but I feel like it's not every single occasion that we wear jeans. And honestly, capris are kind of giving me a new lease of life because it's giving me another option that's not super dressy, like I'm not having to wear a dress, also not shorts. because I don't really love tailored shorts. I don't really love that look on me. So give me another option when I don't want jeans, but I don't want proper pants, I don't want shorts, and I don't want a dress. Well, we were all back from my brother's 50th. Obviously, I didn't film anything there because I think I've mentioned it before, but I just feel like if I film anything family related when my niece is there, she will then want to watch whatever I've posted, and I just don't feel like my vlogs are... Well, I don't make my vlogs for children, they're not child friendly, so I basically just avoid filming such things. The ALPHALETE launch actually went live. I was doing all the stories and stuff for yesterday. That actually went live whilst I was there on the app, and then also went live on the website, so that's all done. But I got the most exciting PR package from Space NK. I still feel so lucky that I get these, and I'm not gonna lie, I was panicking that I'd been booted off the PR list because ever since the perfume box, I've not had another box, and I was like, oh my god, is this because I like honestly rated them in a vlog and in a TikTok? I did like a smell test and I didn't like all of them, and I was like, oh my god, like they boot me off, and it's like one of my favourite brands, like because they sell most of my favourite beauty brands and most of my favourite beauty products. And then I got a package the other day, I was like, I've not ordered anything, and it came in this big box. Then I looked at the return address and it said Space NK. I was like, oh my god, guys, she lives on another day. This is so exciting because I've not had one in ages, but I kind of love that. I feel like if this is just how Space NK do things, I kind of love that they don't send them out all the time, because it does make it 10 times more special when you do get them. Like, you should have seen me. Like, my brother was at mine at the time and he was like, oh my god, look how excited she is. I was like, yes, I've got no idea what's in here. It's like a mystery box and it's free. I didn't pay for it. I obviously have already opened it, but this is what it looks like, and it's basically like a summer June edit box. Starting with the first thing, which is Space NK have actually launched like accessories. By the way, this is not an ad or sponsor. I actually don't have any obligation to even say they've sent me PR, like I don't have to post it anywhere, but I just think this is really exciting, and they've spent, in my opinion, way too much on this package, so I would feel so insanely rude not sharing. So Space NK now actually do these like accessories for like travel. Actually, I think they've always done them, but they've got pink and like a lemon colour, and they do a smaller one. I am not joking, I nearly bought this last weekend for travel because I'm going on holiday in like just under 2 weeks. It's actually pretty sturdy as well. Like, it's obviously not hard, it's not as flimsy as some of the ones I've had from Amazon, and it'll fit, that will honestly fit pretty much all of my toiletries in and SPF and stuff, so it will all be rolling around in plastic bags in my case. Then I'm so shocked that they put this in there because these are so expensive and I've never tried them, but they sent me 2 new face products. So I've got hydrogel patches for under the eye, so these are basically just under eye patches, and they come in a little tub. I've never heard of these, I didn't know that they did eye patches. Sent me the New Face Fix Micro Wand, which is basically, I think they do a bigger one, and then this is the mini one for eyes, lips and mouth. I tried to try it yesterday, but it's actually dead, it needs charging, so I need to charge it up. Comes with a little serum, and I'm pretty sure it's like a microcurrent thing. Excited to use it, but I'm a little bit scared, but I'm so grateful because I googled it, because I was like, no way, they've put that in the box. Those are so expensive, and then I googled it and I was like, oh my god, they put it in the fucking box. They put it in the fucking box. So thank you so much Space NK for this, because I've never tried it. Got the Way Dry Shampoo, never tried it, but I love Way products. The Way Detox Shampoo is one of my favourite shampoos, I always have it in rotation. I also just love the way that Way products smell. This smells a little bit minty, honestly, like it has like a mint scent to it, which just, I feel like if your hair's feeling a little greasy, that's such a nice scent to have over it. There's an Aqua de Parma candle in here, which smells like an olive tree. It's like the weirdest scent I think I've ever smelled in a candle, but different to all my other candles. It literally smells like an olive tree. Then I've got these magnesium pills. You're Looking Well night pills. Intrigued to try. And then this, I feel like I've seen this brand somewhere before. This is the Mimitech face cream, and I have, as you can see, it's open. I have actually been using this over Pro Top it. It's like dried down. After like an hour you can put moisturiser over it, and on a night time it's been getting a bit dry and itchy because it's been so hot that I've been sleeping with the fan on, so I think it's making it worse. So I have actually been putting this over the top, and it's very calming. It just feels like a, I don't even know how to describe it, it just feels like a normal moisturiser. It's not scented or anything like that. It looks like toothpaste, I'm not gonna lie, but I kind of love it, and I feel like it's gonna actually be quite easy because of the way it's shaped. I feel like it's gonna be easy to get everything out of it. So that's everything that I got in my little Space NK June edit box, but I'm so grateful. So thank you Space NK for the goods. Honestly, like I said, I was so scared that I'd be kicked off the list for reviewing the perfumes. I was like, no, please, I love the Space NK boxes, and I just think it's one of my favourite shops. Like, every time I go to Leeds, I always go in there. Like I said, not an ad or sponsored, and I don't have to show that in this vlog, but first of all, I only get stuff like this because of you guys, so I want to share it with you. But yeah, I'm spending the evening with Twinkle Toes now, so I will catch the vlog up tomorrow or Monday, depending on what I end up doing tomorrow, because we're just going to have some quality time this evening. So yeah, I'm having a lovely day. Morning, it's Sunday. I was going to go to the gym and take you guys with me, but I'm actually not going to go to the gym. I'm going to use my time wisely because I go away not this week, but a week on Wednesday, and I feel like I leave everything to the last minute when it comes to like SPF and all the like annoying bits that you need. I honestly feel like the boot shop that you do before you go on holiday is
Work how expensive it is, so I'm gonna go and do that today, so I'm very prepared. And also there's a couple things, like I really want some, like, I have a pair of linen trousers basically from Aritzia, but they're more like a proper pan. It's like the effortless plan packed with plan, but the linen version, I feel like you can't just throw those on over a bikini. Also they were really expensive, so I don't want to just throw them on over a bikini, like if the dye runs on them or anything like that. Nicer pants, I want like a chill linen pant that's a bit cheaper and also just more casual in sort of look, like just like a drawstring basically. Find some in Zara, so I'm gonna see if they've got any of those. I'm gonna do it this week, but then I'm just like, literally I'm not gonna do anything today because my core, I don't know what that Pilates class has done to me. I felt fine today, and then as the days have gone on, my core, like I'm feeling pain in places I didn't even know I could work. I'm gonna go to town together, but for my little outfit today I've just popped on the shirt jacket. I think this launched yesterday. It's not my favourite jacket in the world, but it's easy enough to run in errands. I just don't like how stiff this collar is because it just sort of sticks up. And then I've got the shape leggings on. These are the black ones. I don't feel like they're doing anything too crazy to the glutes, to be honest. It's definitely lifting, but not that lifting. But then these are a medium, so I don't know. Usually I'd go for a cut and sew option, but because I'm wearing
I get it. You like showing off your ass.
seamless leggings. So
I'm not against it, Amy. I'm just saying. I'm just referencing that.
Hey guys, we secured the goods. I wasn't able to find the face SPF I wanted, but I did get some SPF, and I also went into Mango, found some holiday bits, and I did end up getting some pants from Zara, but I parked in John Lewis, and honestly, I feel like something that we do not talk about enough is the fact that it really is the socially anxious of us that keep this economy going. Because tell me why I ended up having like the most expensive car cleaning option done, all because I was too shy to say no and I felt really bad. So I've had the inside and the outside of my car clean, but I'm not joking, I don't think my car's been this clean in probably like well over a year. They've given it a good clean. She's feeling fresh. They've reorganised me. Classic. Always got me rape alarm. My dad gave me that for when I go on walks, and it just basically lives in my car. But it's just so tidy and clean, and it smells like marzipan. Okay, guys. There was car sap. Cars don't leak sap, Amy, but trees do. There was tree sap all over my car, and honestly, I don't think there's anything worse. I don't think there's anything worse for a car than tree sap, but it's like impossible to avoid it in the summer where I live, so that is not fun. But we're back. It's very, 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 very clean on the inside and very clean on the outside. Even my tyres look cleaner. I'm going to be ignoring the mess because part of my massive to-do list today is to sort this room out. I need to have a massive put-away session, and I've also decided to give away basically pretty much half of the ALPHALETE launch that I received, just because I really don't need it now that my review is done. I keep certain colours for colour comparisons, and I'll keep like certain pieces, but other than that I don't need everything, so I need to sort out what I'm keeping and what I'm not keeping, put it in piles and then start putting things away. But whilst my chicken is cooking, because I'm going to make myself a little salad for lunch, I thought I would just give you a haul. It's really boring, guys, I'm not going to lie, but this is a staple for when you go on holiday. Jungle formula, cannot go without it. I used to be delusional and think I didn't get bitten. I do get bitten, so jungle formula. Also, it makes your skin really, really, really glowy. Some may say greasy. It gives a gorgeous, gorgeous glow. It does stink though, but it genuinely does work. Like, insects are not going to come anywhere near you when you've got this shit on. After Sun Hawaiian Tropic, one of my faves. I've used this probably since I was like 16. SPF 50 spray version, SPF 30 spray version, SPF 30 cream version, SPF 20 cream version. I like having a range of different SPFs. And then I just got some bobbles because I feel like I could buy a pack of 50 bobbles and within a month I've got like 2 left. I don't know what happens to them, I don't know where they go, but I just bought some bobbles to take, and I'm not even going to open those until I go, like they are staying. And I also got some silk scrunchies, so I like during the day when my hair's wet because it's not going to be as tugging. But I heard Mykonos is very windy, so I can't use scrunchies because they're not going to be strong enough. I'm going to need proper bobbles. So that's everything that I got from Boots. And Mango had an amazing sale on
like everything in there was basically on sale. I found a pair of pants. So if I needed that sort of pant, I would have bought them, but I really didn't need it, so I skipped on them. I found this scarf for like £12, but I just think this is going to look so cute as a sarong on holiday. I love the print of it. It's a really, really nice lightweight fabric. Also like plenty wide enough to be worn multiple ways. I could honestly probably like use it as a top if I wanted to. I just feel like this is a very versatile piece that I'm going to be able to get a lot of use out of. Then I was actually able to pick up two vests that I keep looking at. My eye on these for so long, but I was able to actually get them basically cheaper than they would have been. So this one is just a white ribbed vest, but it's actually like a creamy sort of shade, and the fabric on this just feels so nice. And then I've also had my eye on this for probably months at this point, so I picked up this as well, which is like a brown sheer, but I just think this on holiday, or this even in the UK with a pair of baggy jeans, pair of pants, super, super, super comfortable. It'd be really good to put over a bikini top. I will wear it as like a sheer as well with nipple covers, and I just love this shade of brown. I feel like it really suits me. I then got some black trousers from Zara, again, going on. I always get pants and stuff from Zara in a medium just because I want them to be a little bit bigger. And then I got these pants, which I had my eye on the other week. These are basically going to be my more casual white linen pant for throwing on over bikinis and stuff. It's just got a drawstring waist and comes down into a nice wide leg. These look a lot more casual than my Aritzia ones that I have, so they'll be easier to throw on. Today's going to be a productive one, guys, because I really just, like as I was driving back, I'm in the mood to just go through my wardrobe and throw everything out. I don't mean throw it out, I mean like charity shop stuff. Like I'm really in a sort my life out sort of mood today. I also really want to try this tonight, so let me actually make sure I take this downstairs. I'm going to take this downstairs and plug it in so we can charge it up. I'm in a very like productive mood, so I'm going to take heed of it. I've said this in vlogs before, but I feel like there's something wrong with me when it comes to like productiveness. I don't know, there's just something not quite right with me and I don't know what it is, but when I get a burst to do things, I have to act on it, because if I don't act on it, good luck to me, because it won't come back for a long while and then I'll be like in a hole with things. So I really need to act on it. If I get an idea, I need to act on it. So I need to eat my lunch quickly before this feeling dissipates, because I really, really, really need a tidy space, tidy mind. The ALPHALETE launch is done, so I've got like a gap. I've got a lull in work. I do actually also have work to do today, but I'll do that tonight. So, chicken salad time. I've just done this shelf because this was the shelf that was causing me problems, and this is the shelf whittled down. Basically, there's a chimney behind this bit in my wardrobe, so the shelves are very like shallow, which is why it even still looks a mess now, but I have just whittled this down. But if you ever wanted proof that I am a basics girl till I die, these are basically all my basics: tops, bodysuits, vests. I've done all my ribbed ones here, all of my sort of fabric normal t-shirt ones here, long sleeves, casual bodysuits, and then my more like spaghetti style bodysuits basically here. Done a bag this full of stuff to go. So far so good. So far so good. Now 5, I've completely blitzed my room. This room, I do still have like a couple bits, but because these are holiday bits like SPF and stuff, there is no point in me putting these away because I'm going to be packing them up within like the next week anyway. Now I'm going to package up some stuff that I'm giving away. So I actually got like another like 3 days after I got that other L'Oreal package, they sent me another one, but it just like, because they came in such quick succession, it just felt really wasteful. So I'm actually giving away the package to a lovely, she's followed me for ages on Instagram, we've been talking since I was at uni, she's called Vicky, so she's getting this whole ass L'Oreal package, and then I've just gone through and picked out the people for the giveaway that I did on Instagram for these launch pieces. So someone's getting a sandy bra, dip back legging, push tank, sandy bra, jacket, baby tee. I know that's shocking, but I just have so many baby tees at this point, and I really don't think I'm going to reach for these two, to be honest, and a bodysuit. So I do have summer dresses, so I'm going to make some shipping labels now. I'm just trying to basically get ahead of myself because I'm on a roll with it, and I really do want to go for a walk and get some steps in, because I'm meant to be testing out some ALPHALETE fabrics, and there's one that's like really low impact that should be thin enough to wear today that I've not really been able to go out and wear test. So I did actually buy myself a label printer as well, which is probably one of the best things I've ever bought for myself, because it was getting to a point where I was cutting out all the labels, sellotaping them on, and sometimes sometimes I'd be giving out like 15 packages at a time, and it was just taking, I'm not joking, it would somehow take me like 2 hours to package everything up, and it was just taking way too long, especially considering this isn't like business. I'm just giving this stuff away because it's nice to give back to people, but it's not business, you know. Since I got the label printer, it's actually been a lot better. Let's get on with it.
We finally started selling my figurine. Unfortunately, it's only available at Costco because it had to come in bulk. But they finally started.
But I mean when I say it's so much quicker to have the label printer, because I'm done doing all my label printing, so I've just put on a little outfit to go for a walk. I'm gonna go for a walk and take these. I'm honestly, I'll be real, I'm never usually this speedy with a giveaway because I know what my brain's like. I know I'm gonna get, I just feel like every time before I go away, I'm sure everyone's the same, but you just feel like you've got 1,000,001 things to do. So I wanted to make sure that I get that done today, so I'm going to take those and then go and get some steps in, because I've nearly hit my step goal, but my steps have actually been a little bit lower than expected towards the end of the week. I'm going to go and get more steps in to bring the average up. It's very muggy outside, so I'm slightly scared to have like a full long sleeve and legging fit on, but to be honest, I'm sweating already. Don't know if you can see. Can we see? Literally sweating already, but needs must, guys, needs must. We're gonna go. I really don't think this is my colour. I look ridiculous, but this is a fit. Oh my god, guys, the steps are done. I've just finished getting my steps in. I've actually went above my step count for the day. Let's have a look. And that's my step count for the day. Yay! When I got back in my car to come for the walk, my car absolutely stank. And I do have a car scent. You guys know I'm a big scent girly. I do actually have a car scent, which is this. It's from Marks & Spencer's. I'm pretty sure I've showed it in a vlog before, but I'm reminding you. It's the Apothecary Warmth scent. If you like Le Labo Santal 33, this is that. It smells the exact same, but I only really like that scent on a man or as like a home scent. I don't actually like it wear on body. I think it's a banging home scent. Like, I wish that Le Labo did. Do Le Labo do home products? They probably do, but I think it's such a nice, fresh home scent. So this, I mean, to be honest, I don't know why I'm complaining, because Apothecary do all the home stuff. You can get candles, you can get all that sort of stuff. Someone walked past and I stopped recording, and then I thought I started recording again, but it transpired, never started recording again. So what I was saying is, a really good dupe of Le Labo Santal 33, which I think is a better scent for a man or a house, or in my case, a car. I've bought my tampons. Did I even get to the tampon bit? I didn't get to the tampon bit. I basically went on a haul. I'm really doing myself dirty here because I could have just left that out and ignored it because I wasn't recording it, but I went to Tesco to get some tampons, and I was telling you guys, I went on a whole thing about how I call them like tampianas or blood plugs. I feel like every girl calls them their own little thing. Then I started worrying because I was like, wait, maybe that's not a thing. So do let me know if that's a thing, because I'm pretty sure that's a thing, but if it's not a thing, it might just be me. But I personally call them blood plugs, which is a little bit gross, but I went and bought blood plugs, oat milk, it was a random shop, some vegan cheese and some cherries, and I ate the cherries whilst I made a burger bowl. Obviously now I'm home, I've showered, I've just used the L'Oreal mask. My friend got me it for my birthday and it smells so nice, like my hair smells really nice. It's in the orange tub. I'll let you know how it goes when my hair's like dry, but my new face thing is charged, so I thought we could use it properly for the first time together. And Twinkle Toes is on the line. Say hi to the vlog.
Hi everyone, I was just laughing at Amy's weekly shopping, tampons, vegan cheese and some cherries.
Hey, off my cherry. Okay, it came with a line smoothing fix serum. It says that this is for like fine lines and stuff. I'm not gonna lie guys, I am actually a little bit scared because I've never used one of these devices before, and does it hurt? Is it gonna sting? Is it gonna burn? A little thing. Okay, it's on the eyes one. I don't know what I do. Guys, I'm really scared. No, because I'm actually quite scared.
Okay, it doesn't sting at all. Am I doing it right, guys? Is this what I'm meant to do? Someone please tell me in the comments below, guys. I've got no idea what I'm doing. I've never used one of these devices before. Go around the eyeball, to the top of my eyelid.
Where your mouth.
Oh, fuck! Oh god, it's definitely getting a little bit more intense now. Guys, I feel like it stings a little bit.
Around your mouth to help wipe them.
Okay guys, it's just turned off, which I'm guessing means I'm done. I want to do lines. Should we see if it does anything? This is where I normally get my Botox. Oh my god!
Is it just a static shock?
I don't know, it feels like a... Okay, no, I'm turning that off. It's really scaring me and I don't know what I'm doing. Now guys, I've got some new Face Hydrate and Smooth, which you'll have seen in the Space NK box. So, oh, it's so cute. It comes with a little spoon so that you can spoon them out. Skinny side up so that you can get it right in the corner. I am really that annoying influencer right now. But this is so cute. That's my productive Sunday coming to a close. I do actually have stuff I need to do on my laptop, so I'm going to go and do that now. And I will probably see you guys tomorrow. But I wanted to test it out with you guys for the first time because you guys are the only reason I got it. Hopefully you enjoyed watching me shock myself. We have come to the conclusion it's meant to give like a slight tingle but not a strong shock. So the strong shock I got on my forehead is because I didn't put any serum on there. So you do need to put serum on. But yes, I will see you guys probably tomorrow. It's Monday, we're on a new week and it's actually Monday evening. I did start vlogging for today. By the way, I've just done that current thing again. I was looking it up and apparently you need to use it like long term to see results. So has anyone used something like this long term and seen results? Because I did put more primer on today and it wasn't as stingy, but it definitely does zap a little bit, which makes me think maybe it is doing something, but I don't know because I don't really understand how these things work. But yeah, I fully started my vlog off this morning. I was like, we're gonna go train together and then we've got a busy day. And then I walked into the gym and it was so busy. And then it's also been 30 degrees today. So I've not actually filmed anything. It's now 8 PM and I've just canned that clip from this morning because it was really pointless. I was talking about all these things I was gonna show you and I've not done that. So I do want to show you my Ninja Creamy, which I prepped earlier. So we're going to go and make that together for Love Island because I'm obsessed with my Ninja Creamy. Someone actually messaged me on Instagram saying that they think I've used my Ninja Creamy more in 2 weeks than they have in the year that they've had theirs. But like, guys, if you've got a Ninja Creamy, dust it off, get it out, it's brilliant. For my Ninja Creamy today, this is what I've used. This is the ESN, by the way, this is not sponsored, I bought this with my own money, okay? This is the ESN protein coffee. It's crazy to be doing this at 8:30 at night, but it's not got a ton of caffeine in it, and honestly I don't notice that it keeps me up or anything like that. So I'm using the protein coffee. I put 1 scoop of that in, 150 ml of oat milk, and then I've also added a banana, and then I basically run it under the hot tap before I put it in. I don't know if like you're meant to do that and like it's in the instructions and I missed it, but I always see TikTok saying you're meant to do that, and then that's what it looks like. I made banana and chocolate the other day and it was so good, and now I'm like banana and coffee. I know that it sounds a bit weird, but to me it sounds right. I really want to make a matcha ice cream as well. I feel like that would be so good. My vlogs are basically becoming me making various different Ninja Creamies. Do light ice cream. I don't think it needs a respin, but there is stuff like stuck around the side, so I'm going to use a butter knife to scrape it. But it's not come out crummy. I feel like they usually come out crummy. I feel like that's a really good texture. I don't think you can go wrong with that texture. It's very, you know, if you'll pardon the pun, very creamy. I think this might actually be like, based off 1 spin, this might actually be my best Ninja Creamy today. So it's been in for about 7 hours, which I feel like helps as well. Look at that. That is actually unreal. I'm just gonna go full respin. Just respin it so the edges are mixed in. Okay, respin is done. Final reveal. Oh, she's perfect. Look. And there's nothing around the sides. So this is protein, coffee, and banana ice cream. And this full thing is probably about 300-ish calories, maybe less, maybe like 250 to 300. Look at that. That's just unbelievable. Look at the texture. It's perfect. It's like a soft serve texture. And it tastes so good too. 10 out of 10. Barring the sorbets, because that's a different kettle of fish, out of the ice creams I've made so far, this is by far the best one. It's so nice that my dad just asked me to put some in a bowl for him. Dad usually hates anything proteiny, and he doesn't know there's protein in there. He said, what flavour is it? I said, coffee and
banana. He said, oh, I'll have some, put some in a bowl for it. You can't taste the protein, can you, Garth? For Love Island, but Love Island's not on for another 20 minutes. I fear I may be done with probably half of it by the time Love Island starts, but I've just done my account, so I don't really have anything to do. Just waiting to start my client check-ins tomorrow, so it's Love Island time. I think it's the heart rate challenge tonight. Excited for the drama. The thing with Harrison is, I don't think he likes Tony, but I also don't think he likes Helena either. I think he likes Shakira, but that's just not going to be a thing. He just wants to stay in at this point. I feel like he's going even more towards Helena since the bottom 3 vote as well. Happy Tuesday. I don't know why, I feel like I'm always starting my vlogs being like happy when realistically you guys are not going to be watching it on X day. You might be watching it on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I don't know when you're going to be watching it, but Tuesday today for me. So I've been up, I've done some client check-ins. It's now 8:30 and I'm about to go to the gym. Today I have a very like go day because I have like a few different things to do between work and other stuff. So I've got all my client check-ins to do today. So I got up early to get a head start on those. And then now I'm going to the gym to do cardio and core, which I will film a little bit of for you guys because I don't think I've got any training in this vlog so far. And I know that you like seeing that, so I'll put some cardio and core clips in. Got all my stuff, like my bag's fully packed so that I can shower at the gym and get changed. Hopefully by the time I'm done with cardio, I have time to go and charge my car because it needs charging a little bit. Get myself a coffee, carry on with client check-ins, but I'll just work from my car. And I've got my nails at 12 and then straight after my nail appointment I need to drive to Manchester because my sister and her husband are actually back from Greece today and I said I'd pick them up from the airport. So fate now, so I need to really get a little bit of a wiggle on. So if you've been watching UK and US, which I've not watched US, but I feel like I've watched it because I'm basically every morning looking at clips and basically watching like the most important clips from the American one. They had their heart rate challenge the day before us. The UK one is so tame compared to the US. Like I actually don't think the UK heart rate challenge was that good. It really made me like awkward watching it, which is weird because the US one is basically soft porn at this point, but I felt less uncomfortable watching that one. I feel like you can just sense how uncomfortable the UK cast were, and weirdly I'm not one stand for the men, but I feel like the men did a better job. Yeah, I'm just wondering when Casa Amor is because it feels like it's been going on for ages now and we're still not at Casa Amor, so I'm hoping that's got to be like tonight or tomorrow's episode surely. But anyway, need to stop yapping, let's go to the gym.
I'ma rock out to the day a nigga leave Earth. Supreme canvas pants, skid row on the t-shirt. All these hating niggas sweet and make your teeth hurt. Last one standing and I know they mad that we first. Out of sight, still residing on the south side, but it's still love for the north. I was outside, stand on the bitch, tell her jump, she say how high. Move walkie so a nigga had to downsize. I'ma rock out to the day a nigga leave Earth. Supreme canvas pants, skid row on the...
Okay, cardio and core is done. I've now come to charge my car just further up the road. Guys, if anyone has got this cup, I think I've broken it and I don't know how, but now it's definitely not leak proof. Like, it's leaking, but it's out of here, and I've checked and I swear it's screwed on properly. Anyone else had that issue with this cup? But I've just got my ESN clear weight in here because I thought about this one and I was like, shit. I was meant to make myself a Greek salad to have after my nail appointment or after cardio and core, but I didn't make one and I didn't have time, so I just shoved this in so that I can at least get some protein in. I don't know when I'm actually going to be able to eat, but I think I'm going to go get a coffee. Archive? I don't know if it's still open actually. For a year. I used to go there for breakfast. They used to do really good breakfast. I'm not sure if it's still good, but I just fancy an iced coffee, and then I do have client check-ins to obviously still be getting on with, and I've got about an hour and a half before I need to go to my nail appointment, so I'm going to crack on with those as much as I can. I'm just going to work from my car. I have secured the caffeine. It's so small, love you archive, but this was like £5 as well. For reference, cup and lid, not to keep going on about them, I feel like I've spoken about them a lot in last week's video and this week's video, but cup and lid would never. Cup and lid is like £3.60 for a small, £3.90 for a big one. Just saying. Okay, let's taste it. Oh, the sweet, sweet sound. It low-key tastes like kale. It was also, it's just dawned on me, obviously I'm going to Manchester. If I'm early enough, I could go to the Trafford Centre is literally right by the airport. It's basically on the way. It's Blank Street. They've got new matcha flavours. I know that everyone's like, Blank Street now, like everyone's like, it's ground, like it's not. No, it's not the strongest matcha. And I will admit, since trying other ones, nor is it the best matcha, but I do think the hate now is getting a little bit forced. The drinks are still nice, no? Might not be the best in terms of like a strong matcha flavour. The drink still tastes good. It's not my favourite matcha anymore, but I'm not gonna shit on it. Go acai in the tribe and get another the girls' bathroom matcha, but that's in central Manchester and I won't have time to go there. So I feel like honestly the hate on Blank Street is a little bit false. It's giving it's popular now, so no one thinks it's cool anymore. Everyone's crapping on it. All very, very cool. Too cool for me. I'm not saying if you don't like Blank Street, you're like a pick-me. I'm talking about the people that now decided all of a sudden it's just not good enough for them. And acting like it's ass. It's not ass. It's just not the best, strongest matcha. But it never was. We've got work to do. No more Blank Street talk. Work. And this somewhat diabolical ice latte. The guy in there was really nice. I feel really bad, but it's just, it tastes weird. It tastes a bit burnt. Guys, I'm actually a big Dumbo, so my nails are done, they're finished, they're looking fresh. I literally just, I think it's called Milky Pink, the colour, but I just got plain pink, and I've basically grossly miscalculated my timings. Tell me why I thought 1 PM an hour and a half was 3:30. It's not. It's now 2:05 and I've actually just got to the Trafford Centre. I don't know why, but in my head the Trafford Centre is so much further away than it actually is from me, so Cisco doesn't even land until 3:15, so I've got an hour and 10 minutes. I'm gonna go, I will do some work. I still have work to do. Well, I don't think. I am gonna go and get a Blank Street because they actually have the new flavours. They've got a cookies and cream one, which I really want to try. So sister will probably want snacks for the drive home, so I'm gonna go to Marks and Spencer's and get some snacks. And then I do also need to get some lunch, but I don't know what I want. Healthy but not tasting like shit. I'm not going to Nando's either because I can't be arsed. It's actually so expensive, it's ridiculous. My Nando's order is now like £25 and it's just crazy talk for some chicken. I also might actually get the Havaianas flip-flops that I was looking at on Office. Just tell me why. I was like, oh, I'll just order any, and then I was looking at them and I was so overwhelmed by the colour choices. Some of them have gems, some of them don't, some of them are square, some of them are round. Like, who would have thought that flip-flops could cause such a kerfuffle in my brain? But it was really stressing me out, so I actually ended up ordering none. Yeah, and I'm hoping Marks and Spencer's have that strawberry cream sandwich because I really want to try it and I think my sister would like it, so let's go. Should probably get one. I feel like the matcha's really green today. It's actually really good. Cookies and cream. Like cookie bits in it as well. That is actually really good, I'm not gonna lie. I'm telling you, the Trafford Centre, a mad place, because why is it always busy? I was like, oh, it'll be nice and quiet because it's a weekday. It's still so busy, and I'm like, is it school holidays? I feel like my niece and nephew were just off school. Did end up going to Sephora. Are we getting a Sephora in Leeds? Any of my locals? I feel like I heard a rumour it was going into where Superdry was, because that's now closed down, but I'm not sure if I've just made that up. Such a nice makeup shopping experience, but I did end up getting some bits, so I've got myself a chicken Caesar wrap for my lunch from Marks and Spencer's. They didn't have the strawberry sandwich thing, and it was so funny because I could just tell by looking at people that when we were looking at like the meal section, we were all looking for the same thing, and it's really embarrassing, but we were all there like, oh, it's not there, they don't have it. I've even heard someone being like, oh, it's viral on TikTok, so they won't have it, be out of stock. It was out of stock, so I wasn't able to get that. Got them some face masks and some face wipes, just because I feel like when I come off a plane I really want a face wipe. I end up getting some Havaianas. It took me, guys, why is buying flip-flops such like a difficult choice? It took me so long, but I ended up getting these ones. They're like a little bit different. They've got like a two-tone on the side. Ones look nice on my feet. I'm so glad I didn't order them online. If I'd have ordered them online, I was going to get the square foot one. Foot one, I've got bunions. The square foot one, and my feet look like Shrek's feet. So that was a hard pass. I ended up getting these ones, just plain black. I feel like you really can't go wrong. I've never had Havaianas before. This is like my first like non-£3 pair of flip-flops, but they're still like 30 quid, which is expensive, but it's not like, you know, Prada prices, do you know what I mean? We're stuck between plain black or black with the gold, but black with the gold just looks better on me, so I went with the black with the gold. But yeah, I've got flip-flops all sorted. I'm trying to get work bits in where I can and then drive to the airport. By the way, the Blank Street, I don't know if you could hear what I was saying or if I'll have had to have cut the audio. Very, very, very nice. I didn't really love the flavours they did
recently, the spring ones, the strawberry shortcake, it was okay, but it wasn't anything amazing, and I hated the rhubarb and custard one, so I would say it's probably my favourite special, like season special they've done in a hot minute. But yeah, I'm gonna eat now because I'm hungry. The gang's back together, guys. They've been secured. I parked in the express lane and I've been here for half an hour, so I don't know what's going to happen there. But I just need to update the vlog very quickly. I did find in the airport, Marks and Spencer's, this strawberry thing. I took one bite, I had no more of it. Catherine and Jack finished it. I think that's one of the most mid things I've ever tried. I'm not going to lie, I actually quite enjoyed it, but I don't know whether it's because I'm absolutely starving. I think it's because I was expecting, I feel like, first of all, it's claggy. Second of all, I was expecting that to be more like Victoria sponge slices, not sweet bread. It was like a brioche, and I feel like the texture of the strawberries and the cream had gone almost like a jam. I didn't like it, so 0 out of 10. But anyway, we need to leave now, so goodbye. It also stinks of chicken, bacon and season in my car. I've not farted, by the way, guys. I promise it's the chicken and bacon season. Can I just get a medium iced latte with oat milk, please?
Yeah, of course. Here we go.
No, thank you. Thank you. Morning! Well, it's good afternoon now, it's 1:30. I went to therapy, got my post-therapy coffee, which I've now finished. I also realised halfway through drinking it, I was like, it tastes kind of weird. It wasn't oat milk, and I'll be able to know, did I ask for oat milk? I will know by the time I've edited this, but I swear I asked for oat milk. Realised halfway through, I was like, this doesn't taste right, and then realised there's no oat sticker on it, which means that's cow's milk. That's came out of a cow's titty. I'm about to go and hit legs. I am going to film it. I've got my camera today, so we're going to go and film it. Running a little behind on my day, but nothing that we can't handle. I just feel like sometimes I just need a little bit of extra time to decompress after therapy. I finished therapy an hour and a half ago. I'll be real, I went and got a coffee, and then I've been car sitting for a while, and there's been like a little bit of ALPHALETE hoo-ha, so I've been sorting that out. There was a slight miscommunication, so I've been sorting that out, and then yeah, we're gonna go and hit legs. And then today I've pretty much a lot of my parcels are coming today. You guys are going to think, Amy, what is wrong with you, girl, when you see how many packages I've got and how much stuff I've got. But I would just like to now, a lot of this stuff is from online only brands, so I have to well, you don't have to, but my thought process was order multiple sizes or multiple things just to see what I'm sort of vibing with more, and then even if I like everything, it doesn't matter because I'm not keeping everything. Ain't no flipping way I'm keeping everything, so some of it will be going back, but I will do a try on and like unboxing with you guys when I get back, because I've got a lot of holiday packages that have come in, and I need to do some ALPHALETE feedback today. There's some feedback I want to give on some samples I've had, but there's also some feedback on some other brand stuff that I've bought, which I really want to show them on video, even down to like the pants I had on yesterday. I really want ALPHALETE to make a pair of pants like that. I need to nail the cotton joggers for women first, don't get me wrong, but they were asking me about ideas for spring summer next year, and I feel like it would actually be really nice for ALPHALETE to do like a lightweight, not like necessarily, it doesn't have to be linen, but like that sort of pant that goes more casual. I know it's a bit more of like lifestyle piece than it is gym. Would like to send you that. So there's a couple of things I want to send over, but anyway, it's now 25 to 1, so let's go to the gym. I really need to pee as well. I'm going to pee my pants. Let's get into this very quad intense workout. So I'm just doing a little bit of a warm up here just to open up my hips. They're feeling quite tight after Pilates. So two of my favourite things to do are leg swings. I'll do front to back and then side to side like I'm doing here. And then once I've done one leg, I'll move on to the other leg. And I usually do like 10 to 15 reps, and I might do it twice over. And then once I've done these, I do move on to some hip openers. So I will go this way, and then I don't actually think I've included the clip, but I do also then reverse it. So instead of going front to back, I go back to front. And again, do about 10 to 15 reps per leg, and do that about twice over for both legs. And then as an additional part of my warm-up, because I was doing pendulum squats today for the first time in a few weeks, I wanted to just do a bit of a feeler set just to see where I'm sort of at with things. So I did do a warm-up set, which was just 30 kilos, 15 kilos either side, and then whatever the machine weighs, I'm not sure, just to get me sort of used to the movement pattern and seeing how this felt, to sort of try and gauge my working sets. So for my working sets, I've not pendulum squatted in weeks, so I am back down to 60, and I just kept it at 60. I didn't actually go above 60. Frustrating, because I was doing 80 to 90 before, but it is what it is. This is what happens when I am not as consistent with things, which I already spoke about in last week's vlog, so I won't bore you again. But with my pendulum squats, or
lever squats. I'm going to say whatever you want to call them. This is technically a lever squat, but it's very, very, very similar to a pendulum squat. I just put my feet slightly wider than shoulder width apart. I do point my toes out a little bit just because I find it really helps me with keeping my knees pushed out and that cue of making sure that my knees don't cave in. And then I'm completely controlling. You'll notice that when I get to the bottom, I'm not coming down with like crazy speed and I am not bashing off my calves. That's the main thing I see with any squat pattern movement is people shooting down and then using the momentum and the bounce at the bottom to get them back up. I'm not doing that. I'm really thinking instead about pushing through my feet, pushing through my quads to get me back up. I then went and did some narrow stance heel elevated squats. Now I have done these goblet before, but in the past few weeks I've actually been really enjoying using the Smith machine, and my gym Smith machine might actually just be the heaviest Smith machine in the world. I tried to do this with 10 either side the other week and I actually couldn't get back up. Like I had to bail. I couldn't get back up. So I'm just doing 5 either side, but again, just a reminder, it doesn't matter what the weight looks like. It doesn't matter whether it looks like you've got a massive plate on, yeah, big belly boy, or you've got baby plates on. If it feels heavy to you, it feels heavy to you, and that is what matters most. Your body does not know kilos, it knows tension, it knows how hard something feels. And again, using a bit of heel elevation here just to get a little bit of extra range. Looking at these, I should have actually put the heel elevation further back so that my knees were traveling further forward in the movement. So that's at least something that I can see from filming my set that I need to work on next time I move that. Next time I do them, I need to move that platform further back so that my knees can come further forward over my toes to really get the biggest stretch on my quads. I then moved on to doing some rounded back extensions. I was going to do hamstring curls, but someone was actually using the machine at the time I wanted to do them, so I just did some rounded back extensions instead. These aren't perfect. I couldn't for the life of me adjust the machine. I've tried. It's so janky at my gym. I feel like back extension machines in general are just the worst machines to alter. So it's actually a little bit too high, so you can see I'm kind of on my tippy toes. So honestly, kind of ignore my form here, guys, because it's not perfect. The pad is too high. You can see it's too high. It needs to be lower. Even with me being on my tippy toes here, it's still too high. But I did about 2 to 3 sets here, and I just went as close to failure as possible because it's a much smaller movement. It's a lot safer, and from a recovery point of view, it's not going to be something that's going to leave me absolutely battered for days and days. And then I finished off my session just with some good old leg extensions. This was actually my final set. If I'm going to nitpick myself here, slow it down, girl. Why am I lifting so fast? To be honest, I wouldn't even say that's a nitpick. I really need to slow the reps down. It looks like I'm using a bit of momentum here instead of actually thinking about contracting my quads to move that weight from A to B, from bottom to top. So I would definitely recommend that you perform your reps much slower than I am. Obviously they are slowing down towards the end of my set because it's getting harder and I'm getting closer to failure, but definitely perform those slower than I did. Can't get this tuft of hair to stand down, but I'm just back from the gym. Legs was actually really good today. Highly recommend that workout if you want a really good quad workout. You did it very quad focused. An ALPHALETE protein yogurt, which I have had before but never peach and raspberry. I'm having this quickly because I'm going to do this unboxing now. The day's getting on a little bit. It's now 3:30. I'm going to unbox this whilst I drink my yogurt and then I'll make some proper food. But okay, it kind of just tastes like raspberry yogurt. I'm not getting peach, which is a shame because peach yogurt, that might be my favourite flavour yogurt. I feel like I never see peach yogurt anymore, but it's probably my favourite flavour. Oh, I could make a peach ninja creamy. I have a ton of parcels here, so let's unbox. Like I said, I'm not going to explain myself again, but yeah, I'm not keeping everything. First things first, I did get a new bikini from Lounge because I just think this is, quite frankly, on the website anyway, it looked like one of the nicest, oh my god, Lounge, come to the front. I thought I'd ordered this in a medium then because of the coverage, but I feel like this is probably the biggest triangle bikini I have seen years, and I like an itty bitty bikini, but I'm honestly quite impressed by the coverage, by the looks of things. Those bikinis, they don't make them like this anymore, honey. I have to get like a medium or a large to cover things. I just think this is so beautiful, and considering it's got the beading as well, the price on this was actually not extortionate. I did order some stuff from BuyD Badi, which is Badi, which is an Australian brand, which is a lot more expensive. They do beading and stuff, but this one's beaded and it was honestly a lot more affordable. The print is stunning. It's very, very, very unique. It's kind of like a floral blue print, but like rich colours really suit me, especially when I've got a tan in this. But the quality on this feels really nice, guys. Like really, really, really nice. Very impressive stuff from Lounge. By the way, none of this stuff has been sent to me. Unfortunately, I paid for everything. And then this is the matching bottom. So it's, yeah, they did have bottom options, which I do appreciate because I know not everyone is a thong girly. I'm a thong girly and I want it teeny tiny. If it's thicker than dental floss, it's way too much coverage for me. I love that it has tie sides because I feel like on holiday, you might get a little bit of weight whilst you're on holiday. You might be a little bit more bloated or a little bit more watery. And sometimes if it's not a dead set, but if the sides aren't adjustable, that might be a bikini that I might not want to wear every single day because the comfortability isn't adjustable. Not so good when things are digging in, but it honestly looks like the sizing on this is quite big because this is a small. Obviously it's adjustable luckily, but I feel like I'm gonna have to tie that quite a lot. But yeah, I think this is beautiful. I think that is a stunning bikini. Very, very, very happy with that. Honestly, really impressive stuff for the price. I hope this isn't annoying, by the way. I hope you actually enjoy seeing this because I don't want to rub anyone the wrong way by just showing you all the shit I bought. No way me saying you need to go and buy a whole new wardrobe when you go on holiday because you absolutely don't. A lot of my stuff I will actually be reusing from previous years. It's just that there's certain stuff that literally doesn't fit me anymore. My body's changed quite a lot and that's okay, but it means unfortunately I do need new stuff. All the certain stuff that I was in my very like trend shopping phase, spent quite a lot of money on holiday stuff thinking, yeah, this is so timeless, and now quite frankly would not want to wear it. So that's a lesson learned and something I might need to keep in mind with some of the clothes I've bought, to be honest. I did a jaded order and I feel like some of that could have been a big mistake. Box is actually Space NK, so in here I've just got things that I needed. So again, you've seen me rave about this, but I just bought another one of these because I'm nearly out again. But this is probably one of my favourite things to put on my skin at the moment. Doesn't irritate me, leaves a nice glow. It's not too thick, it's not too thin, and I'm finding it's really calming with my perioral dermatitis. I'm not going to say get it if you've got perioral dermatitis because I don't know if it's technically safe for it. It could be aggravating it, but I feel like it's not. And yeah, this is my third bottle of this, so I absolutely love that. I just wish they'd change the applicator for it because I don't feel like I'm getting a full bottle's worth of product. I'd rather it be in a squeezy tube. Then I got the ultraviolet. Unfortunately it's only SPF 30, but I've heard perioral dermatitis, again I could be wrong here, but I've heard streets were saying look for a mineral sunscreen, not a chemical one. So this one is a mineral one. Unfortunately it's only SPF 30, but they didn't have a 50 in it. It's the clean screen, fragrance free, sensitive facial sunscreen. I then bought a little mini sample. This was on sale, which is why I bought it. They had a discount on it, of the Ellis Brooklyn Miami Nectar, because so many people have been saying that I need to try these, and I actually bought this before I went to the Trafford Centre yesterday and I smelled more. Smelled this one and the guava one, and honestly I love both of them, but I think I might actually prefer the guava one. I did smell the vanilla body spray and honestly it smelled like sick. I do not like that scent at all. And I smelled the peaches one, which just smelled completely mid to me. But yeah, this is beautiful. This, oh my god guys, do you know what this kind of smells like? Sorry, there's a fucking fly and that's really annoying. Do you know what this kind of smells like? It kind of smells like Rihanna Rebel Fleur. So I mean, if you want a cheaper price point version, if you can find Rihanna Rebel Fleur, the original one, I don't even know if she still sells it, it honestly smells really similar to that. So that, oh my god, this is so nostalgic. That was like my first ever, not first ever, my first ever was Sarah Jessica Parker one, but that was one of my first ever perfumes, the Rihanna one. She used to make good scents. I don't love the Fenty perfume, but the old ones when she was just doing the celebrity range, gorgeous. Eat it up for breakfast, lunch and dinner. Fruity, beachy, it's got like a solary sort of scent to it. Definitely a summer scent. Very, very, very happy with that purchase. Not so happy with the price point, considering it does really remind me of Rihanna Rebel Fleur, but that's so nostalgic for me and such a nice scent, so I'm very happy with that. Then I just needed some body wash because mine are running out, and because we are going into the summer months, this is one of my favourites for the summer. It's the Wasted Barts. Oh, it smells coconutty, beachy. It's like the nicest summer body wash in my opinion, and I do find the scent of it, it's not super strong afterwards, but it does linger a little bit. I used it last summer, so it just really, it's very nostalgic. I like to keep it in rotation, so I've not had it for about 9 months now. So I'm very, 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 very happy to have her back. She's tried and true. I loved using it last year, so I'm excited to use it again. Taking that away with me. That's for me and Twinkle Toes. He loves my body washes. He comes out of the shower stinking of sticky dates. I'm like, Have you got something to tell me? I bought this. I knew I was going to end up buying this. It's the Kapari Golden Sunglaze Sheer Glow Body Mist SPF 30. I will not be using this as a standalone SPF 30, but just for holiday, if we go out for any sort of evening meals where I want a body glow, but obviously if you are going to put a body glow product on, very oil based. The issue with that is you are basically going to fry yourself in the sun. I thought this was actually a really smart idea, to be honest, because it's going to give you the glow, but it's also going to give you SPF as well. If we're going out and it's sort of like early evening where you could still be getting burned, just gives you a little bit of extra protection whilst giving you a little bit of a glow. But I've not used it yet, so anyway, I will let you guys know how I get on with it. But I got the gold one, just because I tried the gold and the rose and this one looked better on my skin. So okay, that's everything from Space NK. Okay, next I have my order from JD. Me and JD have a mixed relationship. I have beach cover-ups from them. I feel like that's what they do well. A short one and a long one that I've had for since before I went to Thailand. I've had them for like 3 to 4 years now. I'm on every single holiday with me and they get used on every single holiday, so I've definitely got my use out of those and like my cost per wear. But when I order things, I find it to be quite hit and miss. I'm a little bit nervous for this order because I feel like they're very expensive, and by the way, they've gotten really expensive. Like, they have really jacked their prices up. My dresses, if they sold them now, they'd sell them for £100, and I know that inflation is a thing. The dresses, when I got them, I'm pretty sure I paid about £40 to £50 each. Yeah, I mean, we shall see. This is going to be one of those things I'm going to have to try these pieces on because they're all sort of like wrapped detailing, so you're not going to be able to see. But this is one of the sort of like beach cover-up dresses that I ordered. I love print. I think she's stunning. Make sure I keep all the packaging because this is the order where a lot of this is probably going to be going back. Not want to get told you can't return that they didn't have the original packaging, but be risking that. I then thought this was so cute. This doesn't feel great, I'm not gonna lie. It's like this yellow embellished mini dress, and I'm in a love affair with yellow at the minute, but I feel like this is kind of like an orangey yellow. I did size up in this for length, but looking at it, I feel like it might actually be a bit big on me. Not sure, but it's completely backless at the back, and it's just got all this like detailing on it, which I just think is so... Not to do that annoying influence thing, but it's so cute. Then got a skirt, which I just thought it would be nice to have like a groovy little skirt to wear with a tank top, but I tried to get one that I could also feel comfortable wearing in here. So I ended up landing on this one, which sort of has this fringe detailing. It's literally like a belt. It's very, very, very mini. I do like the idea of it, and I feel like I could also use this at home. On the odd occasion that I do end up going out. We shall see, but my idea for this is this with a white or black tank top and a heel, like a flip-flop heel. Starting to realise I ordered a lot of stuff here. This one is then another dress which sort of ties around the waist. It's like a maxi dress and it's got this like bead detailing. You're not going to be able to even see that, so yeah, I will try that one on. Then got a little beach skirt cover up, which I think it looks really, really, really pretty, but again, you're not going to be able to tell until I try it on. Oh my god, guys, how much stuff did I order? I thought I ordered like 4 dresses. This is a lot. This dress looks so fucking cute online. I was like, this is not me at all, but let's see if I actually like it once it's on. So I think you basically wear it like strapped over like this, and it's got this flower at the back, and it's like a cowl neck at the front, backless, little me. Apologies, my camera just died, so I apologise for the change in angle. And then there's one final dress. Why have I ordered this much stuff? Let's hope I hate half of it, because I feel like I've done it to a point where like I've ordered so much, I feel like I'm going to struggle to know what to keep and what to get rid of. I just thought this looked so cool, and it really reminded me of Rihanna. Rihanna once wore like a really low back dress, kind of a brass crack out.
Hey, Chris, you got to tell
this is basically just a sheer black maxi dress that's sort of like more of a cottony fabric rather than mesh, and then it's super backless at the back. So do you know what, let's actually just try this stuff on now, because this room is becoming a mess and I need to, yeah, I've done the skirt first because I feel like I've got the t-shirt on, it's easy. This is definitely going to be a pass for me, purely because I don't think it's awful. Like, I don't think it's awful, and I do think it is quite flattering, but like, what's this? Like, I get why it's doing that, because otherwise it's way too short, but I'm just like, what's this? You know, what's going on here? It's very flattering on the glutes, don't get me wrong, but I just feel like this is something where I might wear it once and think, yeah, that's really cute, but in a year's time, am I going to want to wear this? Probably not, because I also feel like this sort of fringe detailing is quite popular and like trendy at the moment.
Wow, y'all the most
nothing wrong with following a trend, but am I gonna want to wear it in a year? Probably not, and it was very expensive for something that I'm only going to use for one holiday. To be honest, I can't really get on board with what it's doing at the back here. It just looks...
I'm better than you. What makes you better?
It just looks wrong.
I'm
so
like, literally,
this
dumbass. What makes you better than
We're off to a good start. One piece I don't like. It's hilarious because I've literally got a gym top on right now. This one I'm kind of conflicted because I honestly think this is actually kind of cute. I just don't love all these random cutouts. Like, this would be so much nicer if it didn't have these. Like, why have we done these? They're not really adding anything to it other than just making it look a little bit strange. But, like, why is this there? If this was this, but without these random patches cut out, this would be a keep in my opinion, because I think it's really pretty. I love the print of it. It's very flattering. You've got the beads, the print, like, I actually do really like it. But the cutouts are just weird. Like, why is this there? Why is this here? It's just a strange choice. I think this is a case where I'm going to have to try on the rest of the stuff and deduct from there, because I do like it, but I don't love it. And I know I said it's not a hell yes, it's a hell no, but I'm just trying to think. I mean, I just feel like this is so, this is cute, this is cute, the tie's cute, but why have we got this? And why have we got this? It's weird. Why have I put it on wrong?
This one is cute, but I love a risque moment as much as the next girl. But this one, I think
we've crossed a line here. Just so, like, can you see how side booby this is, guys? Pretty much my entire boob is out at the side, and I could tape it, but I just feel like I would feel so uncomfortable in this on holiday, and also because of my boobs, obviously because they're implants, they don't sit like normal boobs do, so I'm just getting this tent in here. I think this is definitely more made for like flat-chested people, which is fine, that makes sense. I do, however, really like the back of it. Like, the back of it is so backless on this. But again, I don't love how I've just sort of got this gap here. Can you see how it's just like a gap? A gap. And it's not like lying flat to my body, if that makes sense. So this one is definitely a little bit too risky, and this one is definitely a pass. This is also really expensive for what it is. Who came up with the price for this? Because I'm a risque girl, but even for me, this is crossing a line.
This is another hard pass. We're getting on. Honestly, I feel like most people would be aggravated at this point by trying on so many things and being like, ooh, that's going to be a no. But for me, I'm just thinking of all the money I'm about to get back in my bank account. Like, I was worried I was going to end up liking a lot of the stuff. I actually do really like this dress, but I think I got it in a 10 because I have glutes and I'm not tall, but I am on the taller side in the grand scheme of things. That with mini dresses, it eats it up, and a lot of people were saying to go a size up, but because I've sized up, it's now just like, go ahead, girl. Give us nothing. Whereas, can you imagine this, but if it was more like that? Go ahead, girl, give us something. That would be so cute. If it fit like this, I would genuinely keep it, because I think this is really, really, really cute. And I love that it's backless. Maybe I could have done an 8. I was just going to say I don't know if I could size down, but I feel like even in a size down, it's not going to be tight here because it is backless, if that makes sense. But yeah, if you were looking at this, I would definitely size down in it, because this is too big. I shouldn't have sized up, I should have sized down, but this is a no. So again, cha-ching, I'm just hearing the dollar signs. More money back in my bank account. I can't actually quite get this one on properly because I need someone to clip the back, because you're meant to like clip, let's see what I'm doing, but you're basically meant to clip the flower bit. Let me kneel down and show you. You're basically meant to clip the flower bit there, so it's like that at the back of your neck, and it's totally open at the back. And then this is how it looks from the front. Obviously it's not the most like body shaping, skimming thing, but it's not horrific like the last one was, and I feel like sometimes on holiday it's nice to have something that's not skin tight. So honestly, I may actually end up keeping this because I do think it's quite cute. For me, it's very girly. I'm usually more of like a dark kind of aesthetic person, so this is actually quite light and bright for me, but I do honestly think it's really, pretty and really cute, and I feel very
She
comfortable
got
in it, and I feel like it would be really
legs, and she
nice
knows how to
on some men's
use
skin
them.
too. And that's what the back is like. So,
Maybe.
yeah, I feel like a Powerpuff Girl. It is quite side booby at the side, but it's nowhere near as bad as the black one I showed you. So I actually think, weirdly, I don't know, tell me if this suits me, guys. It's kind of out of my comfort zone, but I think I am going to keep this. Guys, the next dress, I actually cannot work out. Cannot for the life of me work out how to get this on. This is how it's meant to look, and I have just spent... It's been 18 minutes of me trying to get this dress to work. Right now, this looks like a bunch of fabric bunched together. Don't understand how this goes on the body, and if I'm going to be real, I feel like if you are selling a dress like this where it's so complicated to get on, you need to have instructions somewhere, either on your website or on the garment, but there's nothing. Like, I've been zooming into everything, like trying to work out how it's meant to go. I can't work it out for the life of me. So I don't know about this one because I actually can't work out how it's meant to get on the body. This is a successful haul. This is the final one. I can't quite work out this dress.
I'm a burrito.
Guys, if you're going to do complicated dresses, please just put instructions on them, because this is what this one looks like. It does actually have a little bit of a lining to make it less sheer around the butt region, but it's definitely still on the sheer side. It's obviously very booby.
I'm a burrito.
To the point where I think the thing that's honestly putting me off the most about it is the boob region, but I feel like, is that just a me problem? Am I just conscious of how booby it is because I have boob? Meant to be is I'll have this shell here and then beads that go around the back, but I can't, again, I can't quite work out how to do it, and I also don't want to unpackage them because I'm not sure on this yet, but I do really like the print. I was torn between this print and another one because I got like overdressing quite a dark print. I thought I'd get this one in a lighter one. And I do love how backless it is at the back. It is particularly flattering. I will just need to put tape here just to make sure we don't have an accident, but in terms of actual coverage, like, my nipples are well covered. My side boob isn't really out, and my underbust is covered, which is what I'm mainly bothered about because I don't want to be walking around with like the bottom of my boobs hanging out on an evening. And like, to be honest, the top of it isn't actually that sheer, it's more so the bottom, but it's not, like I said, it's not actually too bad. So I think this one's a yes. I think she's a yes, but I love how backless it is at the back. Ew, I just need to work out what's going on here with this. So that was actually kind of a flop of a jaded haul because I'm only keeping two things. That's not a bad thing. I just feel like there was so many illusions, and the dress I've just shown you, I've decided that's going to go back because also I think if I...
So the new trailer for Marvel's Insomniac's Wolverine has come out a few days
I am to have that dress, I think I would prefer a darker print in it because the other dress isn't working like I just...
A lot of terrible things have resurfaced surrounding this game. Some people, like Darkside Phil, claim that
just cannot work out how the hell you put that on. I'm going to send it back, but I am keeping the mini dress and the skirt. It's more practical outfits. I'll show you the bits I got from Mango. So I got this vest, which is slightly sheer, but it's in this like chocolate brown colour, which I just feel like looks so nice on my skin tone, but it's very like lightweight. My sister is actually now needing her room because she's putting her suitcase away, so I've changed to my room. But yeah, I just got this like ribbed top from Mango. It was in the sale, but I've had my eye on it for weeks, just like I don't think I want to pay full price for it. And then when I went in the other day, it had gone into the sale. So yeah, it is a little bit sheer, but it's just so lightweight, comfortable, very, very, very breathable for holiday. And it's just like a nice knit. It's not itchy on the skin or anything like that, so I'm a big, big fan. And then these are the pants that I wore yesterday that a lot of people were asking me about on Instagram. They're basically just like a super baggy, basic, flowy pant. They do have pockets, but the pockets are super shallow. Like, I can't actually even fit a Pro Max in them. But they were very, 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 very affordable and nice and lightweight. They look nice. They're not sheer at all. They're super comfortable. I got them in a medium, so I did actually size up just because I wanted them to be super baggy. And they are on the long side, so if you're short, these will be way too long for you, but if you're on the taller side, I might actually be very happy with these. But I just think the shape to them is nice, lightweight, straight leg, a little bit of poofiness around the hip, and I just think these are going to be so easy to throw on with a bikini top with a vest during the day. I can't complain. I feel like this is a perfect like beachy pant that's not sheer, so I can get use out of it at home, that I've been looking for, so no complaints there. This is the fabric more up close, so you can see it's not linen. I don't know what it is, but it feels nice on the skin. The other pants that I got from Zara the other day, just because I didn't show you these ones either, so I thought I would just show you. These ones are basically a more casual linen pant because my Aritzia ones are just so dressy that I feel like, you know what? No, I'm not going to want to put those on or shove them on, should I say, over bikini bottoms. It's like a tailored pant. They are sheer, like you can completely see the pockets through it, but I find that with any, regardless of the price point, they are more high-waisted, which I don't actually love, and again, I did go up in these. I believe these are a medium. I personally will probably be wearing them actually rolled over just because I feel like it looks a little bit more casual, and I kind of prefer how it looks, but when you do roll it over, it doesn't look bad or weird or anything like that. You've got a drawstring, and yeah, just basically a casual linen pant, and again, the length is good if you're on the taller side. The length, again, is good. If you're on the short side, these will probably actually be too long for you. And yeah, I guess that concludes my little try on haul. I do have some swim pieces which I'll show you, but I'm going to wait until my sister's done in the loft to go back in her room for that. I want to make sure I'm getting ones that I can wear here and abroad, just so that my whole wardrobe for the summer isn't just abroad stuff, because ultimately I do spend a lot of my summer in the UK, not always abroad, which I feel like is something I don't always consider when we're holiday shopping or summer shopping. Like, yeah, the mesh stuff is cute, the mesh dresses are cute, but you're not going to be wearing that in England. What are we wearing in England? So I feel like I've got some multi-purpose pants and vests now, so very happy with my Mango and Zara purchases. Not mad about most of the Jaded stuff not working out, because to be honest, it was a really expensive order and I knew I didn't want to keep it all anyway, so to be honest, the fact that I'm only keeping 2 things I'm actually pretty happy with. It does leave me with the problem that I do now have gaps in pieces that I thought would cover certain things. I might need to look again. The lighting in this room is just so much more pleasant. Final thing, God, I've been unboxing stuff for like an hour and a half now. It's 5 o'clock. Okay, this is my by D order, and I am so excited to try these bikinis. It was definitely by far the most recommended swim brand when... It's not my by D order, it's a Zara order. I thought my by D order was coming today. So maybe you will see my swim today, maybe we won't see my swim today. Okay, this is actually my Zara order. So obviously I've just shown you these pants, but I was undecided because I saw these ones in the store, but they didn't actually have my size in these, which is why I still have the tag on these ones. But these are more of like a true white trouser. These are more cream. I'm only going to keep one. Okay, so this is the other linen pant. Why do I feel like I prefer these? These are a lot wider. These are definitely much wider at the bottom, but I just feel like these actually look even more casual than the ones, which I kind of love because that's really what I wanted. A lot more like throw-on looking. These are still more throw-on looking than my Aritzia ones, but I feel like these are a lot more of like a throw-on pant look. I'm memorising. This is what these ones look like. Those ones in an extra small, by the way, and these are a medium, so those definitely run bigger. I feel like the length on these is better though, but then I feel like the crotch on these is quite long. God, guys. These are obviously a lot more oversized. I can't decide. I might have to actually look at the footage. I've reviewed the footage and I think the new ones actually look better, so I'm going to return the other ones. I just think the crotch on the other ones makes them look a bit weird, and I also think how wide these ones are is somehow making them more flattering on my shape. Definitely a more dramatic width on them. Ignore everything I said about those pants. There's nothing wrong with them, but I feel like out of the two I only want to keep one, and I feel like these are the ones I want to keep. So I did find the black pants I've just shown you in this like butter lemon yellow colour. However, unfortunately these are completely see-through to the point where I do think it looks a little bit silly. Like, it might not pick it up on camera, but I'm not joking, you can really see the pockets here, and at the back you can see these bits here, and I just feel like it's not, I'd feel comfortable in these as like a beach pant cover up, but I wouldn't want to wear them anywhere else. So I feel like, all things said and done, I'm gonna return these. These are a no. Final pant I ordered is actually, I don't know why the camera keeps twisting this way. The final pant I ordered is actually these, so basically just a black pant, kind of like the other ones, but these are like a crinkle fabric, so they're going back. So returning 3 pairs of pants and a lot of dresses, and I guess
Hopefully my swim comes today. It said it was coming today. I genuinely thought that's what that package was. I was so confused when I opened it up and I was like, why is there pants and not bikinis? They're not a no. The white pants in particular, like these ones, it's not a hard no. It's just I prefer the other ones and I'm not keeping. I do not need 2 pairs of white casual linen pants. 1 casual pair, 1 fancy pair, fine, but we don't need 3. So these ones are going back. I prefer the other ones. I am sweating my ass cheeks off right now, but I've just spent so much time doing that I've not sent over some feedback that I wanted to send over to ALPHALETE yet. So basically my trusty little setup. I think I've shown you guys before, but just in case I haven't shown you again, I basically just put my phone in a tripod like so, and then I just record the feedback and through things. There's a couple things with this bottom that I've already explained from training in them, and I've already sent over a few videos, but I just want to explain again. And there's also some pieces that I want to show them from other brands that I personally would like to see us do our own version of, and I just want to show them how those look on me so that they can see them. So this is where the rise hits on me. I would probably like it a little bit higher, but I just feel like ALPHALETE in general, most of cut and sew is so high rise that I'm personally happy for this one to be mid-rise for shorter torso people, and if it does well we can offer multiple rises. But if we're going with 1 rise, I feel like there's been a lot of complaints about the cut and sew always being ultra high, so definitely a true mid-rise on me. I've already mentioned about like the sweat and stuff in the gym the other day and the sort of camel toe issues. I definitely do find the camel toe in this is quite severe. I'm assuming if we're taking this one out, this would be moved back to give better shaping, because otherwise it's going to be a bit like front. Very much assuming that's already been discussed. I think this could be slightly shorter, a little pokey, and I feel like this could be more curved because it just looks a little Irish from the back. I feel like curving it more here. With training and stuff, I do find that I am getting a little bit of gaping here. Yeah, the camel toe situation is probably the most pressing, where just because obviously with it being more of a performance fabric, it feels like it doesn't make sense for it to be so showing with the sweat. It doesn't bother me, but I feel like if we're gonna be doing a more performance fabric, it needs to hold up to performance. Just feel like this should be a little bit more curved here. First of all, I love this fabric so much. I prefer it way more to Aura. I would say I've washed them twice now and it gets a little squeaky. Washing, like if I put it in my mouth and chewed it, it would squeak. So with being such a thin and like high stretch fabric, I do notice that I do get a bit of bagging out under here through the day.
I'm sorry, she is. Technically she is.
But it might just be a case that I would size down in this fabric. I'm going to send over notes in terms of design ideas. I also do find I'm getting a weird pinching at the back here. I think it's because of the band, so I really do like the fabric. I'm just not loving the squeakiness after a couple washes. More cut and sew fabrics for basics tops than I do seamless. I just feel like it looks more elevated and it feels more put together than seamless, especially because I wear these more for errands or classes, which I would typically not wear seamless. I really like them. And I would really like some foldovers. I don't know if Aura was just too thick around here. For instance, the Aura foldovers, I went up to a medium and it was still clinging to my hip fat. These are an extra small, and I'm not getting that same like clinging sort of effect. I would love in the pink fabric. Fold over straight leg. Okay. No more blasphemy. I forgot to end this vlog yesterday. I had every intention of ending it last night, but then I didn't end it because I actually was just tied up with work, as you saw. I think the last thing I filmed was me sending over some feedback to ALPHALETE, and there was actually some pictures and some written notes I wanted to send over, so I sent those over. To be honest, yesterday's therapy session was actually really hard, I'm not gonna lie. And I feel like yesterday I just jammed myself with work and showing you guys the shit that I'd bought. And then when I was kind of done with everything last night, I was like, felt quite emotionally, not tired from work, but like there's like an emotional draining that comes with a shit, that, not shit, it was good, but like a hard therapy session, if that makes sense. So I basically just watched Love Island, which by the way, I'm so annoyed because Alima's gone. Alima and I think he was called Ryan, the other guy, I feel like that was really mean on him because he didn't even get a chance. And I don't really understand why Tony didn't stand up for him, because she doesn't want to be with Harrison. Nice to have given someone else a chance, and then at least Harrison would have been gone. Although to be fair, Helena might have. Oh well, no, because they didn't even give them a chance to restand. I thought they'd give them a chance to restand, and then Ben would stand for Alima, and Helena would go home unless Harrison stood up for her. But then I guess that would leave Tony going home. I also took those dresses back yesterday, so that's like a significant chunk of money back in my bank account. I did reorder the one with the thing in the middle and the beads around the side in the darker print, just because I think I'm actually probably going to like that a lot more, so we shall see. But I'm actually about to end this vlog and start another one, because I'm going to do another
weekly vlog basically. So I'm ending this vlog. Good morning, Deborah. So I'm ending this vlog here and then I'm going to start a new one. But yeah, my swim also didn't actually end up coming in, so I will show you guys that in my next vlog. We're leaving it on a cliffhanger, but we will see what the swim that I ordered is like in next week's vlog, which I'm about to start literally as I end this one. I've just come back upstairs because I'm still very shy. I can't like round off my vlogs in front of people. I find it really like, oh, this is really awkward and really uncomfortable. So yeah, if you enjoyed this video, please do give it a thumbs up. It massively helps me out. Thumbs up and comments will help me out tremendously, like more than you would know. So if you have enjoyed the video, please do give it a thumbs up. Obviously we can yap in the comments if you've got anything that you guys want to talk about, or anything in the vlog, or anything to do with sizing. I don't know if I ran over sizing with the stuff I tried on, but if you've got any questions about any of that stuff. But I hope you've enjoyed spending the week with me. The weekly vlogs are somewhat back. I will obviously try and mix in other content, but because I'm going away next week, it is probably going to be like 3 vlogs back to back. So I do apologise for that, but I feel like you guys generally are enjoying the vlogs, especially when it's more of like an at-home fitnessy themed vlog. I think I'm realising that you guys prefer those to like me out and about, if that makes sense. So, which is nice, because I honestly think I have quite a boring life, but the fact that my boring vlogs do best confuses the shit out of me. But anyway, I'm gonna love you and leave you, so subscribe if you want to and you haven't already, and I'll see you guys in my next vlog, which I'm literally starting now. Goodbye.
Like, yeah, this is Insomniac, and yeah, wokeness could still very well be in the game, but I feel like if this was the case, you would have known about it by now. The game was leaked on PC for years now, and the internet clearly gets angry anytime that there is woke propaganda. I feel like we would have heard about this by now. I really want you to cite your source, because I feel like it starts with B and ends in bullshit.
That sounds like I'm saying the same thing over and over. But it is the truth. Screw these miserable people who can't give the fans what they want.
I feel like the developers are indeed giving the fans what they want, because what the fans want is a very good video game. They probably don't give a shit about female characters being an integral part of the story. And sure, you have a point. This game may not appeal to people like you, who have been in the basement so long that you've got less sunlight than Madeline McCann. However, to the casual audience who read comic books whenever they like, or watch the TV shows, or a big lover of Hugh Jackman's portrayal of Wolverine, I'm sure that they will find a lot of enjoyment in this new Wolverine game. But time will tell. Again, the game doesn't release until late next year, so it could release and be shit. It could release and be the best thing ever. Unfortunately, we just don't know yet. Regarding my own thoughts and feelings towards Marvel's Wolverine,
right now, and don't mind this. If you watched my last vlog, you know what this is. It's some holiday bits, because this vlog is basically going to be under a week with me on my mini cut, my final bit before I go on holiday. So I'm going to be taking you guys through some fitnessy bits, through some holiday prep bits, probably packing bits. I got my nails done. I got those done in the
communication is hard. And the plot of that video is right there in the title.
Last vlog. I got these done 2 days ago, so these are done. I'm very unadventurous with my nails. My nail artist has actually recently changed her booking to mean that it's going to be easier to get nail art again. Honestly, for a while it's been quite confusing, and the last time I tried to get nail art, I actually couldn't because the booking system just wasn't great, but she's now updated that, so I'm kind of sad that that's happened after I plain pink, but do you know what, I just think plain pink, you can't go wrong. And I do find in the sun my nails grow really
really quickly, so these should actually last me to the end of my holiday still looking quite fresh, if that makes sense. So today is Thursday and I'm actually going back to hot Pilates again. Last week's vlog you will know I went to a hot Pilates class and the girl's going back again. I paid for 2. I thought I would use the other one because you have to use them within a month just before I go on holiday, because otherwise if like something happens with work or something when I get back on, I've got a lot to be getting on with. I might not have the time to go, so I'm gonna go again. Plus because I went last week I feel like I'm in a rhythm with it, if that makes sense. Still nervous to go, but I'm not as nervous as I was last week. If you watched last week's vlog you will know your girl was poo in a pan. Yeah, I really enjoyed it, so I'm going back again, and I think if I like it this time I might actually look at getting like a rolling membership. You basically pay monthly for like X amount of classes and there's different ones that you can do. I'm really tempted to do that, and then I am going to go into town after because I just need to take some stuff back from last week's vlog. I've got some trousers from Zara that I need to return. Like the Aura strappy bra is my like yoga, or well, to be honest, yoga, lifting, whatever I'm doing, it's probably one of my favourite bras to put on. But I just like how minimal it is, and if I do get really hot and sweaty, I didn't find it too hot last week. It definitely wasn't as hot as the hot yoga I've done. Like, it'll be comfortable, and I have actually got some fold over shorts on. I don't know if I want to change them to the tenacity ones, but I kind of like how comfortable these ones are, so I think I might leave these ones on. So yeah, I'm going to hot Pilates and then I need to do my Zara returns. Okay, so I did actually ask and I was able to film the session. I am not showing you this to show you form or to say you should be doing it like me, because I am a brand new beginner. I am, however, showing you this because I've not just included the clips where I look like I'm doing stuff properly, I've included the clips where I look confused, where like I don't have a Scooby-Doo dog shit what I'm doing, where I look very confused by what I'm doing, and also where I'm failing things, I'm not able to do things, because I think we don't see enough of people being true beginners and trying something for the first time. We only ever see the finished product, and it's really daunting as someone wanting to try something new, not being able to see someone else try it for the first time. So yes, this is my second session, but I am a newbie. So we did a warm-up and then we went straight into some glute stuff. So we did bridges on the ball, which, what the fuck, like that was so hard and I could barely keep my balance. And then I'm not even going to try and explain like the movements that we went into, because I don't know the name of these movements. All I know is at this point my hips felt loosey-goosey. They felt so open. I felt like a new woman, and I actually really like doing these. This killed my core, yes, but also my hamstrings, which is crazy because looking at it, it looks like, Amy, what the fuck are you doing? But this is how I feel about most of the movements. They look kind of weird, but they really hurt. Those ones I cannot do a press up because of my implants, so that's why my press up looks so weak. But here we were doing basically like a combination sort of movement, and I feel like you can really tell in the clips that I do feel a little bit silly doing the stuff sometimes, and that's not because I think it's silly, it's just because I'm so not used to it. I'm so not used to like little movements. I'm used to doing much more big, but not big bold movements, but big like strength movements, and these are all like more intricate movements. This was my favourite bit. I love doing the core stuff. I enjoyed the core stuff probably the most on week 1, and on week 2 I would say again the core stuff is like my favourite thing to do. I feel like it's such a good workout for my core. And one thing that I will notice that I did mention in the comments of my last vlog is Pilates is really helping me with my breathing, because having someone there reminding you when to inhale and exhale is so helpful. And I've found that my breathing and bracing has been better for my leg days when I've been in the actual gym as well, which is brilliant because it's clearly transferring over. And I've already mentioned this in this vlog, but I genuinely feel like already my core is getting stronger, so I'm honestly so happy with how things are going. So we finished off with a little bit more core stuff. Again, this was one of the movements where you can see I'm sort of looking, because I'm looking at the instructor, because I'm like, am I doing it right? It feels wrong. And then we did these twists, which are obviously going to be a little bit more oblique focus, and you can see on my face here I'm struggling. By the way, guys, don't mind my feet. My feet are kind of the typical broken gym feet, but I think if I'm going to film my sessions I might need to wear socks, because this is too much free foot content for the foot freaks of the world. And that's me failing to do another rep. This was awful, because why on earth did I do a quad day the day before? This was honestly awful, and even though it was body weight only, this was honestly so hard. So then we did some squats into tippy toes, tippy toes, that's what I would call it anyway. And yeah, I think I've sort of noticed now that we'll do the pattern and then we'll do like pulsing and then we'll do a hold, or we'll do a hold and then we'll do pulsing. So that's me doing my pulsing and giving up. I was like, nope, absolutely not. And again, me doing my pulsing and giving up. That was not actually the end, I just gave up early. Again, I feel like it's important to see people visibly struggling to do things and seeing that someone's form isn't perfect. Like you can see here, I even look confused trying to work it out in the mirror myself. I feel like the leg nearest the camera, I need to keep that a little bit straighter, but it just felt quite uncomfortable. It might be because my quads and hamstrings were a little bit tight, but we just did some lateral lunges, and then finally the leg stuff was over because I was fried at this point. We then moved on to doing a little bit of upper body and a little bit more sort of core focus stuff. Again, this is a movement where I feel like in isolation it looks ridiculous, but if you could feel the burn I was feeling in like my delts and my back when I was doing these, it was honestly insane. This is another movement where again it looks so weird, but it felt so good. And again, I'm sort of looking around, I felt kind of confused by this because this wasn't a movement we'd done the prior week, and I was definitely really struggling with it. I'm definitely noticing since I started I have a lot of weaknesses within my body that I was not aware of before I started doing this. This one was so fun, like so fun. I almost knocked my hand out on the fridge on this one, which is why I started laughing, but this is so random and so fun. Like it just felt like such a smooth movement to do. This one was probably one of my favourite things we did, just because it felt like such a challenge. We were basically trying to roll the ball in, so like crunch, you can see I'm falling off here. I want to include these clips. It's important to see people trying things and not being amazing at them straight away. So we were sort of crunching in with our core and then coming down and sort of like a lower back stretch, I guess. Like I said, guys, I'm new to this. I'm a personal trainer, qualified personal trainer, but these movements are largely new to me, but sort of going into like a cobra stretch almost on the way down. This was really difficult, but honestly probably one of the more fun ones because it was difficult, but once you get the hang of it, it feels really rewarding, and I think that's something that I've definitely enjoyed about my first two Pilates sessions. And then she's dead. Rabbit has fainted. This was the end of the session, so we just do a cool down, we get a cold towel, but honestly guys, I'm loving it, and I hope that it's been nice for you guys to see someone actually trying something for like not the first time, but for one of the first times, and not being a pro at it straight away. Hopefully me including the clips of me looking confused, looking like I don't know what I'm doing, failing on some of the reps, my form not being right. Hopefully it's helpful to actually see someone, you know, visibly struggling a little bit. But yeah, I love hot Pilates. Hot Pilates is done. That was such... I think I actually preferred the routine we did this week. It was hard in a different way. Last week we used the blocks a lot and I just found it really difficult. This week's was hard. I did definitely regret when we started doing the squats. I was like, why did I train quads yesterday? Smith machine squats, pendulum squats, leg extensions. It was a full-blown quad day. I need to stop making that mistake, but I just love it so much. I feel so good after. And even though there was still only 2 of us there today, it felt a lot hotter in the room. I don't know if it was just warmer in general or like a harder workout, but I love it. I go to Out Sculpted Heat, like the hot class version that they do in Leeds. I know they do Reformer, but I've never been. I'd love to try it. Yeah, my favourite thing to do is the core stuff. I love doing the core stuff. I feel my core genuinely, and I know it sounds stupid because I've done it twice, but my core even this week feels better than it did last week. So I'm gonna now go get my treat of an iced latte. I'm gonna go into town because I need to take these Zara returns back anyway, so I'm gonna go into town. A little sweet treat of an iced latte. I kind of want an acai bowl as well, and there are quite a few places in Leeds that do them now, but I'll see if it's actually still tickling my pickle once I've had a coffee. But because I'm so sweaty, I'm just spraying myself with the Tower 28, but let's go get these returns done. I think we have a change of plan because actually, why am I showing you the capybara whilst I'm trying to explain? I just spoke to Twinkle El Andrino. He basically said that Calf, the place I went and got coffees from in last week's vlog, doing acai bowl, so I actually think I'm going to do these returns and then go and meet him near his and grab an acai bowl and an iced latte together. I got my first ever blind box and it was this capybara thing, and I was really pissed off because first of all it's kind of shit, what even is that? But it just sticks to things, but it keeps falling off my phone, so I'm trying to keep it in my car. I'm sticking him here like this, and then from the back he's just a little naked capybara. I got it from TikTok shop. I'm not gonna lie, I think it's like a really dodgy fake one. But there was a really cute strawberry one and I was so disappointed by this, but I can definitely see. I don't think blind boxes is a hobby I can really afford space-wise or financially to get into, because immediately when I opened it and it wasn't the one I wanted to order another one, and I had to say to myself, especially now I know this one doesn't actually really stick to anything for longer than 20 minutes. I'm like, you're not ordering another one. But if there is any other capybara related blind boxes that are better, I might be partial to it, so let me know. But I need to go do these returns. Returns for the capybara blind box fund. Come for our little coffee day. Caffeine free, y'all. I do love the iced coffees from here, and they put it in a gorgeous glass. Like, that glass is really quite something. It's like the perfect, I feel like they make the latte the perfect colour. It's not quite hitting the same because I've just had a nice latte. But
is this nicer than the one that you just had though?
I'd say they're on par.
And where was your one from?
Cup and lid. We're a good one, it were a good one, it were a good one. We ordered an acai bowl, so we're just waiting for that. And we'll show you it when it comes. The acai has arrived. I'm seeing acai, I'm seeing chia seeds, granola, strawberry, raspberry, coconut, peanut butter.
Almonds.
10 out of 10 for presentation. I want to try and get a little bit of everything on. It's so pretty. I don't want to touch it. There's even a little flower. I think this is edible.
Try it.
I don't think that is edible. Maybe not. Okay, we're going to get a... Stop laughing at me. Stop from it. Oh, I don't know if I got any acai on that. Their shoes, that's the acai, that's what you know. It's yummy. Let me make you a spoon. That is delicious. I've never actually had like a proper acai bowl before, but this is nice. It's very refreshing. And I only had 3 bacon medallions for my breakfast this morning, so.
I only had 3 bacon sandwiches this morning. I'm starving.
I only had 3 full Englishes for my breakfast this morning. What's that? Famished. I've not eaten in years. This is delicious. 10 out of 10. I know. Bet they got these from Max's Sparks, tell you that. Okay. We're going to eat this now. Tea, we're making steak salads, and this is the base. So it's a chopped bag of the beetroot and leaf salad from Marks and Spencer's, red onion, tomato, carrots. This is Twinkle Toes' bowl. That's mine. And then this is the salad dressing. This goes so well with any steak salad. It reminds me of a Wagamama's salad. I don't know if they still do it, but they used to do it, and it was really good. So this is the base, and then we add the steak. Twinkle Toes has been on steak duty. This is my steak. Yum, yum, yum. That looks so good. Morning, we're on Saturday, we're well into the holiday preparations. Yesterday I actually didn't end up vlogging anything because I was editing all day. The video that's going up tomorrow, which by the time you're watching this will be a week ago. I needed to edit that and it took me 7 hours. Like, I don't realise when I'm filming. Every time I go to edit a vlog, I think, oh god, I don't think I've filmed enough. And every time I filmed for like 3 hours across the week. So I was editing that, sorting out the thumbnail and doing some coaching work bits, and it was just going to be, I would have just been picking up the vlog to basically say, guys, hi guys, I'm doing some work, and it was just a really boring day. I also was going to film yesterday because I was going to go and train legs, but oh my god guys, yesterday that Pilates session fried me sideways. I have not felt that sore for a long time, and even today I'm feeling a little stiff. Like, my back hurts, shoulders hurt, my biceps hurt, my chest hurts. Everything kind of hurts other than my legs. My legs are the only thing that aren't particularly hurting. But yesterday I was like, I won't even be able to pick up the weights for my sessions because my upper body just feels so tight. I'm actually going to go and train glutes, and What have I got left to do? Glutes and hamstrings? I think I just have a glute session to do today. I don't think I have glutes and hamstrings because I'm pretty sure I did RDLs the other day. I've just put a little bit of makeup on. I bought these the other day from Sephora and I absolutely love them. If you watched my vlog a couple of weeks ago, I was looking for the Glassy Clove House Labs bronzer, which is the darkest one that they do, because I feel like it would give me that sort of sunburnt, sun-kissed sort of look, but again they didn't have it. But I ended up trying out Glassy Cinnamon. Got it on now. I don't have any foundation on. I've just got bronzer, blush and concealer and mascara, and I actually really like this shade on me. It sort of is like bronzer, but obviously as you can see it's not a straight up bronzer because this one has quite like a reddish undertone, whereas the bronzer that I bought, this is Merit. I've been wanting to try this for so long, but Merit is really hard to find in person. This is the bronzer I got it in the shade Leo, and oh my god, I don't know how this is gonna go over because it has quite like a glossy application and finish to it. It feels a little bit on the oily side, so I don't know how it's actually gonna sit over foundation, but for like a no base day, this is honestly stunning, like so stunning. So those are some new makeup favourites, and I've just been putting a little bit of slap on for the day. My last vlog, if you watched that, I was waiting for my by D swim pieces to come, and they have now come in, so I want to show you them all. Little bag like this, and I got 4, which cost a lot of money. I'm not even going to beat around the bush here. These bikinis were really expensive. Some of them I definitely think 100% would pay the price again. Some of them, they're not bad, I'm just not entirely sure I would pay that price again for them, but generally these bikinis are some of the nicest I've ever bought. The quality on all of these is really fucking good. Like, none of these are bad quality, which, I mean, good for the price. In my opinion, it's the prints and the little details on these that I just think are stunning. So I got all the tops in a medium and all the bottoms in a small, because I always go up a size in tops, because I feel like you can see here, even for a medium, you don't get a ton of coverage. So this is the first one I got. It's actually got slightly thicker straps over shoulder, which I sometimes find makes my boobs sit a little bit nicer. I think maybe it gives a little bit more support, but look at the print. Like, are you joking? These are some of the most beautiful prints I've ever seen. They don't come with padding though. If you are a padding girl, they don't come with padding, and there's no insert for padding either. It doesn't bother me because I hate padding. Like sports bras, bikinis, I'll always take it out. But if you do want padding, just be aware of that. And then even like into the details around the side, they've got these cute little charms on, like a little banana in the middle. It's got charms there. Actually didn't have my eye on this print when I first started looking at Bidey. For reference, it's taken me about 3 months to take the plunge and do this order, just because they are so expensive. I was like, I really need to think about it. But I feel like since I got recommended them, they've like blown up. I'm seeing them everywhere now, and I'm seeing a lot of Shein
Physicists are wasting all their time on
dupes of the prints as well, which means they must be gaining quite a bit of traction. This is then the bottom, and I do like that about the website. In each print they'll have about 4 different top styles, some smaller, some bigger and more supportive, and then same with the bottoms. They'll have briefs or they'll have thongs. So I got the thong in this print, and again tie side, which I love, and you've just got these cute little charms, which I just think are so cute. Like, the fit of this is insane. A lot of bikinis now, they're fitting like high on the waist, and from the back it can look a little bit unflattering if it sits too high on the bum. These do not do that. They fit, honestly, on me, they fit like they've been made to flatter my body. So I'm super happy with them. This one is by far my favourite bikini that I've ordered. Like, I can't believe how beautiful this bikini is, and the attention to detail is insane. First of all, the print. These sort of like rich colours on me when I've got a tan just look the best. And then it's got this really intricate beading all around the triangle, and then it's got this blue frill, and that's what it looks like. Again, you've got the charms in the middle, the charms around the side. I do appreciate that within each collection there's like a thread through it. So obviously this is a totally different print to this, but it was in the same collection, so it has like similar charms on it. I did the exact same bottoms. These ones don't have the beading, but they do have the little frill. I just think this print is stunning. This brand has the best prints I've seen for bikinis in a long time. Lounge, I would say as well, because they have a print which is sort of, it's not similar to this, but they have this and then they have a much lighter peachier print. So Lounge as well, if you are looking for something more budget friendly, but also that comes with padding, because the Lounge one does have padding. Then got a more plain one. This is the one where I'm like, I honestly probably wouldn't spend this much on this particular, but I did also get a discount because it was my first order. So I just got this purple because I don't really wear purple, but I know from when I do wear it, everyone's like, maybe that's kind of your colour, and even holding it up to myself here, just feel like it's so flattering. Again, bottom, but these aren't adjustable at the side. I've not tried these on yet, so they could be a little bit diggy, but we'll have to see how I get on with that. And then the matching top, again, I just love that they've got these little charms everywhere. Usually love a high shine bikini, but in this particular colour, I do quite like it, so I picked up a purple one. Then this was the bikini that actually got me interested in the brand in the first place, and it's this like beautiful tie-dye bikini. I was worried it was going to be too similar to my Lounge one, but it's actually pretty different, to be honest. They're not the same at all, although I could actually probably wear them together. Front bottom, so this sort of has a double, it's a tie side, but then there's also a non-tie section to it as well. I need to actually work out how that works, but again, like darker, richer, like brighter colours, they look a lot nicer on me. And then this is the bikini top, and this one is obviously a much thinner. I would say, like, in terms of, oh my god, definitely the beaded one, I'm like, yeah, that's worth every penny. And they have another one as part of they've done like an Italian themed collection, have a beaded one in that collection, which is honestly unreal. I just couldn't justify at the time £115 on a bikini top because I'd already spent so much money. So annoyed about this dress. I bought it and then 2 days later it went into the sale for like, I think it was 50% off, but it was then sold out in an extra small. So I'm still glad I was able to get it. You guys will probably have seen this everywhere, but again, love a chocolate brown. It's like the mango top the other day, which by the way is now broken. For my last vlog I was like hyping up the fact I was able to get this top in the sale. No wonder you were able to get it in the sale. It's completely ripped down the side. I do really like it though, so I'm going to see if my dad can fix it, just because also I don't know if they'll even let me return it, but I literally wore it like twice and then it ripped, so I was like, nice. Almost got like a purpley tone to it. Long, lightweight knit maxi dress cover up, and you can wear it both ways. So you can wear it like this and obviously it'll just show your bikini top off, or you can wear it like that and have your back out. So the sale is still ongoing. By the time this video goes up, go and see if they have any of these left in your size, because they are literally like 30 quid now. And then I did actually get a 2-piece set from ByD, which is, I feel like I've ranted and raved, not raved, the opposite, just ranted about like the whole milkmaid trend thing. The fact that there was no other options. However, on holiday I do like linen, cotton, nice like light options. So they had this 2-piece set which I just thought was stunning. I got the top, which is like this cute little bralette, and then I got the matching skirt. So the thing is, this skirt is genuinely something that I would wear with a plain tank top and like flip-flops at home for a shopping day or something like that. I genuinely would wear this at home, so it was worth it to me, and they are 100% cotton. But yeah, I was looking for like a white maxi skirt, but all the ones I tried either felt awful, the sizing was awful, or they had this weird like tiered look to them that just made them look frumpy in them. This one just fits so nicely, and it still has shape to it, so it still gives you more of a dramatic shape to your body. So I will try this on and show you. So this is the ByD 2-piece, which is so different for me. It's definitely not my usual, but out of all of the sort of like cottony, linen-y sets for like a skirt and a top, this is by far the nicest one I've seen personally, so I'm very happy with it. And even though it's not my usual, I feel like it suits me. The length is pretty good. If anything, it's like maybe a tiny bit long, but this means that if I did want to wear a heel with it, I could. Equally, if I wear flip-flops with it, I can just sort of, when I'm walking around, hold the waist up a little bit so that it's
the right length, but I don't know if you can tell here, it's obviously a little bit sheerer here, but I love how it comes out like this but without the puffiness of the other skirts that I've been trying on. I look like I'm about to go and tend some cows. The top, by the way, the skirt is a size small and the top is also in a size small. I am kind of like, should I have got a medium in the top, but then I feel like I'd have had a lot of excess fabric, and it clasps in the front here, it's stretchy along the bust at the bottom, and then here you can tie it basically as loose or as tight as you want it, and then it just has these like frilly straps here, which honestly I feel like it looks cuter if I go like this, but I'm thinking tan, a lot of body glow, and I just think this is such a cute outfit. And it's also something where, you know, it's white, it's cotton, it's linen. I will get my use out of this on multiple holidays over the years, and the quality on this feels so nice, and I like the fact that the design of it is a little bit different as well, like someone that owns cows and I'm like tending to the cows and the horses in the field, and like, I don't know, it's definitely giving Mamma Mia vibes. But I definitely think this print does suit me a lot more. I actually much prefer this print on me, and this one, it has the gold instead of the big shell, and I feel like honestly the shell was a bit big and clunky looking, and I also feel like it fits. I feel like I've got more room here. I do need to tie it a bit tighter, but obviously because I'm on my own it's a little bit difficult. The other difference is this is like fully double lined throughout, one was single at the bottom, just lined around here, and I also feel like the fit's a little different. I feel like this one just fits a little bit better in general, but the back is the exact same. These beads will be Buddha. I can't work them out for the life of me. I've unclipped them, so they're meant to like clip into here, they clip into there, and then they're meant to basically go around twice. I can't work these out for the life of me. I feel like they should, yes, have the clips on, but they should also like have another clip that breaks the bead chain in half, halfway through, so then you can wrap it around your waist and then reclip it. Like where the clips are just makes no sense on this, but I am going to TikTok it and see if anyone knows how to get the beads on the dress, because I do actually really like it. I feel like with the other one I was sort of umming and ahhing a lot more, whereas with this one I'm like, no, I actually do really like this one. I can see myself wearing it, yes, on this holiday, but also on many other holidays, and I don't feel like it's something I'm going to look at and think, ew. Like the beads are really needed here. It doesn't look bad without them, but I feel like they are needed just for a little bit more. But yeah, to say it's only like double lined mesh, it's probably a little bit sheer, but it's not to the point where I would feel uncomfortable wearing it or anything like that. So kind of a win in terms of the print. I just need to work out the bead beady stitch. I feel like I'm getting there with everything that I've been like slacking on or needing to sort of add to my wardrobe. I feel like I'm getting there, which is good because I do country on Wednesday, so it's good that, you know, we feel like we're getting somewhere. I did end up returning those 3 pairs of pants to Zara, so I've been really good with my returns. That's the only thing I will say. Like, if you are going to get into this game of ordering a lot of stuff just to see what it's like, well, not just to see what it's like, but to see what shapes suit your body best, what size suits your body best. You need to also be proactive with your returns, because I feel like otherwise you can end up spending a lot of money and then you'll be like, oh, bang it on Vinted. You're never going to get the money back unless it's like a really sought after piece. And I feel like something I am trying to do with my holiday shopping this year is get things that I genuinely like and can see myself wearing for multiple holidays, because I've got holiday stuff now that I've had for 4 or 5 years. I'm still using it. I've got more expensive stuff. I've got rat and boa pieces. I've also got cheaper stuff. I've got things like misguided stuff. I've got a Fashion Nova mini dress. I've got a White Fox little mini play suit that I've worn like 3 holidays in a row now. Like, my wardrobe is definitely mixed, but if I'm going to be spending more on something, like for example the by D pieces, they need to be pieces that I genuinely really love and I can see myself wearing for multiple holidays, because you do not want to be doing this and what I was doing in last week's vlog every single time you go on holiday, nor should you need to if you build your wardrobe right. My issue is last year I didn't really have, I went on a family holiday, but
it was a very, very, very chill holiday, so I didn't really buy anything new other than like maybe 2 or 3 things. And years prior, I just feel like I was so heavily influenced by other people around me, and when I look at those things now, I'm like, I don't want to wear those, I don't like them, or equally they don't fit me anymore. Now that I'm sort of rebuilding my summer holiday wardrobe, 2 things I'm keeping in mind is it something that I'm going to want, that do I genuinely like it on me, or is it super, super trendy right now? Am I going to want to wear this for holiday if I go on another holiday this year, or if I go on a holiday next year? Equally with certain stuff, obviously with some stuff like beach cover-ups, it's not relevant, like you're not going to wear that in the UK probably. When it comes to things like the pants that I've got, like the Zara pants that I bought, the black ones and then the white linen ones that I did end up keeping, only keeping things that I would also be comfortable wearing in the UK when it comes to those things, because there's not really that much point in me. I would rather have a dual purpose piece for that, if that makes sense. So that's sort of where my brain has been at whilst I've been shopping. I've definitely overbought, like I'm not going to beat around the bush, but I have returned probably 70% of the things that I have bought in the run up to holiday, so it's been awfully. But yeah, I think I'm actually going to go make myself a little quick bite to eat and finish off tomorrow last week's for you guys now. Thumbnails take me a ridiculous amount of time, but let's go do that. I'm hoping that no one's eaten the leftover mince and refried beans from yesterday, because I'm honestly planning on basically just having that again. Probably one of my favourite meals that Twinkle Toes ever made me. He made tacos and I had a taco bowl, so I had lettuce, onion and tomato, then obviously taco mince on top, guac, salsa, I got a mango habanero salsa as well, which to us is kind of gross. It's not like the ones I've had before. I don't know what they've put in that, but it's like sour and it's really not nice. Crunched up tortilla chips, cheese and refried beans, and he made them in a taco, and honestly they looked unreal. But he was frying those in so much oil, I was like, not right now, I'll stick with my bowl. But I might go and make myself like one sort of wrap using everything to just sort of use it up, because I don't know if I really want a bowl, so let's go and do that. I feel like there has been so much, you know, drink propaganda recently. We've had the matcha propaganda, we've had the cold foam propaganda. There is a propaganda that I would like to begin. We've had the Coke Zero propaganda, although to be fair, none of those things are propaganda. I actually like all of those things, but a drink that I think is so underrated, and I spoke about this before, but I really want to get the ball moving with this, is ginger beer. And especially when it comes out of a can, this is unreal. Obviously I've got the light version, but the full sugar one is just as good. But ginger beer, it's refreshing in a way that other drinks could never. It does something to my taste buds. It makes me sneeze like I've got severe hay fever. I don't know, well I'm assuming it's because of the ginger. Really gets up the nostrils and into the senses. But this is honestly so refreshing. If I would only be able to drink one forever, and I love a Coke Zero, I would actually choose ginger beer. And I don't think anyone talks about enough how much of an elite drink choice this is. And any of you who like ginger beer, you have my utmost respect. I automatically think you're a woman with taste, you have good taste buds, and you should be held in the highest of regards in my opinion, because it's an elite drink for elite people. We could say when it comes to my carbonated beverages, I am an elitist, but so I'm gonna go and yap to my mum actually, because I've just realised my laptop's dead and I need to go back upstairs to get my laptop charger, but I don't want to go back upstairs to get my laptop charger right now. So thumbnail is postponed. I talk to Deborah. I've decided I'm hungry, so I'm now going to make NOTTT taco, but a small wrap. There actually isn't that much mince left, but there's enough of the refried beans left, but there is enough. I can't really touch it with my finger because it's so hot. I'm going to put the beans on the bottom. Twinkle Toes has never had refried beans, so when he took them out of the package, he was like, what the fuck is that? It looks weird. It tastes really freaking good. Then just pop in my mince meat. Do a little bit of cheese, not too much. Okay, then we're going to do a little bit of guac, just a touch. This is the salsa that we got, and I did get the mango version as well, but the mango is sour, and I love mango salsa. Most mangoes, there is no mango salsa I've ever tried that tastes like that, so I don't love that salsa because it's got like chipotle in it. It's just tastier. It's not super spicy, which I don't love because I do like quite a bit of spice. And there we have it. I've successfully used up the rest of
Our beans. She's a thing of beauty. She is beauty. She is grace. Honestly, I would eat this for breakfast. I've been seeing a lot of TikToks lately about how instant breakfast is sort of like there's a lot of rules about what you should and shouldn't have for breakfast. Like, we wouldn't really have chicken for breakfast over here, but some of the best breakfast I've had was when I went to Thailand. At first, I struggled because I wasn't used to the concept of eating like normal food at breakfast time, but by the end, I was like, yeah, give me the noodles. A specific dish that I would have most mornings, and I can't remember what it was, but it was noodles with egg and soy sauce, and it was like quite sweet. I can't remember what it was called, but by the end of it, I was a convert. And I feel like, honestly, it's a bit weird, but I would eat this for my breakfast. Okay, I'm gonna eat this and wait for my sister because she's coming, and then we'll go to the gym. Hello, I'm now going to the gym. My sister came around for about an hour, and now I'm gonna head to the gym, hit legs, and I do actually have a lot of cardio to catch up on. So I'm probably gonna do an hour. I don't think I'm gonna do the stairs just because I'm training legs after all. So I think I'm gonna do like a big incline walk afterwards just to catch up on cardio. So I might actually get myself an iced latte on the way to the gym just because I feel like it's going to be quite a lot, and then afterwards I feel like I don't have any like protein sources in, so I need to go and do a little bit of food shop. I keep getting bites. I've got like, can you guys see I've got 3 bites on my elbow? It's like the worst spot to have them in. Really, 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 really itchy. Let's go hit legs and cardio. Well, legs, glutes and cardio. I think I want to do hip thrusts, dumbbell step ups. I've not done those this week. Cable kickbacks, and then I'll honestly probably finish it off with hamstring curls. I feel like it was quite quad intense in the Pilates session as well, so I'll do some hamstring curls. So let's go. Let's get into a glute workout, friends. So the first movement that I'm starting with is glute bridges. If I'm gonna nitpick myself, I would say form wise I am coming a little bit too low down on some reps, but I don't like to nitpick myself too much when it comes to calf bridges in terms of how far I'm coming down, because ultimately if I'm coming a little bit further down it's just turning into more of a hip thrust, but that's definitely not the end of the world. You know, it's not a problem. They're still equally good glute movements, so I don't like to nitpick myself too much on it, but on some reps I'm definitely coming a little bit too low down for it to qualify as being like a straight up calf glute bridge. But I wanted to start off my session with those just to get a really like good pump through my glutes, because I felt like my glutes were feeling really like sort of flat and lethargic this day, so I just wanted to get a good old pump going through them. And then moving on, I went into some cable step ups. You guys already know, sorry if you can hear that, that's the sound of my car clicking. I'm currently trying to charge my car. You guys already know this is one of my top, it is my top movement to do at the moment. This and like the ball thing in Pilates with like the crunch, probably my 2 favourite things to do at the moment. And actually like a good little core workout either on the assisted hanging machine or on the decline bench. Really partial to both of them at the moment, to be honest. Anyway, that points aside, cable step ups, as always I do these slow and controlled, and I actually hit a PB this day. I actually hit a PB of 40 kilos, so since I started doing these I've gone from 25 to 40, so I've added 15 kilos, and I'm honestly really proud of myself, especially the past 2 weeks. My strength has definitely taken a bit of a dip, but not across all movements. So if you're on a mini cut or in a deficit and you feel like because you've got weaker on one movement, it must mean you've got weaker across every single movement, please know that that is not always necessarily the case. So just because you go to the gym and you are weaker on your calf bridges or you're weaker on your RDLs, don't go into your second movement being a bitch about it, thinking, oh well, I was weaker on that, so I'll just drop the weight for everything. No, see how you get on with things, because yeah, I've added 15 kilos all during a deficit, and especially the past 2 weeks, like last week I was using 35 and I've gone up to 40 doing a mini cut, which is even more intense of a deficit and even more intensive, well, a deficit ideally because it's less input, but it's also increasing my expenditure as well. So yeah, don't talk yourself out of being strong during your sessions in a cut is basically what I'm trying to say, because I didn't want to go over form tips there because I feel like I've done them to death in recent videos. Do let me know if you guys prefer form tips or just like me to talk about training in general, or a mixture of the two over the workouts. Then I went into doing some glute medius kickback, so that's what I'm doing here. And again, slow and controlled, and again I was able to hit a PB, not a PB of all time, but I've not really focused on upping the weight too much with my kickbacks in recent times. So this week I went for 25 and I was like, I feel like I could get like a lot of reps, so I actually ended up going up to 30. I think on one set I did go up to 35, so again, more PBs. Even though I've not necessarily been feeling strong across the board lately, I was able to hit 2 PBs within this session. So again, just another reminder, but this was definitely a more glute intense session. I finished up with my glute medius kickbacks, and then to finish off the session I just did some hamstring curls, because at this point I'd probably reached my weekly volume. And do you know what, guys, no shame in my game, I'm keeping these clips in because I feel like it's proof that the mini cut has well and truly mini cut. Like, my midsection is looking a lot leaner, but I've also managed to maintain most of my glute gains during this time as well, and that's a shameless plug for my mini cut results, because do you know what, I saw it and I was like, god damn, I'm not cutting that out of the video. So I finished off with some hamstring curls just to make sure that, I think because I'd already done like 3 very glute focused movements. I obviously did Pilates, I'd done a quad session which is still going to recruit your glutes on things like squats, and I'd done glutes and hamstrings. I was just being mindful of my weekly volume at this point. So I finished off with some hamstring curls. You can see there I just turned a TikTok off because it was still playing in my headphones. But finishing off with hamstring curls, as always, trying to make sure that my hips stay as glued down to that pad as possible, curling up using the actual muscle, not momentum. Remember, muscle, not momentum, not swinging the weight around, which is very, very, very common for hamstring curls and leg extensions. So always remember, muscle, not momentum. But that's it. That's my session. Good morning, happy Sunday. I look a mess right now, but I feel like I'm really in my egg stage before I go on holiday. You know, when you get to that stage where it's like, I feel like I've been doing little blow up things, but I am going to do like a big shower routine today. Obviously I go away on Wednesday. Deep scrub. I've already taken all of my fake tan off, so I'm just raw dogging life with my current skin tone. One half of me is so much more tan than the other, like naturally. I think it's just from how I've sat in the sun. But yeah, it's Sunday today, so rest day, no training today. I was going to go and do cardio, but I actually finished up doing all my cardio yesterday, so I don't need to go and do that. I have to go and put a package in a postage bin that I need to send off for a giveaway winner, and then I'm going to go and get steps in, because I really need to get my steps in. I really want to have like a Love Island chat today, because I feel like I need to debrief on the vlog before Casa Amor tonight, and then I can do a Casa Amor debriefing in the same vlog. And I've just been chilling. I went for a little coffee and acai date with Twinkle Toes, which I didn't film because he was super busy yesterday. He's got so much work to do today, so we just had a quick hour together. And then this morning I was at my brother's because it's my sister-in-law's birthday. I don't want to say really productive Sunday because I don't have a ton to do, but like a chill box ticking Sunday to prepare myself for a better week ahead. So okay, I've done like my everything shower, so this is like away for another 2 days, but I just wanted to do, well, I will wash my hair on Tuesday night before I fly, but I just wanted to do like my everything shower now, so that I've got a sneaking suspicion on Tuesday I'm going to be like a blue ass fly and I'm going to be stressed, and I'm not going to be thinking, let me show everyone what I use in my everything shower. So I thought I would actually run you through it now. To be honest, I will actually probably do this every day until I go away, because I don't have any tan on at the moment. So the thing is, I'm a fake tan, that's my call. Like, I fake tan all the time. I do sometimes fake tan to go away, but it depends how long I'm away for and what sort of a trip I'm going on. And I'm going to be in the pool a lot, and I just feel like after like 2 days my tan looks awful. And then if you have burnt, which obviously I'm going to try not to do that, but there is nothing worse than trying to get crusty looking fake tan off when you're sunburned, because you need to scrub it off. And good luck to you doing that if you've got sunburn that's like burning your skin. So I've properly took my fake tan off last week. I've actually not had it on for a few days. One thing I do love about when I'm not fake tanning is when I'm fake tanning every week, I'm not going to be exfoliating every day, because my tan is just going to come off. It's going to start coming off. Obviously I wash my body, but I don't exfoliate every single shower when I fake tan, because you are not going to maintain your tan if you're doing that. Moisturisers, oils, I have to be really careful with, because you can't use anything too oily because it'll break down the tan, and I love body oil. So in the shower, I got in, obviously scrubbed my body down with, I use a brush and a soap, so whatever soap I have at the time. At the moment I've got the Lush Rose soap that I got for Christmas, or did I get it for my birthday? Trying to use that up. It's not my favourite, but I also don't hate it, so I'm just trying to get through it because I've got a full bottle of it. So I used that, and then I went in with this, which is now finished, but this is something I got in America. It's one of the Tree Hut watermelon sugar scrubs. Super cheap. I can't remember how much it was, but it was not expensive at all. Smells incredible if you like watermelon. Like when I use this, it smells like watermelon the whole of the top of my house. It's such a nice, like, I feel like a newborn child when I've used this. Sometimes I'll use it with a brush, sometimes I use it with hands. I find that actually when I use it with my hands, it seems like it does more than when I use it with a brush. So I use my soap with a brush, and then I use this with my hands. What I did today anyway, I didn't need to shave because I shaved the other day, so I didn't need to do that. I shampooed and conditioned my hair. So for shampoo, with Perfect Hair Day shampoo, and on Tuesday I will probably actually use the Way Detox shampoo, but I just thought I'll probably do cardio tomorrow and Tuesday, so I'd rather use the detox one on Tuesday before I go away, because you want to use it sparingly, especially if you colour your hair, because it does strip the colour. But also if you get the Way Detox shampoo, I know this might be a dare moment for some people, but I didn't know this until my hairdresser told me, you can't use it like all the time. Really once a week or once every 2 weeks, and it also depends on the week. If I put more product in my hair, yeah, I'm more likely to use it once a week. But if I've not really done much with my hair, or like I've kept on top of washing it, it doesn't feel dirty, it doesn't feel grimy, it doesn't feel like it needs a detox, it might be every other week. But for like my just like regular washes, I use this shampoo. And then I actually use this, which I used last week and I really liked it, so I used it again. Super affordable. It's a L'Oreal Elvive Dream Lens Saviour Mask. I got it for my birthday from my friend Kennedy. It smells incredible, and my hair just feels so nice when I've used this. So that was my sort of in shower routine. Then I got out, and this is the body oil that I've used. Obviously I don't have much left. I will probably be out of this by the time I go on holiday, but basically get out the shower, wet skin, put your body oil onto wet skin, and I've basically let that sit in and sink in. There's something to do with wet skin, and basically you are able to, I'm not a dermatologist, so I don't know if I could be lying right now. I think your skin's able to take things in better, and I do notice a difference between moisturising on wet damp skin or moisturising on dry, like towel dried skin. Really nice body oil, and it also just, it's got like loads of essential oils in it, and it just smells incredible. Like it smells like a spa experience, which is really nice for a everything shower. And then on top of that, I'm just gonna go in and moisturise my full body with this moisturiser. It's quite light. I've actually run out of my tub. This one now, the tub is definitely, in my opinion, superior if you want like a heavy moisturiser that leaves like a strong glow on your skin. That's definitely the better option, but this is nice, and just going to sit nice and lightly over my oil. But I feel like key to like soft baby skin is an oil and then a moisturiser on top. I just feel like I cannot beat that feel on my skin with anything else, even like a really intense moisturiser. It has no scent to it, which to be fair I don't really mind, because when I've just used something that's like rammed full of essential oils, obviously smells incredible, but I don't then want to be following it up with like a vanilla moisturiser. Like, I do also find as well, and I saw Eden, she's one of the girlies that works for Honour as like an affiliate, but also works at Honour, like she works within the company as well. She posted the other day, she's like really fair skinned, beautiful ginger hair, and she posted the other day saying like, well, if you are pale, moisturising your body is so important, because it can take you from looking grey to, I mean it's important for everyone, but it can take you aesthetically from looking grey to looking like you've almost got more colour to you because you are moisturised, if that makes sense. And I definitely do agree, because I love a fake tan. I love a deep, dark, safe fake tan. So when I'm on the paler side, I can find myself feeling a little bit self-conscious about it, but I do find, and I've found the past few days, staying on top of my moisturisation and just really hammering the skincare products, my skin feels a lot better. And honestly, fake tan does dry your skin out. It's probably not the best thing to be putting on your skin every single week, so it does feel good, but this is not me quitting fake tan. This is just me preparing for a holiday. Moisturise my top, and then I will come back and show you what my skin looks like, because you know, Okay, just before I pop my robe back on, I wanted to show you my skin, but this is basically how my skin looks with the oil and moisturiser. I'm not like, I'm just smooth, I'm not sticky, I don't feel greasy, but you can see, even though I am on the paler side, having that moisturisation, it's just helping to give me a little bit more colour. I obviously do have a little bit of colour because I'm not like super pale, but compared to my fit version of myself, this is quite pale. I did get my step count up a decent amount on my walk as well. We're on 6.5. I'll probably get the extra 1,000 in just pottering around the house for the rest of the day because it's not late, to be honest. It's 10 to 4 and I've got work to do, I've got shit to sort out in my room, so we should be golden. But yeah, that's pretty much like shower stuff and hair stuff. That's my holiday prep. I feel like sometimes with holiday prep there's a pressure to go and get like 9 million different procedures done and all this and all that sort of stuff. Usually I would actually go and get my Botox done, but honestly I can't be bothered. I'll do it when I get back. They've changed the laws, which means you now need to see the prescriber in person, which means it's not as easy as it was before, which is fine. I understand why they've done it, but I just can't be arsed with the faff of going. I think I'd have to go twice, like I'd have to go see the prescriber and then go back for the appointment. Can't bother to do that before I go on holiday, and to be honest it's not that deep. I don't get any, by the way, this is not me saying oh my god I'm so amazing because I don't get that done. Obviously I've had other stuff done. I got my nose done, I got my boobs done, you know, I'm no shame in the game of cosmetic procedures, but I'm not getting any filler before I go on holiday. That's not like a part of my holiday prep. Personally, I've not actually touched my lips in like probably about 2 years now. I've not touched them. Yeah, I just, not everything needs, even like down to nails, like I get my builder gel done, but I get that done every like 4 to 5 weeks anyway. But like my toenails, I am kind of dabbling with the idea of getting a pedicure. I don't really love other people touching my feet, and also I feel like holiday prep gets really expensive. I'm like, do I really need my toes doing, considering it's probably going to come off by the 3rd day from, I just feel like chlorine and stuff really fucks up. I don't know, we'll see. Maybe I will end up going for a pedicure, but if I do, I'll be going for a more affordable one, not a super expensive one. Prep doesn't have to be like cosmetic procedures and Botox and filler. It can just be like an everything shower, washing one's hair, shaving if that's the path that you choose to go down, doing a little bit of extra skincare. It doesn't need to involve, obviously I've bought a lot of new stuff, but it doesn't need to involve buying a million new things or going and getting like a million treatments done. In terms of skincare and stuff, my perioral dermatitis looked like it was completely gone the other day, and then I started getting little flare-ups again. I'm honestly fucking sick of it. I'm so sick of it, but I've left it too late. I might try and get some antibiotics, the ones I was on before, but it's not looking good in terms of a dermatology appointment, so that's my own fault. But I did find when I had hot weather the other day, I thought the hot weather was flaring it up, but then when I sat in the hot weather the other day, my skin looked completely clear. I'm going to keep doing what I have been doing because it seems to have been managing it at least. It's not been anywhere near as bad as it was, you know, a couple of weeks ago. So I'm now going to use my new face. I spoke about this in my last vlog. This is not me being like, this is so amazing. I don't know. I've only had it like a week and I've only used it. I used it like 4 times at this point. I'm obviously not doing it around my mouth because of my perioral dermatitis. That is what is commonly referred to as a terrible idea. So whilst I'm doing this, let's talk about Love Island. Let me not. See, I'm a hand talker. This is probably a really bad idea. Harry's ex has come in and everyone's like, oh my god, this is absolute cinema. This is great TV. I'm not well, we'll find out tonight, but I'm not sure if it is, because my thought process is she's an ex for a reason. He's probably not going to want to get back with her. I've seen one of his friends on TikTok saying there's no way he's going back to her. The other boys probably won't want to get to know her because it's Harry's ex, not out of a loyalty thing. I think if anything, out of more of an ego thing. Men get really weird about that. Not within Love Island, but I feel like whenever someone's ex has come on, no one wants to get to know them. So Harry's not going to go back to her. No one else is probably going to want to get to know her, so she'll probably be on the screen for like 3 days. Hopefully that's not how it pans out, because that would just be, well, it's just not good TV, you know. It's incredibly boring. She doesn't seem interested in him. If anything, she seems a bit grossed out by him. Obviously the Shakira thing, I was so annoyed that Ben picked her. I really wanted Connor to pick her, and I think if Connor was able to pick her, Connor would have picked her in that recoupling. It's kind of weird that, well, we know why they did it that way, but it's really weird that they let Ben go before Connor, because I think the producers know Connor would have 100% chosen Shakira out of the 3 of them that were left. I did not like at all the way that Dijon spoke to Billy Case in that conversation. Like, she was speaking over him a little bit, but at the same time he was having the what she said was true. He was having the conversation that he wanted to have regardless of what she was saying, so it wasn't really a conversation. He basically just had a script in his brain that he wanted to read from, and he wasn't actually listening to what she was saying. And I thought she was perfectly valid in what she said in the challenge and what she said to him during that conversation. I just thought it came off incredibly rude. Yeah, the Helena and Harry situation, I mean, I'm glad they're together. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of the characters, because obviously it is reality TV, we don't know these people. Not a huge fan of the characters' portrayal of either of them. I'm glad that Shakira's not with him anymore, because to be honest, it was a bit weird anyway. He's 30 and she's 22. Like, he kept lying. He was like, everyone else says that they want me to be with her, but I don't. And I'm just like, you've literally been plotting. And then when Helena was like, you know, it's not like we've plotted this or anything like that. No, you actually have. Like, you literally, that's what we've just seen for the past, like, of this episode and half of the prior episode. I loved when Tony got rid of Harrison, but then she took him back, so I really feel like the people in the villa know what the public thinks, and I personally think that Dijon, Meg, Helena and Harry think they are, like, the most popular, and I don't think, from what I've seen, I don't think they are. I'm trying not to talk about, like, I do have, you know, more opinions, but I don't necessarily think it's a good idea to share them, because this is a public platform and we don't know, we only see an hour out of the day, so probably going to leave that there. But if you are watching Love Island UK, I would love to know your thoughts. I'm genuinely baffled by some people's behaviour on it this year. Like, well, I'm not baffled, it's very clear who wants to win. I think there's one couple in particular that are definitely, and I'm not like hating them for it. It is a game show and they want to win, so fair enough. But they're definitely playing a massive game. One half of that couple in particular is definitely playing a massive game, because their behaviour just makes no sense. I hope that Tommy finds someone else, to be honest. I think him and Emily are just together out of convenience. I'm not sure that's actually a real thing, and he's definitely like the loveliest person on there. I hope he finds someone new. I hope Shakira finds someone new. I hope Billy Kiss finds someone new. Now that that's done, I'm just going to pop a little bit of moisturiser on and then some eye patches, and then I have coaching work to do, so I'm going to go and get on with that. I've got quite a lot of programming to do. I also need to eat. Like, I went out for an acai bowl at like 1. I've not actually had any lunch yet. I should probably eat. I won't talk to you about this again because I'm keeping it in the box so that I know it's my new one to take on holiday with me. Like, I know it's full. But the Inky List Hydro Glow Complex, I just find it's not giving my skin any sort of bothers at the moment, and it just seems to be working really well for me. So I'm gonna go get on with some work and I'll catch you. Guys, I've got my Love Island snack. She's ready. I'm aware I look absolutely crazy right now, but I've put some heatless curls in. So I've just got my little silk on. I've made myself a Ninja Creamy. We've got the yummiest coffee and banana. This is what I made in last week's vlog, if you want the recipe, but like the texture of it is so honestly unreal. And it's so light. Actually, the anniversary tomorrow, at the time of me filming this, of 7/7, if you don't know what 7/7 is, was the London terror attacks in 2005. Been quite a few documentaries, but Netflix have put out a new one, which is basically about how they found the people who did it. And I didn't know, but there was like another attempted one literally 2 weeks after. So it's about how they found them. And then I also didn't know that they shot someone that was completely innocent and also looked nothing like one of the people. Disney Plus actually have an entire series just about, obviously, the awful incident, I don't even want to say awful incident, the awful crime that happened where the innocent man was shot, I think, 7 times in the head. It's... You might want to skip that scene because I didn't realise they were going to actually show it. And yeah, I had to skip past that bit, but it's so fucking sad. Like, it's so sad, and I find it really interesting because they'll do things for like the anniversary 7/7, obviously, understandably, but because I was only 6 at the time, I never knew about the attempted ones 2 weeks after, and I never knew about this man either. Like, I feel like I've never seen anyone talk about it. I'm sure people do talk about it, but I've never seen it, so it must not be super mainstream, if that makes sense. Which I think is really, really sad. Like, he should be included in the 56, I think, people that were killed, because yeah, it's awful. And like the way the police tried to obviously not cover it up because they'd killed someone, they couldn't like lie about that, but they went every which way to try and like twist it into something that it just wasn't. It's
awful. No one went to jail for it. The Met Police just got a £175,000 fine. Yes, Love Island time. I think I'll do live updates during the break to debrief the episode with you. Update during every break, but it went to the first break and all they'd done was fanny around having a brunch. I don't care. I know Casa Amor is coming this episode. Start it now. So the second break has just been, and the girls obviously came onto the terrace, and then the girls could see, which I do think is a nice twist because they can see, and I will be honest, like they've really smashed it with the Casa this year. Like the girls are stunning. Hopefully we get to see a lot of the girls with the boys that are coming in, because I feel like it's going to be like a whole episode of the guys with the girls. But yeah, they're pretty much just getting to know each other. Nothing's really happened yet, which is really annoying. I hate when Love Island do this. We're like half an hour in, and I'm like, I'd love to debrief you on it, but nothing's really happened, which makes me think Casa maybe isn't going that juicy, because if it was that juicy, they'd have to almost hurry it up to fit everything in. Everyone's 26. I'm like, is 26 the golden age this year? Yeah, it is, because I turned 26 this year. Anyway, there is literally nothing to update you on, so please hold. Okay, we're back with another little update. That was actually a little bit more interesting. So Emma and Harry have spoken. Obviously, like I said, exactly like I predicted, not interested in each other. But I am glad that she's told him he's embarrassing himself, and she thinks him and Helena are perfect for each other. Because I feel like him going back to Helena is partly because I think he thinks she must be a favourite, but if he knows outside opinions and not feeling like that, I feel like he might switch up on her. Andrida, I don't know everyone's names yet, and Ben, that conversation, and the fact that why did she bring Gio over? Because she was not talking to that man. That was so awkward. I just thought, oh my god, just get up and walk away. And eventually he did. Remember her name, Lucy, the Scouse girl. She seems really nice, but I think Harrison might go for her, which makes sense because he's 22, she's 21. And it obviously went back to the girls, and Helena was like, oh, I think Tony's trying to wind Helena up, because Helena was like, oh, I'm not really bothered. Like, when he's made his mind up, he's made his mind up. I'm like, is this the same Harry that said he wanted to be with you whilst he wanted to be with Shakira, and then whilst he wanted to be with Shakira, he didn't want to be with you, and then he was with Shakira, and then he wanted to be with you? Because I don't think he's someone that when he's made his mind up, he's made his mind up. The math isn't mathing on that. And Tony was like, nah, she wouldn't have come all the way here if it was done. She would, because I think it is done, but I just think she's just trying to wind her up, and I'm like, Tony, chill. But she just said that she's got no faith in Harrison, and I'm like, good. Very uneventful so far. I'm hoping the last 15 minutes they kick things up a gear, because so slow for a Casa Amor episode. As they played truth or dare, and to be honest, it was pretty tame, other than the last one, which was Harry asking for a truth, and they said who are you more attracted to, Helena or Emma, and I thought he was going to say Helena, and he didn't. He said Emma. Personally, me, if I was Helena, I'm not having that. He can absolutely get bent, and I would not go back to him after that. That's so embarrassing. You're more attracted to your ex than the person that you're currently with. Yikesies. And Dejon's kiss with Andreda was particularly long. But yeah, no, classic. We didn't see the boys come in for the girls. That's tomorrow night. Which makes me think, is there no drama to Casa whatsoever? Because why are they dragging this out so much? Or is it going to go on for longer than usual? Because I've not watched Love Island properly for a while, so maybe this is how they always do it and I've just forgotten, but it's annoying me. It's annoying me.
Good morning, I'm coming to you live and direct with my heatless curls in. I was going to fill you in on the rest of my night last night, but there's nothing to fill in. I went to sleep. And I also did teeth whitening. This is also a part of my holiday go. I've had, basically, these are my nighttime aligners, which I'll be real, I'm meant to sleep in every night, but I don't. But also, I did get a permanent brace at the back of my teeth. Now, I know that you should do both. I do have the permanent braces back up, but I'm just being completely transparent. I don't sleep in these every night. But even with that, they still fit. If you ever wondered what my teeth look like, this is what my teeth look like. I have whitening gels that I can put in them. But honestly, whitening my teeth nowadays makes me really sad. The best whitening thing I've ever used was the Crest whitening strips. Like, those got, my teeth used to be white. Like, my teeth were white. And my teeth aren't bad by any means. Like, I don't think they look bad, but they're not as white as they used to be. But if you've been here a while, you'll remember I got braces because my teeth used to be really good. Like, I'm honestly quite shocked I didn't get braces as a kid, but I think I was at the age where the NHS had stopped doing a lot of them, and I think my dentist did say you could get them, but you probably won't be able to get them on the NHS because it's not really like an aesthetic thing than anything else, but my teeth were really crooked and really crowded. Yeah, my mum and dad were not going to pay for me to have braces. That was not going to be a thing. So I never had braces as a kid, so I got Invisalign. I do have very straight teeth. But at the end of that, I had chips, and I still had gaps that hadn't closed. It's because basically my teeth were so crowded, they had to put gaps in my teeth so that my teeth had room to move. And honestly, I don't think I went to the best dentist, and I feel like the gaps that they put in must have been too big because they just weren't closing, and I kept getting more and more aligners. So in the end, I went to a different dentist, and there I got a little bit of edge bonding for chips and also just for filling in some gaps. The issue, however, with composite bonding is it does stain and it can't really be whitened, so you can try and lift the stains out, but in my opinion I don't feel like it's as easy as just whitening normal teeth. And I've whitened them the past 2 nights in a row, but I still feel like they are stained, and I have had my composite edge bonding for about 3 years now. I actually went to a dentist probably like 1.5 years ago, maybe 2 years ago. It wasn't that long into having my bonding because honestly as soon as I got it I didn't love it. There's just certain things about my teeth that I wasn't really happy with, and it was never really addressed, if that makes sense, and I almost feel like the bonding made it worse. Annoying because I spent all that money wanting like a straight smile, and I do have that now, but now there's other things that I'm not super happy with, but I am just quite a fussy person. I went to another dentist and I was like, what, like I want to get my composite taken off, and he was basically like, you do realise it's not just as easy as take the composite off, especially because it's edge bonding. He was like, they don't just stick that onto the end of your tooth, they have to like basically blend it somewhat up your tooth. So he was like, yeah, you've got edge bonding, but you've got a very thin layer that goes up about halfway up your tooth. And he was like, it's not impossible, but it's really hard to get that off without damaging your teeth underneath, so I personally wouldn't want to do it and basically refuse to take it off of me. So that's still one thing that, like, when people say like, oh, is there anything else you'd get done, I'd love to have my bonding removed, because like I said, I can like lift the staining out of my teeth, but my teeth have never, since I got my bonding, they've never been as white as they were before, if that makes sense. And it's really, I find that lifting the staining is nowhere near as easy as just like my crest whitening strips, though I don't know what crack is in those, but those are so good. It's better than any like gel and stuff I've used, but I find that the crest whitening strips don't stick to my composite, so I can't really use them anymore. But yeah, it's kind of working, but it's not the best. I'm also finding that my skin's getting sore again around my mouth. Honestly, I don't want to complain too much, but I'm getting really fed up. And obviously I got on holiday in 2 days, so I don't really have time to go and get that sorted out now. So pick them out with you. I'm actually not doing anything fancy or anything today. I'm going to go to the gym. It's about 9:30 now. I'm going to go to the gym. I do have quite a bit of work to do, but I think I'm going to pack today because tomorrow is actually my client check-in day. So I feel like trying to get all my work done and be like, right, have I got everything in one day for holiday is just, it's asking to be stressed. And I would quite like to go to the gym tomorrow as well, and I will have time to do that if I pack today. So I think I am going to pack today, and I'll show you guys sort of how I pack, if that makes sense, because I have actually been asked about that. I did a Q&A last week on Instagram, and one of the girls who followed me, pretty sure she's called Yvette, she was asking me how I decide basically what I'm taking on holiday and outfits and stuff. So I'll run you guys through that. Oh, I keep doing this really like tight on my scalp, so when I take it out it's like really freeing, but it also kind of really hurts. Since I got the base case, I'm used to using like soft ones that weigh like less than 1 kilo. That weighs 5 kilos in itself, so automatically onto 18 kilos, which might sound like a lot, but once I put like, it's my toiletries and my makeup and stuff and like all my hair bit, it just takes up quite a lot of, it takes up quite a lot of room. So I have to be a little bit more intentional with my packing. Yeah, I think I will actually take my heatless curlers away with me as well, because I can literally just sleep and then in the morning take my hair out for like daytime stuff, and I'm not having to mess around with heat on it. Or even I could probably wear these through the day around the pool. Actually, that might look a little crazy. Yeah, I'm going to pick out a gym fit and let's go to the gym. I don't think I'm going to film my gym session today just because I have a lot of different things I need to do today, and I've mentioned it before, but if I film a workout it takes
so much longer than it normally would for a gym session, so I'm probably not going to film it today. With an all white fit for the day, I've got my white pump on and my white ALPHALETE varsity baby tee. Also, don't mind this on my chair. It's not just random mess. I started like pulling some bits out, or there were bits that I needed to put away, but I was like, there's no point in me putting those away because I'm going to pack them today. So my skin feels really, really dry. I think it's because I've been sleeping with my fan on. I think it's just drying mine out a lot more. So I'm just going in with some moisturiser. I've also got like the ugliest bites on my elbow. Look at that. I've got 3 of them. I look like I've got chicken pox. It's so gross, and they're so like dark, and I feel like when my arm's flat. How weird does that look? You take a little bit, maybe like 2 gym outfits, because I don't care if I sweat in them and have to rewear them. Like, I'd only be wearing them in a gym hotel to maybe train a little bit whilst I'm away, just early morning, which I don't normally do, but Twinkle Toes wants to and he's really into the gym, so I feel like because he's doing it, I may as well join in, do you know what I mean? Perfume today, I'm actually going with this, purely because I've not worn it in a little bit, and it's one of my favourite perfumes, but I need to decide what perfumes I'm taking on holiday with me, and I've actually not yet decided, so I just want to remind myself how this smells on me and how it lasts, because I am thinking I may want to take this away with me. Plus, it's mine and Twinkle Toes' like first big holiday together, and that's actually a perfume that I bought before. I think I bought it on the day I went on like a second date with him, or like a 3rd date, I can't remember. We went for like a picnic thing. I actually vlogged that day, but obviously I didn't vlog the evening, and so it just reminds me of him. So I think it would be quite nice to take that scent on holiday, because I'm big on like scents and memories and stuff. And I have put a little bit of makeup on, but I've literally just done concealer, bronzer, blush, mascara. That's it. Let's go. This is my little gym OOTD. I've just got on the white pump shorts and the white baby tee. But yeah, the white, I keep getting asked questions about these. They are completely sheer, just to make you guys aware. They are totally flipping see-through, but I just think it makes for such a nice, crisp, clean looking fit. So yeah, let's go. Eggs and 25 minutes of cardio done and dusted. It's now pretty much bang on 12 PM, so we can get on with the rest of my merry little day. I was just watching TikToks whilst I did my 25 minutes cardio, and for my lift I did hip thrusts, RDLs, Bulgarians, hyperextension, and then I just did a 25-minute incline walk, and now I've got myself a nice little beverage. I just walk around the corner. There's a donut shop, Doughboy Donuts, some of you might have heard of it. There's a donut shop behind my gym. Get a donut, but they do make a nice, like a, I wouldn't say it's the best iced latte I've ever had, but they do make a pretty decent iced latte, so I went in there to get one. Plus I feel bad because every time I go in there's no one in there, and I know that, I think they take more like online orders rather than being more in person. I always feel really bad because there's never anyone in there, so I like to go and get a coffee from there from time to time. There's someone watching me film, and there's nothing I love more than a little bit of an audience. But yeah, I'm gonna go home, make some lunch, and then I'm gonna start packing, because I was saying to Twinkle Toes earlier, as much as, I mean, you guys have seen it as well, I bought a lot of shit for this trip, okay, but I know what I'm like. I will have bought the most non-essential things, and then as I start packing I'll be like, fuck, and there'll be such obvious things that I don't have. So if I pack today, if there's anything I can go and grab, I can go and grab it, or if I need to next day delivery it, I can. But that's why I'm packing today, because I just feel like that makes the most sense. So I'm going to make a list before I start, so I will see you guys when I get home. Okay, let's commence the packing process. Eating some chicken real quick, and now we're going to pack. So the first things first, let's take our tags off from our last trip. They always take it off for you at the airport if you do leave it on by accident. But I'm like super paranoid about any stickers or any, even like this little sticker here. Very paranoid about that being left off. Lost my luggage once, and shit was not fun. The case that I have, in case anyone is curious, I don't really get the saying this with a base case, so I definitely do give in to the hype, but I don't really get the obsession with luggage. You travel a lot, you may be obsessed with it, but I don't really get the like, oh my god. With luggage, I'm just kind of like, it's luggage. It's the big checked-in roller. This is the biggest suitcase I've ever had. It's bigger than most. I would say this is bigger than most of your average suitcases. It's 5 kilos, which means whatever you're going to pack, automatically you've got 5 kilos less. Now, if you are a light packer, you will never have an issue with this. Me, on the other hand, I am not a light packer whatsoever. So I sometimes do struggle with this case, and I would say for that reason I do kind of regret my purchase, just because it takes off so much of your packing space, because automatically 5 kilos gone. Case that I will be taking, and I'm not actually taking a carry-on case this time, because airlines are just a joke nowadays. I feel like I just don't understand. They want to charge you for everything. My mum keeps saying they've always charged you for this, but they haven't. They charge you to add a normal bag, but then they also charge you to add hand luggage bag, like a hand luggage to go above in the bins, as they would say now, which I just find crazy. Like, what do you think I'm going on holiday with? Like, I'm booking a flight. I'm not booking a trip somewhere that's 1 hour away. I'm booking a flight. I'm going on holiday. In what world am I going to be taking something that's going to fit everything in, especially as a girl? Because you can't even take all your liquids through with you. It fits under the seat in front of me. I just think it's really, 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 really cheeky. They will charge you for anything nowadays. So that kind of drives me insane. And then I do actually have these packing cubes, which I use every single time. There's loads of different sizes and stuff, but I just find it helps me keep my stuff organised. I know where things are. First of all, the number one tip that I can give you when it comes to clothes, and this might sound really stupid and really like duh, but especially if you've not been on holiday in a while, or you've not been away in a while, or the holiday clothes that you usually wear, you've not worn them in a while, try them on, please. Try them on. Because there was a trip I went on. It was when I went to Texas last summer, actually. I packed a load of shorts and tops. They didn't fit me anymore. Make sure if there is anything you've not worn in a while, especially, please, especially if it's denim shorts, try them on and check that they fit, because, first of all, if you want a pair of denim shorts, I would highly recommend that you don't get yourself stuck in the position where you're going to probably have to go and buy more expensive ones, or ones that you don't even really like, because you weren't forethought with it, and now you're stuck on holiday with shorts that don't fit you. But second of all, you are taking up precious space in your case with clothes that quite simply don't fit you. So one of the main things is just, if you have not tried these things on in a while, or not worn them in a while, I would say if you've not worn them in like 6 months, try them on just to check that they fit. I am a perfect mixture of a type A and a type B, but when it comes to my holiday packing, again, I am the perfect mixture of a type A and a type B. I love a list, I love all that sort of stuff, but I'm not going as far as the spreadsheets, because my mood really dictates what I want to wear. So I'm not planning I'm going to wear every single day of my holiday before I go, because I don't know. And then if I've only taken the outfits that I've planned, I'm up shit's creek without a paddle if I don't want to wear that day, or if I feel uncomfortable that day and it's a slightly tighter outfit and I'd rather wear something loose, but I left my loose option at home because I told myself I wasn't going to use it. So I personally make a list. So here is my packing list. I put it into different categories, so like electrics, beauty and shower, accessories, clothing, and then airport bag, just to make sure that there's some crossover between electronics and airport bag, but just to make sure that, don't say it again, ensuring that I don't pack things that I need in my actual hand luggage with me. For example, a phone charger. So I'm going to do probably like some shower toiletries first, because I feel like that's going to be easier. This is from Space NK, by the way. A lot of the toiletry bags don't tend to fit in full-size products. This will fit in all of my full-size shampoos and conditioners and stuff. Which again, you might be thinking, why are you taking full-size? When I go on holiday, my hair is so unpredictable, and the amount of times I've taken minis on holiday with me and I run out of the minis, because only really get me 2 to 3 washes, and I'm away for 10 days, and chlorine and stuff, the sea, I will probably wash my hair more than 3 times whilst I'm away. So I would just rather have more than less. Plus, just from like a waste point of view, I feel like I already have shampoo and conditioner. I don't need to go and buy a mini. If I'm really tight on space, then I will, or if it's a shorter trip, then I will, but I'm away for 10 days, so I'm just taking my full-size ones, and I think we should normalise that. Fits in there perfectly. So I've got my living proof shampoo. I'm not going to take my Way detox one, just because I don't really need to be taking 2 shampoos with me. Plus, I feel like the heat and the sun and the chlorine will be drying my hair out anyway. I don't need another shampoo that's probably going to dry my hair out even more. Cleanser, this is the only one I'm using at the moment. It's the only one that doesn't seem to piss my skin off. I'm also going to pop my Way body wash in here. Final thing to slide in here is my razor. I have 2 more things I need to put in. ALPHALETE oil for my hair. That can go in here. I find that anyone else that has this hair oil, I think you will know what I'm about to say, it leaks so badly. So whatever I put it in, I have to accept it's going to leak all over it. I've also popped my little deodorant in there as well. So I can honestly probably fit more in there if I need to. What else could I fit in there? I'm going to pop this SPF in there. There's a girl I follow on TikTok that has perioral dermatitis and she uses that SPF. Bite cream. This is quickly becoming quite a boring packing session, guys. Can't decide whether to try and fit. I don't think my skincare really is realistically going to fit in here. Guys, this actually fits a really, if you need a toiletry bag, this fits so much stuff in it. Honestly, actually really, I knew it would fit my toiletries in, like my big full-size ones. I didn't expect it to fit this much stuff in. I'm really impressed, not gonna lie. I did not think I would have the room to put all of that in, and it's also not bulked it out loads either. Like, this is just how big it is, and I could probably fit a few more products in there if I needed to. So very impressed with this. We're on to more bits and bobs. I've just actually gone through my makeup bag because I always end up taking like my entire makeup bag away with me, and it's like, girl. So I've basically whittled it down, and yeah, we've got it down massively. I need to wash my makeup brushes, so I've actually not put those in yet. I'm going to wash them today. But I've just tried to whittle down my perfume selection, and I think I'm going to take, and I've really tried to cut this down, but I think I'm going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 perfumes. I have a problem. But also my thing is, I spray that much perfume that if I take the little refill things, girl, I'm gonna have used it all within like 2 days. I've got this Ellis Brooklyn Miami Nectar that I bought from Space NK. This is gonna be legitimately perfect for holiday. Like, it's a holiday scent in a bottle, plus it's a tiny little one, so it's a tiny little sample. So next, vanilla powder. I just think this is the most, and I know I won't bore you with it again, but I've done a complete 180 on this scent. I hated this. I thought it smelled like old leather couches. I put it on my skin properly and I was like, oh, it's like rich, musky coconut. It definitely shares elements of Herba Pura. This is just a more coconutty version in my opinion. This is more your tropical fruity vibe, but I'm taking both of them because these are just my bang, strong, probably more evening scents. And for my clean scent, Valaya exclusive, and the Jo Malone Wood Sage and Sea Salt Body Mist. This, as you can see, I burnt through. It's absolutely unreal. I would take my Fleurs, but I've really had to I might actually take Peach Skin and ask Twinkle Toes to put it in his case. But this is like a body treatment, a body glow, and a scent in one. And I love using it on holiday. It's not too heavy, it's just like a nice, light, clean scent. And then I have been wearing this today, as I've mentioned this morning, and I've decided I love it. And I just feel like, yeah, this is a great holiday scent. So I'm going to take my Louis Vuitton Attrape Reeves with me as well. I've definitely said that wrong. Honestly, the majority of my case comes from my SPFs, my body care, my makeup, my perfume. That is where the majority of the weight in my case is coming from. Next up on the list, I have swim. I thought I do get questions about this. And by the way, guys, I have so much swim related stuff, and this is the old pile. And then obviously I've got my new bikinis. These are what I use. These are from Colour Super. It's from when I ordered bikinis from them. And I don't know if they still send them in this packaging, but if you ever get things in this sort of packaging, I cannot recommend enough that you keep it, hold on to it for your swim stuff, because it just keeps them organised. My new lounge one, which I'm so excited to wear. Like, I'm really excited to wear this one. I just think it's beautiful, stunning. These bikinis, they are seriously gorgeous stuff, and I feel like it's healed my having with Australian brands, because I spoke about this in my White Fox review, but White Fox used to be an incredible swimwear brand. Like, I still have bikini bottoms from them now that I will still take on holiday. They're probably somewhere in this pile, and they were insane quality, and they were a really small brand, and they just did really, it was quite on the pricier side, but they just did really nice quality swim pieces, and that was what they specialised in, and that was what they did, and it was all, as Kathy Hilton would say, hunky-dory. And obviously they became like a big fast fashion conglomerate, and then I ordered swim within that haul, and it was just shite, like PLT, tap, like shit quality product. So I probably wouldn't be ordering from them again. it comes to swim. So I'm hoping, because I'm seeing by Depop up everywhere, that they do not go down that path of like mass production, like turning into a fast fashion company, because I'm telling you, this is such a nice brand. You can see here as well, by the way, how like nice and neatly they sort of pack away. So I have this Kapala one, which I bought earlier in the year, so I'm putting that one in that package as well. Okay, that's all the new ones in one. Oh, this is my black colour super one. It's so polar opposite to the rest of my bikinis, but I do really like it, and it's not plain, but it's a lot plainer than the others. Plus I feel like it's a black bikini option. So I am going to pack that one. I have an orange colour super one, but I remember the last time I went away I didn't love this, just because this is obviously not adjustable and it just means that the things need to sit quite far apart. Plain white bikini top. This is from Bamba Swim. I really don't think you can go wrong with that, so I am going to take that. Fuck it, I'll take the Italia bottom, because if I want to wear that I can wear it with that. I do have this green night swim bikini, which I've actually never worn before, so I am kind of tempted to take it. Plus, if I end up getting a picture, I've got a picture for our girl, Gabby. She might not want to use it, but she could. But I will pack that. I do have another night swim bikini, which is great for tanning. I've got the super minimal one. I never go on holiday without taking my For Islander bikini that I got years ago, because this print is just beautiful, really nice, comfortable bikini. I do have a rat and boa bikini. Honestly, rat and boa swim, don't waste your money. It's definitely not worth the money, really not worth it. Like, especially after having it for a couple of trips now, really not worth it. The fabric is not, yeah, like this honestly, in comparison to my ByD ones, this feels bad in comparison. Like, it does not feel anywhere near as nice, but I do love the print of it. It's from a couple of years ago. It's that like navy and cream colour. But also I did end up, when I went to Mexico, I wore this as just like a top. Okay, that's all my bikinis that I'm taking. I'm not taking any more bikinis. Bags full of swimwear, because with swim I definitely do overpack, but I just feel like you're going to be sat around in front of people half naked. So if you've packed stuff and you decide by the time you get that, actually, I don't feel comfortable in this bikini, or I don't feel comfortable in this bikini on this day because I'm feeling bloated, or I'm feeling this, or I'm feeling that, I can't imagine not having options with me. And then in terms of cover-ups, I've had this for years. It's literally just a white sheer sarong. I then have a black one, the jaded cover-ups I was talking about that I've had for years. This one is so cute. I just love this. I think it's so cute. So I have this one, which is just a short one, and then it's a cowl neck, and it's completely backless around the back. Maxi dress is gorge. This is also from Jaded from a few years ago. So it's like cut out keyholes at the front, blue, long. Oh, it's really pretty, and I take it on pretty much every trip with me, because it's just like a foolproof option for a cover up when you want something that's a little bit nicer. Then do have this chocolate brown one, which is more just like a straight up dress. This is old, this is about 3 years old from Skims, but I do still have it. And I have this crochet skirt from Mesh Kit. I'm glad I got it when I did, because I feel like I can't find a crochet skirt like this anymore. A Kapala skirt to pack. I have this little number from Mango to pack, the Jaded skirt to pack, the Tala dress to pack. Oh, I've actually got quite a lot of cover-ups. Maybe I need to rethink this. I'll catch you when I've done more packing, but I thought I'd show you my swim, because I always get asked about swim. So those are all the bikinis that I'm taking with me. Bikinis going well. It's now 5 to 4, and I stopped filming because I was trying to film everything I was packing, and I was like, this is not working, because this is taking me hours. I don't have hours. I mean, I do have time to pack today, because I've left myself... Oh my god, my back. Left myself plenty of time to pack, but I can't be spending all this time packing. But I've not actually showed you mine in a while, so you can see the ones I've picked out. I did still pick out my Herba Piera. This is just my old bottle, which it's got a tiny bit left in it, so I'm kind of more tempted to take this one, because but it's still a pretty heavy bottle, to be honest. But this is my bike. I mean, this is the really messy shelf. This is my old Baccarat. Obviously I've got it again, it's replaced. But yeah, this, oh, do you know what, guys? Oh, for fuck's sake. Can't really take it, but this is a banging holiday scent. It's so good. I've had this for like 4 years now. It smells like a woody, expensive sunscreen. Like, it's so good. It's one of the only... I'm not really a massive Tom Ford fragrance lover. I love your shoes, sir. Not the sense. I don't know why I keep doing an accent, but that is a banging holiday scent. Probably crack it out again this summer because I feel like I should probably use all that up but at this point. But yeah, and then this is just like my miscellaneous shelf. So I've got like testers and samples and minis, and still got vanilla smoke, which I think I'm going to get rid of, to be honest. I actually really don't like it. Battling with this because I need to work out what jewellery I'm taking. This is my jewellery box, but it's so full that I can't actually close the lid. So yeah, my bangles will definitely be coming because I feel like I've been using these a lot lately and I feel like they just scream holiday. Deep but fancy looking jewellery for like a year, and I've definitely not been careful with water and stuff, and it's not real gold, so it's looking a little bit busted, so I don't know if I am going to take that. Decided, but I have a hand chain if I want one. I've just got a lot of jewellery in here, so I need to go through this and pick out exactly what it is that I want to take with me, so BRB. Oh, I literally look great, guys. 7 or 2, slept in a tiny little bit. I was meant to get up at like 6:15, but I just felt so, and because tomorrow I'm going to have to get up at like 3:30, I was like, maybe I should get a little bit of extra sleep. I have to drive to the airport tomorrow, but don't mind this in the background, by the way. I think because it was windy last night, I think my dad has just like panic brought everything in from the washing line outside, so we've just got a bunch of washing on the table. But yeah guys, final day for holiday. I'm in the mood for some daily stoic today because I feel like otherwise I'm going to get quite stressed. Oh my god, this is perfect. July 8th. Stop monkeying around. That's what I need to do today. Character Joan Didion would write in one of her best essays, "The willingness to accept responsibility for one's own life is a source from which self-respect springs." Preach, sister. Marcus is urging us not to waste time complaining about what we haven't got or things that haven't worked out. We've got to quit monkeying around and be the owners of our own lives. Character can be developed, and when it is, self-respect will ensue. But that means starting and getting serious about it, not later, not after certain questions have been answered or distractions dealt with, but now, right now. Taking responsibility is the first step. To be without this character is the worst of all fates, as Didion put it on self-respect. To live without self-respect is to lie awake some nights beyond the reach of warm milk, the phenobarbital, and the sleeping hand on the coverlet, counting up the sins of... Okay, that's a lengthy quote, but I get the point. You are so much better than that. So, do you know what? I feel like that's very fitting because today there will be no time for monkeying around. I've got client check-ins to do. I want to go to the gym and get cardio in, and I pretty much did. I think the last thing I filmed yesterday was deciding on jewellery, which I did, and then I've pretty much have finished packing. There's just a couple extra bits I need to put in, but I assumed Twinkle Toes would have some room in his case, and he definitely has room in terms of weight. He doesn't have any physical room in his case, so I might actually have to add another case today because I've got like all our SPF and everything in mine. I am foreshadowing I may want to buy like some olive oil or some Greek wine or something to bring back with me, so I want to have room to do that, so I might have to try and add another bag today. But yeah, Love Island last night, they've really pissed me off. The boys, the Casa boys came in, we're through last night's episode. Why are they I feel like these episodes are so drawn out because there must not actually, other than the bits of drama we're seeing, there must not be that much going on because I've never, Love Island love a cliffhanger, but I've never seen them drag out episodes like this before. Like last night's episode and the night before, they really dragged it out. Like it was 9:30 last night, halfway through the episode before the boys came in. But yeah, and everyone's assuming because of what Emma said to Harry about like one of our rules was you don't bring girls back to my house, not even their house, her house, so clearly he was living with her under her roof. They must have had an open relationship. I don't think that's it. I think they broke up and obviously he was waiting to find somewhere else to go, and she's probably said to him, look, you can stay here but don't bring any girls here, and then he did. Harrison is so thirsty, it's really bad, and he was like, oh, it's a little bit cringe talking about Tony. I'm like, Harrison, you are a little cutie pie, but you have been begging for kisses for 2 days now. Let's calm that one down. Anyway, I'm going to make myself a coffee and some breakfast to wake. Let's get myself awake and let's get this show on the road. I finished my check-ins, and then obviously, as you've seen, I've come and done Cardio. We're actually having a heat wave in the UK this week, which is really annoying because it sounds awful, but when you go on holiday you just want the weather at home to be a bit rubbish, don't you? But it's actually going to be like 28, 29 degrees. So
it's literally going to be the same weather.
Going to be the same weather, but we'll have much nicer scenery. So done cardio, twinkle toes is trained, pull and arms, and now we're going to get him some food. He doesn't know it yet, but I will be getting a nice coffee.
Yes.
He doesn't even know it. And also the gym gave me a little ice pop. Connor that works at the gym gave me an ice pop. And it was really nice. A cola little ice pop. So, yeah.
She's kidnapped me. Made me come get a sweet treat, but I didn't get one. I know this isn't going in the vlog. Look at it.
Got my coffee fix. And I bought a cookie. Final day of the mini cut, y'all. Not eating the whole thing. I just want to try it, and then my dad can have the rest. You can have it as well.
Garth would call that ultra-processed garbage or rubbish.
He would, and then he'll gobble it up. Oh, this is a nice coffee. Do you want to try some?
I won't take it.
It's a good coffee, guys. I don't rate the matcha from there, but the coffee's good. It's like fish. Try the cookie together. Hopefully the wind doesn't blow over my camera. But this is what it looks like, guys. She's thick.
Good.
Oh, I don't know where the puddle is. I'm assuming it's further in the middle. Oh, okay. It's more.
Oh.
Oh.
Thank you.
You don't want any?
Is that raisins in it?
Oreo.
Ah.
But I like the cookie batter. Tastes like a school, like a primary school cookie. Well, I expected it to be more liquid in the middle. I'd probably give it a 8.
Oh, it's like baby poo.
No, it doesn't. How excited are you to go on holiday tomorrow?
I'm so excited. I've been
Final day of the holiday prep. I love how I'm doing this.
I've been telling her every day how excited I am. I'm so excited.
He's gonna poo everywhere.
I've already started.
On a scale of 0 to I'm gonna shit my pants, how excited are you?
I've already shit my pants. We even just forget like a coffee in the airport and things like that.
Well, fuck me then. So, yes.
No, but just to be in holiday mode.
Airport, yeah, no.
Just to be in holiday mode. And then this time, what time is it now? This time tomorrow we're going to be there. We're probably going to be the whole time tomorrow.
Not this time tomorrow.
Oh no, we'll just land.
We'll have just landed. Wishful thinking. Right, I've got to go home and start editing this vlog now, otherwise you guys aren't getting a video this week, so au revoir. I have been editing all afternoon to try and get this vlog that I've been editing. It's now 5:20. I really need to finish off packing. Fucking burnt my arm. Been sat outside editing. Oh, good lord. But I'm going to film my final few clips and then finish off editing. I'm going to finish off packing so that I can show you my finished packing product. I have a confession to make. We have added an extra bag. It's not from a space point of view like I explained this morning, it's from a weight point of view. I actually have spare room in my big case, which is a bit of a problem. I need to make sure I like tightly pack things that have got bottles in, especially my perfume bottles, between clothes for that reason. Weight wise, I always like to bring gifts back for people, and if I don't want to be having to bring gifts back for people that I don't really think they'd appreciate or love. Like my mum and dad would really like a nice bottle of wine, or like my dad, big on cooking, he'd like olive oils, all this sort of stuff. I don't want to be buying people like fridge. There's nothing wrong with a fridge magnet, but my mum and dad act like a fridge magnet people. From a selfish point of view, there's a lot of boutiques I've seen on TikTok that look so cute, especially in Mykonos. And I know that when I went to Ias Nikolaos last time I went, there was so many nice shops. So yeah, I just feel like it wasn't that expensive to add the other bag. And Twinkle Toes' bag is actually basically the same size as that. So yeah, he doesn't really have any room. It made sense in that case. Well, it's not going to be empty, but it'll be pretty empty. Obviously I have a sports bra on with this, but I had 2 cover-ups that hadn't come yet. They're from Revolve, and I wince when I hear Revolve because they sell stuff that's like £300 a dress, and it's like, wow. These are from a brand. I think they're both the same brand. The brand is called Super Down. Guys, they are one of the more affordable brands on Revolve, and I've never ordered from there before, but I keep seeing the pieces.
and they had such nice like knit dresses for cover up, so I ordered 2 and I'm very impressed with them. Like, I think these beat my jaded dresses by like a mile. It's a very different vibe. These are much more like straight up cover ups, but I just wanted to show you them. So this is completely see-through because it is a beach cover up, but I just think this is really doing something to my shape. Like, it's really, I feel like my mini cut's really like coming to a head today. I feel really snatched in the waist region. But yeah, just a bikini cover up. Obviously I'm not going to be going out on like an evening in this because it is a beach cover up. This is not like an evening dress, it's a beach cover up. Pretty, and then this is how it looks from the back. It has like a black string that goes across here, and then obviously it's totally sheer down here, but I just think this is so flattering on my shape, and I'm very, 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 very happy with this. So I wanted to show you it. This one is more of like a knitted dress. I wouldn't actually class this as a cover up because it is sheer, but I would actually wear this in the day with just like nipple covers and nude underwear underneath. It's a lot tighter, but I think this is stunning. It looks so like elegant, and yeah, you can wear it as a beach cover up if you want to, but you can definitely also wear this out and about through the day. And then at the back, the backless moment. And yeah, these for like Revolve prices, obviously I know it's up to the brand, it's not up to Revolve what they charge, but these for Revolve prices were definitely more on the affordable side, and I'm very impressed with them. These are probably, you guys have seen, I've tried a lot of stuff in the past like week and a half, ordering stuff, trying stuff on. These are probably 2 of my favourite pieces I've got. I'm like really, 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 I would put these up there with my by D pieces, and these were not as expensive as that, so I would highly recommend checking out the Super Down brand on Revolve. These pieces are nice. With that being said, I really, really, really need to finish packing, so I'll finish packing and then I'll come back and show you. And just like that, my packing process is done. So I've got all my underwear there, my makeup and perfume bag here, I've got my beach bag here, my swim neatly packed there, 2 packing cubes and a little clutch bag, and then I've just shoved these on top because, to be honest, I can't be asked to unzip the packing cubes. This side has a lot of room, but I'm telling you now, this case is going to be heavy. I like leaving room because things tend to rattle around quite a lot, but that's why I've like tightly packed anything that really needs to be tightly packed in this side. Nothing's going to break. And then I've just got, like I said, I told you there would be plenty of space in my case. I could fit all this stuff in this case. It's just too heavy to go in one case. And then in this one I've just basically shoved all my shoes, and then in this compartment here I've just put all my cover up stuff, just so that my toiletries have something soft to be cushioned against, so that they're not rattling around. And I had to take some of the stuff out of here to tightly pack this so that nothing in here will break. I'm all packed and all ready to go, and on that note I'm going to actually end this vlog here, because otherwise, like I said earlier, if I don't start ending this vlog soon, you guys are not going to have a video this week. Not that anyone gives a rat's ass, but I've been really on it with my consistency, and I don't want to skip a week just because I'm going on holiday, because I don't need to. Like, I can very well and fine get a video up this week for you guys. So yeah, I'm gonna leave this vlog here, but I hope you guys have enjoyed my little fitnessy prep for my holiday, but also packing and errands and fits and stuff. And hopefully over the past 2 vlogs I've been able to show you guys some nice holiday bits that might even interest you guys. But I really hope you guys have enjoyed spending the week with me. I've had a lot of fun doing this vlog. It's a bit not different as in like it's so unique, but it is a bit different because I'm not prepping for a holiday every single week of the year, so hopefully it's not been too boring watching me pack and stuff. But I did get a weird amount of questions about how I pack, so hopefully that's been helpful, and you can see that there really is no method to my madness. I just pack options basically. But yeah, give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, because it massively helps me out, helps my channel out. Leave a comment below, let me know what other videos you want to see. I think I am going to vlog when I'm in Greece. I can definitely get like a decent vlog length just from even filming a tiny bit every day. I do obviously want to take some time off, but I'm more than happy to film stuff. So I am actually taking my camera and my tripods with me, so do let me know also if you want that vlog, because if by Sunday you tell me you don't want it, I'll just stop filming and I'll can whatever I film. So if you want that, let me know, and if you do want that, let me know what you want to see. In particular Mykonos, because by the time this vlog goes up I'll be going to Mykonos the next day, so
yeah, let me know if there's anything you want to see in particular. That vlog, if you want that vlog, what other videos you want.
There's nothing left of me. Yeah, if you guys enjoyed the video, be sure to drop a like and let me know in the comments if you think she needs to shot. So now, real quick, I want to give a special shout out to all the patrons. Thank you guys for all your support. Want some more information? Got a link below where you can go to patreon.com/thoughts+footnotes. But that'll do it for this one, guys. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below, and we'll do it again on the next one.
Welcome back to another weekly vlog with slightly different weekly vlog, because you can tell I'm in a bikini and I'm not at home. Saying it's a weekly vlog, we're actually here for 10 days. We're doing half the time in Crete in Alunda and half the time in Mykonos. Both made the same mistake of buying brand new sandals for this holiday, so I'm saying it wrong and I know I am, but I don't know how you meant to say it. I've got Havaianas and he's got Birkenstocks, and in between of my toes we had to buy competes. We've like stocked up on the competes, but I think for anything where I'm walking quite a bit, luckily I travelled in my trainers, so I'm just gonna have to wear those. But we've just had breakfast and we're just getting ready to go to the pool. I've done my, if you can hear like a background like washing, it's obviously the aircon. I've got my Kapala bikini on. I'm just gonna shove my hair in a clock. Like, we went in the water yesterday, but the pool here is salt water, and I washed my hair last night, but it feels, regardless, like a carpet. Like, my hair feels awful. I got these clips from Accessorize. They're literally everywhere though, you can find them literally anywhere. Bought them in the airport yesterday just to be clipping my hair up, but we're gonna go and sunbathe. It's literally like 9:30. We both got up, well, Twinkle Toes got up earlier than me. Did some work this morning and then we went and got breakfast, and now we're changed and we're gonna go to the pool. So I'll take you to the pool with us. These are more, probably, I feel like these go with this bikini a little bit better. I feel a little bit like an edgy John Lennon when I wear these. But finish off this book, which we bought 4 books in the airport yesterday because it was buy one get one half price, so I got 2, Twinkle Toes got 2. I think especially this year I've started to notice something about myself, which is I really struggle in a more professional setting. Like, I have good ideas, but I'm very socially awkward, getting in the way, and I can only not be socially awkward around people that I know really well. I got this because I thought it would help, but honestly I don't know if it is helping, because it's basically about being charismatic, which, to be honest, I'm not arsed about being charismatic. I think, to be honest, for what I needed, I should have got a different book. Charisma is basically like warmth and competence. That's what the whole book is like premised upon. But I feel like I'm a walking contradiction, because it was like, you're probably a warm person if you get told this, and it was like, oh, you're so sweet, you're so kind, I feel like I can really open up to you, like, you're really easy to talk to, you're very personable. And the people that know me well do say that to me. But then it was like, you're probably high in competence and lacking in warmth. If you often get, you're intimidating, I was a bit worried to talk to you, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, I get that as well, but typically from people that I don't know well. So maybe my warmth cues aren't so good because I am socially awkward when I don't know people. I felt like it was trying to make me fit into a category, and I was like, I don't fit into either, and it's completely context dependent. So I'm not sure on it, but yeah, I've read that much yesterday on the plane. Twinkle Toes was like, how have you read that? I'm like,
This is light work. I read like 160 pages. I got this from Taylor. It was in the sale and it's not perfect, but it's cute, and it does have like a fabric pouch inside. So like if you wanted to put all your phone and electrical bits and things you don't want to get wet in there, and then you wanted to put the towel in the rest of it, it's going to give it like a little bit of a barrier. SPF 30 for the face going in. I've got my spray SPF 30, which is already in here. I will give you a room tour, by the way, but I'm going to do it later because the room's a mess right now. But I need to put some deodorant on. This is what the Kapala bikini looks like on. It's very cute. It's got like beaded details. I'm just loving a beaded detail. I never come away this pale. Like, I'm so pale right now. I'm not used to it. I usually either come away with fake tan on or like pre-COVID, and I know that you shouldn't do this and I'm not promoting it, but I did used to use sunbeds, so I was quite dark by the time I came on holiday, which was really stupid, and you shouldn't do that, and I don't do it anymore. I don't use them anymore, hence this. Let's go. Very, very warm. We've got drinks, guys. It's very nice and peaceful. I've got a crispy Coke Zero, and then what's this? Is it Freddo espresso?
Freddo cappuccino.
Ooh, with oat milk. I thought it was a Freddo espresso with almond milk. Very nice. Too hot, guys. I will, it's too hot. The thing is, these like parasols literally don't come down, but we've just had to completely move the beds. This is the view, so the pool is over there. Which obviously I'm being conscious not to film too much because there is half naked people that might not want to be featured in my vlog, funnily enough. I just love the palm trees, and then you've got the mountains up there, and our apartment is the one, well, apartment, suite, room thing, is the one that's right on the end there. And then you can see the sea over there. Come for lunch, we've stayed in the hotel. What have you got, Twinkle Toes? Chicken pizza.
Absolutely fucking doused in mushrooms.
He doesn't like mushrooms, he doesn't read things.
No pictures, I've got no chance.
I've got a rum and ginger beer drink. I've got tuna. And then we've got a Greek salad, which looks really good. I've changed my outfit maybe a million times. I don't work out what I wanted to wear, and I feel like because I'm at a point where I'm not super tanned yet, there's certain stuff that just requires a little bit more of a tan. But we're going out for food, and I've gone with probably one of the more basic outfits that I've packed. I've just got on this white fox top, but it's cute because it's got these beads like here with my black Zara pants, super lightweight, and then at the back she just ties up like so. I would do white pants, but I wore white pants last night, so I want to wear black, so I'm doing black and white, but black and white always goes. She's a classic, you can't go wrong. But we're going out for food, yes, and for a walk. I'm not wearing my flip-flops tonight because they're not made for walking. Well, they will be once I've worn them in, but let's go. I bought Twinkle Toes on the scenic route. Last night we walked along the beach, not the beach, but like the little bay, and tonight I'm walking him down past the shops.
On the main road, you never died night.
No, but it's nice. People would only post the bay bit, but this is literally like one street over, and it's cool. If you need any sun cream, you can get it. I feel like the reason why people come to places like Greece, Italy, or like other places in Europe, and they get such a culture shock, or they say, oh my god, it's so overrated, it's because they've only seen like the 2% that people post. They've not seen like all the tiny little roads and shops and stuff. But I think that's what makes it more interesting personally. Guys, look, there's a shell shop. So cute. I'm not sure on the ethics of that. Probably not great. Look at that. Like, imagine living here. That is so pretty. And the water is so clear. Like, when we had dinner last night, we could see all the rocks and stuff. I feel like because it's dark blue and it has rocks underneath, it doesn't look as clear as, like, for example, like the Caribbean. But yeah, it is just as clear. It's very like blue, whereas that's more like turquoise. And over there, I'm gonna point there, that's Spinalonga. We went there last time, and when it was really bad for leprosy, they'd actually send everyone with leprosy over there. Kind of crazy.
And they abandoned them.
Yep. Awful. Found a shop. There's loads of shops, but I really like this one. I want that as an anklet. It's cute. So much to choose from. Oh yeah, the bloke. Walk down to like the main port area now. Very nice, isn't it?
It's lovely.
And I think we're going to walk back along there for food. Very scenic. This is where we've come for food. He's a dehydrated boy.
Very dehydrated.
Oh, I bought a Labubu.
But is it a labubu? It could be a lafufu. It's inside this bag. One of the big Into Energy ones. I don't know what colour I want.
Or is it random?
Yeah. That's the whole point. It's a surprise box. I'm going to show some photos first. It's so cute. I'm really scared.
Nice.
Is it black? I didn't want the black one. Pink.
No.
Wow! Wow! Wow!
Purple. Orange. I don't think this is real.
Terrifying.
It is cute though.
It's terrifying.
But I think it's cute. I don't think this is real.
It looks like a Chucky doll.
I kind of hate that I got the orange one.
Just here, this is Twinkle Toesies, and the same thing happened last night. He ordered something and it came out really like cute and small and petite. This is mine.
It's about the plates and all that shit. Freaking chip shop. Got wild Amy.
We've got an ice cream. Got an ice cream, my voice cracked. Got an ice cream. I've got melon ice cream, which is actually my favourite flavour, but it's so hard to find. And no, it's not sorbet. You can see it's literally creamy.
I've never had melon ice cream.
Well, go on then.
No, I don't know if I want to know.
No, go on.
Guys, I went to go lick her ice cream because she put it in my face and then she said no. It was for the vlog. Well, it's quite nice, isn't it?
It's nice. And it's not, can you confirm that's not sorbet?
It's not sorbet.
Typical frigging bloke.
This is quite bitter. It tastes like you're eating a coffee bean.
I mean, it's very, you can't say it's not coffee enough. I think I would love that. How ugly these slides are. I think these are horrific.
I quite like them.
No, they look like I've had to buy them because even Twinkle Toesies shoes were rubbing me. We're walking back to the hotel, but I feel like you can really see how clear the water is because you can see where the light's shining, and that's how clear it is. So cute. It's beautiful.
It's a big moon.
This is the bay at night. Also a big moon tonight, this evening. Looks so small on this camera. Hey guys! I've only started this vlog really because I wanted to show you my bikini because it's my first day wearing one of my... Well, my Kapala one yesterday's new, but this is one of my by Dean ones and I just love it. I'm not usually a fan of a shiny bikini and it does have quite a lot of shine to it. I just think it looks so cute, don't mind my hand, but I just think it's so cute and it's got a little star here and it's very... I've burnt my butt cheeks, but it's very butt cheeky at the back. And I just think...
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Amy.
Gosh,
What's up, white girl? What's up? Yeah, you ain't gonna hang out in the beach or the pool area. I won't say the beach.
Amy's bag, which is
yeah.
from
a party, a pool party. Let's get some pool. Let's get some liquor in here.
Period. And my glasses are from Amazon, like £4. Period.
Twinkle Toes needs to rectify his burn today. I've not really burned other than my butt cheeks. Other than my butt cheeks, I'm not burned. Yeah, but it doesn't look anywhere near as bad today. Okay, let's go. Guys, we've got way nicer sunbeds today. We were like way over to the right hand side. But now we've got these ones, the view. We're caffeinating up, guys. It's very, very, very hot today. What did you get? Is this a...
Yes, cafe frappe, but again, I feel like that's not what I had yesterday. When did you leave?
I've been having to get my coffees with almond milk because they don't have oat. But I'm kind of liking it. It's lighter. I also got... Very slowly. I turned into a literal 4-year-old on today. Also, this camera makes me look so grey, but I'm going very orange. And I need someone to explain the science behind that to me because I look orange. My mum's the same and her dad was the same. My mum was saying because she doesn't know much about her dad's side of the family. Because not to bring the mood down, but my granddad's dad killed himself. He did it when my granddad was like 23. And therefore he didn't really talk about his dad to my mum. She shouldn't really know much. My book of choice today, I'm really enjoying it. I'm enjoying it more than the other one. It's another easy read, but this one feels... I'm on chapter 2, I'm not super far into it. But this one I already feel like I'm like, you know when you have like a light bulb moment? That's how it feels. Oh, it feels good to yap. I don't think I've really yapped to my vlog yet. It's now much later in the day, but we're going to go out for dinner. Put on a non-flowy outfit this evening because the wind, well, my top's a little bit flowy, but the wind was doing my head in. I've gone for a very chill outfit. I've got, the top is ALPHALETE. It's the khaki top. If you've been watching my vlogs, you might remember it. I've got my white fox capris on. I was going to put a dress on, but I don't want to wear a dress. All my dresses are quite flowy and stuff, and I'm just like, too much
You can do whatever you want. I feel like as well, if your feet are uncomfortable, you want the rest of you to be comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the microphone.
Jayla's got a shower when the camera comes on. He's just staring at the floor.
I'm not doing it.
Oh. I'm not forgetting to put this on today because I have a sneaking suspicion I started getting bites. Also, I mean, I do have like body moisturiser on, so I'm not sure it's going to be the best kind of example, but it's a really good body glow product. Look at that.
Look at that, me Charlie.
Can't argue with
Jesus. All that body mist glow shit.
that. Can you get my back? Yeah. Yeah, it stinks, y'all. Ah! Oh! Right, let me just get my ankles.
That fucking stinks.
They get your ankles. It stinks.
It's strong as that. I thought it smelled nice, that multi-spray stuff.
No. Well, luckily, oh God, I shouldn't have done that in the bathroom. Tiled floor. Look.
That's the best body glow you've ever used.
I mean, it's not body glow, it's insect repellent.
Yeah,
but best ever. Period. Let's go.
Excellent juice. Very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Just flip the tail upside down.
What?
Flip the tail.
Flip the tail upside down? I don't know if I can. Guys, so when you're in Greece, it doesn't happen everywhere, but I would say 90% of places, if you don't want dessert, they bring you dessert anyway for free, and usually a shot. So this is raki. Are you going to drink it?
I don't have a choice. It smells like tequila.
Does it? I drank it last time I came, but I didn't.
Smell. I think it smells like straight up tequila.
I don't. Oh God, that sent a right shiver down my spine. I don't think I can do it. Yeah, judging by your face, I'm not doing it.
Fuck.
I will have the cake though. Do you say it's orange cake?
So,
why don't you eat your slice, dug into the same one as me?
No, I don't like that.
Oh, I do.
I like the cake, just not the
It's yummy.
sauce.
But I was Googling it earlier and it's a tradition to give dessert. It's like a sign of respect between the restaurant and the guests. It's like a thank you.
They have my respect. They gave my girlfriend the lobster head.
There's a word for it. It begins with K.
Kindness.
No, like a Greek word. Well, guys, pharmacies over here. So much more interesting. They've got all these perfumes. This one smells nice.
It's a bit
Not sure. Oceanic amber. Okay, let's find the SPF. Cheers.
Cheers, bitch.
Morning. Happy Saturday. We've come to the beach. We've come to Felisma Beach, but look at how pretty it is. Look at that. Oh my God. It's so clear. Wow. Another one of my Bidey bikinis on today. And then I've got my tragic slides and mesh skirt. Oh, and a new anklet. I found a new anklet last night. So I've got one. And we've got matching in your Firkin stocks. Yo. Oh, it's good. Today is an exciting day but also a sad day. It's an exciting day because Sophia from Sophia and Chintzia got engaged. I don't think she got engaged today, but she posted that she got engaged today. It's an exciting time. To be fair, she's just quite a private person, but that's the first time we've seen her Brian. You couldn't see the ring in the video, which kind of love because it's not all about the ring. But kind of hate because I do want to see the ring, but I'm sure we will see it in due time. I think the last thing I filmed was yesterday at the beach, and then I think because we've obviously just been very much out and about in the sun since we got here, we were both just kind of like, yes, let's chill on the activity. So we actually just stayed in the hotel last night and had a really chill night, and then today the reason why it's sad is because it's our last day in Crete. We actually leave, our transfer is coming at 6 and we're going to Heraklion Port, not airport, because we're getting the ferry to Mykonos, which I may live to regret because it looks like the water is really choppy and I get seasick, so I may regret not just flying because we could have flown, but we would have had to do a stopover. We'll get in the ferry and it takes 4 hours. Obviously you won't get off at each point, but it is quite interesting because it is literally taking us to all the places that we considered. So it stops at Paros, Naxos and Santorini, and obviously it's picking us up from Crete. So something from in here, Twinkle?
I just want to flout.
Your outfit looks lovely. Love it so much. Yes, very holiday chic. No, I like it. And I like that we've gone for a vest under the shirt today. Well, not psychos today. I have heard a lot of things about like it's really expensive. The wind is slightly scaring me because we've had really bad wind here today. And we looked at the wind for 10 miles an hour more. This is probably the first holiday where I've sat out in the sun a lot and not burn really badly. The only area I've burnt really badly is my butt. Taken to doing what like my dad used to do when we were little, which is do your SPF naked and then put your swimwear on so that you literally don't miss anywhere. But I also do think it's to do with the SPF you use as well. The Boots Sultan SPF has honestly done me really nicely. Like, pretty much other than my bum, like I said, but that's my own fault for not reapplying. Actually been a really good SPF choice. And also the ultraviolet face SPF that I've already mentioned in this video has also been doing me very nicely, because that is only SPF 30 and usually I'm a 50 girl for face, but I wanted to try that one because it came highly recommended from people who struggle with perioral dermatitis, which I'm a recent sufferer of, and it doesn't seem to be irritating it at all. I did confirm, by the way, that my Labubu is fake. It's a pretty good fake in terms of the packaging, because people will like scan the QR code and see if it takes you to the PopMart website, but it does. But like anyone can put a QR code on a box. Everyone was like, Danny, that's definitely a Labubu, and I'm like, yeah. I did suspect because it just seemed random, and then I've noticed every single shop here has Labubus. I really wanted to go to the pharmacy tonight to get something for my hair because the salt water is been doing a number on my hair, and I didn't bring like a deep conditioning mask with me because usually my hair on holiday is quite nice, but this time round, the salt, I think it's because it's salt water. It's just been really drying my hair out. But I don't actually think the pharmacy is open today because it's Sunday, so I'm not joking my ass up like a baboon yesterday. It was real bad. Yeah, we got a Mykonos tomorrow. I am really excited. I'm definitely excited for a change of scenery because I love it here, but I do feel like we would have never done 10 days just here. We would have always done here and somewhere else, whether it's somewhere else in Crete or just somewhere else full stop, just because it is quite small here. So like once you've been here a few nights, it depends what sort of a holiday you want, but I do like to go and see things. So I'm excited for a change of scenery, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit nervous. I'm nervous about the wind. I already knew the wind was going to be bad because I know that it's like the island of the winds. However, now that I've experienced some quite strong winds today and seeing the winds are actually worse in Mykonos, I'm like, okay, this is what people meant when they said windy, because I don't understand how anyone like is able to, like when we were having lunch earlier, we were having to like hold on to everything because it was legitimately going to blow off the table. So I'm really intrigued to see how they do stuff in Mykonos, because if it's like that all the time, they will have to have things like the plates just really heavy. Like, do they weigh everything down? I'm intrigued to see how busy it's going to be. I'm intrigued to see how expensive it's going to be, because that's probably the thing I've heard main. And especially I'm intrigued to see how expensive it's going to be for someone that doesn't want to go to like beach bars and beach clubs or like nightclubs every day of the week. That's what I'm intrigued about, because I'm wondering if the cost just comes from that or it is just expensive. But you'll find out in this vlog, because I'm not going to leave you on a cliffhanger. It's all going in the same video. But it does kind of confuse me sometimes when people complain about places being like, oh, it's so busy. And I'm just like, yeah, that's kind of what happens when you book to go to a really popular place in peak season. So even if it is really busy there, I don't think that's going to be something I'll complain about, unless it's to the point where it's like you literally can't go and do anything. Probably not going to be something I'm going to complain about, because I've booked a holiday for July. So, and I get it, because not everyone wants like a super busy holiday or a holiday where you're just sort of on top of people 24/7, but I do definitely feel like there's a weird sort of sorry, I have to keep redoing my talk because it keeps falling down. Definitely a weird sort of stushness about people being like, oh, like that's so. It's like with anything, if something's popular, people then start to be like, oh, it's really overrated or it's awful. And I get it, because sometimes things are genuinely overrated. I do just think sometimes there's an element of stushness. People will really like something and nothing about that thing changes, other than the fact that now more people go on, more people have been, or it's not like as unique anymore, and then all of a sudden they don't like it anymore. Like, there's obviously a difference between going one time and then going a few years later and it's a totally different place with a totally different experience, and literally just being like a little bit of a contrarian, if that makes sense. But I honestly feel like if you are to say that you don't like Mykonos or Santorini and stuff like that, it doesn't even make you a contrarian. I would say it's quite a popular opinion. Like, when I've told people that I was going to Mykonos, everyone was kind of like, why? We will live to regret the choice, but regardless, I'm still very happy to be on holiday, and I feel like anywhere, unless there's obviously like a genuine safety risk and you feel really unsafe and uncomfortable, anywhere is what you make it. Anywhere in the world is going to be what you make it. Like, even if it is everything that everyone says, I'm not going to sit complaining all week. I'm going to make the most of it. I'm going to embrace it. Book the holiday for a reason. I'm going to enjoy it. I'm not going to sit around being a misery guts. Plus, we're very lucky to be able to go to 2 places in one holiday. We're very lucky to be able to go away for 10 days. We're very lucky to be able to even come to Greece. Like, I know that for American people, Europe is obviously a much further away trip. Like, it's a much further afield holiday. Some people literally don't even have passports. I'm very lucky. Regardless, already. Total time for that, by the way, because I'm letting this down to 16 minutes. So very, and that's, I was yapping as well. Realistically, it probably takes 5. I'm not leaving these hair clips in, but I'll be honest, I don't know what I'm going to do with my hair, because I've washed it, so I kind of don't want to put it up, but it's so windy. I also don't really know what we're going to do up there, because everywhere down there will be just as windy as it has been up here, so we'll see. I'm dressed. This is my final little OOTN. For Crete. The top is from Garage. I got it when I was in America. Bangles, Urban, jewellery. This bracelet is my tennis bracelet, and then this I actually got from a shop here called Bella, and the lady was like, you can wear it in the water, it's gold plated, and I was like, sure, but I'm sure it like will go to shit after one wear. But I just really liked how it looked, and I think it was about 30 euros. I've had it on every day since I got it, and I think I got it on the second evening. No signs of wear whatsoever, like no signs of tarnishing, so I'll keep you posted, and if it doesn't, then yeah, I'm pretty sure the shop was called Bella. A ring from Luca. This ring I got here from a shop called Coco, again, Evil Eye stuff, but it's a little wraparound ring. Jewellery or a ring. And then my pants, I've just got on the Zara pants that I've been talking about in my recent vlogs, and yeah. I'm going to grab my bag and we're going to go. Ooh, this camera is making me look really, really, really grey. I promise I'm not grey, guys. I'm actually quite brown. But I'm looking grey. And Body Glow Jungle Formula. I almost forgot to do a scent. I'm going to put on my Everpura, my new bottle. I actually don't like these bottles as much as the old ones. They're now just like plastic. Well, it's not plastic, but shiny all around. I know some people found the velour like really chavvy, but I actually really liked it on these. I feel like it looks cheaper now. This might just re-attract the mozzies, to be honest, from the Jungle Formula. I'm not sure how that works, but... Oh my god, we've come back to the place that we came to on the first night, and I'm triple parked. Do you know the triple parking rules?
No.
He doesn't know them. So this one's for fun, the water's for hydration, and then this one's for actual thirst.
because obviously you need water to keep you hydrated, but if it's not carbonated, I don't get that same, it doesn't quench my thirst quite as much. It just means you've thought about your beverage choices and you're hitting it from all angles. That's what it means. But this is where we came on the first night, and I don't think I should drive by the wall.
What if they actually did it being rated on
I'm gonna push you in. We've got some, I always say tzatziki, but that's not how you say it, is it?
Tzatziki.
Guys, let me know if I'm saying it wrong. We should have ordered bread. It actually only comes with one chip and a Greek salad. Yum. What did you get?
I got a beef stifado, and apparently I've spread pepper all over the table.
And fries. And I got fish.
We're waiting on bread because we've got a big pot of salsa.
We're just walking from the restaurant to go get some bits, but I don't think the camera's going to show up, but the sky's like really pink. It's just so pretty. And it's so quiet. What have you found? Oh yeah. Guys, we're back from dinner and I'm just now realising, as we're packing up, it's now 5 to 10. I never gave you a room tour, but now is actually a good time to do it because the place looks spotless because we've packed up. Because we were only here for a few nights, we never unpacked. So here is a little room tour. So you come in here, through here, and then desk space, little sofa area. Obviously we've just got cases and stuff down here. And then you come through this cute little cove. I want to say this room was designed for the girlies because there's just a lot of good getting ready space, like plenty of room, you know, to put your stuff. And then over here there's a little coffee thing. This is just some rubbish here, and there's a fridge in there. Assuming that's for like nappy changing, to be honest. I think that's what that's for. And then if you come into the bathroom is really nice. It's nice and big, so it's got like a jetted bathtub, which we didn't actually end up using. A huge AS mirror, again really good for getting ready, and loads of room to put all your stuff on here. And then a shower. It's also a little outdoorsy bit, but I don't know how much you'll be able to see because it is now dark outside. And then we've had like our own little garden section out here. So it's like this. Some sun lounges, pool area. It's around there. Nice view to look out to. And yeah, we've sat here quite a bit, so that is the room tour, but we're now going to get into bed. The Wi-Fi has finally, I've been uploading a YouTube video for 3 days now, but it's finally got some motion, so I'm going to make a thumbnail so that I can just post that tomorrow. Enjoy our holiday in Mykonos, because we both, well, Twinkle Toes more so than me, but we both have had a little bit of work. You've had quite a lot of work to do. I had little bits of editing for that vlog, and then I was like, yeah, I'm done, and then it's taken 3 days to upload, so it didn't really matter anyway. I may as well have just not bothered. I will see you guys tomorrow when we go and catch the ferry. Made it to Mykonos. That ferry journey was okay. It was 4.5 hours total. The first few hours completely fine, and I'm really bad with seasickness to the point where I almost ordered before I came seasickness tablets, but I didn't. And the first few hours I was like, oh, it's fine, because I didn't need them anyway. And then when we got to Paros and Naxos, it just got so choppy and the boat was moving so much, and I was like, I can't look at anything. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes until we get to Mykonos, because I felt so sick. And then coming down the stairs, the boat's going like this. You're trying to hold on like this, and then trying to get the suitcases. It was just full of people who had no common sense but also no common decency. Why are you going to go and stand obstructing everyone's way of trying to get the cases, just looking for your own shit, and not like... Everyone's cases need to come off anyway. If you're blocking everyone's way, you may as well just take them off. There was one man that I saw, and he was moving other people's suitcases out of the way to get his from underneath, and I just thought, why don't you just take them all down? I'm not saying clear the shelf, but you just move them out of the way anyway and then put them back up. Well, I guess if you think that's where your case is, you might panic because you might think it's lost. We're in Mykonos, and it's very windy. I don't know if you can tell by the noise because we've got the doors open. It's very windy. We're staying at the Annex, and I surprised Twinkle Toes with the sun. A little bit of a A little bit of a fancy schmancy room. So you just got here, so cases are here. But I like how high ceilings are. Cupboards here with robes. In here, we've got the bathroom. So we've got a big old mirror, got his and hers sinks, which are really nice, like marbly. And then these, I kept seeing this in the pharmacy, and I know that this is meant to be really good stuff. So it's got Apivita shower stuff, and then around here is a shower with a jacuzzi bath. The toilet is separate, which I personally love, especially when you're away with a man. Bed is so like big and comfortable. Coffee bar here, mini bar under here, bottles of water, good TV with actual like Netflix and stuff for when it's bedtime. Beach towels, which I love that these are separate to the towels. A little sitting area, and then when you come out here, you've just got a seating area, sun lounges, and then our own little pool with a sea view. It's very windy. Very windy, but this is the view. We're going to have a chill day today and just sort of settle into our surroundings. I think we're going to go get Twinkle Toes a little bite to eat and just chill. So I'll catch you in a bit. I've got this line under my eye. From where my eye's been really dry from my dermatitis.
Have you sat on the bed yet?
No? Is it really comfy? Oh yeah, we're just going to go and explore the hotel, but I've put on my Evolve cover up with my body bikini. Yes. This is probably one of my favourite cover-ups that I have now. And I've only just bought it, but I just think it's very nice. So we're going to go explore. Morning guys, 1:30, and we've got on because we're going to actually go to the gym and do a little bit of a workout. We want to get into a little bit of a routine, so I've got my little tripod with me, and we're going to go work out if I don't get blown away in the wind. Oh my god! So typically I actually don't usually train on holiday, but me and Twinkle Toes just wanted to get a little bit of movement in, and because he wanted to go, I was like, well, I'm not going to sit in the room on my own, I may as well go with you. So I just wanted to run you through some tips for when you're either training in a hotel or you don't have access to your usual weights. So for my hip thrust here, obviously I've only got dumbbells and it only goes up to 14 kilos, which is not a lot at all. So instead of doing standard hip thrust, I'm doing triple contraction hip thrust. I would recommend slowing all your movements down, adding in pauses, adding in multiple pulses, contractions, switching most movements to single leg movements as well, because obviously what you can lift with a single leg will be a lot less than what you could do bilaterally, so it'll allow you to actually get the most out of the movement when you've only got access to those lighter weights, because the same principles apply when you're training with lighter weights. You still need to be pushing close to failure, so anything that you can do to get yourself to that point will be helpful, and all of those things, the pauses, extra contractions, slowing things down, doing things single leg instead, will all help you out a lot. And then I was going to do B-stands RDLs, but as soon as I started doing them, my back just started tweaking and feeling really uncomfortable. I don't know if it's because I'd been spending a lot of time sat down, so I actually switched to just doing standard dumbbell RDLs, and again just doing them slow and controlled, really slowing them down and taking this time to work on form, really, because I don't have access to my usual weights. And I wouldn't say that really in this session I was worrying about pushing everything super close to failure. It was more so about moving my body, and that's fine as well. But I thought I would just give tips for people who, you know, consistently have to travel a lot for work and put out of their routine a significant amount of time. Obviously, if you're just going on one holiday a year, I really wouldn't worry about making sure those training sessions are close to failure. I just wanted to give you guys some tips on if you are someone who's bumped out of your routine quite a lot, maybe you travel for work and you have to use hotel gyms a lot, things like slowing it down, pauses, pulses, contractions, single leg movements, and even here doing a different movement that you wouldn't normally do. So here I'm doing like a dumbbell sumo squat / sumo RDL sort of movement. I would not normally do this. Doing movements that you wouldn't normally do, you'll obviously find it a lot harder even with a lighter weight, because your body is not used to performing that movement. So that would be another tip for when you are training away, on holiday, or if you just don't have access to your usual weights. That would be another tip as well, trying something a little bit different that you've not done before, because it's always going to be harder even when you're using a lighter weight, because your body is just not used to that movement. And as you can see, all the movements I'm doing them pretty slow and controlled.
So yeah, those were the first 3 movements of the session, and then towards the back end I just finished off with some leg extensions and then did a little bit of a walk on the treadmill. So just finishing off with some leg extensions here. I did not like this leg extension machine at all. It felt so uncomfortable. I think it's a Techno Gym one. It just felt really janky. I think you can tell by my face that I'm like, no, not a big fan of this. So yeah, this is how I finished off my workout. And again, you do not need to train on holiday. If I'd have taken the full 10 days off, nothing would have happened. My gains would have still been here when I came back. I might have looked a little less pumped up, but that's it. You're not going to lose anything in 10 days. I promise you that. So if you don't want to train, don't train. No pressure, queens.
Out and breakfast done. So now actually it's 10 AM and we're all ready for the day. We're gonna go and do a little bit of exploring this morning. So we're gonna get I'm using the iMove app because everyone said on TikTok to use this. Like, there's actually a notice in our hotel explaining that the minimum charge for any taxi service here is €36. Doesn't matter whether you're going 1 minute, 10 minutes. I did actually try putting in a destination that's like kind of at the other side of the island, and that's a much longer journey, but it's only €45. So if you're going far, I wouldn't say it's expensive, but if you're going to be getting loads of little trips, it's going to add up really quickly because the minimum they will charge you is €36. We did look at walking, but it says it's going to take an hour, and we know from the drive here there is like no sidewalks on the road, so I just feel like it's a little bit of a risk, but it's something that we might do one day because honestly I'm not precious. An hour's walk really isn't that deep. It's just an hour's walk on the roads here because they really don't have sidewalks, or like they'll have one and then it just stops, and the roads are tiny, like not really even big enough for 2 cars to be going down. You sort of have to stop and start. So we are gonna book an iMove and go, but we've just got ready for the day. I've got another Revolve dress on, so I've gone with the white one today. I've got no bra on because it's backless, but I've just put some white underwear on with it, and then it's just like this at the back, so nice open back moment. And yeah, it's not too sheer to the point where it's like, why are you walking around in public in that? I've also got on my more like, oh god, the bottom of this isn't very bendy. I've also got on my Havianas. I really need to work out how you meant to say that. And then perfume, I put on my Ellis Brooklyn Miami Nectar. I'm not joking. The longevity on it is really poor, but the scent is so nice. It reminds me of Rihanna's Rebel Fleur, but like slightly even more tropical. Glad that we got up and went to the gym this morning because we both feel 10 times better for it. And the breakfast here is unreal. They have like everything you could possibly want ever. You ready, Twinkle?
I'm ready.
He's ready. Let's go.
Guys, so we're in the hotel lobby. How nice is this lobby? Lots of nice things. It's giving Greece. They'll never know who was speaking.
That is really cool, actually. I love body chains. Oh, they've got a cowboy hat. They've got a pink cowboy hat. Look at the floor, look around. It's very pretty. So much cool stuff in here. Guys, we just went in this shop where they've got all these hats with all the chains on, and all the jewellery is handmade. It's so cool. It's called, it's called Calypso. But I've messed up my hair now because I was trying hats on. But I might actually end up getting a cowboy hat, guys.
Because you wore your last cowboy hat so much.
Hey, that's a Beyonce one. The jewellery in there is really nice. A lot of the jewellery shops, it's just the same stuff. Like the one we went in first, they're the same stuff that they had in Crete. Pharmacy. We're going in. I love a pharmacy. Pharmacy was slightly disappointing, guys. But no, the Calypso shop, they actually had different jewellery and it's all handmade, they say. But it does look different. They had some like chunky bangles and stuff
When
that I
I come
like.
back, I'm going to get one of those. I want to get that chair.
Yeah, guys, this is actually crazy. Like, it's so pretty.
It's almost like we're in Greece. It's giving Greece.
I know, but like, I genuinely like, look at how white and like bright it is.
I love it. It's behind
beautiful. Like, look. We found more cowboy hats, but they're not hitting the same. Funnily enough, it's not hitting the same as those really expensive ones. The windmills are up there, guys. That is literally it, though. It's very windy. we've come to the permanent bracelet shop. So you choose your chain. I think we're gonna get these ones, but he's gonna get this one that's thicker and I'm gonna get a skinnier one. So many to choose from. Eso lo tenemos para. I think we might have found the actual nicest road on the entire island. It's called the White Alley, but look at it. Wow. Like, that is stunning. Insane. It's literally exactly like what I thought it would be. It's giving Mamma Mia. Mamma Mia wasn't even filmed here, but that's what it's giving.
A bit too busy, so we thought we'll come back and have a nice relaxing afternoon now.
We are now back. Sunbathe. I've got one of my by D bikinis on today. I think this might be my favourite one. Yeah. Yeah. This is one of my purchases. It's giving Cartier but make it Greek. They had this one and then one that literally did just look like a Cartier one, but I actually prefer this one, so I got it. I also got a body chain because I just thought this is so fucking cool. And I really, really, really liked it. It's got a little bit of Greek mythology going on, and then it's red. I just thought it was cute. And then I did also get a hat. Oh, I've just put my hair up. I have tried so many cowboy hats on my head at this point, especially with Beyonce and stuff, and they all look so weird. I feel like this is my first time finding one that, first of all, is so like unique looking. Like, it's got these little jeweled bits, which I just think is so cute. I feel like it's, I don't know how to describe it, it's like perfectly curved and it fits my head well, whereas the other ones, I'm not joking, this top bit here is literally sticking off the top of my head and it looks ridiculous. But yeah, we're gonna go sunbathe. I need to fix my hair now. I've just put so much like body glow product on. I think I may leave grease marks everywhere I go, but the glow is glowing. I've used my Patrick Tar moisturiser, this, my Patrick Tar balm, and I've just pissed myself. If you've been watching the vlogs recently, you know this is something that I actually bought for this holiday. It's very different for me in terms of the fact it's like yellow and pink and it's got a print, but I really like it and it's just comfortable. Like, it's not tight, I have room, it's airy, it looks cute without, in my opinion, looking like too much. It's very flattering here, it's a little bit side booby, and then in the back it is very, oh god, it is very, very, very short, but you basically just, it's completely backless, and then you have a flower detail at the back, and yeah, I feel like if I had tried to wear this when I was in Crete before I got brown, I'd have been like, yes! This is gonna sound really stupid, but I cannot recommend wearing your SPF enough, guys. I used to be an idiot and think that wearing SPF would stop me getting a tan. That's not true. I'm not saying tanning is healthy, by the way. I know tanning comes with risks, and technically no amount of tanning is healthy. I'm pretty sure that's like factually correct, so I'm not promoting it. People are going to go and lay out in the sun, so please don't be an idiot like I was and think, oh, if I wear SPF I won't get a tan, so I'm not going to wear it and I'm just going to burn myself, because it goes brown eventually anyways. Guys, it's so silly and you're going to be in so much pain, so don't do it, because I'm pretty sure every single time you get burnt, like, doubles your chances of skin cancer. Shoes, I did pack 2 small heels, but honestly, we're going to go into Mykonos town tonight. Having been there earlier, I think I'm going to put flip-flops on, because it is not, like, if you're coming to Mykonos, and I know that people have already told you this because everyone says it, but I'm not joking, like, kind of pointless to bring heels, because if it's in the centre, like in the actual town bit, the likelihood of you being able to be dropped off at the door is slim to none, because only tiny little cars can get down those streets. So unless you're going to like one of like the other places that's not in the main bit, I would highly recommend just packing like nice flats or nice sandals. Let's go. It's a little bit windy. Look, we just walked into, oh my god,
I'm literally going to flash people. We just carried on walking past where all the bars were. Look at the view. And look at this. God, I've never been better. Oh. I feel like I look dishevelled. It's so windy, guys. The wind is really bad. It's really bad. And I know that everyone talks about it, but I really don't think we're deep in the severity of the situation. But we've been out, obviously we went for a lovely little Italian meal. Oh shit, I'm running low on this. I'm gonna need to get another one. Went for a lovely little Italian meal and then wandered the streets, found the pharmacy. It was, whose TikTok was it? Isabel Lorna's TikTok, and she went into a pharmacy. And I went into 2 pharmacies today and I was like, this is not the pharmacy she came to, because it didn't have any of the stuff I wanted. The pharmacies in Greece, they're all like independently owned, so they just basically charge their own prices. So some of the Corres perfumes that I saw today were €55. In the one I went in tonight, it was €34. So just be aware of the fact that there are different prices for the pharmacies. Like, it's not a set price. It's the one near all the watch shops, which makes it that you think it would be in the more expensive bracket, but it was actually, this pricing was a lot better. So I picked up, because I've heard good things about Greek yogurt for sensitive skin, so I got the probiotic super serum, just because with moisturisers I'm quite happy with what I've got at the moment, but this is just a skin serum. Basically I've heard really good things about it. And then I picked up a white pine intensive cream for the eyes. Basically I think because of where I've had my perioral dermatitis, this eye's fine, but this eye did have it before, so I know that's what it's from, but this eye has gone so dry underneath and I just have this massive line here. I think because I've been in the sun and stuff the past couple of days, it's made it even more dry, so I wanted to get an eye cream. This perfume, it's really nice. It basically, it's like a holiday sort of SPF sort of scent. Mine and Twinkle Toes' matching permanent bracelets. But I got an evil eye and he got a starfish. We got the same chain. Andrea has got a little starfish and I got another evil eye, but it's like reversible, so one's dark blue, the other side's light blue. Yeah, they did say to me, do you want it tighter or looser?
I think if I had an arm over that, yeah, I'd have stopped.
You'd go in the gym, you'd go bang, pop, it's gone, you've lost it. €60 down the drain. What I did actually really like about that shop, I don't know if I mentioned it earlier, but they didn't try to upsell us at all. So they have plated options and then they have solid gold. And usually I feel like when there's options and there's a much more expensive option, really try to sell you on it, but they didn't try to sell us on it at all. They were like, is that the one you want? We were like, yeah. They didn't even mention about gold, which I really did like, to be honest. And the man in there was just so nice. He was such a little icon. I'm gonna take my makeup off. Oh yeah, honestly guys, if you are coming to Mykonos, I would take the pressure off trying to get nice pictures, because it's really fucking difficult. I'm not gonna lie, the wind is no joke. The Dyson Airwrap is probably in my case right now, laughing at me thinking, girl, we're out of business. We went just before sunset because the man told us earlier, if you come just before sunset, it's like the quietest time of the night before it gets busy again. I went down quite early and it wasn't busy at all. It was probably how it was this morning at like 10 when we got there. If not a little quieter, to be honest. As we were walking back at like 10, obviously everyone's going out for like their meals and like entertainment meals and bars and clubs and stuff. And it's just so interesting because you've literally got like little kids running around with like ice cream down the face. This is like older couples just clearly like with like backpacks and linen sets on, and then you've got people like dressed to the nines. Apologies guys, my SD card got full, so I actually just finished doing the removal of my makeup. I was saying on the topic of taking everything out of the suitcase is it's really like a mixed bag in terms of what people are wearing, but I would say like the vast majority of people are just really chill. So you're not going to stick out like a sore thumb if you don't have like a brand new wardrobe. I find that in general, like everything that, it happens every year, there's always like a new like Euro summer trend. Every time I come to Europe, like people dress really, I say it in the nicest way possible because I dress quite boring as well, but people just really boring. Like there's nothing out of the ordinary about the way that people dress. I don't want to like completely homogenise Europe because there is actually a lot of different countries, but every single destination I've been to, which typically like the destinations where people think everyone would be dressed like a particular way. Ibiza, Italy, Greece, Mykonos. Obviously Mykonos is in Greece, but I feel like people expect, you know, something else. And I guess if you go into like beach clubs and stuff, maybe everyone does dress a different way, but I feel like it's an older crowd here as well, so I feel like it's always going to be a little bit more toned down. And that's not me saying don't dress up, because I like dressing up, but don't feel like you have to go like above and beyond and buy yourself an entire new wardrobe to fit in, or so that you won't feel awkward thinking you need to get yourself a fat Klarna bill of clothes that you're probably only going to wear once a year. Like I've said in recent vlogs, you really don't need to do that. I'm gonna go to bed and I'll catch you guys in the morning. We are on Wednesday. I feel like this week was going slow and now it's going so fast, so it's making me want to cry because I don't want to leave. But this morning we're just gonna go. Probably not going to stay there for that long, to be honest, which is annoying because of the tanker situation, which I explained yesterday. But we're just going to go to Namos Village. I don't think we're actually going to go to Namos because we'd only really be going probably for the beach, and 100 euros for a sunbed each, so that's 200 euros, so that's about £180, and you can't redeem any of that on food, drink, anything. So then you've got your food and your drink on top of it, and it is really expensive there. It's one of the expensive places to go. But there's Namos Village, which has like a couple of designer shops. It looks like it has a really cute cafe, and there are other places to eat on that same beach, so we might stay there for lunch and get something to eat there. So I have put swimwear on just in case we do end up going to the beach. But other than that, I've got a cover up on. It's my Revolve one again. It's the super down one. I just think it's so comfortable, but also very flattering. And I've got my purple bikini on with it. And Twinkle Toes is napping. Come on then, Twinkle. Guys, every single time we get a taxi here, even though there's only two of us, it's always a Mercedes Sprinter. God. Feels a little like so. Guys, there's parrots. It's making me feel strange. I think I've just unlocked a new phobia. Oh my god. There's also not peacocks. Is it peacocks? There's also peacocks up there. It's very, very, very pretty here. There's a lot of people taking pictures, and that will be me soon. Been to Miu Miu and the man was so nice that I'm like, kind of feel obligated to go back and buy something. Just realised I cut the vlog off when I was explaining about the Prada man, but basically when I got my Prada bag I got put on a list, and he texts me all the time and he's really, really, really cute. So when we went into Miu Miu, the guy was like, oh, you're already on the list, and I was like, from my sunglasses? It doesn't make sense because I bought them in Harrods, but it's from Prada, because I didn't realise that's the same thing, but it makes sense because I feel like they give off the same vibe.
Do they?
I think so. And I feel like because I've always liked Prada, I find myself liking Miu Miu, but we've just been to, I'll be honest, we've just been to the toilet. The toilets are really nice. It's giving like jungle shake. Jungle shake. We've been in.
It was just a toilet.
We've been in all the shops. I went into Chanel because I saw Mia Green had some pink Chanel sandals that were so cute. But I keep looking at Dad's sandals, and I just, when I look at them in real life, well, they didn't have the pink ones in there, but when I look at them in real life, I'm like, it kind of looks like something that my granny would have worn, because her ankles were so swollen and she couldn't get anything else on her foot. We've just taken some pictures. Very stress free. I've taught him about the 2x trick. He was like, this looks too zoomed in. I was like, no, it's perfect.
I've now grown incredibly expensive taste to, what's it called, Jacquemus?
Jacquemus. Oh no, it was 100% Capri.
100% Capri.
They had really nice stuff. I wanted to buy the Loewe perfume I've had my eye on today, but they don't have any perfumes in Loewe.
Which one's Loewe?
The one that had the slides that I liked.
I thought it was called Loewe.
It's pronounced Loewe.
And it's at L-O-W-E?
L-O-E-W-E. Yeah, it's Loewe. It's Loewe. Very, like, aesthetically appealing here. Like, it's stunning, and there's so many different places to sit as well. Plenty of photo opportunities for the girls. I think we're going to go to Miu Miu and then go back, sunbathe.
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
I had the worst acai bowl I've ever had in my life. I'm saying I've ever had in my life. I've had about 3.
I thought you said the worst disciple then.
No, the worst disciple. The juice was lovely. The coffee was the nicest I've had since I've been here.
My coffee was really
It was really good. Cafe here is really good for that, and the juices are good. Get the watermelon one, but the acai bowl, it's one of those acai bowls that's not an acai bowl. They've put a smoothie be in a bowl. The woman was like, "Do you not like it?" It felt really passive aggressive when she said it though. She's like, "You not like it?" And I went, "No, I'm just full." And then she didn't say anything. I was like, oh my god, she probably heard me saying it's awful.
She shouldn't charge her 25 quid for a sidebar, should she?
We're enjoying our little pool date. Just the two of us. Very romantic. Got a chicken Caesar salad. Chicken Caesar salad. An iced latte, and oh, that looks really good. I feel like my sister would love that. I'm going to have to take a picture of it for her. A club sandwich?
Yeah.
My sister loves a club sandwich. Not even shitting a brick right now. Ugh. They're like perfect. I've got like sand in my eye from the wind. Maybe bring goggles. They've got like the perfect amount of salt, but like they're so crispy. I didn't think I would be able to say this, but by the time this goes up, everyone that needs to know in terms of like my immediate circle of people will know. My sister's having a baby, guys. Exclusive! She's pregnant. She's having a baby. And she's got like no appetite. You know how some people get cravings? She's got no appetite whatsoever, and my sister's such a big foodie. I was really excited to see what her cravings would be, but she doesn't actually have any yet. Only, she'll be about 13 weeks now. But I'm so excited. I've known about this for like
6.
I think she told me when it had only been a few weeks. I was the first person to know, other than her husband, obviously. Not to brag or anything. I'm gonna be that annoying person when if she does an Instagram post or a Facebook post, I'm gonna be like, keeping this secret has been the hardest thing ever. But she's telling our like childhood best friends, Kennedy and Vicky, on Sunday. God, I hope no one bails on the plan for Sunday, because that's just gonna be so annoying. Linen baby clothes here, but we don't know if it's a boy or a girl yet, so.
What did I buy it? Is it like a unisex thing?
Oh, look, Winnie the Pooh onesie.
But was that unisex?
Yeah. Honestly, I think most kids' stuff is unisex because boys can wear pink and girls can wear...
In my head, I'm still banking on it being a boy.
Nah, it's going to be a girl. I can feel it in my bones. We'll be an iconic trio. I'm very excited. Anyway, I was just going to say my Caesar salad's going to go cold. But it tastes like it's got alcohol in it. It's not awful, but taste it. It tastes like it's got vodka in it. Weird. Okay, we're gonna eat. Like that, we're going out again. A little OOTN for the world. I've just put on my Aritzia tan cut. I tied it in a bobble just to make it a little bit shorter because the full length actually looked weird with the braids and the skirt. This is actually a swim cover up, but it's really like, I think because it's dark, it's not super sheer, and it fits really nicely. It's a little awkward to say, it's not
Ready to go open the doors that one.
but hey, and then I've just got my bun off the heels if you're coming to Mykonos, it's pointless. I'm also reaching the point, which is quite concerning, where my makeup is actually getting a little light. You ready?
I'm ready.
He's ready. We're going. Guys, we've come to Saki's. One of my Instagram girlies recommended. She said she would literally fly here just to get one. So we've got souvlaki and gyros. Gyros? Gyros.
Gyros.
I always say gyros, but I think that's because it's how my dad says it. Okay. Cheers.
Cheers.
It's pretty good. Oh yeah, go on, get it in your big fat gob. Oh yeah, get it. How is she? Also, I love how we're scranning this on such a scenic road.
I want to say it. Is it as nice as yesterday? Yesterday's was pretty good.
You had lamb.
Don't matter, it's still a gyros. Like if I had lamb here, I would have got those 2 lamb ones.
Well, I think it's quite nice, but subjective to watching me eat this. It's going to get messy.
You did it to me, I'm doing it to you. Yeah, get it in there. Get it shoved.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Hey guys, we've come for a drink, but look at the sunset. That is actually insane. I feel like I've not seen sunsets like this ever. Got an Aperol and Twinkle Toast has got an espresso martini. Sat by the water and the wind is winding.
It's not too bad. Yesterday was worse.
8 points for review.
Bad point for a picture. That's yummy actually. That's a good Aperol. It's not too bitter. Do you want to try some? Morning guys, we got up early this morning to go to the gym, so we went and got a workout in, and now we've actually come, well, we had breakfast and now we've actually come to the beach part of our hotel, because we came down here yesterday but it was so windy, and it's still windy today but it's nowhere near as bad, but it was so windy that I'm not joking, I genuinely think if I'd have got in the sea yesterday that would have been dangerous. Like, it was just, oh my god, look at the moon. Guys, can you see? That's the moon, right?
That is the moon.
How weird. Why is it still out? But it's nice and calm today.
And clear.
Yeah. I mean, it was clear anyway, but this just looks so much clearer. So we're going to spend a little bit of time at the beach. I put on my favourite bikini of them all today. I buy these and again today. I unpacked all my stuff the other night because I was like, I need to actually... I've been trying not to worry too much about getting pictures, which is something that I feel like I worry about a lot when I go on holiday, which sounds really stupid, but I feel like, I don't think people, well, people probably don't expect anything from me, I think that's just in my head, but I feel like because I've made such a thing of taking really good pictures when I go on holiday usually, I've been like, oh, but it's also our first holiday, so, and I feel like when you're struggling to get a picture, it sounds really stupid, but it can actually just put you in a really foul mood. There's just a lot of elements you're in the gunners, especially with the wind. But I put on my favourite bikini today because I would like a picture in the sun. A pot of dried apricots. Does anyone else love dried apricots? Because I fucking do. I'm not joking, like, I'm not to be TMI, I'm not going to give you TMI about it, but my digestion since I came away has been so good. My digestion's never been better. My digestion's never been better. At the beach, we come down these steps and then the rest of the hotel is up there. It's a super small little bit, but it's cute. It's been less windy today. I've actually been able to air up my hair. It is definitely going to fall out immediately because I didn't bring, like, my pins to do pin curls, but I've just finished getting ready. I've got on my old, I've had this for like 2 years, but I've never actually worn it out. It's my Rat & Boa leopard print dress, and I just feel like, yeah, and also it reconfirms that when I have been buying stuff in recent years, I have been buying stuff I genuinely like, because, like I said, I've had this for 2 years and I've not worn it yet. But when I knew I was coming on holiday, I was like, no, I'm going to take it with me because I know I'm going to want to wear it. I know some people might think you've had it for 2 years and not worn it, but 2 years on, I still want to wear it should the opportunity arise. And it has. The only annoying thing is I don't have any tape with me, and it does need tape. Of the night I'm going with my vanilla powder because I just feel like it matches the vibe. By the way, if you think you can see anything under this, you can't. I've got nipple covers on. Don't be getting excited. Not that any of you would, because hopefully there's no men here. Okay guys, we've come for food. What is this?
Saganaki.
Saganaki. So it's
good.
deep fried feta, basically. Yeah?
Yeah, I don't think it's feta, because fried feta is a separate option.
Oh.
I think it's just some sort of cheese.
Oh, sounds good for my stomach. Can you cut me a little bit up? I'm sweating profusely. What kind of cheese is it?
I couldn't tell. It's just cheese.
It smells nice. It's like halloumi. I'm going to do my souvenir for the family shopping tonight. So I've got my mum like a cover-up tunic thing, and my dad a linen shirt. He's a sucker for a linen shirt, but I'm going to put a picture on the screen of the shop that we got the dress from, because genuinely the woman in there has nearly made me cry. She was so nice. She just kept putting more and more free stuff in. And when I went to hand her the thing and I was like, can I have this please? She was like, thank you so much. And I was just like, oh, I feel like she was, I don't know, it's weird because when you buy something, normally it's you being like, thank you, you know?
It was just a very quiet shop and she was just very grateful, but like, I feel like what we bought wasn't, what you got wasn't very cheap.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just
she was really cute.
Because she just started like packaging loads. We've got a separate bag of free stuff. So this was the bag.
That's what we actually bought.
And then in here there's just
Loads of, she's giving us all this free stuff.
Everything's just wrapped up and neatly wrapped, and she put like hands full of sweets in the bags as well.
And then asked me to take another one.
I just wanted to give her a look.
Shame. Guys, this is where we've just been into. It's called Ice Cream, and it's the oldest ice cream place on Mykonos, I think. I got a watermelon and lime.
This is lime?
Sorbet. This is lime. Oh my god. The flavour is so strong. Watermelon and lime was such a good idea, by the way. That is really good, I'm not even gonna lie.
It's like a Calippo shot.
Well, that's why I did watermelon and lime. I just feel like nom nom nom. Refreshing as well, because we got sorbet, not ice cream. I wanted melon ice cream, but they didn't have any. Watermelon sorbet is close. I'm gonna get. I think I've shown you guys outside at night. It's very pretty. There's all these lights in the pool. Very pretty. And that's the view at night time. Whoa. I need to give you guys a haul of what I just bought. It does look gorgeous. Guys, I think I've got what they refer to as the devil's itch, or like hell's itch. I had sunburn on my butt the other day. My skin is now like ravenously itchy. I did buy a new Aftersun from the pharmacy last night. I found the Aftersun that everyone was recommending, the Corres one. It seems pretty good, but I don't like the smell of it. It smells like cotton candy-ish, almost like a bit tuberose, which I don't really love. Somehow reminds me of Killian's Love Don't Be Shy, so if you like that, you're gonna love it. But if not, maybe not. Free gift number 1.
From the really cute lady.
This is from the really cute lady. She gave us this keychain, which says Mykonos on it.
Mykonos coasters.
Oh. So it comes in this little package, and then yeah, it's like Greek pattern. They're like wooden coasters. And it's a full 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 coasters. Literally, my future house sponsored by Naz. She was just so nice, and she was so like, she kept saying thank you, and I was just like, it's also part of the haul. This is not for anyone else, this is for me. I think this is a lot cheaper here, you know, guys. So this was €20, which is about £17, and it's a lot more product. Like, I got a skinny one of this cleanser the other week from Amazon, and it cost me £20, I think. So I just got another one of these cleansers because it's my go-to cleanser at the moment, and it seems to be helping with my skin. What I got for my mum, this is just so my mum coded, and she loves, her and Garth love a little holiday. I figured I can envision her in this, in Sorrento, which is usually where they end up going, or somewhere in Italy. So I just got this cotton tunic, basically. It's like a big cover-up, but I feel like this is just so my mum.
Yeah.
So my dad is a sucker for anything linen. Like, my dad, whenever I buy something, my dad's like, yeah, and what's the fabric? Yeah, what's the fabric on that? And how much did you pay for that? My dad is like the OG of checking the labels for fabric. So he's a sucker for linen and cotton and stuff like that. He loves it, especially in the summer. So I just got him this, like, it's almost like pajama style top. I think he's gonna really like it. I just got him a long sleeve. These are the seasonings that I bought for myself. My dad will also probably end up using these. So I got a Greek salad spice mix. It's really excessive that they all come with a little spoon. I mean, it's cute, but it's excessive. Got a tzatziki mix, gyros souvlaki mix. Probably get showered and get into bed, and then tomorrow is our final day. So we'll catch you guys in the morning. Where did we go food? It was called Kastos Tavern. I'm not going to sit here and be like, it's Costas. Yeah. Right, okay. Kostas. Yes. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh my god, like, it's mind-blowing, but like, that is probably, it was just so simple. That's probably the nicest souvlaki I've had since I've been here. I preferred it to the one that I had in this hotel. I'll catch you guys in the morning. So dishevelled right now because I've just been in the sea, but this is our last day, guys.
so sad that we're leaving, but I've not vlogged anything today because we're just having a chill day and then we're going to go out for food later. But we've actually, I don't know if I'm selling you on this hotel, but it's probably one of the nicest hotels I've ever stayed in. Yesterday we were round here, so that's like the actual like hotel's beach bit. But if you climb up on this rock and then come down here, there's basically like a tiny little hidden cove. Twinkle Toes has been skimming, but there's a tiny little cove, and I just think it's the cutest thing ever. We did come onto it yesterday, but I didn't film it yesterday, so I wanted to make sure I showed you guys today. Twinkle Toes has something he'd like to share with the class.
These are the stones that I found Amy. This is the first one, it's pretty cool. I like this one. This one's not a stone, it's a snail shell, but there's nothing in it.
It's kind of making me feel sick.
Okay, well, we'll bring that one back.
I think it's triggering my tyrophobia.
Tyrophobia?
Fear of holes. It looks like loads of little tiny holes.
Oh, you've seen that thing where everyone's got the holes in them? It's not real, that, you know.
I know, but it's yeah.
This one's yellow, kind of looks like a gone off tooth, but
yummy.
It's a stone, so you know, it's nice. I like this one.
Excuse me.
Because it's kind of clear, and yeah, we've got lots of stones back in the room that Amy doesn't know about that I've packed because yeah, it's our first trip away.
Oh, little Twinkle.
Also, the green gem that I found was just glass.
Oh, that's disappointing. it was actually just an empty bottle of Heineken.
Here.
Yeah, but glass is a thing, you know.
Yeah, but
this is where glass comes from. It comes from the beach.
I'm pretty sure that's not from a...
That's not from a bottle, though. Guys, what is it? If anyone knows, let me know. Okay, it's much later in the day and I'm going to actually get ready for our final night, but I thought I would film and do my makeup and yap a little bit because I feel like I've not yapped that much in this. I probably have. I'm probably going to edit this and be like, girl, you've got to shut up for like 10 days straight. Because yeah, I did mention in this vlog that I was actually a little bit nervous, is probably not the right word, just a bit apprehensive about coming here, which sounds crazy because it's like Emmy booked it, but then I did a little bit of research before booking it, but then after I feel like I was getting all the TikToks and all like the horror stories about coming to Mykonos and like how expensive it is, it's so windy and how it's just so overcrowded and it's like the worst place to holiday in Greece and how everyone it's Mykonos and it's just awful. I lost second guessing my choice a little bit, but by this point we're already booked it. I think we've had like the perfect amount of time here, not in a like, oh god get me out of here way, just because we're not party goers and we're not gonna be going out to like beach clubs every single day or going clubbing every single night. Fair, even if you were, I feel like 5 nights is probably enough. There's not actually like a ton to do here. It's either a party holiday or you come to relax. So yeah, we've enjoyed it as like a chill holiday, but I think we've been quite lucky to be honest because last night was the first night where we've both been like, holy shit, balls, so it's busy, and there was no wind at all yesterday, so it was like insanely hot. Work out if that's just because you're getting towards the weekend, so there'll be people that are coming on weekend trips or like long weekend trips for like hens, stags. Some people, I'm sure if they live quite close to this and it's like a super short flight, they might literally come for the weekend just to party, especially because it does seem to attract people with, you know, money to burn. So it could also be that, or I don't know if like it's just getting on, obviously it's getting towards the end of July, so it's getting to like the absolute peak of the season. It could be that, but last night it was really busy. But generally, honestly, we've both really enjoyed it, and I think we were both feeling the same way because we had such a nice time in Crete and it was so chill, like cheap and affordable, especially in comparison to Mykonos, that we were a little bit apprehensive about coming here off the back of that. We both honestly really enjoyed it and I personally would come back. I definitely wouldn't feel the need to come here for like full 10 days or to come here for 2 weeks, but this is definitely somewhere where 5 nights I would definitely do again. And I also feel like it's proof that you don't have to be a like party goer to come here or to enjoy coming here. There's definitely an argument that if you're not a party goer, there's probably places you can go that are just the same but more affordable, or even probably a little bit better in terms of like, you know, the transport and beaches, because a lot of the beaches here are owned by the beach clubs, so you're looking at like €100 a sun lounger and it's not redeemable against food and drink at most places either. So for me personally, that's a little bit of a problem, but if you get, that would be my main piece of advice if you are a beachy person. We've not had an issue because our hotel has a bit of a beach, so I would definitely recommend if you're coming here and you don't want to be like burning money on something as simple as sitting on a sun lounger on a beach, I would definitely recommend trying to find a hotel that has its own portion of the beach, and there's definitely some more expensive ones that do, but there's also a lot more affordable ones that are in the exact same position in terms of having that. Like, I genuinely thought every single meal was going to come out to like €100 minimum, and it's been about €60. So if you're someone that's coming for obviously the party and stuff, I can't really speak to that other than guessing it probably will be really expensive from everything that I have heard from people, but I definitely wouldn't be put off coming here if it's somewhere like you want to visit, like you want to see like white villages with all like the cobbled pavements and all that sort of stuff. Not the only place that has that, obviously you've got like Paros, Naxos and all that sort of stuff that has it, but honestly, when we were looking at Paros and Naxos, it was the same price as here. Everyone on TikTok has been saying this year, oh, this is the new Mykonos, the Greek island that no one knows about. It was so booked up when we looked at it. I think it was more booked up than here. And pricing wise, it was working out pretty similarly. I find that happens with everything where everyone's like, this hidden gem, and like if you give it 12 to 24 months, it's no longer a hidden gem, it's now just the place that everyone goes. And I can guarantee you in like 6 to 12 months time, people will be like, oh, it's so overrated there, like this is the new hidden gem. So yeah. Personally, I've been pleasantly surprised. I've also found the people here in Crete and here to be really nice, and the people at our hotel are lovely. This hotel I would definitely recommend. Definitely is on the pricier side, but I do feel like it does warrant it, in my opinion. It's big, there's pools, there's the beach, the service is really good, the food is good. So yeah, I know that might be an unpopular opinion, or maybe I'm just like a basic bitch that just loves all things basic. Genuinely, I've enjoyed my time in Mykonos. I have no complaints really, other than the taxi situation, but we did know that coming here. There was part of me that's like, are people exaggerating? People are not exaggerating, that is unfortunately how it is. But I have seen quite a few TikToks coming up on my For You page saying that here and Santorini, which are obviously two very popular, are like suspiciously quiet right now for, to say it's like heading into like peak season. They've been very quiet, and a lot of the comments are essentially saying they've just priced themselves out of everyone's budget because it's just so expensive. Like, great people can't afford to go, international people are choosing other destinations because these are just so popular now and it's so expensive. So it honestly wouldn't surprise me if the taxi situation changes, because I feel like you can only warrant charging that much if there's also a lot of people needing the taxis, like needing the demand, obviously everything works supply and demand, so I can definitely see that that may change, but I'm not sure. It could just be that it's just a fluke and maybe next week it's going to get really busy, because like I said, I've honestly, someone, like I was talking to Bella about this because she messaged me and asked me about it, like, is it like absolutely rammed? And I was like, no, it's actually like, I wouldn't say it's quiet, but it's not crammed in like sardines when you're going up and down the streets. Like, it's really not that bad. If she'd have asked me it after last night, I'd have been like, yeah, it's absolutely rammed, because last night was really busy, like having to like stop and wait for people to pass you in the street, because like obviously they're very small streets. How it is tonight, and then I can probably report back to you on if that was a fluke or not. But I also do think the fact that we are entering a weekend is likely playing a role as well, because everywhere is busier towards the end of a week than it is the start of a week. I don't know, obviously people can go somewhere and not enjoy it, like obviously everyone is entitled to their own opinion. I do feel like some of the, maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, it just feels a little bit like some of the critiques are just like, it's a very popular place, so now let's say it's absolutely awful, but then maybe some people just don't like it. But I would definitely say there's not a ton to do, so if you are someone that wants to do like Dora the Explorer, like go adventure holiday, and you're also not a partier, it's not going to be the island for you. You might want to visit it for a day to see it and then go somewhere else, like do like a boat trip here. But if you are wanting a party holiday, if that's your vibe, definitely, I've heard amazing things that it's very good for partying. Or if you are wanting like a chill, relaxing holiday, I also think, which sounds so contradictory, like you can come here and you can either chill or you can party all night, but I genuinely do feel like it's a good, obviously it's going to depend where you stay. If you stay in the main town, it's going to be very busy, not very relaxed, not very chill, and probably very noisy. But if you stay a little bit further out, you can go and be in amongst it, but it's also big enough that you can stay somewhere where you are away from being in amongst it. Many of my friends are getting married and they need a hen do. This would be a good hen do spot. This would be a really good hen do spot. A very nice hen do spot, don't get me wrong, it would probably be on the pricier side, but if anyone's planning on getting married anytime soon, I'll be there. You can count me in to bring the collective cost down. Kind of blown away and obsessed with how the centre of Mykonos actually is. Like, I genuinely was expecting it to be full of, because of the TikToks I'd seen, I thought it'd be like full of rubbish, like really like overrated, like run down. But we were walking down the streets last night and like it looks freshly painted. It reminds me very much of when I got off the boat on PP Island when I went to Thailand. Like, I thought that was going to be a case of it's nothing like the pictures, and the water, boats, everything, it actually looked better in person than it does in pictures. And Mykonos is the same. I keep trying to take like cute pictures of the street and my iPhone is just not picking up how pretty it really is. Just like it never picks up how pretty I really am. Yeah, my fears were unwarranted and I wrote them straight to TikTok again. Actually guys, when I finish getting ready, because I'm going to run out of space on this memory card and I don't have another with me, how much stuff I can delete off this at this point, because I'm pretty sure I have my whole blog on here. So I'll catch you when I'm ready.
Guys, I finished getting ready. I've gone with a very different, like, polar opposite fit to what I wore last night, but I've got on my these set. So it's basically like this white set. It's very different for me, but I actually really like this. And you can wear the sleeves off the shoulder or on the shoulder. And yeah, I've just got on some bangles on my usual sort of jewellery and a pair of I'm feeling very Mamma Mia-esque this evening. Okay, let's go. This is where we've been coming up to take some pictures tonight, but this is like the outside bit of reception at the hotel. The view is insane, and if you like a good picture, it's very aesthetic, isn't it, Andrew?
Calm down.
He's had a fight with the G7X. Guys, we've come out for food and we've walked into Little Venice. So this is our view. I've got a ginger spritz and we've got this Greek salad and it looks like it might be the best one we've had on holiday. Yeah, the ginger spritz, which if you've been watching the vlogs recently, you'll know how I've been feeling about ginger beer. It's got ginger beer in it, so... Oh my god.
Is it good?
Better than an Aperol. Washing sizes here are huge, guys. This is a start. What did you get? Shrimp pasta?
Shrimp linguine.
Guys, I didn't even know you could get shrimps this big. And they just like, what de-shelled it?
Yeah, but it came out like the same size as like a fucking lobster.
Yeah, it's like two bits as well from the same one.
That's one piece.
It's massive. I feel like that's actually quite good. No. Yeah. And then this is my chicken.
What's the name, please? I already forgot.
DGI.
DGI
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
DGI.
It's an Osmo pocket grey. I got the chicken. I think this is the nicest presented souvlaki that I've had since I've got here. We're walking back from Little Venice now into the main bit. Twinkle Toes has left me behind. There's all these like skinnier streets. The further up you come from the main bit to Little Venice, there's all these like tiny little streets. Everybody, what? We just went back to the permanent jewellery shop and got a gift for my sister and Jack, a little baby H, the baby Hudson. I got my sister a necklace with H on it, and I got Jack a bracelet with H on it.
Called Hudson.
No, the baby's not called Hudson. That's Jack's second name, so it'll be baby Hudson. I was going to get B for baby, but that's a bit shy. Hopefully they name it something beginning with H. Harry?
Harrison?
No, not after Love Island.
Oh shit, no.
Nope.
And fuck Harry as well.
Yeah.
Horatio.
Yeah, it's a lot busier again tonight, guys.
Friday night. Show them the mannequins. Men's Greek fashion on mannequins is so questionable.
Oh, that's where I got my dad's linen shirt from. There. Oh, I've got something in my eye. Guys, this is the old bakery. Do you want to get something? We're going to go in. I think it's since 1420. Oh. Oh my god, it's warm. Oh my god, this is so cute. Ooh, what are you going to get?
come to the ice cream place again. I've got banana and white chocolate. What did you get?
Cappuccino.
And then this is what we got from the bakery. You got a baklava and I got a pistachio. Oh, it's still baklava, right?
Yeah, I just got
oh god, not my boots. Sorry guys. Or should I say you're welcome? Is it good?
That's the best coffee ice cream.
Yes? Tell me.
It's almost as good as my Ninja Creamy. I don't know which is which. This is going to be like a lucky date.
White chocolate is second.
Oh my god. The banana is so good. Banana. The white chocolate. The white chocolate's pretty good as well. It's not super strong.
Which is your favourite out of all three?
Banana, I think. But I'm glad I've got banana and something else. So sad today. I'm trying not to be too sad about it because it's been such a nice holiday. So I don't want to put a dampener on it, but I really don't want to go home. Also, my hair has become so white in the sun. But we came back to our room last night and they've given us a little candle to leave with, and it smells so nice. It's such like a clean, nice scent, and a little form to fill out. Just to leave them a review. But we're going to pack. We've got to pack up. I've got the remote because I'm about to put Sophia and Shinsia's vlog on whilst we pack. Ah, don't sigh.
This is not sighing. This is not smart because we'll get.
No, you don't understand. Sophia and Shinsia motivate me. The amount of times I put their YouTube videos on, it's not on for watching purposes, it's on for background noise whilst I get shit done. And I will probably, I rewatch their vlogs 2-3 times. One time for noise, one time for watching, one time for nostalgia. Like when they came to Mykonos, I've watched their Mykonos vlogs probably 20 times.
That's just because someone falls in the pool.
That is really fucking funny. I did want to go there. That was at Zoomers, but it was fully booked. I looked at it like a month ago and they had availability like coming out their arse. I was like, I don't need to book that until maybe when we're in Crete. And then I got to Crete last week and I tried to book it and I was like, oh, yeah, they're fully booked. The only thing that was available was like a daytime pool bed, but I was like, this hotel costs quite a bit of money. I'm not paying to go and use another pool. Like, I know the view's cool, but the view's really nice from this hotel, so it just felt like a waste of money. I wanted to go for dinner, but I was not meant to. Oh well, guess we'll have to come back. Greece might be one of my favourite places, actually. Every time I come, I just love it. I love the people, I love the weather, I love the vibes, I like the food. Finished the Sophia and Shinsia recent vlog and then we put the Mykonos one on, and it's just been the bit where the man falls in the pool at Zuma and it's literally like, I know it's really mean, but it is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. And it's just like Shinsia's reaction, it's the way that Sophia's trying so hard not to laugh. And she's like, you can see it in her face, like she wants to laugh, and Shinsia's just like, oh my god, I've got it on the vlog, I've got it on the vlog. We've finished packing up, so here we are. Case. Everything is pretty much packed up and we're ready to roll, but we have an hour till checkout, so what we're actually going to do is use our little pool balcony bit until 12, because one thing about us is we will be getting the most out of our money for this room, so we're literally going to use this until like 11:59 and then go up, check out, and then go down to the main pool. Yeah, I might take a dip actually. It's a little hot. I've had my sun cream on long enough. Is that your phone playing that music?
What? Are you behind me?
I'm getting in the pool.
Shit, it sounds like I'm going through front of them.
Is that the music coming from your phone? So much rain. To do with just this. I've not actually really been swimming in here because it's not big enough. Although to that, I would say, wouldn't you agree? I mean, I don't know how well versed you are on a privy pool, but I think this is quite a decent size. Baywatch. Oh. Have you got for me?
A stubbed toe.
Yeah, you just stubbed his toe, so that's yours?
Yes.
This is mine.
We've got oat milk Freddo cappuccinos. I've got medium
Freddo,
sugar.
espresso.
Check.
Yeah, we've got about 4 hours left. A little mid-afternoon snack. We've got a fruit plate,
and some fries, and I've got another coffee. No fruit on holiday is just so much better. But like, look, and it's so firm. Oh no, that one's not firm. But usually they are. And I feel like that's quite a common thing to dislike, but I love it. Does anyone else really like passion fruit? Or is it just me? The grapes are nice and...
It's just so bitter.
Look at crisp on that more.
Fucking crunch on it.
Also, these fries, best fries I've ever had in my life. I don't know how to describe it. It's at the perfect level of salt, the perfect level of crisp.
These are a little softer than the still goes. These taste different.
The ketchup's good too. It tastes like proper, like...
It's foreign ketchup.
Yeah.
Foreign ketchup.
Guys, I am now back home. We've transported straight back to my bed. I'm actually not feeling very well, but I'm just realising I did not finish off this vlog, so this is me signing off the vlog. I hope that you've enjoyed coming and experiencing another country with me this week. 2 different parts of it. Obviously we went to Crete and then we went to Mykonos. I won't bore you with my thoughts on the 2 because I feel like I've given you my thoughts during the vlog, but I really hope it's been nice. I know it's been a little bit different. I know that travel vlogs probably won't be for everyone. I'm not expecting it to do as well as normal, but I just think it's nice to take you guys along for these things, and also nice to have these things to look back on just selfishly as well. Having these trips to look back on, like I rewatch my Italy vlog from last year all the time because it was just such a nice trip, and because we were there for 10 days I honestly didn't really need to film that much to get enough to make a vlog out of it, so it didn't interrupt with my trip at all, and it was very nice to bring you along with me. So if you enjoyed the video, please give it a thumbs up as it helps me out massively. Leave a comment below, subscribe if you want to and you haven't already. I will see you guys in my next video. Let me know what videos you want to see now that I'm back. I'm replanning content out, so I've started filming yesterday a getting back on track vlog, so that will be coming this Sunday, and I apologise for the late upload again. Obviously I didn't get back until Sunday morning at like 2 AM, so that's why the vlog is a little bit late, but we're back to Sunday upload this week. Let me know what sort of content you wanted to see, vlogs, workouts, what I eat in a day, hauls, anything you want to see, let me know, and yeah, I'll see you in my next video.
The many more state of the galaxy that we've seen on screen in Star Trek. In fact, I have a whole 2-hour video essay.
I saw how much Rasmussen helped him. Pushed him to the ways that experience.
Welcome back to another weekly vlog, and you are joining me this week as we get back on track. I got back from Greece on Saturday night, technically Sunday morning. I got back at 2 AM yesterday. It's Monday today and we are getting straight back into it. Something I get asked so much is how to get back on track. How do I get back on track? And the honest answer is, which sounds really obvious, you just have to do it. Like, there is no single big secret or big tip that I can tell you that is going to get you back on track. You know, no one else knows about, like, what's this big secret? There is no big secret. You have to go and do, and I've spoken about this before, but as soon as you put things in motion, as soon as you have a bit of momentum behind you, like for example, the first thing I'm doing today is going to the gym. I'm getting that momentum started, then I'm going to go and do a food shop. Are little tips and tricks that you can use to help you get back on track, but there is no big stinking secret that everyone's trying to keep from you. Really is a case of you have to want to get back on track, and then you have to do the things that will get you back on track. Going to the gym, doing a food shop. So we're going to do all that stuff today. Remove all the barriers as quickly as possible to you not getting back on track. So for example, if you've been away and you've taken gym stuff with you, all your gym stuff now needs washing, wash it. As soon as you get back, that's going to be the first wash that you do. Little things that are going to make it seem so much harder to get to the gym. You might want to meal prep your breakfast for that morning the night before. before, you might want to decide what you're going to wear to the gym the night before. I did that last night. I was like, I want to wear ultraviolet and a white sports bra. So this morning I'm not needing to think, oh, what am I wearing, what am I doing, but I've removed all those barriers. Another huge barrier for me getting back on track is not having the food in the fridge that I want to eat, not having enough protein in, not having enough micronutrients in the fridge, not having the stuff that I want to make the food that I really want to eat. So I'm going to go and do a food shop straight after the gym. Those are my two main priorities. And also, like I said, the momentum. You need a little bit of momentum behind you and it will go a long way. So the first thing I'm doing today, first day like fully back on it. Yesterday I was sorting out work stuff. Today, first thing I am doing is going to the gym. That's the first thing I'm doing, getting the momentum behind me, and then we will be on a breeze. And when I say back on track, I don't mean like I've completely fallen. I was on bloody holiday. You know, life is for living, life is for making memories, life is for enjoying. I do not want to be coming back off a holiday and thinking I did not enjoy myself, I didn't eat what I wanted to eat, I didn't enjoy like the food of that particular culture because I was so scared about food, or I was dragging myself to go to the gym and wasting hours in the gym every day when really I could have been sunbathing or chilling or sightseeing or doing something else. I don't feel that way at all. I actually feel perfectly well rested because I've given myself that time to basically do fuck all and experience another culture. That is what holidays are all about for me. I will not lie, it didn't feel that easy getting up this morning, but you just have to go on autopilot. I knew I needed breakfast, I knew what I was going to have for breakfast. You're going to want to remove as many barriers as fast as possible. I would say the two main things you should probably do is go and get a gym session in. I don't care if it's not perfect, I don't care how it goes, I don't care if it's not your favourite session, although you might want to do your favourite session, it might make it feel easier to get yourself to the gym, and get a food shop in. Those would be my two main things because I think those are going to be y'all's biggest barriers. Let's go to the gym. I'm going to try film my workout. My car has been saying I've got a loss of pressure in a tyre for a while now. I should probably look at that. I'm going to hit glutes. I'm going to try and film it. If it's busy, I won't be able to film it. If it's not busy, I will film it. So yeah, we're going to go to the gym and then Marks and Spencer's for a food shop. Okay, so let's talk all things getting back on track with your training, post-trip, post a little bit of time off. So things that you might want to expect. A workout might feel harder than it used to before you went away. A workout might feel heavier than it used to before you went away. You might feel a little bit weaker, your performance might take a little bit of a dip, and the session might just feel a little bit harder because you're not used to it. But also a lot of people, and this is why I will never say to people go into the gym after a week off expecting to be weaker, a lot of people have the experience of taking a week off or taking a couple of days off for a trip, for whatever, and coming back and actually hitting PBs and being stronger because their body has had the rest it's needed. Now, that was not my experience this session, but for that reason, I didn't go back into the gym, especially because I did train twice whilst I was away. I didn't go into the gym and put like 50 kilos less on my lifts. I didn't do my cable step ups at, 25 kilos instead of 40. I did them at 35, I think, instead, just to sort of ease myself back into it. But after this set, I actually ended up putting it back up to 40 because it felt fine. Other movements, like my hip thrust, for example, those did feel a lot heavier. And so I did actually end up doing those a little bit lighter and keeping them a little bit lighter. But the point that I'm getting at is these are things that you can and maybe should expect when you've had time off training coming back into the gym, because I don't want to set you guys up to feel like a failure or feel like there's something wrong with you if you are weaker after time off. But I also don't want to set you up to go back into the gym and basically act like a little bitch and think that you need to lift significantly lighter when you've only had a week off. Obviously, if you've been like traveling around the world and you've taken a lot of time off and it's been a big trip, it would be wise to drop your weights when you come back in. But generally, that is something that you might expect, is that you might be a little bit weaker. It also can have the opposite effect. So just see what ballpark or what side of the coin you are falling on post-trip. Something else that you can expect as well is that recovery might feel a little bit tougher. I've definitely had a lot more soreness this week because obviously I've gone from training legs once or twice a week whilst I was away, or the week before, to doing 3 sessions this week. So I have had a little bit more soreness. I've just been prioritising sleep. And yeah, those would be the things that I would say that you guys should be expecting. But also, like I've said, don't think that you are going to be significantly weaker when you've only had a small chunk of time off, because you very well might not be, and you don't want to waste
your training sessions basically.
The gym is done. I've just been and done a food shop. There is some stuff in here which is for I'm having an evening with my friends and my sister tonight. She's actually telling them that she's having a baby tonight. So I'll have more people to talk about it with, because right now the only person I can talk to is my sister and my boyfriend. So some of this stuff is for that, but then the rest of it is the food shop. Some of this stuff is for tonight. These are like the nicest crisp, and they're especially nice with most of the dips from Marks and Spencer's. Then I also got a plain option in case anyone doesn't want flavour. I then got 3 dips. This is Kennedy's favourite, and she requested a Mexican dip. Probably my favourite of like the fancier dips, other than that Greek one that they do. I then just got guacamole and salsa. This isn't my favourite salsa. I prefer the one that's in this packaging, but I can never find it anymore. Have they stopped doing it? Does anyone work at Marks and Spencer? They stopped doing like the best salsa, because that is the best salsa. On to my actual food shop. I have got broccoli for some micronutrients. I've got some tomatoes because I'm still loving a Greek salad, and I feel like I'm loving a Greek salad even more now that I've just got back from Greece. I was having them every day, so I need to get my little kick in, my little hit of a Greek salad in. Plus I do actually have Greek salad seasoning now. I bought Greek salad seasoning, gyros, gyros seasoning, souvlaki seasoning, and a tzatziki seasoning. So I'm going to try and make my own tzatziki at some point as well. I also got red onions for my salads. I also got cucumber for some more micronutrients for yogurt bowls. I've got some raspberries and blueberries for my yogurt bowls. I always only end up getting one, and then I end up running out of yogurt within 2 days because I will eat half at a time. Prepare myself again, removing that barrier, because I would rather reach for a yogurt bowl than something else. So I've made sure that I've stocked up so that I've pretty much got these all week, almost at least till Thursday. Feta cheese, obviously, for my salads. For carbs, I've got some mini potatoes. I love doing these with like Italian seasoning and olive oil in the air fryer. They are delicious, and then I add them to like salad bowls, or I'll have like potatoes, broccoli and beef or chicken or something. I then got some 5% lean beef mince as one of my protein sources. Bacon medallions for breakfast. It's probably like my favourite thing to have for breakfast. And then just some chicken. Chicken stays in my weekly shop. I can't remember the last time I did a weekly shop and didn't get chicken. It's just so easy, and especially if you are in a deficit. I'm not saying you can't have other protein sources, you can, and you should vary things, you should vary your diet. It's definitely the most bang for your buck, that or white fish calorie to protein ratio. Chicken thigh is better in my opinion, but it's got a much higher fat content, so like 100 grams of chicken thigh is going to have a lot more calories than 100 grams of chicken breast, if that makes sense. And just for the ratios, chicken breast makes a little bit more sense right now for my goals. Yeah, that's my food shop. I'm now going to make myself a Greek salad for lunch and crack on with editing, because I really need to finish editing my Greece vlog, because as of right now I didn't have an upload last week because I got back at 2 AM. I'm going to crack on with that, and I'll catch you in a bit. This is meant to be a weekly vlog, but I didn't film anything yesterday because yesterday I was slammed with work. It was my first check-in day back since being away, so I had all my client check-ins to do. I needed to finish editing the Greece vlog, which took me so much longer than I expected. I ended up with like 4 hours of footage, so I basically got up and started working on that and client check-ins, and stopped at about 8 PM. I also did let everyone know yesterday about my sister being pregnant. My sister finally told everyone, and she posted about it, so she was like, "You've got the green light, you can post about it." I did a couple Instagram stories and stuff, and honestly it made me so emotional. But obviously the last time I spoke to you was Monday before I went to the gym. I was going to see my sister and my best friends that night to tell them that she was pregnant, so my sister did actually have me like sit on a separate chair and like get my phone out slowly and film it. So I am actually going to pop in their reactions here, just because I know this is like a fitnessy vlog and a getting back on track vlog, but I feel like because it happened this week it makes sense to share it here. And it was honestly just so nice. I couldn't stop crying yesterday when I was like looking back at like my reaction, their reaction, just thinking about the fact that my sister is literally having a baby. I will also put my reaction in, but I think my reaction is probably the worst reaction to a pregnancy announcement I've ever seen, because my sister's husband stopped filming when things got wholesome, and like I hugged my sister, but at first I was genuinely so shocked. My sister basically threw a pregnancy test at me. I genuinely, it sounds really dramatic, but I feel like I remember feeling like instantly like lightheaded and like what the fuck, like I felt really overwhelmed with emotion, and then I cried, but I cried like I'd had really bad news, but it wasn't a bad cry, it was a good cry. I was just feeling very, very emotional. So I'm going to pop those clips in here to show you guys. No, I'm scared. You're gonna prank me. What is it? No, you're gonna prank me. What have you got?
She's got a weird spider thing, hasn't she? No. Oh my god! Wait, are you actually pregnant? Oh my god, I wasn't expecting that!
Yeah, a little bit. Oh my god! Do you know, I got a feeling earlier, right? I got a feeling earlier, right, that you were going to be pregnant, sir. Oh my god! I actually love it. It's making me sad. Oh! Oh! I was showing how many waffles that was.
I don't even know actual pictures. I just picked this random shit up.
Oh my god!
But yeah, my sister's having a little baby. She finds out the gender next week and I'm just honestly so excited. I've known about this for like 2 months and I've not been able to say anything. And I think it's nice that for my sister now that everyone knows and it's out in the open. And but yeah, I'm very excited to be an auntie, but honestly more excited to see my sister as a mum because she is oh my god, no, I actually can't talk about it too much because I will cry again. She is absolutely perfect for it, and I don't like saying that because I feel like there's a bit of like a thing about saying like a woman is made to be a mum, and I don't believe that all women are made to be mums, but my sister really is like perfect to be a mum. She is the most maternal, caring, kind, gentle person. And I was saying on Instagram yesterday, I said at my sister's wedding that I was the luckiest person in the room because I've had her with me since every second since I've been born. I've never done life without her. This little baby, this little Baba Ganoush, as we've been calling it, is going to be the luckiest, like takes me off the top spot as the luckiest because they get to have her for every second of their life, but they get to experience her as a mum, and I just think that's so special. Anyway, I'm back to starting vlogging today because basically the long story short of yesterday was I was so slammed with work that I was like, I've said this before, it's literally just going to be me picking up a camera telling you I'm doing work, maybe doing a time lapse, and that's it. And I don't know, do you guys like seeing time lapses of people doing work in vlogs? Like, I do it sometimes, but yesterday I was like, I'm literally will start the vlog and say I've got a load of work to do, time lapse it, and then I'll have to capture mum tomorrow. So let me know about that. But I'm about to go to the gym. I'm gonna go and do quad day today. I'm not filming it, but I did do this workout like 2 vlogs ago, so if you want to see it, it is in that vlog. I do need to do cardio because I didn't do any cardio yesterday, so I'm gonna do a little bit of cardio afterwards. Actually, I need to do my counts. That's what I need to do. So I'll take you along. Hey guys, I'm about to get ready to go for a big old walk with twinkle toes, but I've just been having my breakfast at my kitchen table, which I have to show you guys this. My dad gets private eye, but he's got it every month since I think the first one that it goes back to is 2002. So this is how many he's got. It fills up the entirety of the table. He says that like this one is worth like £20, but it goes all the way around the back of here as well. He's got so many. This is crazy. If anyone, I mean, I think he is going to sell them. If anyone wants any private eyes, my dad's got plenty. By the way, we don't live in like a hoarding household. I'm actually not sure where my dad has kept these because I've not seen them. You better not ever say anything to me about my activewear collection ever again. I've actually just had my own stuff to clear out. There was basically like a massive box in the computer room. It's basically like a tiny room. I think it would be classed as another bedroom, but I'll be real, I don't think you could fit a bed in there, but they'd probably make you class it as a bedroom. And there was like a massive box that had some of like my old uni and even like primary school stuff in there, so I've just been going through that. Kept quite a few things because maybe it does run in the family. I'm a little bit sentimental. Like, I've kept my like early stages development book. I might actually show you some of that stuff because it is actually really, I think it's cute. It's like Amy does well with talking to other adults in the classroom and answering questions, but doesn't give much information. She is a quiet member of the class that relates well to other children, and I'm just like, damn, I've literally had no development since I was like 6. And then I found some of my old uni work. Like, I found one of my essays from 2019 that I did on ALPHALETE.
where I analysed their influencer marketing strategy and also the website, which is obviously very spooky looking back on that now, because I then started working with them properly in 2020, so that's kind of spooky. On a Gymshark essay plan, which that essay was like my highest scored thing I did at uni. I got like high 90s, and if you've been to uni in the UK, I used to think that it was impossible to get anything above a 90 because that's the only thing I got above 90 on. I did so well at A levels and GCSE, and like all through school I did pretty well, to be honest. When I went to uni, oh, it's a different kettle of fish, different kettle of fish. Doing my skincare, and then I'm gonna go, and I did get some activewear pieces recently. Literally has come in this morning for research purposes, so I obviously won't show you those because it's not ALPHALETE, but there's just some things that I wanted to try from other brands and then feedback to ALPHALETE about if it's worth feeding back about if I actually like them. So I'm just doing my skincare, but I'm using all the stuff that I got from the Greek pharmacy. I might need a Greek plug, or if there is anywhere in the UK where I can get Currys, you let me know, because when this runs out I think I'll be really sad. Really enjoying using that serum. I've been putting this serum on top. Just feel like my skin is really enjoying having these products on it. And then on a night time I have been using like a thicker moisturiser, but through the day I've just been leaving it as these two serums. It's the Currys Smart Yogurt Serum, and it's just so nice. And then obviously I've spoken about this one to death, the XXXXXX, which actually I may as well give you a period dermatitis update. I did end up getting antibiotics. They came the day before I left for Greece, and I definitely think now that I have used them, well, I'm still using them, I still need to finish using them, that's just reminding me I need to take my antibiotic for today. I think I've realised since using them it was definitely a combination of the antibiotics and the Protopic that worked for me last time, because it's pretty much gone again. But I am almost expecting that when my antibiotics run out I'll probably have like a month where my skin's clear, and then it might come back again. And I'm kind of expecting that to happen, and then if that does happen I'm gonna go and see a dermatologist again. Anyone has a recommendation for a good dermatologist in Leeds, please let me know. I did like the one that I went to last time, but I just feel like because they've already given me this solution, I just feel like I'm gonna go back and they're gonna prescribe me the same things again, but then I'm just on this hamster wheel of being on antibiotics like every other month, which I don't want to be. I'm not against taking medicine and taking tablets and taking antibiotics if I need them. I do know that taking antibiotics all the time is definitely not good for like your gut and your stomach, and it's not something I want to be taking all the time anyway. I would rather fix the issue and like manage it. So if anyone has any good dermatologist recommendations for the Leeds or Bradford region, even Manchester, I would happily travel to Manchester. And especially if you are someone who's had perioral dermatitis, that's obviously my skin concern, please let me know. I would massively appreciate it. Or if anyone knows anyone that does like online. But yeah, whilst I was yapping about that, I've then used this eye cream, which is the Currys Advanced Wrinkle Smoothing Eye and Lip Contour Cream. It's part of the menopausal range, which I didn't realise when I bought it, but when I was away in Greece, because my skin was so irritated under my eyes from like rash sort of thing that I was getting, which is definitely related to whatever goes on around here, it comes up at the same time, it's definitely related. It was getting so dry, especially being in the sun and stuff. It was giving me like a permanent line basically here. I was like, I know I need something extra under my eye, and I found this in the pharmacy, and I am not joking, I might be an eye cream convert, because this has completely gotten rid of it. Like, it's gone, and it's the nicest eye cream I've ever used. I've only ever used I'm saying that I've literally used probably like 3 or 4 eye creams. The only other one I can think of that I did enjoy was the Kiehl's avocado one, but I would definitely choose this one over that. It just really made me laugh that after I got it I was like, oh, it's actually for menopausal women. So Thursday today, I'm kind of like kicking myself about this vlog because I don't want to like moan about my own vlogs to you guys, because you're obviously watching it for a reason. But I was like, yeah, we're going to do this like getting back on track vlog, and we're going to be super productive. I need to get better at this, because the days where I need to be super productive I cannot film, because I'll get distracted and then I'm not going to get done what I need to get done. So then it feels like you don't actually see the productive days, because I really struggle to remember, which most people would. I feel like as a content creator you can't forget to do that, but I do, because when I'm busy and like I'm in the zone, I just don't remember to pick up my camera and like show you all how productive I'm being. Also, I just feel like sometimes it's a little bit annoying to watch that sort of stuff. I don't know, but yesterday I hit my step goal. Monday and Tuesday I did not. I think my average steps for the week right now is 3,000. Yeah, that's my average
steps for the week. But as you can see, yesterday I got, well, my phone says 7,000, my Oura ring says like 7.5, so I'm going with my Oura ring. So that's why me and Twinkle Toes are going to go for a big fat walk this morning, just to help start getting my average step count up, because that is a big part of me getting back on track. I wore my Oura ring the first few days on holiday, and then it died, and I decided not to recharge it because I think because it was so hot, obviously my heart rate must have been high and it must have been showing that I was stressed. So every morning I was waking up with a readiness score of like 50, and it was saying my recovery was awful and I was experiencing high stress for most of the day, even though I felt really relaxed. It was just really annoying me because I was like, I'm on holiday. I expected my scores to be super high because I'm taking some R&R, but obviously because of the heat it wasn't. That was annoying. So I did have my charger with me, but I decided not to actually recharge it. And then when I came home, Tuesday's readiness was 68, so we got a fair on Tuesday. Yesterday we got 75 and today we got 92. So we're on the up, and my resilience is showing us on the up. It actually dropped back down to adequate and now I'm back up to strong again. So clearly I am getting back in the swing of things and my body is getting used to being back in the swing of things, because it was super low 2 days ago, but now it's on the up again, it's on the increase. So I'm very, very, very happy about that. I have no complaints there. Yeah, I did find it interesting because I thought when I came back off holiday, at least my first readiness score would be super high because I've had basically 10 days of not doing that much, but it was actually quite low. So yeah, it shows at least that my physiological signs are definitely getting back on track and getting there. But yeah, we want to basically go and get some steps in and go get an iced coffee and just go and get outside, because I feel like I've not been outside that much this week. It's been a bit miserable in the UK, like a little bit sunny but then like absolutely pissing it down raining. So also the first day that I've been back where I've not had a decorator in my mum and dad's house, because they've actually been getting the hallway redone, which is why there's some stuff in the background, but that's done now. So we have like a completely free house, and I've also eaten the vast majority of the food that I got the other day, so I need to actually go and do another food shop. So I will take you guys along with that today, and we're just going to have a day of a little bit of active recovery, because I went and hit legs yesterday and I was going to go and do a hot Pilates class today, but I didn't book onto it, and to be honest I'm glad I didn't, because I forgot to set an alarm and I actually woke up a little bit late today. So I do have some small errands to run, like the food shop. I do need to sort out my accounts today because I ended up doing a shit ton of coaching work yesterday instead, so I need to do my accounts today. Just having a bit of a sort my life out sort of day, which I feel like has been pretty much what I've done every single day this week. But yeah, today should be a much slower day, so I should be able to actually vlog a little bit more, because I feel like the past couple of days that has not been the case. A research package, you can't see anything on there, so we'll go. It's a very boring research package. Pretty much everything I have in here is black. To be honest, it's getting to the point now where I've spent so much money over the past few years on research stuff, and some of it was relevant at the time. So like if I knew ALPHALETE were bringing out a certain style, I would then go and buy other brands similar styles to be able to compare and help people with it. But then I don't like those products, so it's not like I'm holding on to them for personal use or for research. So I really need to go through my research collection and sell some stuff, because it's to a point when that in itself is like its own separate activewear collection. So I will probably sell that stuff on Vinted. There will be quite a bit of Honor stuff in there. There will be some straight legs in there, soft motion pieces in there. There will likely be some, maybe some unified pieces in there. Because it is so far forward. Interesting. I will see you guys in a minute. The selling of these is going. Dad's decided to chip in £10,000.
Yeah, that Amy has insurance.
What?
Yeah, no.
We're not wasting good life.
I'm just planting the seed, sorting through the piles. I've posted a TikTok about it. It's private eye collection. Hopefully Have I Got News see it and they're like, oh, does he want to come watch? That's my hope.
What?
Nothing. He's actually, I thought we'd go and buy a coffee.
That's 3 years.
He's already bought me a coffee.
Right, 26 there. That's the full
So I've got my coffee before we walk, and I've also got a flower delivery.
2017.
Yeah, because that's...
No, we are going to go for a walk. I was going to wear my flip-flops. I'm not going to do that because we are going for a walk.
Oh, so it's okay to be a sexist dumbass now in America.
Oh dear.
Qualify as men. Oh, way to go, Stephanie. You tried to be right side, bitch. Yeah, I said he little whore. Your mom's a whore, you're a whore, your whole fucking family's a bunch of whores. Yeah, cause yeah, in Trump America,
We are actually.
We are. Don't look at the camera.
Do I have to look down like you?
Yeah, you go like this. And then it makes a really nice clip for the intro. Might leave the sound on this.
Oh, so we got shade and all that shit. Yeah, I'm
what
sorry,
do you do if a massive fucking whale just jumped out? What is that? There's something in the water over there. Also, look at all this. It's so gross.
No, I'm serious, Donald. Who wouldn't want to
My morning
serve
walk
a
with
country
Twinkle
that
was
doesn't
very,
respect you as a human
very
being?
productive. 8,500 steps. I'm now going to Morrison's because, like I mentioned, I seem to have run out of food. I did buy some mince that I could have used today, but the thought of mince is really not appealing to me. I kind of want to make ramen for my tea, and it goes off tomorrow, so I've just offered that to my mum and dad. So they're going to make mince and noodles. That's what they're having for their tea. So I'm going to go to Morrison's, do another food shop, come back. I want to make some tzatziki today, and then I've just been pulling like research activewear out because I really needed to do a clear out. I've probably pulled out like 10-15 pieces on a Buff Bunny crop shop boutique, so I'm going to list those on Vinted for like 5 p.m. I've told everyone I'll list them at 5 because I do have a pair of straight legs in there and I know that they're going to sell like exceptionally fast. So let's go to Morrison's. Foods. My food shop is done. I'm actually going to run you through the cost of that when I get home because I didn't talk about the cost of food shops on Monday, which I did want to discuss, but I have because I did get quite a lot of protein in that shop as well. Top 2 supermarkets for me, Marks and Spencer's or Morrison's. Morrison's is actually Bradford born and bred in Morrison. Started it, did a whole history project about the history of Morrison's. Started off as like a little like market, like selling fruit and veg and stuff, and then turned into a supermarket. And I'm pretty sure I used to live on the same road as my granny and grandpa. But I did also treat myself to an energy drink. They had the Khalifa Farms, all the new milks. They've got like a oat only, like it's only oats and salt, so there's none of like the nasties. I'm saying that I'm about to go home and prep a Ninja Creamy with my nasty Oatly barista. Got that. They had an almond milk matcha pre-made one, but I tilted it and I could see the colour and it looked like sick, so I feel like that's going to taste like fish or pond water. Oatly have got a matcha latte in a bottle that I don't trust it. I really wanted to get a pack of the Old Jamaica light ginger beers, but they only had the normal one, so I'm going to actually go home and order that on Amazon. But I don't know why I've got this. You've seen I've already had a coffee today, but I really like this flavour. If you're a Monster fan or an energy drink fan in general, what's your favourite energy drink and what's your favourite flavour? Because I'm waiting. I really want to try the new 3D flavours, especially the cucumber and mint one. It sounds really up my street, but Christian said that I'm going to love them. I'm like, well, sir, you're not selling them in the UK, so, you know, I guess I'll find out. But hopefully I get to go to Texas soon and then I can try them. Show you my food shop and we'll talk about pricing of food shop. But first I gotta take my headphones off because I'm driving. Okay, so this is my food shop. The total is £33.33, but I'm taking off £4 of that because I got an energy drink which was £2, and I got 2 random fruit bar things that were just at the few bits that I wouldn't normally get, which were £2. So £4 off that. So it was about £39, and this is everything I got. Like I said, I went to Morrison's today. I'm a Morrison's or a Marks and Spencer's person. First thing I got, which I've never seen before, Jason's sourdough have now got a protein version. And I looked at the ingredients and it doesn't look like it's got anything crazy in it, because I feel like the whole point of Jason's sourdough is it's meant to be all the natural stuff, and it doesn't actually look like it's got any weird stuff in it. But this is 12 grams of protein per slice, which I think is about 4 or 5 grams more than the normal one, so I'll let you know what that's like. But I got that for breakfast. For the fruit bars I picked up, I've never seen them before. I got a strawberry one and a mango one. Some pak choi for veggies that I want to make a ramen. This isn't really like a normal food shop because I did get ramen bits like ramen noodles because I want ramen for the tea. I got fruit, so I did the 3 for 5. There's usually a deal on fruit, so I would highly recommend that you do that. I got blueberries, cherries, seedless green grapes. These ones look really crunchy, so I'm very happy with those. I then got some, I was being lazy, I bought sliced mushrooms for my ramen. This way I don't have to slice them myself. I got some more feta cheese for more salads, Greek yogurt so that I can make my own tzatziki, lean steaks for my ramen, and these are also a lot cheaper than buying the bigger steaks, and you get, I wouldn't say you get more meat, but you just get more portions out of it because they're thinly cut. Smoked bacon medallions for breakfast, itsu ramen broth. I can make my own, and I do make my own, but this one's easier, so I got this just for ease today. Some chicken sausages for extra protein for breakfast.
I got a cucumber, again, salad, but also for my tzatziki. Get some gum, should probably also take that off the price as well. And then the final thing is just another big pack of chicken, and this is a much bigger pack of chicken than the one I got from Marks and Spencer's the other day. So that's everything, and it was about, if I take the gum off, it was probably about £38, and this will probably last me until next week now, so I won't need to do a food shop again. Thursday today, this will probably last me till the end of Monday, but I'm gonna make my lunch and put this away and prep a Ninja Creamy. I want a Ninja Creamy for a Love Island snack. I'm making my own tzatziki to go with some chicken for my lunch. This is how we're looking so far. So I have grated the cucumber and then squeezed it because you have to get as much water out of it as possible. Put in a little bit of olive oil and a little bit of salt and pepper. And then I've got my seasoning that I got in the Greek supermarket. Little spoons that everything came with are so cute. The marketing person or packaging person's wet dream. It smells a bit weird. I'm just gonna sprinkle. Oh, I mean, it looks good.
No,
This Greek yogurt is a bit too like yogurty.
Oh, women.
Oh, that's actually perfect. First attempt ever at making tzatziki, and we've smashed it. Oh, that's delicious. I feel like it's even nicer when it's made fresh. Okay, I'm a convert. The seasoning I use is from the Greek supermarket, so that's probably not that helpful, but wow, pretty good if you ask me. My homemade tzatziki, and then I've just this is how I always do my chicken. I cut it all up and then pre-season it, and then I will seal it properly in the fridge. This is good until the 1st of August. I will have eaten it all by then, but it basically just means I don't have to cut up chicken every day. I don't have to touch raw chicken every day. I only have to do it once. It actually gets better day by day because the seasoning has been on it for longer, and it just reduces my meal prep time down without having to reheat chicken, because I really don't like reheated chicken. One of you guys actually gave me this tip, and it's been life-changing. So, and I'm just going full Greek mode. This is the seasoning that I've used on the chicken. I'm going to cook some of the chicken now and make a Greek salad for lunch, and then I need to do these vinted listings. So a Greek salad-ish, my own take on it, because obviously I've added chicken for protein, is made. Guys, I cannot stop eating this tzatziki I've just made. I prefer it to any tzatziki, not that I've ever had. I would say it's definitely on par with the stuff I was eating in Greece last week, but way better than like Marks and Spencer's, Morrison's. I'm just going to use some of it, but I keep eating it. It's outrageously good. I'm so excited. I love making new stuff or trying new stuff, especially when I come back from somewhere. Like when I came back from Italy last year, I was making like all these kind of, well, weird to some people, salads with like parma ham, all the sort of like cured meats, then with mozzarella and peach and like balsamic glazes and stuff. And this time we're doing it in Greek edition, but I just think it's so nice to go away and find foods that you either already knew you loved, but then you want to make them fresh when you come home. And I love making something, and especially when it goes right first time, like, this is exciting. Now, anytime I want tzatziki, I can literally just whip it up. Like Greek yogurt is something you can just readily keep in the fridge, whether you're having it with fruit or turn it into tzatziki, so yeah, super happy with it. I've popped a little bit on top of my salad. I'm going to eat this, and I'll catch you guys in a bit. Maybe when I'm making ramen. Is it bad to show you 2 meals in a day? Maybe today can just be a foodie day. I'll show you when I make my ramen. I'll show you how I do it. It's really easy, really easy. I'm showered, and I'm going to show you guys what I'm going to put in my ramen, because I'm now hungry. It's only been like 2 hours since I last ate, but I'm feeling hungry. By the way, I've got pajamas on.
Yeah, looking good, mommy. Yeah, take away.
Anyway, I got SD card right now, so I just had to delete some stuff. But I'm not doing the one where I make it completely from scratch. I've also realised I have no spring onions. I don't know how I was doing ramen but forgot to get spring onions, but I did. So I'm actually using red onion instead, because that's all I've got. So I've just diced it really finely. I've then got some bok choy, I've got some broccoli, I've got mushrooms, which I'm going to use as well. I'm going to fry the onion with garlic and ginger and a little bit of brown sugar. I will then add in my itsu ramen broth. Sometimes I do also put a little bit of like, sometimes I will also add in a little bit of beef oxo, just in case I want it a little bit stronger, but I'm not sure I am going to do that today because I'm only making ramen for one. I tend to do that if I'm having to add extra water to this. I'm only going to use half of it. I tend to do that because otherwise the flavour can be a little bit weak. I'll obviously use half of the noodles and then I will pop the steaks on top. I will sort of talk you through it as I do it. I'm not going to do it aesthetically because I notice when I use my tripod it's quite lightweight, and in my kitchen when I'm walking around it causes the tripod to shake. I noticed it when I showed you guys a stir fry a couple of weeks ago in a vlog, and it really annoyed me when I was editing it, and I was thinking that if I was watching this vlog I'd be skipping on past this stuff, so I'll like talk you through it as I go and show you it. But it might not be that aesthetic, but it doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be. By the way, this is not mine, that's my dad's minced onion. I can't get too close because the camera steams up, but this is what I do first. So that's the onion, garlic and ginger. Usually it would be spring onion, but I messed up and I've only got red onion. I'm kind of regretting that because I don't think the flavour is going to be the same at all. Not all onions are equal. And then using this is going in. I think that's about half in, and that's how that looks now. So now I'm just going to let that sort of boil up a bit. I probably will actually add a bit of water because otherwise it's not going to be enough liquid. We're going to add a bit of water, maybe a little bit of stock. As I put the noodles in, I needed to add quite a bit more water, so I've used, and I will use the other half tomorrow, half of a beef oxo cube, just so that it's not, because the more water you add, the more watered down the flavour is. So my noodles are in there now. I've just put my pak choy and my broccoli in. Mushrooms go in last, but I'm going to actually fry the steaks now, so they're super tiny little steaks. I will probably do 2 of those and yeah, just flash fry them either side for 1 minute because they're super small. So quick, ALPHALETE sent out the drop for, I can't show anything until the 3rd, but it's going to be on the 12th, which is weird because that's a Tuesday. But they sent out the drop brief whilst I was making ramen, so now my ramen has gone a little soupy. She's not perfect admittedly, but she's still going to taste real flipping good. So we're going to bowl her up in my cute little ramen bowl. I got these from my brother and they're unreal. Like I said, the noodles are a little overdone, so they've gotten a little soupy. Oh, wow, I'm doing an American accent, that's really annoying. Started doing accents, I think I've been watching too much Sophia and Chintzia. And I love Sophia and Chintzia, God love them. But I think the accents are rubbing off on me. Okay, I was going to try and make it look aesthetic and leave all the veggies on top, but that's not going to work, so in she goes. That's what I mean, it's a little more soupy than I would have liked, but it's because I've left the noodles in for too long. It still looks cute actually, I'm not mad at it. And then we just have 2 little steakarinis to go on. Push them down a little to get them in the broth. And that is, oh, she's going to spill out the side. That's my ramen. This is her in all her glory. I'm going to eat this now and do my ALPHALETE selects, I guess. That came out of nowhere. Yikes, it's good, but it looks good. And it's a full bowl. I don't know if I'm even going to be able to finish this, to be honest. But we're going to try. Guys, we're back. We're back on the Ninja Creamy train. I was going to film me making it, but I started making this at 8 minutes to 9. And I needed to rush for Love Island. And I needed my light ice cream, which is 4 minutes, and my respin, which is 2. So it's just 250 mils of oat milk and then the ESN protein coffee. There is no banana in this one today, so probably won't be as good. But it comes out basically like a soft serve. Like, can you see the texture of it? Love Island on the TV screen. I'll debrief you when it's done. I'm not looking forward to this episode at all. Picked the vlog back up last night because I was just... I honestly, that's the first episode of the entire season where, because obviously we knew what clips were going to be shown at the Grafties, we knew we were going to be seeing, and that was the first episode where I've been like, I'm actually not sure I want to watch tonight's episode. And it was painful. The first half an hour was honestly really sad. Like, that was a really sad episode of Love Island. Helena was upset, Helena was crying, Shakira was crying, Connor was crying, and I think it was yesterday, so before the Grafties, I think it was during the day. Apparently Shakira spent like 8 hours with the care team basically saying that she wanted to leave, and then they somehow managed to convince her to stay, which I just think is so wrong, because they've convinced her to stay then to make her experience 10 times worse by doing her, and Tony to be fair, very unfairly. And I feel like if you say anything nice about Shakira online, people are like, she's nasty, she's this, she's that. First of all, we don't actually know, and even for like the people that I watch and I think, I'm not sure I'm a massive fan of this character. They are characters, obviously we don't actually know them. My point with it is the clips that they've chosen are unfair, because why was Tony and Shakira's
them venting after an argument where, yes, Meg had shown to be pretending to be really nice to people but actually chatting shit about them, and that's what they were annoyed about, and they were venting, as I'm sure Meg and Helena will have done, but obviously we didn't see that. There are plenty clips of Meg and Helena being quite nasty about the other girls that they should have shown for Meg and Helena's clip. If they want to do that to Tony and Shakira, yeah, they said those things, fine, show it. Why? What even was that clip for Meg and Helena? It wasn't even really their clip, it was more to do with Angel and Harry, to be honest. I didn't really get it. And the fact that Meg was not annoyed at Helena at all for being super two-faced, like, that's a bad friend in my opinion, with the things that she was saying about Meg to Dijon and sort of like laughing about her and saying like it's Meg's reactions to things that are the problem. I'd be kind of fuming if my friend was talking like that about me, especially considering this was during the time where she was then going to Meg and being like, oh yeah, like I don't think he's actually that into you. Like she was really like playing field with the two of them. But there's so many clips, like I'm really shocked that they've not used all the times where they have spoken about Shakira, like when Meg said, oh I hope that Harry comes back to you, Helena, so that Shakira looks like a right dickhead, and all this other stuff that she has said about her or any of the other girls throughout. But I did find it interesting how Megan, she might have said something and it might have been edited out. It didn't seem like Megan that's come back in said anything. Apparently she was, according to the episode we saw last night, she was silent throughout the whole thing, which I think is very interesting, because if this was at the start before she'd come out and seen everyone's opinions, she'd have been really mouthing off. But she appeared to stay somewhat silent, and it's only going to get worse tonight, because tonight is the clip where they show them two talking about Dijon and Meg becoming boyfriend and girlfriend, and they're actually really talking about Dijon and how they didn't say it, but in my opinion they're discussing what everyone thinks, which is he's a game player and it's fake and it's not real and they don't think it's genuine. I don't think that's going to go down well either, and I don't think Meg or Helena have any other clips. All Helena's clips are just to do with flirting. It's not to do with all the bitchy things that she said and done, or like when they were all sort of like laughing and sniggering about the Harrison situation, or when they were laughing and sniggering about Hideaway Helena and Shakira when Shakira was really upset, making out like they hadn't been plotting getting back together when they absolutely had. So many things that they could have shown and they've just not. But why? I'm confused. I don't understand it, because also the producers know quite a lot of people do like Tony and Shakira, and if anything I feel like it's just making people who were going to vote for them want to vote for them even more. The only scenario in which I can see it sort of going awry is if the reactions tonight to the rest of the grafties is really bad. But honestly I feel so bad for Shakira, and I think it's so wrong that they've convinced her to stay only to do this to her. And like, I get it, she has said those things, but it's the fact that then after they've shown Meg and Helena's clip, Dijon's like, see, if they'd have said something, they'd have shown it. And everyone's like at home like, well no, because we've seen weeks of them saying stuff and they've chosen not to show it. So I feel like it's even more going to be making Shakira feel like shit, because they're just, everyone, it's not really about the outside opinion at the moment, because she's not enjoying her experience in the villa. Everyone in that villa is now gonna think Meg and Helena must not have said anything about them unless they're obviously the people who know. I think the only person who knows obviously is Megan. Blue knows as well, but he just seems to talk rubbish, because he was like, there is no divide, I've not seen any divide. Like, have you been watching the show, or have you just been on TikTok lives for the past 4 weeks? So I'm just actually getting ready for the gym. I've been doing a little bit of coaching work this morning. I had some client messages, some emails, just doing a little bit of admin-y stuff, really, nothing crazy. So I'm actually training a little bit later. It's about 11 now, and I'm gonna go to the gym, but I'm actually gonna go to a different gym. When you are trying to get back on track, I think I spoke about this earlier at the start of the week, but it's all about removing as many barriers as possible. And so for me this week, I have still been like a little out of routine. One of the barriers for me today is I really need to charge my car, and also I can't be bothered because I am going later. If I go anytime sort of after lunchtime, which it would probably need to be now, I'm going to get stuck in all the bad traffic, whether it's on the way there lunchtime traffic or on the way back school time traffic, which I always want to avoid. And so for me that's the thing in my head where I'm like, that's massively putting me off. So in order to remove that barrier, I'm actually going to a different gym, which is a lot closer. It's only like 10 minutes from my house. I'm going to go with Twinkle Toes. It's his like usual gym. Remove that barrier, because yeah, if you are trying to get back on track and you are making things 10 times harder for yourself, like I spoke about at the start of this vlog, you've not got a food shop in, you've not done this, you don't have any of your gym stuff washed, you don't know where any of your gym stuff is, you've not packed your gym bag, you've just got all these sort of barriers, or maybe like your gym isn't in a very convenient spot. This goes in general, like if you are someone it's finding it really hard to stick to the gym, and you've signed up to a gym that is not easy to get to and it's not that accessible, you are making it 10 times harder for yourself. You are making it so much harder than it needs to be for yourself. Things like going to a gym that's a little bit more convenient for you will not only be helpful with getting back on track, but just getting into the gym in the first place. You need to remove as many of these sort of barriers as possible, and you won't be able to move every single one of them. For example, a barrier some days is going to be you can't be asked. You can't remove that barrier, but it's a lot easier to be asked when you know that you don't have to travel an hour in traffic to get to the gym. You're going to be able to go downstairs and easily cook a healthy, high protein meal that's in line with your goals, rather than knowing that you're going to have to go to a supermarket again because you've still not bothered to go and get a food shopping. But I think I spoke about this a little at the start of this vlog, but I just really want to like remind people again. I can give you some tips and tricks for getting back on track. I can give you some tips and tricks for getting into the gym. There are tips and tricks that I can use. It seems like people are expecting me to give them this like big fat juicy secret. There is a secret to getting back on track and to being consistent, like how to be consistent, how to do this, how to do that. And yeah, there's tips which obviously I've spoken about and I've spoken about them before. Doing something you enjoy helps. There are little things that you can do that help. The best way to be consistent is to be consistent. The best way to get back on track is to get back on track. I think a lot of us procrastinate by looking on TikTok, YouTube, podcasts, Instagram quotes for the best tips for getting back on track and for being in consistent routines, when really the time that you are using looking for these tips would be better used going and doing a food shop, going and getting to the gym, going and getting your steps in, going and getting your cardio done. Because I can give you all the gold and sparkly little, oh, this is a fun little tip, this is a fun little tip. I can give you all the tips in the world. It's like the saying goes, you can lead a horse to water, but you cannot force it to drink. No one is coming to force you to get back on track. No one is going to be able to get you to be consistent other than you. And I know it sounds like such a stupid thing to say, or such like a well, obviously, Amy, duh. The more that you just continue to look for tips upon tips upon tips upon tips, I would seriously ask yourself, do you genuinely still need advice and don't know what you're doing, or are you procrastinating? Because the best way to get back on track is to get a bit of momentum behind you. Like, I know that some people come back off a trip and they feel really excited. I wasn't really like super hyped to get back in the gym, but as soon as I've got one gym session in, as soon as I've gone and done one food shop, then yesterday doing another shop feels a lot easier. Going to the gym the second day feels a lot easier. The more that you do things, the more that you build momentum, the easier it feels. So the best thing for getting back on track is getting back on track. The best thing for building consistency is being consistent, because the more consistent you are, the more odd and out of routine it's going to feel when you're not being consistent. And you'll notice that, and maybe you don't like how it feels, or maybe you notice that it feels a little bit disjointed, or you feel like you're lacking routine and you don't enjoy that as much. And that is not to say that there are no little tips and tricks, like I have mentioned a couple in this video. Removing barriers to entry for things like the gym, choosing a gym that's convenient for you, choosing your gym outfit the night before, doing all these sorts of things. For example, on Wednesday I was feeling a little bit like low motivation to go to the gym, so I was like, I'm not going to film because that's another barrier, because if I film it's going to take me 2.5 hours instead of maybe 1.5 hours to do my session, which is just putting me off wanting to go to the gym. Removing those barriers, those things are genuinely helpful, but nothing is going to outwin just fucking doing it. But I just think sometimes we pussyfoot around the advice that we actually need to hear, and I'm saying it with peace, love and kindness. If you are looking to get back on track, do the things that are going to get you back on track. Go to the gym, go do your food shop, eat your meal prep, stick to your calories, get your step goal in. Yes, like I said, there's little tips and tricks that you can follow. You can Google all the tips and tricks in the world. If you're not going to implement them, it's pointless. You have to do, okay? So I'm going to pick out a gym outfit and go to the gym. I was going to put a little bit of makeup on today, but honestly, I'm kind of enjoying my break from my perioral dermatitis. Obviously, I'm still on my antibiotics and my skin's really good, so make the most of it whilst I still have it, because I've no doubt it's probably going to come back again and I'll need to go to a dermatologist, which obviously I spoke about yesterday. And because I've got like a little bit of a tan at the moment, I don't feel like I look like ghostly, whereas usually, obviously I fake tan usually, so because my tan is usually fake, I feel like even though my face is still lighter than the rest of my body, like if I show you guys my stomach is definitely like the darkest part of me right now, and my face is obviously the lightest part of me, but it's still got a bit of colour. So let's get dressed and go to the gym. I don't know if I'm going to be able to film because I've never filmed in that gym before. It's not giving, but I'm ready for the gym. I've got on my sandy brow. I actually bought this in the black. The black doesn't feel as tight as some of the other colours, which is really spinning me because black is usually the tightest colour. I really do like the sandy brow. I just think we need to fix the sizing. and the quality issues. And then I've just put on my, don't mind this by the way, just put on my white pump shorts and then my garage straight leg joggers. I never really train in just a sports bra anymore, but it's quite like muggy and I feel like that gym's going to be quite muggy today, so this is the fit. I'm beginning to regret my decision to not put any slapperoonie on, but Twinkle Toes has picked me up. I'm going to his gym today, which I think I've already... Oh, I should probably move my car. This is what I got yesterday, but I had the mango one yesterday, so I'm going to try the strawberry one because it'll make for a good pre-workout because it's just sugar, really. It kind of gives, you know, those fruit bars that you used to get at school. This is what it looks like. Well, I didn't expect it to look like this, but the mango one yesterday was actually so fucking nice.
It looks a little bit like beef jerky.
Yeah, but it's not. It's like dried strawberry, but it's 100% real fruit.
Looks like it.
It tastes exactly like those strawberry sticks that Mum and my Dad used to put in my... Did you ever get them? Little nibble. The strawberry sticks that your Mum and Dad put in your lunchbox. Guys, do you know what I'm talking about? The dried strawberry sticks.
I know what you're talking about, but my mum didn't.
I'm not talking about the Yogi Bear things.
My mum and dad didn't like being a...
His beverage of the day. Was it yesterday we went for a walk? It was, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, because I nearly died.
So we went for a walk yesterday and his beverage he bought me yesterday was, you're going to have to bring me a beverage every time you see me now. You do it twice in this vlog, you're setting a precedent.
Same as the flowers. The flowers once a week is the precedent.
On the first few sips I did like it, but now...
It felt a bit sweet to me.
It tastes a bit like soap.
What? I just thought it tastes a bit like raspberry.
Yeah, it's the Juneberry one. But if anything, it just tastes like blue raspberry.
I got an extra large, non-sugar free,
drink.
proper monster that's that big that you can't open it normally, you got to do a twist top on it.
I trained in a very different gym this day. I feel like you're probably going to be able to tell from the vibes. This is more of like a raw, like bodybuilding, heavy lifting gym. And to be fair, I did actually really like it. It was just too hot and they didn't have aircon on. I felt like I was training in Texas without the aircon, so it was really, really hot. I just wanted to give some tips more so on when you go into a gym that you are not used to, or if you are thinking about changing gyms after what I've said about maybe going to a gym that's more convenient for you with gym anxiety and stuff. So my first tip is go with someone if you can. I would always recommend going with someone if you can, to start with, to ease yourself in, to get comfortable. If you can't go with someone, and I know this can be hard if you are a socially anxious person, but if you can't go to the gym with someone, when you first go into that gym, say to the person working there, I'm new, would you mind showing me where everything is, and just like showing me around. And then as they're showing you around, showing you the equipment, if there's anything, like for example they've got a hip thrust machine, you've never used one before, ask them to show you how to use it, because that is what I have done with every single new gym I have ever joined. When I've switched gyms over the years, I did it when I went to JD from Pure, I did it when I went to Pure from Flax, and I did it when I moved to Graft House, my current gym, as well. So I would highly, highly recommend. Obviously I had Twinkle Toes with me this day, so I was just asking him about things and where things were. But if you do that, it sort of mitigates the fear of looking stupid or feeling like you don't know what you're doing, which mainly comes from not knowing how to use the equipment and not knowing where things are. So those are like my biggest two tips. Either go with someone or ask someone that works there straight away, hi, please can you show me around? Or if you get confused with any of the equipment, just ask someone, because especially if you're going to a gym like this, people might look a little bit scary, which I don't like saying about people. Oh my god, my socks are filthy. Fuck me, that is gross. I don't like saying that about people because it's not a nice thing to say, but I get it. Big bodybuilders, they do look scary. They will be some of the nicest people, the people that are like grunting between sets and they seem all scary. They will be some of the nicest people you will ever encounter in a gym. Just ask, like my dad always says, shy bairns getting out, which basically means you don't ask, you don't get. So yeah, I did glutes and hamstrings this day. I don't know why my brain didn't work there. So obviously I've done hip thrusts, I did RDLs, then I did some hamstring curls, and I finished off with some glute medius kickbacks. But yeah, this removed a massive barrier to me getting back on track this week, as it allowed me to get in my third leg day of the week, which honestly I wouldn't have done, because obviously I got up late and then I actually had quite a bit of coaching work to do. I think a first week back from holiday is always a bit tricky because you're here, there and everywhere. You've got washing to do, you've got things to sort out, you need to unpack, you need to get back in routine, especially if you're self-employed and you do everything yourself. You've got to get back into the swing of work, and that can be a whole kettle of fish in itself. Also, if you work for someone else, it's probably the exact same experience, but obviously I'm self-employed, so that's all I can come at it from, and it's only me doing it. So when I come back, it's literally me to get back to everything. So removing that barrier of having to go a little bit further this day meant I was able to get in my third and final leg day of the week, and we ticked off the training sessions fully on track. Pop off. Pretty happy with that. Now much later in the day, but I've just made ramen for me and for Twinkle Toes. Twinkle Toes doesn't like mushrooms, so he has no mushrooms. I have mushroom, but it's the exact same as what I made yesterday, so I just cook the steak for less time because then it goes nice and it sort of like cooks in the broth. So good. It's Love Island time, guys. We've got Twinkle Toes on it.
I'm outraged.
I'm finishing off my protein forward to this episode, although it looks like they've added extra clips, so hopefully they actually have decided to be fair with them, but knowing Love Island, probably not.
But now we've just seen on TikTok that there is big Meg lovers and Eleanor lovers.
No, obviously there is every season. There'll be people who like certain people and don't like others. Anyway, we're gonna watch. Guys, this is definitely gonna be my, well, it is absolutely gonna be my last day filming for this vlog because vlog needs to go up tomorrow. But Saturday, do you know what, even though I have enjoyed getting back in the swing of things this week and going to the gym and stuff, it felt so nice to wake up this morning, and at first I thought it was a Friday and I was like, oh, I've got another gym session, and then I realised it's Saturday and I sprung up out of bed and I was like, wow. Anyway, I wanted to start filming this. I'm about to make morning coffee, but obviously this has been like a massive sponsor of Love Island UK this year. I'm not sure about US. I wanted the plain one, but they didn't have any of the plain one, so I've got the vanilla one instead. So I'm going to pop some in a cup with some ice and make like an iced latte for my morning coffee. Suitable glass. Suitable glass. Suitable. I don't love the look of any of these. I guess I'll just do a tall, skinny number. I never feel like there's enough coffee when I do a small, skinny number, but I'll use this one. I feel like I need to see briefly on Love Island, but I feel like I need to process my thoughts a little more. Last night's episode was so depressing. Just not, I feel like, to be honest, in general, Love Island this year has not been nice to watch. I feel like there was a point where it was like drama, but like good drama. I feel like the past couple of weeks has just gone way beyond that, and it's just like, really? Everyone seems so flat and over it. Something tells me the producers are going to have to get involved and like probably send the girls out on a peacemaking trip. Probably send the guys out on a peacemaking trip, because what the fuck was John doing? Completely left Harry out in the dirt. And I know that people saying he didn't know the extent of what he was saying. He did. He didn't know everything, so maybe, yeah, he didn't know the full extent, but he would literally sit and laugh with him about what he was doing. He would egg him on. He went and told him, like, oh yeah, I'm not interested in Emma at all, and then when he said, oh no, I actually, like, maybe that door's ajar, John was, like, laughing, like, jumping up off the beanbag. I do understand where this has come from, because I personally believe he just wants to win, and, like, completely cutting Harry off. All the girls watching will be like, see, he's a really good guy, when really everyone's gone, why are you doing that? Like, that's a bit weird. Like, that's meant to be your friend. You left him on his own, and you're acting like you didn't know any of this. And a lot of it, you knew. Put the coffee in first. I don't know how much of this I'm meant to use. It says I've got 16 servings in a thing, and I've used about that much. I feel like an American with this. It's giving like cold brew vibes. Not usually a massive fan of like sweetener in my coffee. I feel like it makes coffee taste like a candle. That's quite good, isn't it? Well, it's quite thick actually. You know what, fair enough. That's actually really nice. It's quite a strong
coffee flavour as well. I would prefer it if it was plain. I'm going to see if I can find... Oh, you meant to put 30ml in. I've definitely put more than 30ml in mine, so I've definitely made it quite a lot stronger. That's the instructions for how you're meant to make it. Good, I've definitely made it stronger, but it's not bad and it's not too sweet. It was like £3.75, but you'll get like 16 drinks out of it, so probably worth it. Oh, that's the air fryer. Further update on my coffee. I'm still drinking it. It's really, really, really sweet. You know how I said it's not too sweet? It is actually quite sweet. Oh, it's also getting a little warm. So yeah, the coffee is actually a little on the sweet side. Somehow, and I feel like the worst feminist in the world right now, somehow last night's episode has made me feel bad for Harry. Because when he was walking around on his own at the end, I just thought... God's sake. And then I did find it a bit weird how Tony was like, by the way, like, Harry, I don't hate you. I did find it a bit weird coming from Tony, but then I was like, to be fair, she's the only person that will speak to him, which it looks like she was the only person that will speak to him. Fair enough, because obviously you don't want someone, we've seen a lot of bad things come from Love Island, and even the people that I don't enjoy watching, I don't want to see them really, really, really suffer, if that makes sense. Like, it's just not, no matter how much you don't like someone, it's just not nice. My 2 pence on the situation is Dijon is switching up because he's realising Harry's not popular. Meghan has definitely warned Dijon, Meg, Helena about the outside opinions, because when Meghan was trying to get her to repeat what Shakira and Tony had said in the clip, and she was like, oh, I can't remember. But then Meghan's saying like it's disgusting, and I'm like, if it was really disgusting, you'd remember what they'd said. But Meghan was like not giving her anything. She, even when she was like, you know, I'm always there to comfort people and blah blah, she was like, you know, everyone says stuff in the heat at the moment. Like, Meghan has completely switched up after seeing the outside opinion. And to be fair, like, if she hadn't done, she's sort of like damned if she did, damned if she didn't, because people also wouldn't like it if she was being how she was being before. But I think my thing is, I'm just like, is this actually genuine? Because I'm not sure it is. Because even with the movie night a couple of weeks ago, Meg was a lot more mouthy, Dijon was a lot more mouthy, whereas this time they just sort of sucked that and took it. But it was almost giving gaslighting. Like, you know when someone creates an issue with you, or it's so obvious they have an issue with you, or they're so passive aggressive with you, or they'll create all these problems, they do all this bitching about you, create this massive problem, and then they want to sit back and go and do this sort of like taking the moral high ground and being like, damn, like, and they find out that you said something, oh, I thought we were friends, like taking the moral high ground, calm about the situation, and you feel like you're being gaslit because it's like, you've instigated this. It's like throwing rocks and hiding your hands sort of thing. And I find that a pattern, to be honest, with people in general, I'm not just talking about Love Island here, who cause issues, and it's always people who say that they don't like confrontation. They'll bitch and bitch and bitch and bitch and bitch. They just get to this point where they have this sort of epiphany and they're like, oh, peace and love, and it doesn't matter. And it's like, well, it's easy for you to say that. You might have like messed up someone's friendships with other people, you might have made someone's life a misery, you might have made work really difficult for someone, and then you want to sit back and be like, oh well, I have a lot of pet peeves in life, but that's definitely one of them. And by the way, this is by no means me saying I'm a lover of people who go around being like, I just say ours, and they're really actually rude and being nasty to people. I'm not a fan of those sorts of people either. I'm a fan of the middle ground, the normal people where if there's an issue, they will raise it in a nice way. It doesn't need to be done in a super confrontational. Confrontational, I feel like, makes it sound like you're very argumentative and you're coming at it from a very aggressive angle. Lay your cards on the table sort of thing, because in a lot of cases, all the people that I've met who have said that they're not confrontational or they hate confrontation are actually the worst for bitching and causing issues. What they mean is they don't like consequences. They don't like consequences and they don't like to be pulled up on it, but they're happy to sit there and talk shit about people 24/7. Today is Saturday, and part of my getting back on track routine is I've not actually got ready once this week. So I do have a check to pay in on my premium bonds. I never win money on my premium bonds, but whilst I was away, I've actually won 50 smackaroonies. So I'm going to go and pay that in to my bank, and I'm going to go into Leeds to do it, just so I can have a bit of a meander and a little bit of a wander whilst I am there. So I'm going to go and do that. But I feel like part of me getting back on track this week is getting back into my full routine, and I feel like just getting myself ready for the day to day. A little cherry on top that I need. Then tonight I think me and Twinkle Toes are going to either go and watch Superman, the new Jurassic Park. I'm having to use my phone because I don't know where I've put my powder bronzer that has the mirror in it. I've also just seen that Boots are launching a brand new store in London, which is fragrance only, and they're launching like 20 new niche brands. It's going to be designer, niche, like high-end fragrance. I'm pretty sure it's going to be off Bond Street, so that's exciting. I feel like it's quite random. I'm also not sure that Boots, I wonder if they're going to do different branding for it, because I personally don't feel like Boots' branding screams like
luxury. Yes, I'm also loving having a little bit of extra jewellery on at the moment. I got some new bits whilst I was away. I don't have any rings on right now, but I picked up this little evil eye. I love anything evil eye. You're going to see that when I show you the 3 new pieces that I've got. I've got an evil eye ring as well, but I don't have it to hand right now. I got this from a shop called Blue in London. It's not gold or anything like that. It was literally like €30, but it is gold plated. And to be honest, there's no actual signs of tarnish just yet. I then have this bangle, which I've been getting asked about on Instagram. People be like, is that a Cartier bangle? No, it's just a €40 bangle that's got evil eyes around it, and I think it's really nice. But it has made me want to go and get like a proper solid gold version of it made, and there's loads that you can go to in Bradford and Leeds. But if anyone has any recommendations, like if you've had something like this made at a jeweller's, let me know, because even though it is 4 times gold plated and it's not tarnished yet, I have no doubt it will begin to tarnish at some point. I am not taking it off, like I've not taken it off since I put it on, so definitely being exposed to the elements somewhat. And then my other new piece is just my permanent bracelet. So this is just a little gold chain, and then it's got an evil eye with a dark blue on one side and a light blue on the other side, and that's permanent, so I can't take that off. So God knows what I'm going to do when my tan starts fading and I need to fake tan again. Don't know what I'm going to do about that, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I also need to sort out some vintage orders, because I've sold like £200 worth of stuff now, so I have a lot of vintage orders that I need to pack up. Again, this is your reminder, go and sell some stuff, guys. This is a major first world problem. Owning too much stuff, wow, what a problem, Amy. No one gives a fuck. The point I'm getting at more with this, and you guys know if you've been watching my vlogs for a while, is do not think that owning loads and loads and loads of stuff is going to bring you like happiness, because I genuinely believe, and I've said this before, there is an amount of stuff that you can own that's like peak happiness, and then I feel like anything above that amount actually has a negative impact, because you've just got so much stuff and no room for it. And yeah, obviously I love buying activewear for research purposes, staying in the loop with things, because yeah, I work exclusively with ALPHALETE, but ultimately you guys only buy one brand, or if you come across my ALPHALETE videos and you're used to buying from another brand and you don't know what the sizing's like in comparison, I need to be able to know that sort of stuff. But it was just to a point where like there was stuff I bought like 2 years ago for research that I've not touched in like 18 months that I really don't need anymore. So it was good to have a good clear through of that sort of stuff. I find it really interesting which brands sell quick on Vinted in the UK. All my Honour pieces have sold pretty quickly. I have a couple left on there, but they sold pretty quickly. But like my Buff Bunny stuff, I thought it would sell super fast, but I think I've only sold one Buff Bunny thing. I find it really interesting the difference, because I feel like if that was US, I feel like the Buff Bunny stuff would sell so much quicker, but it's really just not a thing over here, and I feel like they don't have affiliates or athletes either, so they don't even have anyone to sort of help them push it over here or get it out. And I've never seen anyone in real life in the UK wearing Buff Bunny. It's just not a thing over here, so I'm not like shocked that it's taking longer to sell, but I do find it interesting the difference between the US and the UK in that regard. But with this being a getting back on track like fitnessy themed vlog, I should probably give you guys some good old fitness updates. I am actually going to be getting coached again. I don't know if I should do like a full-blown like fitnessy updates bit in my next vlog, because I feel like I've filmed a lot in this vlog, so I'm conscious of not yapping too much. So if you want like a full-blown update, let me know. But the long and short of it is, first of all, I need more accountability. Second of all, I'm heading into a very busy period. The next few months is going to be really busy for me, both in my personal life and in my work life. And I'm having a week where everything is sort of building up on top of me. The first thing to go is usually my fitness, and that's fine to an extent, but when I'm having a lot of weeks like that, I need the extra accountability. And you should always be able to be accountable to yourself, but I just find that when I'm going through a busier period, it really helps me to have a coach. And I was very hesitant to get one again, because I don't want to say I've had horror stories, because I feel like that's quite dramatic. Like I've definitely not experienced, you know, anything near as bad as what some of my clients come to me saying. I have experienced, for example, the whole like cutty cooker programs. Like if I'm coming to you as my coach and I'm saying I'm not bothered about upper body gains, I actually have a really dominant upper body. If I train upper body as consistently as I do lower, I will end up looking like an upside down Dorito, which is just not, by the way, I'm not saying that in like a derogatory way, it's just like a description. I won't myself love that look on other people, but it's not for me and I don't like it. So then why will a coach come back to me and put me on a push-pull leg split? Like it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So it did kind of put me off a little bit, but I wanted to find a coach coach that basically had, first of all, a lot of experience. Not just bodybuilding prep, but they also do lifestyle clients, but not just lifestyle clients. I did want someone who had experience or does experience working with prep clients, because I feel like there is a big difference with someone's goals, which mine are, of wanting to lean out a little bit and just tighten things up a little bit. There is a big difference between getting someone who has a lot of body fat available to lose body fat, and someone who doesn't have as much. And now that is not me saying that this is not me saying by any means that I want to get healthy, because I absolutely don't, or that I want to look like I'm on prep, because that's not healthy for me. Something that I have massively struggled with, to be honest, and I've not really spoken about it properly. This is one of the reasons I'm getting a coach, because something I've really struggled with is, if you've been watching me for a long time, you will know what my background for training is, and that is I was super tiny, little mini girl, had a really hard time gaining weight, couldn't gain weight, struggled to keep it on me. You know, at uni, if you're watching my what I eat in a day, you'll know I was eating like 3,200 calories just to gain weight. I used to have to eat a lot to gain weight, and there is no scientific evidence for this. I've looked at it for clients before. It doesn't seem there's any science to back us up on this, but I know a lot of women have experienced the same thing. I definitely hit an age, and I don't know what age it was, but I now find gaining weight is a lot easier, which isn't a problem. You know, that's something I always wanted. But I find when I want to lose body fat, it is a lot harder for me now, whereas before, leaning out for me was so much easier. Now I find it a lot harder, and I don't think my body responds as well as it used to. I also just want to have like another pair of eyes and honestly get a second opinion on it, because sometimes it confuses me, and I have made progress since I wanted to start doing like a body recomposition at the start of the year. But now the long and short of it is, I'm going to be quite busy. I need that extra, this is really do I want that extra accountability. Quite a lot of like stigma around actually trying to achieve a certain goal, which I've spoken about quite a lot. I feel like if you actively want to do something, people only think leaning out is okay if you do it intuitively. I just took all the pressure off my life and I magically leaned out, or I started doing Pilates 4 times a week and I just magically leaned out. I feel like that's the only scenario in which people are nice about people are leaning out. I personally feel like it makes people who need to try feel bad or feel like there's something wrong with them, and I have been someone who wouldn't have needed to try to have lost weight before. Now I need to, like, things have really changed, and I find it really patronising how some people talk about fat loss and weight loss, and I do not need to lose weight for health purposes or anything like that. This is purely an aesthetic goal. I'm not going to beat around the bush with that, but I also do want to reassure you and pre-warn you that this is not going to become one of those things where you're watching one of the people that you've watched for years slowly become emaciated, they get really bone thin, look completely different, and you are worried about them having an eating disorder. We're not going down that road. It's just a case of leaning out a little bit. You guys might not even notice a difference, but I'm sure that I will. I also feel like personally I've not had a coach in years, and I like having a coach to learn from them. It's a big learning opportunity for me, both as someone who's into the gym but also as a coach, so that's another reason why I am getting a coach. But I thought I would just update you guys on that. But if you want like an in-depth fitness updates, I guess let me know and I will let you guys know the more specifics of my goals. And I also wanted to touch on that because for a long time I was beating myself up thinking it must just be me, like there's no science to back this up, and I am well aware I like to be very science-led with things, and there is really not any science to back this up, but there is no way that so many of us experience the same thing. And even like activity levels wise, I wasn't that much more active when I was at uni. I think it is just something that happens with age, and I don't know the mechanics behind it, but I'm starting with her mid-August and I'm really excited. Honestly, I'm excited to have a bit of extra accountability again, and just I think I've been quite good honestly at locking in, and this week has kind of been week one of me locking back in and sort of preparing myself to be coached again. But I'm excited to have the extra accountability, I'm excited to learn more again, and I'm also excited to just get another pair of eyes on it, because I don't know if this is a case of things aren't shifting as much as I would have thought they would have done because there's something wrong, or things aren't shifting as much as I would have thought they'd done. I'm just not being as accountable to myself as I would be to someone else, which is really sad because you shouldn't need that. I am also conscious of the fact that I feel like I've been talking about leaning out since February, but if you watch my vlogs before I went on holiday when I did like a 3-week mini cut, then you will know that I did actually do it for a solid few months and then I had like 2 months where my cardio wasn't it, my steps weren't it. I was still training, but I wasn't tracking my food, so I've got no idea on my intake and stuff. So I didn't really get a clean run at that, and it's again because I got busy. And what I really didn't want to do, I was thinking about this whilst I was on holiday, was come back, start doing that again, and then I get busy, and then I'm just kicking the can further and further and further down the line. I feel like I've tried things, I've tried doing it on my own. Now I just want that extra accountability and just to get to a point I'm happier with, and I think I will achieve that a lot quicker at this point with a coach, because yeah, things are about to get very, very, very busy for me, which I love and I'm so lucky for, and I'm so blessed for, and I'm so grateful for. I love being busy. I was having this conversation with someone the other day. I would rather be pushed and stretch my limits in terms of work than be sidelined with things. That's just how I am. I would much rather do more and push myself than be sat twiddling my thumbs thinking, what am I doing here? Yeah, that's my fitness updates. And I know that some people find, you know, people having aesthetic goals really sad, or they think it's like evil, but to be honest, I find it really... I do find some of the stuff online quite patronising about it. Like, I personally, I don't know if anyone else feels the same, I don't want to hear from someone who has the body that everyone goes and lifts aesthetically for, that they shouldn't be training for aesthetics, and they're completely vain and there's so much more to the gym, and I'm just looking at them thinking, yeah, but you have the body that everyone goes and trains in the gym for aesthetic purposes for. So it's very easy for you to say that. Very easy for you to say that. Anyway, I need to get dressed and I will catch you when I've gotten dressed. It's now actually much later. Well, not much later, but like an hour and a half later. I went to go get dressed and then my brother came. I've been chilling with him, so it's now actually nearly 12, so I really need to get a wiggle on. So I'm going to show you my outfit of the day. Really boring, but I'm going to share it with the class. And then I'm ending this vlog here because otherwise I'm not going to have time to edit and upload this vlog for tomorrow. So outfit of the day, I've just got on my Aritzia tank. I wear these all the time. It's just like a plain cotton rib tank. I've put my hair up. I only washed this 2 days ago, but yesterday the gym that Twinkle Toes took me to, there was no aircon. It was so sweaty, like my hair was wet by the end of the session because I wore it down like an idiot. So that didn't go down well. So my hair is like, basically it looks like I've not washed it for 5 days. So I've just scraped it back and put it up. OOTD. So obviously I've got my Aritzia tank on. I've got my Zara mid-rise jeans on that I wear literally all the time when I'm either not in these jeans. And then I've just got my Havaiana flip-flops on, which I've now thankfully worn in. And then I've got my little new addition to the family. I got this for like a lot cheaper than it should have been. If I'd have got it in the UK, I saved a ridiculous amount of money on this, which is scary. I feel like, you know how some people just go and buy a bag like it's nothing? I've been looking for a brown suede bag, just like a more casual one, for a while, and I found this one and I was like, that's pretty perfect. And because I got it so much cheaper, I was like, it's kind of a no-brainer. And I don't think Meg or Helena have any other clips weekend. So yeah, I'm gonna take myself to go and run these errands. I need to go pay this check-in, and I've got some other bits and bobs to do, and then the rest of today until I go to the cinema tonight will be spent editing this vlog so that you guys have a video, and next week's video will be an ALPHALETE review because I'm allowed to share the new drop from the 3rd, so hopefully if my stuff comes in good time, I should be able to have that video up and ready for you guys on Sunday on the 3rd, so I can put it live then. Yeah, let me know what other videos you guys want to be seeing. Let me know if you've got any thoughts on the vlogs lately. Do we want more vlogs? Do we want a bit more educational stuff sprinkled in? Because I feel like I've now done like 4 or 5 vlogs in a row. Let me know. It's obviously because I've been away, so I've not had time to like sit down and do like an educational one. But if you want more of like a fitness update, whatever you guys want want to see, let me know, because I am basically at your beck and call, and I will make whatever content you guys want me to make. So yeah, give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, because it massively helps me out, helps the channel out, helps to make sure that I can actually justify spending hours every week on these videos to keep posting them every week. Leave a comment, like I said before, it does massively help me out as well. And subscribe if you want to and you haven't already. But other than that, I'll see you guys in next week's video. Bye.
All of you know me, how much I love any sort of facial hair. Facial hair automatically puts me at the top of my list. So just on that alone, Cisco's number 2. Also, the man can cook a mean dinner, and you know, there is nothing sexier than a man that can cook a mean dinner. So yeah, second place on this list. But that leaves us only one person that could be at the very top of this list, and it's kind of ironic considering who is at the bottom of this list. But this one is Captain Pike as played by Anson Mount. This version of Pike is like incredibly charming, incredibly self-amazing. The man has his like charisma meter like maxed out to 100%. Like someone
Hello, welcome back
charisma points in their D&D
to another
his characters, you know what I mean?
video. So as you can tell by the title of the video, today we are running through ALPHALETE's August drop, which is
Also, he's just like, he's got that like silver box.
a lot of new pump, a new seamless bra, and some other bits which I will get onto in this video. This drop is happening on August 12th, actually a Tuesday. Going to be at 12 p.m. CST, 6 p.m. UK time, so it's the same time, but it's not a Saturday drop this time. It's on a Tuesday. But this video is, as always, going to be my honest, in-depth thoughts on everything in the drop. Just to disclaim, obviously, I do work with ALPHALETE, but if you've been watching my reviews for a while, you will know there is no difference between my reviews from when I didn't work with them to now me being almost 6 years into working with them. It's really important to me that I give you guys my honest feedback. I tell you guys that I love something and you go and buy it. I've withheld certain information to make that item seem better than it is, and then you come to me pointing those things out that I knew were there. I knew they were fucking there. I just chose not to mention them because I wanted to more commission or make more sales. That would genuinely make me quite sad. Not necessarily even about deterring you from products. It's about just giving you everything that you need to know about them. On the other hand, if I genuinely really love something and I promote it, I put my name to it, I say I love it, and you guys try it and it's not personally for you, I feel sad about that, but I'm okay with it because I know I've not told a porcupine to make a quick buck, and it just boils down to individual preferences. I just want to aim in these videos to give you guys all the information that you need, and code Amy, as always, will give you guys 10% off your order, so it will save you some money, but it also massively helps to further my relationship with the brand. It basically lets ALPHALETE know that you like these reviews, you want me to keep doing these reviews, you find my input helpful, and you trust my opinion, and it massively helps my relationship with the brand. So if you ever use my code, please message me on Instagram so that I can personally thank you. I get back to every single message. It means the world to me when people go out of their way to support me on a drop, especially we have so many amazing athletes and affiliates that you guys can support, so if you choose to support me, it really does mean a lot, and I will always respond to thank you personally. But I also love it when you guys send me your orders. I've said this in like all my videos, but I love seeing, like I said at the start, how different our opinions are, like colorways wise, product wise. What do you guys like versus what I like? Are we similar? Are we different? I find it really interesting to see what you guys are picking up and buying. I do also run monthly giveaways, which I will put the details of down below, and those are just a way for me to give back to people who use my code on a regular basis, or even not on a regular basis, just on one random month. You use my code at any point during August. It doesn't have to be on the new drop. It could be old stuff. Any orders throughout August, please screenshot them and send them to the email which will be here. I am thinking about changing up what I do for the giveaways just to make it a little bit more interesting for you guys in terms of prizes. So do let me know if there's something you would prefer over a gift card. My bigger ones, I do things like hampers, but I haven't been doing those every single month. So if there's other things that you guys would prefer over that, please let me know, because I have been thinking recently about switching that one up a little bit. I've said this so many times, but that giveaway is not there to encourage you guys to go and spend. Honestly, don't get a ton of giveaway entries for my monthly giveaways. However, you obviously might not win. And so please don't go and buy something that you don't want and that you don't need just for the sake of basically being able to enter the giveaway. The giveaway is there for those of you who were already planning to shop. Maybe you've picked up something random. Maybe you've needed to pick up something for a friend. Not to encourage you guys to go out mindlessly spending money that you wouldn't normally spend in, just to be in with a chance of winning the giveaway. Please, please, please do not do that. That's not why the giveaway is there. I don't want to encourage reckless spending or sort of like gambling in terms of a giveaway. It's just for people who were already going to be shopping and using my code. I do also, like I said, I stand on business about not over consuming, about not pressuring people to buy. So I always like to do giveaways that have nothing to do with code uses, because you guys support me plenty through kind comments, kind DMs, kind messages, but you may not be able to support me through a purchase, because obviously that's tied to money, and I never want to not let people who are in a less fortunate position be able to be in with a chance of winning something from me, because that's really important to me. I feel like if I wasn't to do that, it just kind of goes against everything I sort of preach and believe in. So I always like to do non-code use related giveaways, so let me know your favourite colour and favourite item from this drop if you would like to be entered into a giveaway where I will be picking 2 of you to get a ALPHALETE gift card, and I will pick the winners by Friday of this coming week. I'll pick 2 of you for a £50 ALPHALETE voucher or $50 depending on where you are in time for the drop. On the topic of that, my usual disclaimer, we're going to be running through the drop today, and obviously I have a lot of pieces, a lot of colours. The only reason I have every colour, something in every colour, like 5 different sports bras, all of the shorts, only reason why I have that is because I am doing this as a review, is for work purposes. If I was a consumer, I would not be buying this much stuff, and I really, really, really always want to like emphasise, having this much stuff is not normal. Please don't feel like every single activewear drop for your favourite brand you've got to go out and buy the entire range like your favourite influencer has. It's not normal. You are not going to use the stuff, like I've said before. Please never feel pressured to consume on this sort of level or spend on this sort of level. It's not normal, and I always like to disclaim this because I feel like in a weird way these videos do kind of normalise having this much stuff from a collection, but it is not normal, and please, please, please never feel pressured to shop. If it's not oh yes, it's a hell no. No pressure to shop. This level of consumption, not normal. Disclaimers over and done with. We're done. I also hope that this disclaimer is not getting annoying, because I've put it in every video for years at this point. I hope I don't sound like I'm beating a dead horse, but it's just in case there's anyone new here, or in case people just need a reminder from time to time. I want to make sure I'm doing these videos as responsibly as I can in order to help you guys with this review and sort of navigating it from a sizing point of view. I'm going to put my measurements on the screen here and sort of my sizing preference and all that sort of stuff, so that you guys can see my sizing. Use it as a reference point. Hopefully it's helpful. Let's get into the launch. Timestamp will be below, and hopefully I feel like the famous last word of a long haul are always for me. This shouldn't take too long. I shouldn't be too long. Somehow this bitch manages to still yap her tits off for hours. So I don't even want to say it because I feel like it's a curse at this point, but I genuinely don't think this video should be too long. But this launch, like I said, August 12th, so it's on a Tuesday, not on a Saturday. Do remember that. But it's mainly new pump. There's new New pump shorts, there's new pump leggings. In terms of colours, there's actually been no changes made yet. That logo removal is coming. I'm pretty sure this is the last drop with the front hip logo, new seamless bra, more baby tees, and then there's some new like tennis, paddle, core sort of sets, golf vibe sort of outfits, and some sweat shorts and a new gym bag, which, well, gym/travel bag, which I will obviously get onto in this video, but that is basically the launch summed up. I do want to signpost here my original pump review because nothing has really changed. Obviously within drops you are going to have colours that feel slightly different, but in terms of the details and the nitty-gritty details of all the different textures that make up pump, I went over that with drawings. Like, I've ruined because I didn't use tailor's chalk. I'm a fucking idiot. I used clothes chalk and it said it was washable. That bitch is not washable. But I did do that, and I did like a full breakdown of like how every single part of the legging and the short works. So I would highly recommend. I will go over the details again, but not in that level of depth because I've already done it. And if you want comparisons of pump to Define, Lazuli, Gymshark, those are also in my original pump video. I'm not going to do them again. There's no point in me doing those comparisons in every single video, so I kind of wanted that one to be a one and done video in terms of all the comparisons and stuff, and hopefully that makes sense and it's not annoying me referring you back to that video. But I just feel like I really went in on the details for that video. So I'll signpost any subtle changes I've noticed in this video, but honestly there really isn't any. So if you want the full breakdown of how pump works, all the technology in it, all the different panels, all the different textures, then please go and watch that review. Without further ado, let's get into the colours. So this is your colour palette for this drop. We've got 6 new colours in this drop. Let's get into it. I feel like with this drop they've definitely balanced colours with neutrals. The way that makes more sense to me with the last drop, I love that they put Sahara in there and espresso because I love like a brownie nudie shade like Sand Girls. If you know, Sand Supremacy. It felt kind of random to me because they didn't really go with any of the other colours in the drop, whereas the neutrals that are in this drop I feel like pair quite nicely. Like, I like the green cream together, blue and the cream together. I like the baby blue and the cream together. Like, this nude, I'll probably go over that first, is just
I think it's fun how
much more universal in terms of pairings. So first of all we have got Wheat, which is basically this creamy nude shade. This is what I wanted Sahara to be from the last drop. Like, this is what I needed Sahara to be. Sahara is actually a lot darker in comparison. Wheat is honestly more of like an ivory. It's like an off-white sort of shade as opposed to a nude, in my opinion. I guess if you're like super fair skinned it would be nude. There is no marl to it whatsoever. It's super flattering. I thought it was going to be identical to Linen or identical to Grand Central. It's actually a lot lighter. You've got Sahara, you've got Chai, which I feel like are a little bit warmer, and then you've got colours like Linen and Grand Central, which I think are a bit more cool toned, and this one is definitely a cooler toned shade as well. This is, I think I'm going to say it, this is my favourite nude colour that ALPHALETE have. I really like this colour. Now that we have 2 nudie options in pump, I personally would pick this over Sahara any day of the week. It pairs really nicely with a lot of colours because of how light it is. Whereas with Sahara, I find it works with other neutrals, it doesn't really work with colours. Whereas this being that more like creamy tone pairs with colours like pink and baby blues and that sort of stuff really beautifully. Like, it goes really well with Skyline and Orchid from this drop. So yeah, Wheat is actually probably my top pick for this drop. I'm very happy with this colour. Then we've got Orchid. Now, when this came in, this might sound weird, it's kind of like a dirty, taffy looking pink. It's not super bright. It's a little bit more on the muted sort of side. And the name Orchid, in my opinion, is a perfectly fitting name for it because it is orchid pink. In terms of comparisons to other ALPHALETE colours, this is a completely unique pink for them. They don't have another pink like this. Sorry, my mum's just switched the Hoover on downstairs if you can hear that, but it's not as saturated or as bright as things like Bloom, but it's not as light as things like Rose and Cotton Candy. Purpley toned taffy pink. Make no mistake, this colour is pink. I'll pop in a picture of me wearing it in the gym. It just shows up a little purple on camera, but the colour comparisons are very accurate. And with this one, I feel like on the butt pocket there is a slight marl look to it, but other than that is a pretty solid colour. I wish Orchid would have had a baby tee, but alas, it does not. However, it is coming in the Tenacity fabric sort of tennis sets. So just to show you the difference between the two, not that you would probably pair the two together anyway, they are pretty similar. I would just say that the seamless is a little bit darker, but other than that, they're pretty similar. And then lastly, for the sort of lighter shades in this drop, we have got Skyline. So this is what Skyline looks like. In terms of marl, I honestly feel like this one is, again, pretty solid. I feel like if you look close enough at any of them, there's a slight marl, but it's very, 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 very solid looking in my opinion. And this is most close to if you had Mystic Blue, which dropped with magenta and sapphire and jade green. That is what this is closest to. I thought based off the pictures it was going to be more of a sort of Arctic sky sort of blue. The difference between this and Mystic Blue is this almost has a little bit more of like a purpley violet twinge to it. It is blue, don't get me wrong, but it definitely has a sort of purple twinge to it and a little bit more of a purple pull than Mystic Blue did, but that is the colour that this is closest to. Really, really, really like this colour. I didn't think I was going to be that excited about it. Skyline obviously has seamless, it also has Tenacity like tennis-y pieces, and it also comes in the baby tee as well. So just to show you how they all sort of line up, the baby tee is actually a bit more blue in my opinion, and it's a little bit lighter as well, so they're not a dead match, but they do still look really good together. And then if we add in the Tenacity, they're very close. I would just say that the Tenacity and the baby tee are a little bit more blue, but I will pop in a picture here so that you can see it a little bit more clearly, because I feel like sometimes when I'm showing it to a camera it sort of throws it off a little. Weirdly, the colours on this hanger, the pink, Skyline and the wheat colour, are probably my favourite colours in the drop. I just like how they look with each other, and I also just think they're very pretty colours, and as someone who is more of a neutrals girl, I feel like these sorts of colours, my sort of colour, because I find, for example, Orchid a lot more wearable than the Bloom colour that dropped earlier in the year in Contour, because that is such a vivid highlighter pink. Moving on, we've got Court Green. Now this is a new colour. I know that people are going to ask me with the colour comparisons, compare it to Darkest Pine. I promise you, if I have Darkest Pine, it would have been in there. That's one of the only ALPHALETE colours I don't have. I should probably find it on Vinted or Depop and buy it. If you have Honor Active's Racing Green, it's very similar to that. As far as dark greens go, it's not my personal favourite colour, and it's not a colour I reach for a lot. I think this is one of the nicest darker green shades that ALPHALETE has done. Colours like Central Park, for me, it's a bit too dark, it's a bit too close to black, and it looks good on my skin tone as well. I really, really, really like this Court Green shade, but yeah, it's more of like a jewelly toned deep green, if that makes sense, rather than it being so dark that it's borderline black, and I enjoy it a lot. And Court Green does also have a baby tee, so just to show you it in terms of colour difference, this is a seamless and this is the baby tee. So the baby tee is a little bit darker and it's not a dead match. There is a difference between the two, pretty close, and they still look really good together. Okay, next up we have Dusty Navy. That's what it says on the email and that's what it says on the packaging. I feel like it would be a bit of a coincidence if this isn't meant to be called Dark Navy, because it's basically the seamless version of Tenacity's Dark Navy. The clue is in the name, Dusty Navy, Dark Navy. There's no like marl really to it. If you look at the butt pocket, it has like a slight marl to it, but there isn't really a marl to it whatsoever. It's basically a dusty, dull, muted, deep blue. Reminds me more of whale blue or the Contour Entrusted blue in terms of seamless shades, but in terms of anything else, it is closest to the Tenacity Dark Navy shade, and it's just a dull, muted, deep navy shade. And then finally we have a little bit of a mythical creature, Heather Grey. I feel like I have not seen ALPHALETE do a straight up marl heathered seamless in so long, and I know this is a bit of an unpopular opinion because a marl will put quite a lot of people off buying a colour. I really like marls. I think marls are really pretty. Some of my favourite colours like Digital Violet, Black Cherry, Wisteria, they all have a marl to them. This is Heather Grey. It's sort of a medium grey. It's not super dark, it's not super light. You'll see in the comparison, it's nowhere near as light as Silver Sky, but it's nowhere near as dark as Powder Grey. Medium grey heathered shade, and this one is marled all around, so obviously it's marled in the front, smiled on the butt pocket at the back. I would say the only thing that I do want to note with this colour is the side panel is much more noticeable on heather grey compared to the other colours. I don't mind it on the shorts, I do mind it on the leggings. I think on the leggings it looks too obvious. I'll pop in a clip so that you guys can see. It's significantly darker, and I think just because on the leggings, it's not that it's a different colour, but because obviously it goes down more of your leg, it looks more obvious, and I don't love how it looks, but I don't mind it on the shorts. But I'm happy to see that they've done a heather grey. I just wish it was lighter, and I wish the mesh panel down the side was closer to the rest of the body of the bottom, because I just feel like it looks a little bit school uniform-esque with that darker strip down the side. I don't love it. Can you imagine, you know, like I love a really creamy vintage Princess Diana looking grey. You guys know how I feel about prison grey. Not a big fan. Love a like vintagey looking grey. I would love, 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 love to see that in a seamless option, or even like an oatmeal, like a really light oatmeal heathered seamless. Not my favourite, but I also don't hate it as much as I thought I would based off the stock pictures. So that is the colour palette. As you can see, we've got a good mix, in my opinion, of some colours and some neutrals, and for once it feels like they all kind of work together, whereas in previous drops it's felt sort of like they've just thrown the neutrals in as a, here, have your fucking neutrals, like there you go. It feels like they make more sense in this drop, but my top one, if I had to pick one, is definitely wheat. You guys know how I feel about like a creamy nude. So yeah, here I'm going to pop in my lookbook, which is basically where I will pair the new drop colours with previous colours, just so that you guys can get an idea of, maybe from an overconsumption point of view, going back to the start of the video, okay, what item is going to fit in best with my current wardrobe? What am I going to be able to get the most uses out of? Maybe you just need some inspiration for what you could pair these with. I feel like showing you guys that you don't need to buy a full matching set. You can pair these with other colours that you might already have in your wardrobe. It's really helpful from sort of like an easing that overconsumption mindset point of view. So I'm going to pop my lookbook in here.
Lookbook time, we've got cotton green up first with cashmere, love a green and a brown. I then paired it with sage just to give you an idea of previous greens, and I also love it with the rose baby tea. Then rose with skyline, so cute. Ultraviolet with skyline, so cute. Neon coral with skyline, neon coral with wheat, cashmere with wheat. I feel like these are going so quick. Dusty blue with wheat, then dusty navy with dusty blue, and dusty navy with dark navy tenacity, just to show you how similar it is. Then orchid with citrus frost, yum. Orchid with yellow, yum. Orchid with rose, again, yum.
Okay, let's get into the product. First of all, I'm going to go over the new seamless minimal bra that is dropping. It is a halter bra, and it's coming in these colours. I'm going to pop them on the screen here. This is a brand new bra. ALPHALETE have not done this bra before. I'm going to run you through the details really quickly. This is a very minimal bra. The clue's in the name. It's a minimal bra, and she is minimal in every single way possible. She's minimal from the front. She's minimal from the back. She's not minimal from the side. It has great side tit coverage. This is how it looks. It's very, very, very wide cut. From here to here, it's 11 inches wide. In a size up, it's 11.25 for a medium. So a small, 11 inches wide. And it doesn't really scoop up much in terms of coverage either. So it's very, 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 very minimal coverage. You have a strap that comes around the back of the neck. This is how the adjuster looks on this one, and it's not like the sandy bra, so you're not going to have that awkwardness. It's actually a really nice, smooth adjuster on this one. You'll have no issues with it. They're not stiff, like big bulkiness like you get on the sandy bra, so it sits a lot more comfortable in terms of the bulkiness of it. And this does have like a decent amount of bounce and stretch to it, and obviously you can make it as long as you want, as short as you want. For a size small, when it's adjusted to the longest setting, let me just get the measurement up for you. Full strap length is 16 inches on a size small. On a medium, you get an extra ½ inch, so 16.5 inches. You then have the A logo on the bottom here, which isn't tonal on any of the pieces. It's white on all of them. I don't know what ALPHALETE have against tonal branding. I felt like with Tenacity, we were moving in the right direction with it. Tiny logos, and they were all tonal. With the seamless, they've gone in the opposite direction, so I don't love this, but I do have to say on my chest, it doesn't cause a great issue because I have a bigger chest, so you will see in the try on clip front on, you really can't see that logo. You can only really see it when I turn to the side, but if you have a smaller chest, you're going to see it a lot more from the front. Then got a a ribbed bottom band around the bottom of it. It does come with padding. I just always take the padding out, but it does come with padding, and it's that awful seamless cheap padding that's really rough. It feels like it's going to peel. Ooh, I forgot to mention, it's me from later on in the video. Wheat and white, you can see the pads through the bra, so you need to take them out and basically try and put something against your skin, and then it scoops around the back like this, and it comes into basically a halter bra. Very minimal bra in terms of details, very minimal bra in terms of style. So the first bra that I want to compare it to is the Amplify open back bra. So I'm going to pop in a side by side here so that you guys can see, but the main differences are this one has a completely open back, whereas the Amplify open back bra, the straps cross over. Both low support, but you do get a little bit of additional support. I find sizing wise they run very similar, to be honest. So if you were a certain size in that bra, I would go with the same size again if you are interested in this one. So this one is a lot more wide cut, like I mentioned, in a size small. This one is 11-inch side to side. The other Amplify bra is 8.5 inches side to side. This bra has about 3.75 inches of coverage in the center of it. The other bra has about 4 inches. The other bra, because it scoops up sooner at the side, it gives you a little bit more coverage over that mid bust region of 6.5 inches on the other one, whereas this minimal one has about 5 inches mid boob because it doesn't scoop up, I would say, enough in my opinion, but this bra is made for like very small chest. I'm trying to keep that in mind with my review because this bra was not made for my chest. In my opinion, one of the lowest amounts of coverage because it just doesn't scoop up enough here to give you that like central coverage, and depending where your nipple sits, you may very well be screwed even if you've got a small chest. Even though the open back bra was small coverage, this one has less coverage and it's also much wider on the chest, but the sizing is very similar. The other bra I want to compare it to is the Amplify halter bra from about 2 years ago. Now that one definitely ran a little bit big. That one is 11.5 inches across the bottom band. This one is 10.5, so that one did run big. I would say this one runs a little tight, which I'll get into. This one is definitely a lot tighter than the original one was. I do actually prefer the old one, even though it's not a bra that I reach for a lot. It's much more comfortable around the back for me. Yes, because the original one scoops up a little bit more and it has more overbust coverage. Portion, like over where your nipple would sit in the halter bra, is about 7.5 inches. So you've got about 2.5 inches more coverage. So I just feel more secure from a coverage point of view in that bra. But the main differences are obviously that one is a lot more narrow chest friendly in my opinion, the old one, because it's not so wide cut. It gives you more coverage, but it did also fit a little bit bigger, so it wasn't quite as snug feeling when on body, and a lot of people size down in that bra. From the back, there isn't much difference. The adjusters are slightly different, and I do find the strap on the new one is slightly thicker and it just feels a little bit sturdier. So in terms of this bra, in terms of sizing for me, I got small and medium. This bra doesn't work for me. It's actually probably, like, trying not to misspeak, other than the Aura Bando, this is the only other bra from ALPHALETE that I actually cannot make work for me. The issue that I'm having is in the size small, it's way too tight around my back. I said this about the open back Amplify bra. In a size small, it's too tight around my back. It digs into my back fat. I just find that some of the ALPHALETE bras lately have been really tight around the back, and my underbust is about 29 inches, so it's not like I have a wide underbust. Maybe it's because of my lats, maybe it's because I store more fat on my back. I don't know. I just find that they're running snug on that bottom band in recent drops. So the size small is too tight around the back for me, but that does fit better in terms of the chest doesn't feel loose, and I do feel like it feels like I'm more held in. However, I do get a little bit less coverage with that. Not by a ton, there's about a 0.25 inch difference. You get 5.25 mid bust on the medium, 5 inches on the small, so it's not like a huge big difference between the two, but it is noticeable that I do get less coverage in the size small. I also find that when I'm wearing the size small, if I am to like move around, move my arms around and all that sort of stuff, or like let's say I've put a top on and then I'm taking it off, it completely rides up over my underbust because my boobs don't really fit in the bra basically. But again, this bra was not made for me, so that's probably why. The bottom band sort of sits on my boob, not underneath it. Whereas in the medium, it's more comfortable around the back, but honestly, it does still dig into my back fat on that bottom band, even though there is about like 0.75 an inch difference in terms of measurements. But then over bust, I find it's just loose. And then the issue that I run into is if I want to tighten it to make it fit a little bit tighter by tightening the strap, it's then very painful on my traps, and it's way too tight around my neck. I think just because I don't have a super wide chest, it just doesn't work for me because I need to tighten it to fix the width of it, but then it's really tight on my traps, so I'm sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place because it's like, do I want pain in my traps or do I want my literal tit out? Because in a size medium, when I'm going like this and moving around and stuff, bottom doesn't scooch up, but the top of the bra completely comes down. And when I trained in it the other day, I had to keep my baby tee on for the whole session because my nipple was so nearly out at so many points. When I bend over, it gapes in the medium, and so I just don't find that this bra personally works for me, but it makes sense because it's very wide cut and I don't have a super wide chest, and it's also made for like AB cups and I'm a double D with implants, so it's clearly not made for my chest. To round up on sizing, if you have the open back bra, get the same size that you got in that. Ultimately, I don't really like either size for me. It just doesn't work for me. My nipples end up out. I feel like I'm choosing between trap pain or my literal tit being exposed in the gym. For me, this bra just doesn't work, but if you are a suitable candidate for this bra, if you have the open back bra, get the same size that you got in that. I would say stay true to size for like tight fit. If you are between sizes, especially if you have a wide back, go up. But I think people with narrow chests or very, very narrow builds with very small chests are gonna struggle with this bra because it is so wide cut. I would maybe check out other athletes very narrow chest, and I don't have the narrowest of chests and I'm having issues with it, so I am kind of intrigued to see how it works on someone with a much narrower, smaller chest. But that would be my sizing advice. In terms of support, this is a low support bra. It gives no support whatsoever, so light activities and weight training only. If you've got a naturally big bust, personally I would skip on this bra. I don't think it's made with you guys in mind. Confused on sizing because gym girls tend to have big lats, so with things being so tight around the bottom band but then kind of wide and loose over bust, it is kind of confusing to me how this is going to fit on people that are more into the gym. In terms of sweat, obviously it's that typical seamless fabric, 51 polyamide, 38% polyester, 11% elastane, so it's the same as all of the other seamless pieces, so it will show sweat. In terms of pilling, hot green and the skyline colour definitely do feel a little softer on this bra, so I would be more cautious with pilling with those two, but the other ones feel a little bit sturdier. But definitely just be mindful with all of them for safety purposes of not wearing like gym bags and like friction over your shoulder, because if it rubs up against the bra it may pill it. In terms of the logo peeling, none of mine have peeled yet, but I have had a lot of feedback from people with drop 1 of pump that their logos have started peeling off and it's stuck on in the exact same way, so I think it's safe to say over time it will likely start peeling off. In terms of like colourways and any differences, I do just want to say out of the ones that I have, pink, the wheat and the heather grey definitely fit the tightest and feel the tightest around the bottom of my back as well. I would say court green and skyline feel softer and stretchier, not to the point where you need to start changing sizes, but I would just be aware that those fabrics do feel a little bit softer for me in this bra opposed to the other three, so those feel a little bit more stiff and rigid. In terms of trap discomfort, like I said, I do find if I wear this tight enough to not have my nipple popping out, it's very uncomfortable around the neck for me. I can only really keep it on for, I don't know, like 45 minutes before I start getting pain in my traps, but I am very sensitive to it and I do have my boobs bringing down the weight of the bra. An awkward one for me because, like I said, I have to tighten it more than I probably usually would to make sure that my nipples aren't out because of how low cut and wide cut it is. So in terms of my overall thoughts on this bra, I don't like the logo. I wish it was tonal, smaller and like much more hidden under the armpit, because for people with smaller chests you're going to see it a lot more from the front. I think this bra obviously wasn't for me, so I really don't want to rag on how poor the coverage is for me because I've got a much bigger bust than who they intended this bra for. But I'm also kind of getting tired of every single drop. There isn't a bra that I feel was necessarily intended for me, and that's saying something because I have implants and ALPHALETE only cater currently to small chests and implants. But I think it's a massive shame with this drop because if people do want a matching set, there is not another top option to match with these if you have a bigger bust, so you just can't get a matching set, and that feels really unfair to basically penalise an entire section of your customer base because they can't fit into this bra. So I'm not very happy about that, because at least if there was two options there would have maybe hopefully been a better option for people with bigger busts. But I even messaged my manager and I was like, am I okay to like mix and match the new pump with maybe like the leaner bra that's still in stock in certain colour content, because even wearing this this in the gym, like changing, like taking baby tees on and off, it feels like a risk because I feel like I'm going to flash someone the bottom of my tit or my nipple. So I'm really kind of bummed that, especially because I really like these colours, they've not given us another top option. But like I said, this bra was not intended for me, so I don't want to rag on it too much. I just wish there was another option. I think that's the key thing that ALPHALETE are usually missing, options. So I think that's a bummer, but if you have a smaller, probably also wider set chest, I think you will probably really like this bra. I've heard from Sid, who has a much smaller chest and also a much like wider chest in terms of like build. I think she really likes this bra, so that's a good indication to me that that's who this bra is meant for. Smaller chest and maybe a little bit wider in terms of build around the chest as well. If you've got a bigger bust, personally, I would skip on this bra. If you're sizing, if you've got the open back bra, get the same size in this one. If you don't have that bra, I would recommend you stay true to size. Between sizes and very wide on the lats, or you store more back fat, you might want to go a size up. But for me personally, this bra is a pass. It just doesn't work for me in either size. Okay, moving on to our pump bottoms, we have got the shorts, which are in the 5-inch inseam slash kind of sit more like a 4.5-inch inseam, and then we also have the leggings, which are dropping in these colours, and those are a 25-inch inseam. If you want the details in depth, I annotated the leggings. I'll leave that link down below so that you guys have it, but I am just going to pop them on really quickly and talk you through the details in a speedy way, just so that you guys can see how they look on, because I feel like with the details with pump, it's easier to show you on body. So I'm going to pop a legging on and a short on, and I will run you through the details on the heather grey in a size small. I feel like because the grey has the more obvious paneling, easier to show you without fucking up another pair of pump. You have got the 3-tier waistband, and these on me are a true mid-rise. I do have a longer torso and my belly button does sit higher than most people. In terms of rise for pump, in a size small it's 7.5 inches, in a size medium it's 8 inches, and that is the exact same as the last drop. But the difference with pump compared to like contour, for example, is if you pull contour up, you can pull it up a lot. It's like ultra high rise if you choose to pull it up that high, whereas with pump it's got like a thicker fabric at the front here. It has a little bit of stretch, you can pull it up a little bit like that, but naturally this is where it wants to sit on me, and it sort of dips in the front and it also dips in the back. You then obviously have the same fabric blend as all ALPHALETE seamless, but the difference is nano picture incoming. The front portion of pump is a thicker, denser, rougher fabric. You notice it more on some colours than the others, which I will get into, but it's not normal amplify fabric here. It's thicker, it's almost like waffle-like in texture. These are a 5-inch inseam, but they fit more like a 4.5. I think because of like the butt scrunch and everything going on at the back, it just hikes them up a little bit. And I noticed when you measure the inseam from the back, it's 4.5, from the front it's 5, so they fit a little shorter at the back compared to the front. In terms of rolling, if I squat down real quick, they roll immediately on me in a size small and a medium. You then have a 0.75-inch width band at the bottom here, which is basically the same bottom band as Amplify. It's not as thick as the contour band. You've then got the hip logo here, which even if it does peel off, which a lot of people have said theirs has been peeling off, so be aware of that, you will be left with a sort of square around it even if the logo goes. But this is the final drop with the hip logo. Moving into the side of the short, you have the mesh panel, which is thicker. ALPHALETE say it's the same, but to me it feels thicker than the standard Amplify one, and it's also different. The Amplify one curves like that. This one curves to the front, so you can see it more front on, and it also doesn't curve around to the back here. Now, I like that curve to the front detail on Tenacity and Aura. On Pump, I think it looks a little funky just because you have this here, and then you have the butt contour, which goes here. So it creates this like weird shape. That's what I don't like about how it curves to the front. Then coming to the back, you've got ALPHALETE in the word mark stitched into the back of the waistband. Then coming into the back, you have what ALPHALETE are calling a hourglass scrunch. So that basically means that the scrunch starts at the top here, it goes round down here, and it curves. Sorry, this is really weird, but it basically curves under the butt here. So can you guys see? And if you can't see, I'm going to pop a picture in. But the scrunch comes down and curves around here to try and lift the inner portion of the butt cheek. But in my opinion, on everyone I have seen these on, it sits way too high. The bottom of my bum for reference is here and the curve is here. So it ends up sort of just kind of smushing your glutes in a weird way. And if anything, I feel like it just makes the gusset more obvious from the back. So I personally don't love that. I feel like it needs to be lowered. You've obviously got the much thicker, more obvious scrunch. If you want to, you can like pull the fabric from the sides and try and get it in, but it is more obvious in my opinion. But in terms of measurement, a size small is 3 inches, a medium is 3.5 inches. It does stretch with wear, but that is how they are sort of out of the bag. It's not going up my lower back or anything like that. It definitely fits better, but I would prefer a thinner scrunch.
All enterprise are actually up there with some of the best that Stretchier has to offer in general. I know Stretchier enterprise haters, that's a big thing.
I just think it's too much. If this portion here isn't stretchy enough, which I don't find too much of an issue on this drop, but it basically makes it impossible to get the scrunch in between the glutes, and then it just basically sort of like smushes and pancakes you in a really weird way. So the fabric on the butt is not the same as the fabric here. Again, nano pictures incoming. The front is that thicker, rougher, waffle-like texture. Even on the softer pieces, it still has a different texture to the butt portion. The butt portion is like standard amplify fabric, so they're like smooth, stretchy fabric. Some colours run tighter than others and have less stretch. It's definitely a thinner fabric on the butt. And then coming into the side here, the glute contour basically swerves around here, and then you have a tiny little bit, like a slither of a transition panel about here, which isn't as tight, and it's meant to help with how things sit. You don't notice it much on the shorts, it's more on the leggings. But yeah, you've got about 2 to 2.5 inches under glue of like basically a tighter version of this fabric. So it's basically a denser version of the smooth fabric. It's not the waffle-like texture, so you don't get as much of like a textural difference as you do with, for example, Define. I think it looks a lot more obvious too, but it's basically meant to sit tighter to lift your glutes up. But the main feedback I've had and other people have had since buying is on most people this is sitting way too high. Like the bottom of my glute is here, contour comes up to about here and curves here. So the contour in my opinion does need lowering a little bit because it just sits too high. In a size medium it does sit in a better spot, which I'll show you in the video, but still a little bit too high. But those are the details for the shorts, and these are the leggings. I found this with the last drop. I feel like the leggings fit tighter in terms of like the waist and the leg, but probably just because that thicker fabric is then all the way down the leg. I find that the leggings do fit bit tighter than the short, but you've got the exact same details, 7.5 inch to 8 inch, 7.5 for small, 8 inch rise for medium, and they sit in a very similar spot. Panel here basically comes down, curves front like that. That's how it looks from the side. Both the shorts and the leggings measure in a size small, 5.5 inches of butt pocket space in a size small, and 6 inches butt pocket space in terms of the center point of the butt for a size medium, shorts and leggings. But for some reason I just find that the pockets sit better on me on the leggings. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because like the tension of the fabric of the leg is just pulling the panel down so it sits differently, but I don't find that it cuts my glute off as much, and I find that it sits in a much better spot on the leggings compared to the shorts. I found the exact same to be true for the last drop. The only thing I don't love about the leggings compared to the shorts, it's kind of like they fit better in different ways. So the glute pocket sits better on the leggings for me, but then I feel like the scrunch is a lot harder to situate on the leggings because the tension again is pulling that fabric all like sort of down through the leg because it is that thicker fabric all through the leg. It feels like it creates a lot more tension over the butt space, which makes it a lot harder in my opinion to get the scrunch to sit right. I feel like it doesn't go in the glutes as well because you can't quite pull it up as much because of how thick the leg is. It does get better if you go up a size in the leggings, so that's an option. I just wanted to make you aware that it's sort of like a double-edged sword in terms of the fit for the leggings, but it's the exact same details, hourglass scrunch again. The only difference is obviously these are a leggings, so they're a 25 inch inseam, and with them being a thicker fabric and it's like less stretchy, I do find that they do hit a little bit shorter than standard amplify. And then in terms of fabric, that rougher waffle textured fabric all the way down the front on the leggings, and from the transitional piece onwards all the way down the back as well. So I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see, you've got the glute pocket here, and then you've got a tiny slither around here of a fabric that's, in my opinion, it's looser than the leg and it's also looser than the pocket. So it like loosens it and then it goes tighter again. I feel like it's meant to be a transitional piece. It should go tight, less tight, even less tight. But I find that portion sort of creates like a little bit of a loose pocket. So if you go back and watch first haul for pump where I did the drawings, you can see it a lot better, but it sits around here. That's something to be aware of if you're in a hotter climate. You might not love the pump leggings because the leg is really, really thick on them. Also worth noting as well that when you squat in pump, especially in the leggings, I do notice you get quite a lot of dipping at the back. You get it in the shorts as well, but I do notice a lot more in the leggings, so that's worth noticing as well. I think because of like the tension on the scrunch, because it has no stretch to it whatsoever, like there is no stretch on this scrunch, it just sort of pulls everything down, and you definitely feel the gusset and the scrunch, in my opinion, a lot more in pump than other ALPHALETE seamless options. The seams feel thicker, everything just feels a little thicker with pump in terms of the leg region. Okay, details covered. Do let me know if you guys find that helpful or if you find it easier to follow when I just show you, but I feel like with pump I can show you off body, but it's also really hard to talk you through what that's actually going to do until it's on your body, if that makes sense. Because this is mid-rise, I do find that the start of that waistband does hit lower on the stomach than contour does. So I do find you don't get lower tummy control, but you do get a little bit slightly lower tummy control. It doesn't hit low, but especially if you are taller, it will hit you lower, held in feeling a little bit for the lower stomach region. And then just to show you the details off body, this is sort of how they look. I feel like you can tell here how they look from the front, and then at the back they sort of like hike up because you've got this butt pocket space. This is what they look like off body. The scrunch looks off body, 3 inches on a size small, 3.5 inches on a medium, and she has like no give whatsoever. Like no give. It's a very, very, very rigid scrunch. It's a good thing because it stops it traveling up your lower back, but I do think it is causing issues in terms of it's really hard to get it in there if you do get a batch of them where it's fitting a lot tighter. But that's basically how the scrunch looks, and it's sort of this diagonal texture. It then has a slight texture either side of it, and that's the hourglass portion at the bottom. So can you see where it sort of follows around the bottom of the glue? In my opinion, it just sits far too high. My main feedback is the peeling logo, the scrunch. Some people like it, a lot of people don't, and they find it to be too thick. And also how high the contour sits. A lot of people are saying that they wish it was lowered a little bit more, because you can just get a sort of like, instead of a lift, a bit more of like a smush sort of look when it doesn't sit in the right place. Like I said, you get about 5.5 inch mid butt pocket space on a size small, 6 inch on a medium. So if you're between sizes and you found with the last drop you went down a size and it fit too high on the glue, maybe try your size up in this drop to see if the glute pocket sits better, because it does sit a little bit better on me in a medium compared to a small. I feel like when you first put pump on, the issue is, like I've mentioned with the scrunch, if you put it on and you don't maneuver that scrunch in place, the glute pocket actually sits completely fine on most people. But what you then have is this weird baboon looking arse where the scrunch is it's basically just sitting, not going between the glutes. It just sits on top of the glutes, and it's this stark thick scrunch up your batty crease, which serves no purpose other than, in the lighter colours, making sure that your butt crack isn't unsure, making sure that the gym doesn't see your literal arsehole. But then as soon as you start to manoeuvre it to get the scrunch to sit in place, the contour budges up and then it sits a little bit too high. Keep that in mind. And then, like I mentioned, I'm going to put a picture in here so that you can see this little transitional bit here. You've got about 2.5 inches of then is smooth but denser knit fabric compression underneath the glute portion, and then it goes into this little slither of a transitional fabric then into the bottom band. And the leggings are the exact same details, just a longer mesh panel, and obviously its full length is a 25-inch inseam. They are looking at making some changes, but they are not going to come in, other than the logo change, they're not going to come in until 2026. So you're not going to be seeing any intentional changes for a while. There might be the odd manufacturer error or the odd discrepancy in terms of sizing, but there really were no changes. For me, the leggings measured about 9.5 to 10.5 inches on the waist in terms of size smalls for short and leggings, but I did have a lot more 9.5 in the leggings, and I just find that they do sit a little bit tighter on me. And then in terms of the mediums, anywhere between 10.5 and 11. Some of the smalls and mediums look the exact same out of the bag, but then as soon as I put them on, the mediums stretched out a lot more than the size smalls did, so then there was like a 0.5 inch, 1 inch difference, which there should be. For reference, I'm pretty sure a 10 inch with a 0.5 inch tolerance either way is a size small. 11 inch, this is for seam seamless is a medium with a 0.5 tolerance either side. I'm pretty sure that's how it's meant to be. So they all are within tolerance, and it's basically the same as the last drop. Some of them are a little bit wider, some of them are a little bit more narrow, but there's nothing major in terms of like nothing's running like 2 inches too small or 3 inches bigger. However, there were differences between colours in the last drop, and I do find that there are differences between colours again in this drop, and this is something that is not exclusive to ALPHALETE. It does happen with all brands. It's basically due to the dyeing process with seamless. Some dyes restrict the fabric a lot more, so it makes it fit a little bit tighter. I'm also convinced some of them just pick up more of the silicone in the wash than others, because sometimes you will get pinks, for example, or 2 blues that are the exact same colour, the exact same size, but one of them just fits very differently to the other, or one of them feels silkier. Like espresso in the last drop was literally like tights. It felt like a different legging compared to the other pumps like emerald and acai. Okay, so let's get into these like fabric discrepancies that I went over with the last drop. So to refresh memories, because I'm not going to make you go back and rewatch that video, we're going to talk through the language of the punch free test, like totally science fact. This is espresso from the last drop, and it was giving like tights, and I've had so many messages from people that got espresso and then they also got acai and emerald, and they were like, yeah, it's quite a big difference. So espresso was much softer and stretchier and kind of tight like, whereas colours like emerald and acai, as you can see, the butt portion, it's not got as much give to it, not got as much stretch, which impacts how the scrunch is going to sit, impacts how much lift you can get, because yes, the tighter colours have a tighter lift, but if there is not enough stretch in that butt pocket and not enough room for your glutes to sort of pocket out, then that tightness ends up just smushing your glutes completely. You can't get the scrunch to sit right. Those were like the main two like different feels of fabrics that we had in the last drop. So I'm going to go through and do a punch through test of all the colours in this drop. So first up we have got heather grey, which I find to sit sort of in the middle. I wouldn't say it feels like tights, but I also wouldn't say that it feels quite as stiff as acai or emerald from the last drop either. I would say heather grey, in my experience, feels and fits the most rigid out of this drop. We then have court green, which in my opinion feels the exact same as espresso. Like it's super soft, super stretchy, super thin, super tight like, and it doesn't feel anywhere near as rough. You can see that that's more similar to sort of the espresso feel. Dusty navy, which again I find to be a stretchier colour in terms of the butt portion, colour in a medium in the leggings, and it really reminded me nothing of the black medium or the Palace blue medium that I got last time. So I feel like in a size small for the leggings it would have felt the exact same as how espresso did. Skyline is very soft, very stretchy. It reminds me of the white. That's how this one looks. Obviously the camera is blowing it out a little bit, but you can see how like thin and stretchy this one is. Orchid straight out of the bag feels squeaky. Like it feels rigid, but it also feels like it's got like a squeaky texture to it. I don't find the butt pocket to be quite as tight or snug as emerald and acai, but I do find it to be around the front portion thicker, tighter, and just a little bit denser than some of the other colours, and it definitely has a rougher feel to it. And then we have wheat, which I feel again is very tight like in the butt portion, but I do find with wheat the leg of it fits tighter and rougher. It doesn't feel as soft as Skyline, for example. I would personally put heather grey, wheat and orchid down as my stiffer feeling colours this time, but the butt pocket is not as stiff feeling as emerald and acai was. So I personally feel like these colours give me the best lift in this drop. It's like that happy medium of having the tightness around the front and in the underbutt portion, but the butt pocket is definitely got a bit more stretch compared to acai and emerald on the last drop. And then Skyline, court green and dusty navy I find to be much stretchier in terms of the butt pocket. They're a lot softer straight out of the bag, and yes, I would put those more on this side, more in line with espresso and white from the last drop. Do find all the butt pockets to fit a little bit better on this drop. They're not quite as tight as emerald and acai were in my experience. Which brings me on to pilling the softer colours on that butt portion. The front you're going to be fine because they've all got that waffle texture. Even the softer ones, they still have that more texture to them, but the butt pocket I would definitely be more cautious of pilling for the dusty navy, the court green and the Skyline shade. Those are just softer. The other ones are a little bit more rigid and a little less pill prone, but do be aware that butt pocket, it's typical Amplify fabric, so it's not going going to be pill proof. That brings me on to fit. I got smalls and mediums. I got a mixture of them for this drop. They sent me mediums in everything by accident, so I'm able to actually identify if it's just like an odd colour or if the colours all fit different or anything like that. So with the last drop, I said I can do a small or a medium, and I agree again, I can do a small or a medium. But for this drop, for the shorts, my preference is a size small. Even the tighter colours, the medium still fits fine and it doesn't look bad. I just prefer a size small. I feel like because it's able to give me that little bit more tightness around the thigh, it gives me a little bit more of a lift, and I'm not having as much smushing because none of them are quite as thick on the butt portion as acai and emerald were. I've tried every colour in a size small and every colour in a size medium, and I much prefer a size small. For the shorts, small. In terms of the leggings, however, I do think for skylight, hot green and dusty navy, especially because I've tried those all in leggings, they're all a medium, I would have preferred a size small in those personally because they just have more stretch. It reminds me of if I'd have got espresso leggings from the last drop in a medium, I would have preferred a size small in them. But the rest of the colours, wheat, orchid and heather grey, I definitely think a medium is better for me in the leggings, just for the reasons I mentioned earlier when I was going through the details, like the sort of tension. Even though the butt pocket sits a little bit better on the leggings even in a size small, I just find the scrunch is really hard to get it to sit right, and it feels like the fabric over my glutes is a bit more smushing rather than letting them sit nicely in a size small in the leggings as opposed to the shorts. So in those colours, I would actually prefer a medium in the leggings, and I do prefer a medium in the leggings because I've been able to try both. I also just feel like because you've got that thicker, denser fabric all the way down the leg in the leggings, it's just a ball ache to get them on in the stiffer colours, and I find it really annoying. But generally speaking, I would say if you've got a certain size in the last drop, go with that same size again. Keep in mind the feedback that I've just given you about the different colours. So for example, if you got espresso in a size up last time because you maybe didn't see my video and how stretchy it was fitting, maybe for court green and dusty navy you might decide to stay true to size this time and not size up, if that makes sense. Generally with pump, I would advise most people stay true to size. If you are between sizes, what you are going to do is going to completely depend on your preference. If you don't like compression, I would recommend if you are between sizes, you go with a size up. Be aware you're not going to get as much of a lift in the underglute portion, but it will be more comfortable on the waist because I do find pump to still be a high compressive fit in terms of compression on the waist. If you are between sizes and you really like a lift, define level lift, which you're not really going to get with ALPHALETE, but if that's your preference and you want high compression, then you can definitely size down. But yeah, my preference is a size small across all the shorts. A size small in all of them is completely fine. Some of them are a little tighter than others, but none of them are smushing me like acai and emerald was. And for the leggings, medium in the wheat, the orchid and the heather grey, and a size small in court green, dusty navy and skyline, just because they remind me more of espresso in terms of like the leg, but also the butt portion as well. They're just stretchier. I would definitely stay true to size in those colours. A lot of sizing does boil down to your preference, so yes, take your measurements into account, but also take into account your body type. For example, someone might have the same measurements as you, but if they've got a 25-inch waist and they're absolutely shredded around their midsection, then they might choose to size down. For example, you might have a 25-inch waist, but you also might store more fat in that region and be a bit softer, and a compressive waistband, just be aware, it will like pudge you, it will like smush you. I find that in some of the tighter waistbands, I do experience that. So a softer midsection, but still prefer a really high compressive fit, and by all means pop off. But if you're new to ALPHALETE or you've not purchased before, just take measurements with a pinch of salt, because I do also think a massive component of it is also body composition and sort of how soft you are in certain areas. Just a quick update on fabric from the first drop. I've not actually experienced any pilling on any of my pumps so far, but I have mainly been wearing ultraviolet and white, like all seamless with ALPHALETE. The more you wash them, the sturdier they become. So over time, your pump, even if you go for a softer colour, will become tight fitting, but it will also become less pill prone because that silicone soft wash that's on it sort of comes off in the wash over time, and it gives more sturdiness to the fabric. It makes it slightly less stretchy. In terms of sweat, I do find that pump does show sweat, but I find, and I'll pop in some pictures from drop one where I noticed it, the sweat comes out through the mesh panel on these, which I don't get with Amplify, and it's more on the back portion of the butt because the front of it is so thick. I feel like the sweat can't show and also just cannot escape through there, so it comes out through the side of the mesh panel. In terms of camel toe, I don't find that I really get a camel toe with these because it's much thicker. The fabric is thicker, the gusset is thicker. In terms of that region in general, I do find pump to not be the most comfortable just because the seams are thicker, the fabric's thicker, the gusset's thicker. I just feel like you feel everything a bit more. You feel the scrunch more, you feel the gusset more, you feel the seams more. But in terms of camel toe, I don't really get it with pump. In terms of rolling for the shorts, they do roll on me. Apparently if you size down and they fit really tight, they don't roll up so much, but I personally would not be able to fit in an extra small, so that one's off the cards for me. I find they roll in a size small, they roll in a size medium. Sizing up doesn't help, they roll just as much in my experience. I would also say in terms of the comfort of the leg, it depends on the colour. The stretchier colours, like I said, are going to be a bit more comfortable on the leg than the tighter colours, but even the tighter colours, I wouldn't say it's uncomfortable, but it's definitely a tight fit. I wouldn't say it's a comfortable fit around the leg in the shorts, so do be aware of that. On to squat tests, which is now my squat test slash fudge test, because the design team, when they sent me my first box of samples like a month ago, they gave me some bunny stickers. So there's a bunny sticker and I have decided to use it, so I'm going to show you how it looks with no underwear versus the bunny sticker versus standing up with the bunny sticker, so you can see like stand-up proofness. Reason being is I found with pump, I'm not usually a commando girly, but I found with pump, because everything's just a bit thicker, when I then put underwear on as well, it's a bit much. It just feels like there's too much going on down there. It feels very crammed down there. I've been going commando with pump, which is why I'm going to show you commando, and then with the bunny sticker. If you size down, things become more sheer. If you size up, things become less sheer. Skin tone also impacts things as well. So the bigger the contrast between your skin tone and that colour, the less squat proof it's going to look, which is why sometimes for me darker colours can look a lot less squat proof compared to lighter colours, because the contrast between my skin tone, a Caucasian lady, and a dark legging colour is a lot greater, so you're going to be able to see that contrast, whereas someone with a deeper skin tone might have more issues with lighter colours. But the bunny test is more for like underwear, yes, but also tattoos. We is the worst. Standing up is not stand-up proof. If you've got tattoos, you're going to see them. Around the front with pump isn't the issue because it is thicker. It's the butt portion. Wheat is just as bad as Sahara and white, in my opinion. I don't think there's as stark a contrast between the butt cheek and the glute compression, which is one thing I don't love about the white shade. I don't think it's as obvious on wheat. You're going to need to wear nude underwear with it if you are going to wear underwear, and if you've got tattoos in that region, you will be able to see them. The saving grace with pump is how thick the scrunch is, because the scrunch is so thick and dense, you will not see your arse crack. That is the one thing I can promise you. No bum holes out in the gym, because that seam is so thick that even if the butt portion isn't squat proof, the arse crack is. And you could argue that's the most important thing. Skyline is also pretty sheer. I would say that's probably next up. Again, tattoos, you're going to be able to see them. Nude underwear only. Stand-up proof, no. Squat proof, no. Orchid, I would say, is then sort of like an in-betweeny, in my opinion. It's not as sheer, but it's definitely still on the sheerer side. I would actually put dusty navy next, because I feel like it's like got that tight like texture on the butt, and it is less squat proof than the other shade. Then I would probably put court green, just because that is a medium, so I feel like in a size small it probably would have performed similarly to dusty navy. Heather grey, I would say, is the most squat proof. It's definitely the thickest colour in this drop. I think because of the heather, it always makes a colour thicker. You're not going to have squat proof issues with that, and because of the heather, I feel like it also disguises the sticker, so that is the most squat proof colour in this drop in my experience. Wanting the most squat proof option, heather grey is going to be your best bet. And always remember that leggings tend to do worse than shorts, because there's just a lot more tension being put on the butt, because the fabric has to travel all the way down your leg. Okay, let's round up my thoughts on pump. I also need to give probably an update from the last review if you did watch that. So I have found pump leggings I have not really reached for at all. I am a cut and sew girly for errands, because I don't train in leggings. Just feel like as soon as I put a pair of legging on, this girl's never stepped foot in the gym in her life. I like seeing my quads out. I'm a shorts girl through and through when it comes to training. So for me, I wear leggings for errands, and I don't love wearing seamless for errands. I just feel like something about a cut and sew legging looks nicer. I don't know what it is. I just feel like it looks nicer. So I've not really reached for the pump leggings. Pump shorts, I have worn my white, my ultraviolet and my Sahara a lot. The really tight ones, like the tight over the butt ones, acai and emerald, I've actually not worn at all. Those ones just fit better. So I'm glad that with this drop, there isn't really any that are as sturdy as that. Maybe heather grey, but it's still not quite as restrictive in my experience as acai and emerald, but it's almost there. But the rest of the colour a lot better on this drop for me. I don't have that same like tightness over the butt pocket. Like I said, I prefer to train in shorts, so I have reached for my pump shorts a lot. I do still think when I go and review footage, I got like a really good lift out of my contour shorts. I get a really good lift with Revive without it looking a little bit silly, because with pump the contour sits too high on my glutes, and I do feel like when I rewatch workouts, I don't think it looks that bad, but I do think it looks silly. So I really would like to see that lowered a little bit, not a lot, just a little bit, or giving us another option that gives us a little bit more space in the glutes, because maybe these work perfectly for some people. Everyone's glutes are different, obviously. Regardless of that, and regardless of the logo as well, I have worn my pump shorts a lot. I would say really the only bottoms I've reached for the gym is pump, contour and Revive, so I'm definitely putting it up there with contour and Revive for me. I've liked it and used it a lot more than I thought I was gonna, which is good. So those are sort of my updated pump thoughts. I just think they need to work on like getting, I know that colours and dyes impact things differently, but if they can get it somewhat consistent, that would be great, because for pump to fit right, the butt pocket needs to have that stretchier fabric that some colours do. On those stretchier colours, it might even be worth making the lifting portion a tiny little bit tighter, just because that softness does make it a little bit less lifting, and for the contour just to sit a little bit lower and the scrunch to be altered. The difference between colours means that some colours actually just don't fit right at all, which I don't have with any other seamless bottom. I do prefer these to Define, because I know I will get asked about that again. It's just personal preference for me. I don't love the textural difference between the butt pocket and the contour, like the lifting portion for Define, because it's a totally different texture, way more obvious what it's doing, and I also find Define way too tight on the leg. It's so uncomfortable, and I love it for the people that love it, but if they were to make pump exactly like Define, I probably wouldn't be able to wear it, because Define chafes me. Like, it's so uncomfortable how tight it is on the leg. But with ALPHALETE, you're not going to get as tight a lift. They're a bit more comfortable in my opinion. A little bit higher rise. Pump is mid to high rise. On me it's mid. If you're shorter, it's probably going to be closer to high. So yeah, to summarise, I do prefer the shorts over the leggings. I do think in general this drop fits a lot better, especially for the shorts in my opinion, than the last drop did. I'm not having as many issues. If you got pump last time, go with the same size again. I'll pop a refresher here on those like differences between colours and sizing and stuff, so that you've got that here, and I'll pop my footnotes on pump for sizing advice and all that stuff here, so that you guys have got it pumped out. Pump is now done. Okay, next item we have is the Halley short sleeve crop. Feels so random. I feel like the Halley long sleeves don't really get spoken about much, and they're not a bad product. They just don't seem to get a lot of hype or a lot of love. I normally put them in a top picks as an underrated piece. This year in particular, I've really not reached for them at all. Details wise, it's an off the shoulder top. You've obviously got a flat seam across the top as well, and it sort of sits almost curved. You can try and make it sit like this, but it's meant to sit more so a little bit curved. You've then got these tiny little sleeves. They're literally like 3-4 inches long. They're absolutely tiny. Details wise, on the bottom you've got the same details as the other Halley pieces, where you sort of have this rib detailing that sort of comes up under bust here, and then you've got a thicker bottom band, and then from the back it's basically the same details again. On the white it's grey. I'm pretty sure on all the other colours it's white, but on the white it's a grey logo, so it matches quite well with the white pump, which was also a grey logo, and it is stitched in, which I do personally prefer. Super plain. Straight off the bat, straight off the rip, it is sheer, so it is see-through. You do need to wear a bra underneath it. You can see through it, but the fabric is the same seamless fabric as all seamless pieces. 51 polyamide, 38 polyester, 11% elastane. It has a good amount of stretch, and I do find the Halley range to be like a little bit thicker than some of the other seamless tops that they've done. In terms of the length for this, it's definitely a true crop. This sits in terms of length somewhere between the short Halley and the newer long Halley. So in terms of like the central length on this, let me just get the measurement. It's 9.5 inches of length in the front. 9.5 inches. It sits between the longer Halley and the shorter Halley, but it's a true crop on me. It hits way above belly button and it just sort of basically covers my boobs and then a little bit underneath. It's short sleeved. I do find that with this, when I move around, the Halley long sleeve stayed in place better than this one. With the long sleeves, I don't find that they bunch up as much, whereas with the short sleeve, I do find the shoulders move around a lot more. These ones are 15 inches shoulder to shoulder. I don't find it to be too tight. The Halley long sleeves had very tight sleeves all the way down. Fine with this being short sleeve, I don't get that same level of tightness on it. There's no support to it. There's no built-in bra. It's single line. I do think these look cute with like a halter neck bra. I think that's what these look best with because it gives a sort of like Pilates look. I got it in a size small. I would say to stay true to size. If between sizes, I would probably size up just because you don't want the shoulders to feel too restrictive and to be sat like this, and the bottom can be a little bit compressive as well. So if between sizes, I would definitely size up, but for everyone else, I would say to stay true to size. In terms of sweat, it will show sweat because it's just a standard seamless fabric. Honestly, it just feels quite random to me, and I don't, for me personally, this just doesn't look quite right. I like the long sleeve version, but I don't like the short sleeve version. I'm probably never going to wear this, so I likely will end up giving this away. It's not something I'd wear in the gym, but it's also not something I would wear out of the gym. I just don't think this is a very me piece, and considering I never really see anyone talking about the Halley tops, I am kind of confused as to how we've ended up with a short sleeve version of it, but we have. I think if it's to your personal taste, there is nothing wrong with it. It's not bad quality. I would have happily swapped this for another sports bra option because, like I said, for me, I now can't get a matching set unless they drop these colours again in a different bra. I can't get a matching set on this drop. There's only one bra and it doesn't work for me. So I'm kind of gutted that we got this instead of another bra. Let me know if you guys feel the same, but I wish instead of this, it'd given us another bra option. Even like a pump version of the contour bra, I feel like that would have been a really good option to have given us instead of this. So I'm kind of bummed, and I know that it probably feels like I've rushed over this, but there really isn't that much to say about it. It's not to my personal taste. If you like it and you like how it looks and you think it's cute, there's nothing wrong with it. If you are interested, stay true to size. If between sizes, I would highly recommend that you take a size up, but for me personally, it's a pass. It's not something I'm going to reach for. Moving swiftly on, we've got more baby tees. Hopefully, we need to talk about this. Because we changed the logo, and I get it, I respect it, I think it looks nice on the men's pieces. Please, don't touch my baby tees. Shouldn't have touched the baby tees. The baby tees were fine as they were. We'll get on to that. Okay, the baby tees are dropping again in these colours. This is the same baby tee as always, so details-wise, really quick, because there is no changes other than the logo. But yeah, you've got the normal sort of neckline at the top. You've got the cap sleeves so that they're not like, it doesn't cover your armpit fully. You actually get quite a good amount of armpit ventilation because of how capped it is. It's not like a full sleeve, and I feel like it does sit more flattering on the shoulders as a result. The seams, instead of being straight over shoulder, are the diagonal. Are they called princess seams? I'm not sure, but the diagonal seams, which I just find makes everything look a lot more flattering. I've tried a few samples of tops with straight over seams and they don't look right. Here you've got a rubber raised logo, so it's not a sticker like the ALPHALETE wordmark logo was, but instead it's not tonal and it's the A, and then comes down into a sort of like meet and greet long crop length. I find for me this meets the top of the pump waistband, which hits mid-rise on me, so comes just below belly button height, but with movement it does ride up and turn into a crop. And obviously with the baby tees you can wear them multiple ways, full length, roll them up, and then you can also roll them up even further and wear them as sort of like a bolero. It is the 94 cotton 6% elastane, same as all of the baby tee drops. It's a very soft, stretchy, cottony feel fabric. That's the feel that you're going to get. If you've ever had any of the men's performance tees, it feels like that, like cold to touch but stretchy. In terms of shrinking in the wash, these don't shrink in the wash. You wear these throughout the day. If you pull on them or tug on them, they do stretch out and they might bag out a little bit. When you wash them, they just snap back into their original shape. It's one of ALPHALETE's most simple pieces, but it's one of their best because it retains its shape over time. I've had no issues with ripping, them breaking, logos falling off. Such a basic piece, but it's one of their best and it's one of my favourite items that they do. These do smell. Not straight out of the bag, but if you you sweat in these, this is not the sort of fabric you can sit in all day or wear 2 days in a row. If you sweat in it, even if you've got deodorant on, the smell, it sticks to it. So it will smell, and it does hold a smell, and you can't cover it up. Like, can end up smelling quite damp. I've left one in a gym bag before, and oh my god, I swear it held onto the smell for like 3 washes. And in terms of sheerness, the white and the skyline, you need to wear like a bra, something underneath it, because you will be able to see, and they do show sweat as well. Now, I think I've already made it clear how I feel about this. I really don't like non-tonal logos, which I know sounds weird because I love the varsity tees, but that's an actual design. When it's just a slapped logo on something, make it tonal, make it tonal. I don't think I would have absolutely hated this if it was tonal, because you're not going to be able to see it. Change it back to the wordmark logo and make it tonal again, because the wordmark logos were always tonal, so I don't know why we've now changed. I don't think the white's as bad because it's grey, so it's not as obvious, but honestly I don't love it. For me personally, because they've not come in colours that I'm like absolutely obsessed with, I'm going to reach for my original black one. I'm going to reach for my original white one, because I just don't love this logo being on it, and I don't love the fact it's not tonal either. Because you guys know I love a baby tee, but I will be using my old ones or my varsity ones because I just don't like the look of this logo. In terms of sizing for these, you can stay true to size for like just a normal tight-ish t-shirt fit. I go down to an extra small just to make it as body fit as possible, because that's how I want it to fit. It's not a compression top, it's still got stretch to it, but I personally do go down a size. I go down to an extra small, and that's how I like them. I personally don't think any of the colours for me are nice enough for me to be like, I need the baby tee in that colour, so I'm going to sacrifice for the logo. So I would personally pass on these. I will be using my old baby tees and my varsity baby tees. It's normally like my one safest thing where I can be like, if there's nothing I like in a drop but you've shoved a baby tee in there, I can promote the hell out of that. I know it's not that deep to some people, but I'm a details girl and I don't like the logo on these. Okay, moving into some new products. We now have a little bit of a curveball. So ALPHALETE are launching these basically kind of like golf aesthetic or like tennis padel sort of vibe sets. Doing a polo, and there's also a skort which I'll go on to next, but I want to talk about the polo first. So fabric wise for this, it's the 75 polyamide 25 spandex blend, which is the tenacity light fabric, which is basically a way less brush inner but somehow way less stretchy, and tenacity isn't that stretchy anyway, but less stretchy version of tenacity. Got more of like a slick sort of performance type feel. Still a little brush, but it's almost a bit more squeaky in my opinion compared to the standard tenacity fabric, which is 70-30, which is what the skirt is, but this one is 75-25. So I found this issue with the peekaboo long sleeves that they were really tight. Found with all of the tenacity light pieces so far, I have issues with the sizing because it's tight but also has like no stretch, so if you go up a size it won't like snap back in because it doesn't have that to it, but then if you get it too tight it's so uncomfortable. We've got the polo first, which I did get in 2 different sizes so that I can show you. Just to run you through the details first, so it's completely plain. You've just got an open collar here. The collar is quite big. I do wish the collar was a little smaller and a little skinnier. It comes into a V. I wouldn't say it's a deep V. It sort of hits like just above the bust on me. Little new A logo in tonal, so white on white, pink on pink, blue on blue, black on black. So it's not noticeable and it's absolutely tiny. As much as I've just roasted it for the baby tees, on these pieces you genuinely can't see it, so it hits around belly button sort of high. Again, you can roll it up if you want to wear it more cropped, but I would say it sort of hits a little shorter than the baby tee, sort of above belly button kind of region. The sleeves are sort of like a cap sleeve again, so it's not like a full sleeve, and then the back is just completely plain. They are single line throughout, and yes, the white is sheer, it is see-through. The other colours are completely fine in my experience. Skyline is a little sheer, but the white is by far the most see-through, and you do need to wear a bra under it, but even if you wear white you can see it, so just be aware of that if that's going to bother you. Spoke to one of the girls who tried this on just in like a design meeting, and she said to size down in it, so I sized down to an extra small. Shouldn't have done that because she said it fit really big. Fine in the body, but the sleeves, this is the issue I had with the long sleeve peekaboo top. The sleeves are so tight on this in an extra small, so especially if you store more fat on your arms, do not size down in this top. I would say to go true to size, honestly, and if between sizes I would recommend that you size up, because I'm going to show you side by side here an extra small and a medium. Annoyingly, I don't have a small because ALPHALETE sent me mediums by accident, and I ordered an extra small for myself because that's the size I thought I would be from the conversation I had with someone. I don't have my true to size, but I feel like showing you a size down and a size up should still be helpful, but annoyingly I don't have my true to size in this top. So you can see the extra small is much tighter. It's very tight over bust. As a result, it doesn't hit quite as low on the chest, so I do find it looks a little bit funky even there. And you can just tell it's too small for me. The sleeves are too tight and I don't really love how it looks in an extra small. In a medium, I honestly don't hate it, but it is loose around the waist and it's got more excess fabric to it. I think realistically I probably needed a small in this for that happy medium of like tighter on the waist but still comfortable on the arms. So I would recommend, like I said, you stay true to size in this if you're between sizes. Unless you really don't store fat anywhere, I would probably recommend that you size up. If you're absolutely tiny and you want a really tight fit and you don't have boobs, you can definitely go size down. I wish I had just got my true to size in this. As you can see, it just doesn't really have much give to it. Like the seams are all quite tight on it, and I find it with all the Tenacity Light pieces, it just doesn't have a ton of give or a ton of stretch to it. In terms of sweat, Tenacity Light fabric does show sweat, but it does dry pretty quickly. It is a little bit of a restrictive fabric. It's just not my favourite fabric, to be honest. I feel like the fit is always wrong with it. In terms of this product, for me, it's a pass. Even in my true to size, I don't think it looks quite right. The collar is really big. Collar flap is just too big in my opinion. It should have been smaller. But I also just think in general it just feels, I don't know, there are other tops that I would rather pair the skort with. I'd rather wear like the leaner bra, plain white tank top, even a push tank, even though I know it's seamless. I think a white push tank would look nicer with the skort than this. Feels quite random, and I appreciate that they wanted to do like a matching set and make it like golf, paddle, that sort of vibe, but I just think a polo wasn't necessarily the right option for that, or like the right vehicle for that, if that makes sense. It would have been nice to have had like in the Tenacity fabric a halter vest to go with the skort. I think that would have looked really cute. It's not something I'm going to wear. Moving on, we then have the skort. And ALPHALETE have not done a skirt or a skort in so long, and I know that I'm not really a skort person, but this, in my opinion, is the nicest skirt slash skort that ALPHALETE have done to date, because I've never really been a fan of like the windbreakery fabric ones. Do like a pleated one, which again, not really my thing, or like a super flowy one, not really my thing. I think this is the nicest skirt. Rise wise, I would say this is like mid-rise. It hits me about just below belly button height, whether it's a size small or a medium. You then have this stitching along the waistband, just I'm assuming to help it like stay in place a little bit better, but it doesn't dig in and it goes all the way around. I don't find it uncomfortable. You then have two pleats at the front here and two pleats at the back, but they don't go all the way to the bottom. They sort of end about here. You then have a slit on the left hand side of the skirt. On the left hand side of the split, you've just got a little tonal logo. Obviously for the white, it's white on white, but again, like I said, you literally can't see it on the Tenacity pieces, so I personally don't care. Lengthwise, she's definitely short, and we will get into that, but you do get given a tiny bit, about like half an inch to an inch of extra length at the back of the skirt compared to the front. And then in terms of the shorts on the inside, you've got a matching colour short on the inside, so if you get pink, you get pink. If you get blue, you get blue. If you get black, you get black. And with that being said, it is obviously like completely see-through, so if you have like thigh tattoos and stuff through the skort, you will be able to see them through the short portion. I don't think it'll cause a massive issue because you've then got the skirt on top of it. And the shorts feel like the Tenacity Light fabric, whereas the skirt overlay feels like standard Tenacity fabric. And in a size small, the inseam for the shorts is 3.25. In a medium, it's 3.75, so it's quite a short inseam, and I do find the coverage and like length, it's fine on a small and a medium. With walking and with movement, the medium does work a little better in terms of that, and the leg opening for both is 9 inches, so it's not too tight on the thigh. It's honestly really comfortable on the thigh in my experience. It's not too tight. Small or medium, it doesn't make a difference. In terms of fabric for the skirt, it's actually 70-30, so I would say the short feels like Tenacity Light fabric, less brush, a lot more slick, a bit more of a performance feel, thinner. It doesn't feel bad on the skin, but it's less soft and brushed, whereas the skirt has a very obvious brushed texture to it, so there is like a textural difference between the skirt and the short. This is how the shorts look, so they do have like a back seam, but obviously it doesn't matter because you're not really going to be walking around with the skirt pulled completely up. The front has no front seam, and around the front it even has like a little bit of a waistband built in as well. Okay, so let's talk length for the skort. Inseam, like I said, for the short on the size small, 3.25, the medium is 3.75, so you do get, is a short inseam still, but you do get a bit extra if you go up a size. In terms of the front length, it's 12 inches in the centre on a size small, 13 inches on a size medium. Side length is 12.5 inches. inches on a size small. On a size medium, it's 13 inches. The back is 13 inches on a size small. Like I said, you get about an inch extra of length at the back. On a medium, that goes up to 14 inches. So if you go up a size, you get about an inch extra length. So it is quite a short skort, and I do find that when I'm moving around and stuff, or like squatting down and coming back up, it definitely does. You can see the shorts in a size small. In a medium, not so much. Honestly, the length in a medium is pretty good for me, and I personally wouldn't feel any kind of way. They always end up quite short, and to be honest, when they're too long, they look weird. I don't think the medium looks bad on me, but I honestly prefer how the size small looks. I just feel like with the medium, the extra length, I don't love, but I do wish it had like maybe like 0.25 to half an inch extra length on the size small. I think that would be perfect. In terms of sizing between the small and the medium, you get a bit of extra length. It's a tiny bit bigger on the waist, like I think it's about half an inch to an inch bigger. It doesn't feel a ton different. Short inseam, you obviously get a little bit more extra length on that. Both are completely fine on me. Obviously, if you've got a massive bum, I have glutes, but I don't have glutes. If you've got a massive bum, you might want to size up to get more coverage. I honestly really like how this looks. I do think it does from the back, if you do have a bum, it does look a little tent-ish. From the front, this is by far the best looking skort that ALPHALETE have done, in my opinion. My only wish is that it had a nicer top to go with it. In terms of would I go and spend my own money on this? Probably not, because I'm not really a skort person, but it's not a bad product by any means. Like I said, I think it's by far the best looking skort that ALPHALETE have put out today. I would say you can stay true to size, but if you have bigger glutes and you're interested in this product, or you're very conscious of length, size up, because it's not going to be hanging off you. The medium still fits me. It's just going to get you about an inch worth of extra length. I think it's a good product. Just depends on whether it's your thing or not. Okay, we're moving into the final items. We have the new sweatshorts that ALPHALETE are dropping. So I've got these in a small and a medium. They're dropping in black, grey and green. So this is, the black is just black. The heather grey is this colour. What does ALPHALETE have against doing a lighter grey? I know that to some people this shade of grey is fine, but for example, let me just show you. This is the colour grey I've got on right now, like a creamy, like vintagey looking grey. Why couldn't we have had this? Why do you suscept us to prison grey every single time there's a heather grey? Why must it be prison grey? I want vintage Princess Diana grey. And then this is the court green colour. I actually really like this colour. She's cute. So in terms of the detail, I like a high, well, yeah, they are high-rise. You can wear them high-rise, but in the try-on clips, which I'll show you in a second, I've worn them more mid, otherwise I feel a bit like Simon Cowell-ish. But yeah, they've got an elasticated waistband with a drawstring on the inside, which just has the very basic drawstrings on it. This little ALPHALETE tag at the back, which they put on some of the sweats that they did last year. To me, it just feels unnecessary. I just think it looks really random, slapped in the back of the middle. You then have pockets, and the pockets are just like the rubbish, flimsy, sort of jersey pockets. It's the typical ALPHALETE flimsy pocket. Then you've got this little emblem thing, logo at the bottom. Like, I don't want to sound like an annoying influencer. This is so cute, but I really like this. So it's got sort of like the LDB for Learn, Dream, Be More 2015, and then like the sort of leaves around it. Unfortunate, because they've kind of dropped the Learn, Dream, Be More and they've changed it to Become More. So the LDB is a little, I guess, off-brand for them now, but I do actually really, really like this, and I think this would have been so cute. Like, imagine if they'd have done ribbed tank tops with these, with that logo but much smaller in the middle, stitched in tonal to whatever colour you'd bought. That would have been so cute. Or even like crew necks with that logo on to match these. And then other than the tag at the back, they are just completely plain at the back. In terms of the inseam for these, size small is 4 inches, my mediums are 4.25 inches. In terms of the rise, just in case you were curious, measurements wise, 12 inches front rise on a size small, 13 inches on a medium. And the leg opening on these is very wide, so it's 13.5 inches on a size small, 14.5 inches on a size medium. I just want to talk about the fabric of these. So these are definitely lightweight, they're not heavy. This is what the fabric is like on the inside. It's like a terry fabric but brushed. So if you had very terry and it was too rough for you, this is like that but a brushed version of it, and it does feel really nice on the skin. And because it's got that lightweight and sort of a raw hem at the bottom, you will find that you do get a little bit of rolling of the bottom seam because it's just completely raw cut, and I feel like this fabric just naturally sort of rolls up. But I do actually really really like the fabric. It's very lightweight. Like if I hold it here, I can see my camera through it. They're nowhere near as thick as the Here Comes the Sun ones were, but they're very soft on the skin in my opinion, and very comfortable and very flowy because of how light they are. I don't love lightweight joggers because they look like shit, but in a jogger short, I don't mind it. In terms of the actual fabric blend, these ones are 66 cotton, 21 rayon, 13% polyester. On the outside, they just feel like a typical jogger. Not super brushed, but also not super rough either. For comparison purposes, ALPHALETE haven't really done many other jogger shorts for women in terms of this sort of length, other than the Here Comes the Sun ones. And the Here Comes the Sun ones were 80 cotton, 20 polyester, so they're a different fabric blend. And the Here Comes the Sun ones are like bobbled sort of fabric and nowhere near as soft as these ones were. The Here Comes the Sun ones are also heavier in my opinion. They are thicker. They've got thicker pocket and they just don't sit as flowy on body. Honestly, I can't remember what size my Here Comes the Sun ones are. I think they're a size small, so I'm going to compare small to small so that you guys can see. But the fit of these new ones is much more oversized. The leg opening is wider by like a decent amount. When I say decent amount, I mean decent amount. Like the leg opening is much wider and they just sit a lot flowier in my opinion. And obviously with them being a lighter fabric, like I said, just a lot more flowy than the Here Comes the Sun, and they are softer on the skin as well, which I do prefer. I feel like when you're wearing a jogger short, it's not really about it being flattering, it's more about it being comfortable. But these do look very tent-ish in a way that my Here Comes the Sun ones don't. You'll see what I mean. They sort of like, I think it's because of my bum, I don't know. They just sort of triangle off me. And I also find the crotch in the front, I get this weird like poofing basically above my vagina, and then the crotch just sort of dives down. It's like, it's almost like it's saying, look at my vagina. I'll try and show you what I mean in the try-on clips, and hopefully you can see that I'm not going crazy. I'm sure if you've got a straighter body, these will actually probably sit really nicely on you because you're not going to get as much of that tent sort of look. But they are very nicely oversized, which ALPHALETE usually don't do. You usually have to go up to make things oversized. To show you for reference, a small versus a medium, the small is still plenty oversized. Honestly, in terms of my preference, they both look quite tent-ish. I can honestly wear either. I don't have a strong preference either way. I would say for these, you can size them however you want. If you don't want them as oversized, there's room to go down. If you want a standard oversized fit, stay true to size and they will fit you oversized. But if you want a really loose, baggy fit, I would definitely recommend that you can go up a size as well. So you can size these however you want to. In terms of the washing machine, I've washed these on 30 and they didn't shrink. As long as you wash them on 30 and you don't put them in the dryer, you air dry them, they shouldn't shrink. I'll show you my grey ones where I've washed them. The bottoms do start to roll up from where the more you wash them, like naturally. This is how these ones look now. So they will roll up more and more as you wash them. They're not too short, your butt's not going to be hanging out. Yeah, I just think these look a little tent-ish on me, which is what I'm personally struggling with them. But in terms of quality, I actually think these are quite nice quality, and it's rare for me to say that about a lightweight sweat. These feel luxe without being heavyweight, which is very controversial for me to say because I'm a heavyweight girl. For shorts, I think maybe not, because it's going to make them look a little bit funky. I think these will be perfect for travelling in, for running errands in, so I'm not super bothered about them not being the most flattering thing in the world. But in the market for a comfortable sweat short, 100% go for it. But I really like that logo. The logo is so fucking cute. Okay, final two products. First, we have a keychain. I really have nothing much to say about this other than the fact that it's a keychain. It says ALPHALETE. I've never reviewed a keychain before, so I don't really know what to say. I'm sure it's got a big enough clasp to fit a labubu on it. I think it probably goes without saying, not something I would personally be spending my money on. Yeah, I think the award for the most awkward review of a product ever probably goes to me for that one. True to size, I guess. I really have nothing to say about it, guys. I don't know what to say. It's a keychain. It's a keychain. Okay, moving on. We have a new gym/travel bag, which I'm going to show you, but I feel like it's easier if I get on the floor and talk you through this one, because you don't need to be seeing my mug. My mug, if you've been watching Love Island, if you know, you know. You don't need to be seeing my mug when I'm trying to show you a bag. I just feel like that's going to be very difficult, so we're going to get into the bag. So this is the old gym bag. This is the medium-sized duffel that ALPHALETE had before, so obviously you've got the shoulder strap, two straps here, the old A logo, RIP, they're not allowed to use that anymore. And then you also had two little zips on the front, a mesh compartment here, a zip pocket on the inside here, and two zip pockets either side, zip pocket, mesh pocket, and then the back was just completely plain. And size-wise, this is sort of how big it was looking. So the old one is obviously like a nylon-y sort of fabric. I've used it for years. It's held up really well. It has like pilled on the inside here, but it's a really good size bag for when you need to fit a lot of stuff in there without it being too big. However, I have found that on the gym days where I'm not taking my tripod, a change of clothes, it is actually a little bit on the big side. The original one, and obviously the zip on this, it's more of like a square, so it comes around like here instead of being straight across. So this is the new one, and I have stuff in both of them just to show you like how they look when they're being used. So this is what the new one looks like, made with travel in mind. So you do have a little tag here so that if you are traveling, you can slot that over your suitcase and you can basically attach the bag to your case. In terms of the fabric, it's this like black, it's not obviously it's not leather, but it's like a matte plastic sort of fabric. Really, really, really nice fabric. And I just think in comparison to the old one, I do think this one looks a lot more expensive in my opinion. And branding wise, you've got ALPHALETE in this like high gloss tonal logo, which honestly I don't love. I wish it was smaller and just not glossy. I'm just not a fan of massive branding. You've also got 4 little hard things, I don't know what you call them, on the bottom. This is so funny. 4 of those hard things on the bottom to sort of help it stay upright. And then on the other side, you've just got the big A in the high gloss. Again, I really don't love how this looks. I wish it wasn't on there. But on this side, there's nothing. So there's no actual pockets on the front or the back of this, whereas the other one, you've got a mesh pocket and 2 zips either side. So you can see this one doesn't have as many like little thought out storage pockets on this one, which I do wish it had more so on the inside. The outside isn't a deal breaker. Then on one side of the bag, you have a deep pocket. So in here, I've got my hand sanitizer, my gym card, a body wash, and a skincare serum. But when it's empty, so I've fit all that in there with room for more, but when it's empty, it's sort of that big. And I will pop the measurements on the screen in a second, but that's how much I can fit in there. Let me just refill that up, otherwise I'll forget to put stuff back in. And then if we switch it round to the other side actually has a zip pocket on it. So I do wish that both sides had a zip pocket and then maybe a pocket in front of it like the old one. They had the zip and then the mesh pocket, so I wish this one had the zip and then a pocket like at the other side. You do have a pocket and it goes deep into the bag, so this pocket actually goes all the way into the middle of the bag, so you can see how deep that pocket goes when you start putting stuff in it. But obviously you need to be aware, if you're putting stuff that far in, it does take room out of the middle of the bag. In here the other day I had a hairbrush and a perfume. There's a lot of attention to detail in terms of the details of the bag. So the zippers have the A logo on them, and then here you have 2 straps that sit like so. They're not long enough to be worn over shoulder, so you would have to hold it. And then you also have a shoulder strap which is padded and fully adjustable. And then on the inside, it's not the like flap zip, it's more of like a straight down the middle zip, so it zips like that and it's just completely plain on the inside. It's not fabric either, it's this sort of fabric, like nylon-y, so you're not going to get pilling on the inside. But I've got plenty of stuff in here. I've got deodorant, lifting straps, perfume, chewing gum, 2 outfits, and the other day I was able to fit my tripod, my camera, a towel, a toiletry bag, like a small toiletry bag, change of clothes, and then obviously my gym stuff, so like my lifting straps, my knee sleeves and stuff. I was able to fit all of that in there. On the back side, you do also have this little zip flap, so you can put like lip balms and stuff in there. But other than that, there's no other sections in the middle. It's all just basically one big bag. So I do wish it had more sections to it on the inside, just because it doesn't have much on the outside or the inside. So I think adding some more, like a sleeve here maybe with little compartments, would have been a really nice touch, just to be able to find things easier. So if I show you it size wise compared to the old one, the new one is actually quite a bit smaller. I don't know if you guys, yeah, you can tell there. Smaller, it's not as wide and it's also not as long. I still think this is a really, really, really good size. Like I said, you can fit more in here 100%, but this is still not too small and not too big. I would say it's the perfect in between. And I just think, I don't know, tell me if I'm wrong, but I just think this one looks a lot more expensive than this one. And even though it's black and it's not like a super girly colour, I also feel like this one looks less manly and like gym bro-esque compared to this one. I'm going to pop the measurements of this bag on the screen so that you guys can see, but this is sort of how it looks compared to like my arm. It's probably like hand and forearm length plus a little bit extra. Not a super wide bag, and it's not a super deep bag. A really nice size bag, basically. But yeah, this is the new gym bag, and in my opinion, it's ALPHALETE's best accessory that they've done to date. They just need to change this. Don't love this. This didn't need to be here, and add a few more compartments on the inside. Just feel like it needs a little bit more compartments on the inside. But other than that, and the fact that there's a big fat A logo on it, I wish that wasn't on there, and I wish the branding was a bit smaller, miles above the previous ones that they've done before. Granted, it's also a very different vibe. It's not your typical gym bag fabric, but that's because it's also meant to be a travel bag as well. Such a nice bag, and I feel like it's also the perfect happy medium size without it being too big. I didn't actually realise just how big the medium ALPHALETE bag was until I compared it to this one. It's only coming in one size, and it's only coming in black, but I'm hoping that we get these in like brown, cream, dark red, baby pink. And just like that, guys, that is everything in this haul. If you are curious what my top picks are for the drop, it is pump shorts, my top two colours, just in terms of like the way that they look, wheat and orchid. Then I will pop the reminders on the screen for like colourways and fit and stuff, just in case you need a refresher. I'll pop that on the screen again because I'm not going to explain it again, but those would be my top picks. Pump shorts, that's it. The minimal bra, there's nothing wrong with it quality wise. If it works for your chest size, perfect. It just doesn't really work for me in either size. My other top pick would be the gym bag. Those are my top picks for this drop. If you've got any questions about measurements, anything like that, let me know, but I will link a Google Drive below that has all the colour comparisons and measurements in like full picture format, like original quality, so that you guys can see them, and I will link that down below for you guys. I'll also try put the footnotes in a document and link that below so that you guys have that as well, just as like a quick referral point. But if you've got any questions, sizing, colours that you want to see together, message me on Instagram, comment them down below, and I will get back to you. But yeah, give the video a thumbs up if it was helpful or if you enjoyed it, and if you do use my code, please message me on Instagram so that I can thank you, and don't forget to enter my giveaway. I run them every single month. So yeah, just send over the screenies to this email. I literally would not be able to keep doing these reviews, keep working with ALPHALETE if it wasn't for your guys' support. I cannot express enough, first of all, how important that is, but second of all, how grateful I am for those of you who choose to support me every launch, who choose to support me as one of the people that you support every so often. Maybe you cycle code uses, which I completely agree with. Everyone needs the support, everyone needs the help, but I massively appreciate anyone who uses my code, so genuinely thank you so much. You allow me to do the weirdest job in the world, but it's a job that I love and something that hopefully I get to continue to do for a while, because I genuinely love it, and hopefully that shows in how much I can't shut the fuck up about the products. I also hope I don't sound like a misery guts only having two top picks, but not to mince my words, they ruined the baby tees with that logo for me. The Halley short sleeve I don't like, the bra doesn't work for me, the skort I do like, but I wouldn't put it in a top pick. I don't like it enough for that. I will see you guys in my next video. Bye.
So yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed that one. I'll see y'all next time. I'm out. Yeah, and fuck Trump America, cause it sucks balls. Literally sucks balls, because oh my god, you gotta feel sorry for the white man. No, oh my god, women can't be in the armed forces because they're not qualified. Oh, yay! And we gotta get rid of all the fatties. I'm like, if so, then let's get rid of Donald Trump. He's a fatty. Yeah, I said it. Donald Trump's a fatty McQuatty. Your daddy's a lard ass. And because of all of this, the government shut down to cover up the Epstein files, because fuck me, dog. And also because they want to get back at they want to get rid of all the trans people and stuff, because the far right are scared of trans people. No, I'm serious. The far right scared of trans people because they're a bunch of bitches. Pussy ass bitches. Love y'all. Follow me on Instagram and TikTok. I'm out. Fuck this country.